I am here. I'm in severe pain. I've been in pain for weeks now. I told you guys about this. I'm in physical therapy. I do all these other things. I'm on 15 prescriptions. Nothing helps me. And I'm trying to do the best I can. I was going to go on for about 5 or 10 minutes as long as I could stand it. But no, everybody's got to freak out. No, you don't need to do it on your stream. You need to do it on his stream. You need to go find your papers. You need to do this. If you want to come to my house and go find the papers, then you can do that. Otherwise, just leave me alone. I'm going to explain a few things of what's going on with my pain and what I found out tonight, and then I'm going to go. And if you guys don't want to show up, then that's fine. So, okay, we got 3 watching. It says there's no one in the chat yet. Okay, I found out tonight from my old therapist who finally got back to me because I can't see my new therapist until March 4th. She gave me a whole list of different things that helps with pain, helps with the fibromyalgia, and things to try. Several I'm going to try tomorrow. I may even do some on stream if you guys will be nice to me and start, giving me orders on what to do. You can watch Lantern if you want to and watch this later. If you're going to be a jerk about it, I can block you. If you can't be nice and respectful to me and tell me or try to start giving me orders, you need to be on their affairs. You need to do this. You need to do that. If you don't know how much pain I'm in, and how I can't sleep for 6 days, then leave me alone, okay? I'm not going to block you. I'm just saying, I'm trying to, you guys are just, I told you guys, certain things are triggering me, and every little thing is triggering me. I've been trying to file my nail for about 6 hours. I keep getting distracted. Everything keeps going on. I got my brother tried to call me. I had all this other stuff going on, and a lot of stuff's going on. Hello, Adam. And I don't know, is something about Richie is here. Yes, hello. Hello, Herbie. Yes, it's been a long time. I've been going through a lot. I am on 15 prescriptions. I have several specialists that I'm going to see. I've been going to a new pain, well, I've been going to my old pain management. He's been slowly trying different medicines and trying different things. Yes, MMA hoes, I am here. I'm trying to explain everything that's going on. I'm going to do a quick stream. I'm in horrible pain, and then I'm going to go to bed. I've already taken melatonin to help me sleep. I've taken one. It's a 5 milligrams. The last 2 nights, I've taken 2 Benadryl each night. Last night, I still didn't sleep. I think I had 30 minutes of my laying down in a comfortable position that I always sleep in. I can't sleep like this. I can lay like this, but I can't fall asleep like this. And if I put heat on my back or heat on my neck and all these other things, I put biofreeze on almost my whole body, my whole upper body, from my neck all the way to my hips. I didn't do my knees, and then I got the heat and I put the heat on my knees. So, it's crazy what's going on right now. I appreciate all the support, but when I get people in the Discord telling me I have to go to Laner's stream because Laner's streaming now, and I'm not going to watch you, and I'm not going to do this, and I don't want you to stream it. It has to be on that stream. I have all my passwords. I used to do this before my stream. Sometimes I would lose my YouTube password. Sometimes I wouldn't remember my PlayStation password. And they have you like save the passwords, and I'm like, I don't think that's safe. I'm not going to save any of my passwords. I know where they're at, so I'm not going to save anything. Why would I save anything? So when I lose my password or lose something or forget something, I have a pretty good idea where they are, but I can't, do that right now. I can't watch a TV show. I can't watch a movie. I can't concentrate on anything. I have about 12 different symptoms that are new, that are somewhat news that I've had the past 6 days. Actually, I've probably had for about the past month, but they've gotten to the severe level and nothing is helping. So I have a new therapy appointment on March 4th. My old therapist retired in January. I haven't had anybody to talk to. I have anything going on. So I've been talking to friends. I've been talking to family. I've been reconnecting with my brother, and I've talked to my stepsister and my other sister, and I've got a couple other stepsisters, but that I'll we might say hi or something. But I've got several people. I've been posting all over Facebook how much I need prayer for my mental health, my physical health, and everything that's going on. Yesterday, or is it today, the 19th, yesterday, it was my father's 1 year death anniversary. So me, my brother, my sister, my stepmom, all my stepsisters, I guess also my stepbrother, they're not doing well. I mean, my stepbrother and my dad didn't really get along, but I have one aunt my dad had one sister left, so it was my aunt and a whole bunch of cousins and people that I talk to. Yeah, we've been struggling right now. So all right, if people are going to start being mean, they're going to be start getting comments deleted and stuff. I'm only going to accept nice comments. If you can't be nice, you can leave or you can watch this later. Okay, the caffeine thing, I've only had one. I've reduced my caffeine. I've reduced my chocolate level. There is a problem with my one medicine and caffeine that I didn't know about, and I just found out about it 2 days ago. That there is an interaction with caffeine and this medicine that I'm on. I have only gotten 17 hours of sleep the last 5 days. See how you guys survive on 17 hours of sleep in 5 days, and then you can come back and talk shit. Okay? Yeah, my chocolate levels are low right now. I haven't had any chocolate all day. I decided to lower my one medicine that should be causing the most problems, that I think that could be the causing the problems, because according to all the side effects, I have about every damn one of them. And then it has this thing called serotonin syndrome. I have about all but one or two of the symptoms of that. And it can cause issues over something else. It can cause a whole bunch of other issues and any other side effects. I have almost every single side effect, all these other things. And I can't remember, there's something else it could. Okay, it was the serotonin syndrome. If you guys want to Google that, don't ask me how to spell it. I can't spell the first word. And then it was the interactions with the caffeine. And then there was something else. And then I have fibromyalgia. I have osteoarthritis that I've got diagnosed with in December in both knees, pretty bad. I have arthritis in my neck that I've been diagnosed with in 2011 or 12, that I probably had it before that. And chiropractors have told me with x-rays that with all the accidents I've been in, I've had at least 3 whiplash injuries, and that was in 2008. So I could have had more since then. And any little thing that, where I've fallen or different things could have caused trauma to my body. So it's just a lot of things, guys, a lot of things. So yes, I have severe mental issues. One of these days I will do a video. I've got to write them all down because I have so many now, and I have diabetes, and there's a few others that are newer. Since I streamed last, I have been diagnosed with the osteoarthritis, and there's been a couple other things. I don't know, high blood pressure. The diabetes is under control. My blood pressure is on. Yeah, the blood pressure is under control. My cholesterol came back, and I went on cholesterol medicine, and that's been under control. There's a couple other things, and like I said, I can't remember. My brain is mush right now. I can't find anything. I can't remember anything. I can't watch anything. I've been wanting to watch movies. Pixel gave me his thing to HBO. I think I added about 600 shows and movies and specials and originals and 100 things. So I don't even know how many things I added. I never even got to watch a show. I Last night I watched the Joe Gatto comedy show that I'd already seen on YouTube that is now on Hulu for about and it's only an hour. It took me like 3 hours to watch it because I had to keep stopping it. I was on my phone. I was getting calls. My mom was yelling at me. Something was going on. So okay, Lantern looks like he ended his stream. Uh, guys, if there's any mods here, yeah, the shows will be ready for me whenever I'm hurt. Today was the first day that I was a tiny bit calmer, where I didn't want to hurt or kill anyone. My the irritability was a little bit better. Like I say, 2 days ago, I lowered the medicine to 60. I was on 90 milligrams of Cymbalta. You guys can go and Google. I'll spell it or I'll put it in the chat. What it is, the side effects, the serotonin thing, and the caffeine thing, or what things that interact with it. And you tell me, what symptoms do I have? Because I have, like I say, about all of them. And like I say, my mental health right now, if I would say a 9 to 10 about out of a 10 for severe problems, I'm going to say I'm close to a 10 or a 9. Maybe I'm at a 9 today. I was at a 10 yesterday. My physical health and my pain levels, I'm about a 9 at times. And I went down to about an 8 earlier. And then with all my prescriptions and my arthritis medicine and my fibromyalgia prescriptions and at least 6 Tylenol a day, and some days I'm taking one Aleve a day as extra over the counter for all of this pain, I still am only down to about an 8 or a 9 out of 10 in pain. So if I was able to stream, if I was able to do more, if I was able to walk over there to the desk, I would. I can't hardly get out of my bed. I can't hardly walk around the house. My mom has been waiting on me hand and foot, and usually I wait on her hand and foot. And it's the opposite right now. She drops me off at all the doors to all my doctor's appointments. I cannot walk up steps. I cannot walk very far. And then I'm slower than her at walk. I'm about half her speed at walking. If you guys have ever seen my mom in videos or ever seen my mom around, walking in videos, I'm half her speed. Now, on a good day, I'm her speed, but now I'm half her speed. I just started the physical therapy 2 weeks ago. I'm not even going to read the chat. I can get back to the chat later. I appreciate all the support, all the prayers. I've been having friends call and pray over me. I watched my church last night, and it helps some. And like I say, today I was a little bit better with the mental health. I mean, well, with the irritability and the anger and stuff, the pain is not much better. No. Uh, well, I have my therapist finally got back to me, my old therapist. She gave me, like I say, paragraphs and text, and I sent her a bunch of paragraphs on everything that I'm dealing with and everything that I got going on. And then I recapped those that I needed to screenshot because I can't write any down or keep focused long enough to do anything. Sent those to mom, and then I'm gonna try some of them tomorrow. And the only thing I'm going to try tonight is the melatonin and some heat. I'm not going to try to get in the bathtub and try the Epsom salt before I go to bed. I'm not able to make it in there. I don't even know if I can get in the bathtub because you have to climb over the bathtub and get in the bathtub. I haven't been able to take a shower. I haven't been able to do anything. I haven't had a shower in 10 days. I've been using those scrub things and dry shampoo and just what I can do. I can't do anything. So if you guys don't understand how bad I am, I either need to be in the hospital or nursing home. I get home health care already, but I'm going to have to call and try to get more hours and more help because I don't get enough. Because right now I'm like at a severe levels and I don't get enough. My regular doctor is not in till next week. We were going to try to see her today and see maybe get on something to sleep to help me sleep. So like I say, I called a bunch of places today. Some were open, some weren't. Some were just messages. So I left a bunch of messages. I couldn't get in to see the new therapist any faster. So I see her on the 4th, and she's the one that my therapist recommends. That is a therapist that is a specialist in physical health problems and the mental health problems and dealing with pain and everything. My own therapist that I used to have, not only has she had all kinds of endometriosis, polycystic ovary disease, fibromyalgia, and MS, and has really been struggling over the past several years. She's had several surgeries. She knows all the techniques for all this stuff for pain. They thought I might have MS in 2011. I had to go through 5 hours of MRIs and tests for 2 days in a row, about 5 hours each day. And then there was something that showed up on my neck, and I had to go back and have a different test done, like a CT scan or something that took like 5, 10 minutes. And it showed arthritis in my neck. They thought it was a problem with my carotid arteries. So they wanted to make sure, there was something not working with my carotid arteries. But like I say, I've been through a lot of the years. I'm a rape survivor. I'm a domestic violence survivor. I've been 12 plus car accidents. I had a traumatic birth. One of these days we'll go through my traumatic birth again. That anybody that hasn't heard the story, I can just do a quick synopsis of it. Basically, the cord was wrapped around my neck 3 times, and it was too late. They didn't think I would survive a C-section, and so they hooked my mom up to wires and all this stuff. And they literally took the paddles and shocked me back to life 4 times because my heart kept stopping. So I died 4 times before I was even born. And then they thought I might have a severe heart issue. So they put me in the NICU, and I was in there for several hours. My mom was praying, my dad was praying, everybody at their church. Mom said there was like 30 or 50 people at the hospital praying. And she said before they took me back to the NICU, and this is something that never happens or that babies can't do it right at born, that, they got the cord off my neck. I was blue. There was all kinds of problems. They were working on me. I wasn't breathing. And the doctor slapped me really hard, like they do to get your attention or whatever that they do to get the mucus out. You see it on like barn animals and stuff, but they slap you on the back or the butt or whatever just a little bit, not too hard to break bones, but enough to get the mucus out, break it up. That's the old school way. The new school way, I'm sure they have those sucky things. They do 100 things, and they have like the electronic ones that can suck all the mucus out. I've seen different things with these things with like the hospital stuff, but and ER stuff and all kinds of shows and stuff. But the old school way back in the 70s, they hit you, and that's what they do. So they did that. I started breathing and started crying. Well, I don't know if I was really crying. Mom said I don't know if I cried, but I took a deep breath because he hit me, and then he's like, it made me take a deep breath, and I started somewhat breathing. I don't know if I was breathing normally, but I took my first breath there. And then they put me on the, how they put you on the table and they work on you a little bit, and then they rush you off to the NICU. So my mom said when I was on the table, she couldn't hold me. They wouldn't let her hold me. They wouldn't let my dad hold me. I didn't even know if my dad was in a room because in the 70s, This was in 78. The fathers weren't really in the room. So I think they went out and talked to him and told him that they're going to take me to the NICU. And they told my mom, we're going to take good care of your baby. Your baby's going to be okay. She had some foreign doctors. We're going to be okay. Your baby's going to be okay. And we're going to take good care of your baby. So they wheeled me to the NICU. And like I say, everybody got there from the church and started praying. I think there was like 30 to 50 people, according to mom. Mom will tell the story one day on stream. I think she has before, but I don't know if it was the one, like the old ones before Alex, that got deleted or what happened to it. Or a lot of people haven't heard this story. So I was going to go into it a little bit. I told a little bit of it in the chat today, but I was rambling and nobody probably read all those messages. And I'll do some recaps of some other things another day too. But I'm trying to keep this short. Right now, I'm in a comfortable position. I can stream for a few minutes and I can scroll through the chat. I have it on the TV, but I still can't read it. It's too small. Or Lantern has it on. I can't read the chat from there. I'm trying to read the chat from here. I see MMA holes that says, Carrie, how can I help? And Richie says, that is why you're Carrie Strong. Yeah, I don't know how many things I survived that I shouldn't have survived. I got barely I got hit, a semi that didn't have a trailer clipped me once. I was in my old 79 Bonneville. If he had hit me just a little bit different or hit me on the side or hit me a different way with a semi, even though I was in an old car in a tank, I would have hurt me a lot worse. It ripped the whole bumper off the car. That's how hard he hit me. He was trying to switch lanes. I was pulling onto the road, and I had the right lane free. He switches lanes at the last second right there and didn't see me pulling out, or I didn't see that he was switching lanes, and because he was trying to pass somebody else or get away from. He told the cops some story about he was trying. I was in too shock. I couldn't even talk to the police. Uh, and then my mom. I went to Little Caesars. I was 19. I had like four accidents. I didn't get my car till I was 19, but I was in four accidents my first year of getting my own car or something. I think I had one accident in her car, and then she bought me that car that we got from the deacon of the church, and it was an old car, and he sold it to us for 600 and gave us a good deal on it because that's all he was going to get on a trade in. And then mom was like, I'm afraid you're going to get really hurt in my car. So some truck ran a stop sign, and his vision was like blocked a little bit from other cars, and he didn't see me. Right across the street from the police station. I think one or two police officers witnessed it and came right over. I was okay, but I had to get like a whole bunch of chiropractor therapy. And I never went to the hospital on any of these and got tested for whiplash, or they didn't really test me for whiplash or do much, x-rays in time. So if I've had two or three whiplash injuries that never got treated, the last one I was in the I went to the ER like the next day or something, and I was having this numbness and stuff in my hands that I get now, and I've been having it a lot now, where either the shoulders and the neck are so tight and so out of place and so can hurt that it literally like the muscles don't work right or something, and it almost tears off the bone or something like that is what they told me. They said your muscles are separated from their bones or your ligaments, or your ligaments separated from your muscles or something like that. Don't quote me on this. I want to do a fears. Don't quote me. I'm not for sure because this was 2008. What year is it today? 2025. So I don't know how I expect every single word from the doctor or when those. Anyway, that is why your hands are going numb. It might heal. Take the. I think he said I have to take like anti-inflammatories and different things. It's similar to a soft muscle issue or soft muscle tear or soft muscle injury or something. Soft muscle injuries, and then it can take up to 2 weeks to heal. It could take up to 3 months to heal, and I don't know how many of those I've had, so a lot. So we'll go back to the birth story. I'm in the NICU several hours. The head of the pediatrics gets there. We're waiting for. I mean, my mom and dad are waiting for the information, and nobody's updating them. They don't. They I mean, they just know that I'm there. I'm getting worked on. I'm alive, and I guess I'm breathing. That's about it. And I don't know. They were doing all my vitals. They were doing all these tests. They'd hooked me up to 100. Whatever the machines that they have. You've seen the NICU things where I was normal size. I was like 7 pounds something, or 7 or 8 pounds. So I was normal size, normal term. I think he was like a day late or a day early. So it wasn't, I wasn't preemie or anything. Preemies weigh like 1 pound, 2 pounds, 4 pounds. Anything under 5 pounds is considered preemie, and they won't let you leave the hospital until you're 5 pounds. So I wasn't none of that. It's just that the cord was around my neck 3 times. I think if I remember of what the story that I heard from my mom is that she had the same thing, only I think it was twice. She was born in a little two-room house because your outhouse and everything's outside, your bathroom's outside. She didn't, with a midwife. And it was like a house in the neighborhood or in the area or on the farm or something because she lived on the farm. And so what was the story? She had the issues with her feet and her legs and everything. And her feet were, like, turned wrong or something, or turned out or turned in or something like that, and so the window I just worked on my mom's feet. And other than that, besides the cord, she took the cord off and my mom started breathing. I think that they had to take her to the hospital, or I'm not sure if she went to the hospital or not. My mom would have to tell that part. But they thought there was something wrong with her feet because her feet were turned wrong and different things, and she's always had, like, the drop foot thing. And then when she was 2, she got polio, and she's had several major surgeries. I don't even know how many. I know she's talked about like it might be 7. She's had 7 major surgeries. It might be more, it might be less, but I know she's had around 7 where she was at one point she just would fall down all the time. And she's like, me can't walk. Me can't walk. She was 2. And, and there was no one in that area that had polio except someone on like the other end of town or like someone like a few, like 15, 20 miles away or 30 miles away. It wasn't anywhere near like anyone in their area. No one had the polio. But when she had to go to the hospital, she spent her third birthday in the hospital. When she would try to cry, they would say, we can't come back if you cry. So my grandparents would tell my mom, we're not going to be able to visit you anymore if you keep crying. So she learned to be really tough. I never hardly see my mom cry. It is a I probably only see my mom cry personally, I would say less than 10 times, and I'm 46 and that's my mom. So I've been around her for 46 years. I've seen her literally cry only about 10 times. Movies don't usually make her cry. I'm sitting there bawling. She's like it's maybe one or two movies I've maybe seen her maybe cry one tear, two tears, very little, or dab her eyes or something, but most movies and stuff will make her cry. It's death that makes her cry, losing her parents, funerals, you might see my mom cry at a funeral, something like that, or when she gets bad news about a family member dying or something. But yeah, she don't cry much. So they came and they told my mom that I was going to be okay. The heat of the pediatrics said your baby's okay. They thought I had a major heart issue. I've been tested my heart several times since, and I'm okay. So I'm alive. I could be a lot worse. My mom had a friend. Well, not. I mean, later they became friends that she worked with, and I told that story too somewhere in the Discord. You might be able to find it. But when she worked in St. Louis for the what is it? The State Department of Mental Health is what it's titled. State Department of Mental Health. Okay. She worked there for 10 plus years, or around 10 years, maybe 11. That's when she worked there, I think a little bit after she got her she had to retire early because she had the brace that they had to put her leg in. Okay, she from the polio issues when I was 2, well, or maybe I was 3, they took my mom's right knee out. So you guys know the story about the right knee. She doesn't have a right knee. She went to 10 doctors. She did not want it to be done. They said there was nothing we could do for you. Your muscles will not hold that knee, and it's not going to hold a new knee. We could put it in, we could try different things, but it's just going to fall apart again. You'll have to have this, all over again. So we're going to fuse your knee. You're going to have a knee fusion. We're going to, it's bone rubbing, bone pain. We're going to saw this bone off and make it fuse together. And then you won't have any pain. So she's like, are you really? We're not going to have any pain. She finally let the 10th doctor do it. And she healed really quickly. She took a lot of vitamins, a lot of things that she, does for healing. And she's like, I'm not going to be off my feet for like 6 months. That's not going to happen. She couldn't put no weight on that foot for 6 months. At 3 months, she was already healed on the x-rays, and they thought they were looking at one that had already been like a year. They're like, there's no way this is 3 months. We can't let you walk on it for at least another month. And then we'll see. So she went back another month later. They told her to walk. She walked all the way down the hallway, and they're like, what do you mean, you've been practicing? She's like, no, this is the first steps I took. And they're still amazed like how fast she healed on that. It should have been at least 6 to 8 months. And she's like, no, that's not going to be me. So, and then her foot started doing the same thing. I don't know how many parts they're saying it's going to take, if she had a surgery done or if it snapped or something and it completely messed up. I wouldn't be able to stand it. I'd be like, take the foot off, do the surgery. So did several of the doctors that she's seen. They're like, we have to do the fusion to your foot. And she's like, no, I drive with that foot. I'm working 2 jobs. No, I have to work. I can't do that. They said, well, a temporary fix. Well, we're going to put you in a brace. And she's been in several braces later. You know, she only gets a new one every 5 years. So, ladies, guys, think about having the same pair of shoes for 5 years. No other options. One's in a brace. The other one they have to fix for her for because when she had one of her legs is shorter than the other, they have to build it up almost 2 inches. So she has one pair of shoes for 5 years, and and she can't really wash them because one's attached to the brace. So she has to wash them by hand or with baby wipes and different things to keep them clean. And she can't hardly walk on rocks. She can't walk on gravel. She can't walk on uneven ground. And there's several things she can't hardly do. She can't do the steps and stuff either, or flight of stairs. I mean, she can, but it's going to take her a long time. And me, I worked at a place where I was on the second floor, and the elevator would be down for maintenance. One time they had it down for maintenance off and on for like 2 months, and I was like, they're going to do things as a punishment to me. I cannot walk up this whole flight of stairs. So I would slowly be walking up the stairs. I would be stopping. I would almost be sitting on the stairs. And I'm like, well, the elevator's broken again. What am I supposed to do? They won't let me work downstairs. I told them I can't work upstairs. They never will let me move downstairs to that another department. They hired me for that department. I mean, it was just a hassle. I would be late to work. I'd be late clocking in. And then I would get written up for being late and all that. And I'm like, well, if you'd fix the elevator, maybe I wouldn't be late. And other people would tell me, well, show up 30 minutes early to work. And I was like, not with my sleep schedule and everything that I deal with. And I struggle getting up to the last minute. I mean, when I've always been problems being late when I had a job, if it was like early in the morning, if I had an 8 to 5. So that particular job, we worked like 2 9 to 5s, I think, or something like that. And maybe it was 9 to 5 or is it 8 to 5? I don't know. And then 2 times a week, you worked one shift of 11 to 10 and one shift, uh, 12 to 11, something like that, or 12, and then it would be 9 hours. So, or maybe it was like a 10-hour shift. Yeah, we had two 10-hour shifts, two 8-hour shifts. So that's 10, 20, and then 36, and then a 4-hour shift. And then you had to work every other weekend, like for like 4 hours. And then when a closing day, I think you had to work the 12 to 11. If you were closing on an account, this is collections. And it was for a place called, I think, the May Company. I don't know if it's still there or not because, Famous and Bar, because it's like Famous and Bar, Macy's, and all those companies. It's the credit cards for all of them. And we were calling, the people that were late on their balances and stuff. So that's just a little bit of Carrie's work history. I got fired from there because I thought I would get a doctor statement every time, and you had to be there a year before you could be on medical leave and stuff. They kept trying to get me on the medical leave. Oh, you haven't been here a year yet. Okay, well, when you're here a year, we may have to put you on the medical leave, and then you just get the doctors to fill it out, and then when you have to miss and stuff, it's already in the file, and you don't have to get a doctor statement every time you miss work, and then it'll count against you. You won't get your points. You get points. You get 5 points for being late, 5 points for leaving early. So if you arrive late, leave early, it's basically the same thing as missing work, which is 10 points a day. And then they used to have a system. They follow up like every 3 months or 6 months or something. I think it's 6 months. The points follow up every 6 months. So in 6 months, you don't miss a lot of work. You'll be okay. But if you miss a lot of work or late or leave early or have to leave sick and stuff, yeah, it's a mess. I passed out at work one day. I wasn't feeling well. I was dizzy. I was having flu-like symptoms. I kept throwing up in the bathroom, and I wanted to leave, but I think I was on that thing, and if I left, I would have got I was on my last write up, so I literally couldn't leave. Otherwise, I would have got fired. So I'm like, I can't leave, and they're like, you're sick, and I'm hanging onto the walls. I'm very dizzy. And they're like, are you okay? Are you okay? I was like, no, and I can't leave because I'm on my last write up. If I leave, I won't have this job. I need this job. And I went from calling my mom and telling her how sick I was. I was like, I'm going to try to stay. I think I have like 3 or 4 hours left. And I was like, I'm going to try to stay. I've made it over halfway. I've been sick all day. I've been throwing up in the bathroom, but I'm going to try to make it. Because if I leave, I will get fired. And so I made it back almost to my desk, and I passed out right by my desk, and I didn't make it in my chair. So I almost made it back. So they get the security, they get the ambulance. My supervisor, she held my hand. She's like, "You okay?" She acted like she was gonna help me up, and then she's like, "Maybe I shouldn't help her up. They're supposed to leave you where you're at." And I was like, "Yeah, call my mom." And then the ambulance stuff got there. They told me where they were going to take me to the hospital, and I told them I wanted to go to the other hospital, and they said they can. It's either too full or they're not accepting patients. I'm like, well, that's all where all my doctors are. I want to go to that hospital. They refused to take me because it was going to be like an hour ride, because I was in St. Louis County. My best hospital where all my doctors were and all the ones that I'm used to, and where my permanent doctor was, that was one of the best in the area. And that's one of the best hospitals, was, I think, the St. Charles Hospital, or it's called St. Joseph. They may have changed the name by now, but it was St. Joseph Hospital. So they refused to take me there. They take me to that hospital. That's one of the worst hospitals, for emergency rooms, and you have to wait like 6 8 hours to even see a doctor, and it's just worse. And I go to the other hospital. I can already go through triage and be in a room in 30 to 45 minutes. I mean, it was just horrible how the other hospital was. Speaking of that, I mean, the only reason I like that hospital because they saved my life. That's the hospital I was born at. But the rest of the time, I don't. It's probably still there. There's DePaul. I mean, but the emergency room was one of the worst in the area. I don't know how they survived, or how they don't do the. I mean, they take you in there. I came in by ambulance. Now listen to this. I came in by ambulance. They take you in there. I go through the little triage person. They ask me a few questions, or the nurse or whatever. The triage nurse asked me a few questions, and they said, "Okay, well, we're too full. We don't have any beds. You're gonna wait here for a while. Go get her a wheelchair and put her in a wheelchair, and she's just gonna have to stay here until we have available bed." If I had an arm or a leg or something falling off, or it was like whatever the severe level is, they wouldn't make me do that. But because it's just a flu, and I'm okay, and I'm not dying, or anything like that, I just passed out, and it's just flu-like symptoms. That, yeah, you just sit right there, we'll be with you maybe. I was there over an hour, and I'm like, Mom, I can't wait here this long. She came and picked me up. I was still in the wheelchair waiting. It was like 30 to 45 minutes later, she showed up. Uh, and I'm like, fine, we're leaving. If you can't get me to a room, we'll go to my hospital. So I get an ambulance bill, and I didn't even see anybody. I got the ambulance right there, and I still didn't even see a doctor. So I'm like, I don't even want to pay this ambulance bill. I don't have no money. I wasn't low income, but because even though I worked full time, I didn't always work full time because I missed so much, if you know what I mean. Fears understands. He does this. He misses, like, I mean, the story is that Fears misses a lot of work, but he has a lot of medical issues too. So when you have medical issues, if you're not, maybe he's through the family medical thing too. If he's been in a job for a while and he's got the medical thing, he don't have to get a doctor's note and stuff every time he goes in. They'll just say, well, we'll just, we'll put it through as your medical stuff. And, you know, but if you're, so even if you miss and it's like a family emergency, something else going on, and it's not technically a medical thing, I think it's still because you're on the family medical thing that you can miss so up to 16 weeks of unpaid leave or whatever it is a year. So you can have a baby, you can go maternity leave and all that stuff. It's unpaid when you're off, but it's covered up to like I don't remember who put this plan out, if it was Clinton, or it's been around a long time. It's the Family Medical Leave Act. If it was Clinton or somebody else, but you get up to or maybe it's 12 weeks. I think now it's 16, but back then it was like 12 weeks. So it's for if you have a death in the family, if you have to leave for medical reasons yourself, if you have cancer and all these other things, you can miss up 12 weeks a year unpaid. They're trying to pass the paid one. They passed something for sick leave and stuff, because nothing in Missouri gives you sick leave. So now they're getting a thing where you can get 2 days a month sick leave for free, but they're trying to fight it. But it did pass, and minimum wage passed for like within 2 years. It's going to go up to like $15. I think it's 12 something now, but it's going to go up to $15. Fears, yeah. Well, Fears has Crohn's, which is what you're talking about. It can cause that. It can cause severe stomach pain. It can cause the vomiting. It can cause, basically, he can about pass out. I have a friend that has the colitis. It's another issue. It's similar. It's a digestive issue, with the colon. And she has to go and get tested all the time. Every time she was pregnant, she almost lost the baby. She almost lost her life, and was in the hospital off and on and off and on and off and on the whole pregnancy, and almost lost the baby several times, all of her babies. and she's got 3 kids, but they all survived and she survived. And it's always the early pregnancy, that first 2 or 3 months with the morning sickness and everything else, and you get dehydrated and everything else. Yes, she didn't do well. And the last one, yeah, she doesn't want to have anymore. She's like, no more after this, because if I have another one, I may not survive, or the baby may not survive, or both. So to save her life and save future lives of babies that she might have, she either got the surgery or whatever, or just saying, she told her husband, no, we're not having any more. He wanted a whole bunch of kids, and he got a boy. The third one's a boy. He got what he wanted, and then they've got two teenage. They've got a daughter about 12 and I think 12 and 14 or something similar to that, and then the little one is 4. But yeah, 4 years. I went to her wedding too. I know we talk a lot about weddings, but yeah, I went to her wedding too. And mom is best friends with her mom, and so I met her through them, and I got to go to the wedding. And then I've seen we've actually never met the little boy because they're so busy. Sometimes the boy's in daycare. Sometimes, if I had 3 kids, I wouldn't have time to just run around and take them everywhere. When other people come to town, if I'm tired, if I'm working, and other stuff going on, or like they have that one in daycare. So, a lot of stuff's going on. So let me see. Rainbow Dash, not well. I'm having severe medical issues with my mental health, my physical health. That's one of the reasons I've been gone for a while, is some of the mental and physical health. I was doing fine mentally, but something is going on with this medicine. It's reacting to something that I'm taking, or the caffeine. And I was on this before, and remember when I had all the energy drinks and the coffee? It's like when you're on this, it reacts with crazy with caffeine, and then it makes you crave a lot of caffeine, and it makes you really hyper, and it's called serotonin syndrome. And then it's some of the side effects is the insomnia. That's a side effect, and I don't even think that's under the serotonin thing. It's a symptom all of its own. Cymbalta causes insomnia, but I never had the insomnia like this before. Yeah, I've had trouble sleeping, but I've never went like this before, except up in St. Louis when I was severely sick, uh, dealing with different things, dealing with moving, stressing out, losing my friends, losing all the fun things to do in St. Louis, like baseball, football, hockey, 100 things to do, sports bars, Dave and Buster's. I almost lived at Dave and Buster's. I was there almost, if it was a weekend, I was there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And I worked part-time, so I didn't have a lot of money, but I would take $20 and use the games. Wednesday was half price day, so if I spent 20, I got like 40, dollars worth of games, So I mean, it was a good deal back in the day. Have a soda, have a meal, play a bunch of games for $20, and chill and talk to all the people that work there, and meet people, and walk around. So I was dealing with that. I was dealing with, the cousin thing, where he hurt me. And so I was dealing with that, but I didn't really understand, or I blocked it out for like 10 months. So in my mind, I'm like, something happened. I don't know what it is. I can't put a finger on it, but something feels different. And something happened to me, but I really don't know what it is. And that's how, and I started having the nightmares and stuff. And then I started drinking, and my dad and them were in town, so I was drinking with my brother. And then I was dating this guy that would drink a lot, so then I was always drinking with him. And by the end, within like a few months of that, my medicine stopped working. It says on all my medicines not to drink. That's why I'm telling my brother, you can't be drinking on all these medicines. They will not work. They will not be effective. Oh, I can drink. My doctor says I can drink. Back when I first started having psychiatric issues, yeah, that doctor said I could drink too. You know what the limit was? 1 to 2 drinks every week. I'm in college. Of course, I'm going to drink 1 to maybe 3, he said, at the most. If you drink more than 3, 2 to 3, in a week, you will start having medical issues. Do you know how much my brother drinks? I know he's cut it down here and there. The only time he stopped drinking was something happened to him and he stopped drinking. I don't know the whole story because he's in another state. I don't know if he got put in rehab or something happened, but he's like he stopped drinking, and I just can believe that it was real because I've never seen him without the drink. He's been drinking my dad's beer and off and on since he was 4. So I've been like, what do you mean he stopped drinking? He didn't drink that much, I guess, when he was young, but every time I was around, and he started this at 4. So I figured by high school, he was partying with his friends and stuff. And dad would take him to the bars because if you were 16, and you could get into the bars in Texas when you're 16. And if he's giving them beer behind the people's back, and they don't care. If the dad is actually, I think he could have beer there if the dad provided it and agreed to it. There was really nothing much they could do. It isn't really underage serving if the parent overrides it or whatever. That's what the story I got was, because that David told me. But supposedly David sometimes likes to embellish the truth like fears, or has his own truths. And so I found some stuff out that kind of upset me, and I didn't realize he was like that. But I found some more stuff out, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe you can't trust everything David says, just like you can't trust everything Fear says. So I love my brother. I'm not saying anything bad about him. I'm just saying lying runs in our family. I had a grandpa that lied a lot. I had a dad that lied a lot, and and he's not like he lies about everything. He just lies about a couple things here and there. And some of it's true. It's like with Fears of stories, like half might be true. Some of it might be a little bit of close to the truth, and then you got a little bit that's not true at all. So, or that he forgot because he has memory problems like I do. Like right now, when I'm sick, I have all these many memory issues and I can't remember anything. So it's not like, oh, I'm not even on camera. Okay, we're working on it. So I'm not on camera. We still got, I can't read how many's here. Is that say 10 or 0? I think we're at 10. And there's 7 likes. And there's like 90 things in the chat, which I will eventually get back to. Only things I can see right now in the chat is, I can't read how that is, but something that starts with a V and has some numbers says fears. Yeah, has, issues with his stomach. Yeah, it's like a medical issue. Yeah, the Crohn's thing. And I already said that. Um, how are you doing today? Was Rainbow Dash. Let me see if I can go back. They're not really gamer headphones. I think they work with they're wireless headphones, and I've had them for 3 years. And Adam Pacitti gave me, I think it was a $50 gift card to Amazon when I had something else happen to me. He sent me a $50 gift card. I thought that was the nicest thing. No one's ever done that. Besides like my family members and my mom or something. And I'm like, or my dad, and I'm like, who's gonna send me a $50 gift card? I haven't ever had an ex do that, or anybody I was dating. I mean, yeah, they would take me out to dinner, they would do different things, but $50 just to give to you for a gift or something, that never happened. So, of course, I dated a lot of poor people, and a lot of people didn't care about that kind of stuff. Lovely to see. Well, there's Museum. It's lovely to see you too. Miss seeing your face. Thank you. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, Carrie Strong. That's Rich, or somebody from Richie's. MMA wants to help. Like I said, I've tried all these things. Like I say, there's more things I can try. I could go to my regular doctor and get a prescription sleep aid that won't mess with the medicines that I'm on. I talked to the pharmacy, and I'm like, is there any kind of, can you go through my list of medicines, and can you tell me if there's anything over the counter that will interact with these things? I've already found that caffeine can interact with this one medicine and the serotonin thing. Can you go through everything? I can go and get my vitamins. I can go and get different things and give you tell you I don't know if she was busy or just didn't want to, or if I was annoying her, or what her deal was. And she's like, well, I mean, I told her I was taking the Benadryl. I need stuff to help me sleep. Can you recommend something to help me sleep, like a melatonin or something? And she said, well, melatonin, or actually she said Benadryl is the same as any other sleep thing out there because they all have antihistamine in them. I think and melatonin does not have except and melatonin is something that your body already has, she said, but you can take extra. I don't know how much the maximum dose of melatonin is, but mom said there was 5, 10, and 15. So I guess I can take up to 3. So when I start having more issues and I can't calm down and go to sleep, I started with 5. I'm relaxed. I feel good. I feel like I'm on Benadryl or something, and I'm a little dizzy and I'm a little loopy because I haven't got any sleep, but I feel relaxed. But I may take another one when I lay down, so then the 10 will really knock me out. Maybe I'll get the 6 to 8 hours or 10 or whatever. I usually sleep, but I get interrupted sleep, and I've talked about this before. I feed Adam 4 times a day. So I have alarms on my phone. So I get up at 5 a.m. and feed him, to give him his pill if he has to take a pill. Yeah, he takes like a Zyrtec or something at 5. At 11, he takes his other allergy prescription that I can only afford to give him 1 time a day, which he needs it 2 times a day. So I will do 2 times a day on, one bad days. And he just seen the vet, and he had some hot spots, and they said, well, you need to give it to him twice a day, even on his really bad days that he's really itching. Well, what I did before that was I gave him, 3 doses of, well, not 3 doses of Zyrtec because they get expensive, but we have a ton of Claritin here too. So I gave him 2 doses of the Zyrtec like I normally do at 5 and 5, 5 a.m., 5 p.m., and then that last one, I gave him like a Claritin or something for like in between. So that helped. Let me look at some of the comments. We'll go through that and see if there's anything important that's standing out. Uh, yeah, Zentron said I'm at 10. I'm watching someone else watching this through Lantern Streets. Well, welcome to the channel. I'm going to start coming back and doing more streams. Usually you see me sitting up at my desk, but with my physical and mental and everything that's going on right now, these may be the streams you get for a little bit until I'm better. But once I start sleeping again and when I'm in less pain and I try some of these things out and I can actually walk, and feel better and sit, I can't sit at that desk for like, I don't even know, 30 minutes maybe, because it causes me to be more pain. It's a very comfortable chair. I've had it, I don't know how long I've had that thing, probably since my disability got approved because it was a $500 chair. I sit in every single chair that they had at this office warehouse, and I'm like, let's go sit in all of them. I will find one that works for me because I struggle. I can't sit in a hard chair. I will die if I sit in a hard chair. I can't sit at a restaurant in a hard chair, or a booth. I mean, it has to have like the cushions and stuff. If it's like a hard wooden chair, it makes me uncomfortable and stuff, and I can't sit there very long. So we do a lot of drive through. Once in a while we go to a sit down place, but we do a lot of drive through. She cooks. I can't stand and cook. I can barely stand and take my medicine or stand at 1 minute in the microwave while the heating thing heats up. I have to take breaks and keep setting down. I'm like, I can't even stand and make a meal. Or even, I made my hot dogs. She made the hot dogs in the air fryer, but just to put the cheese on them and put the towels together and then put them in the microwave, wait 30 seconds and see, and then get everything else that I need, like soda and everything and a water, and I keep getting delayed and losing focus, so then I'm having to stand longer and it's causing me more pain. And then I forget where I am, and it's just a lot. I feel like I did before. Now I'm itchy. That's another. I don't know if it's a symptom, but it's a symptom of fibromyalgia. Sometimes you'll just have this itchiness, or maybe it's a symptom of getting older, and it's the perimenopause, which is fun. There's like about 15 different, or maybe there's even like 30 symptoms that it can cause, and you can have it for like up to 10 years. So I'm in that stage now. I'm still, I'm on the birth control, but she keeps weaning me down to lower levels, and she wants me off of it in like a couple more years. So I see her again, and I think last year she said she wants me off of it in 3 years. So 2 more years in May. So yeah, let's see who. Okay, I'm a 10. Uh, yeah, shout out Larry Tate. Shout out Mr. Lantern. Sorry, I'm just now getting these. JT says something about pretty good thoughts. Oh, I don't need anything fish. So I don't need anything seafood. I'm the most pickiest eater. I'm the weirdest eater. I will not eat anything like fried chicken that has a bone in it, or any kind of steak that would have a bone in it. I only like chop steak. Everything has to be well done. Everything has to be plain. The only cheese I like I just tried the Asiago cheese at Wendy's. I will not eat American cheese. I like cheddar cheese. I like, some of the pizza, or I don't know, there's other kinds of cheeses that I like. I haven't tried every cheese out there, but there's a few others that I like. Provolone I don't like by itself, but if it's like in a mix in a 6 cheese, like the 6 cheese pizzas, the only thing I take off is the feta cheese. And they don't have American in that. So no, I don't like any seafood products. I don't like most Chinese food. There's only like, if I go to a Chinese buffet, I get the little chicken thing or whatever. I get those little noodle things that you crunch on. I get the fried biscuits, and there's something else. There's a Oh, the fried rice. So I get fried rice, and it can't just be any chicken. It has to just be the plain, nothing on it, nothing weird chicken. I don't know, just breaded chicken, the breaded chicken or whatever. That's the only thing chicken I will eat there. And then I like the fried rice, the fried biscuits, which I probably can't have all that stuff now because I'm diabetic. But I allow myself once in a while. I have one serving of sweet a day now, or I may have two. But I'm trying to cut back one serving of chocolate a day because of the caffeine thing, and one soda a day. Normally I have two, sometimes three, but I used to only have about one a day or two a day. So I had to start cutting back because I can't sleep. So happy What is this? I can't read that. Say something about Friday. Something. Okay. Visions is here. Hope you get better. You're giving the Micro Machines guy his run for his money. Okay, Pixel, whoever that is. She also has PTSD. Yes, I do. Well, I can list some of the mental ones. Bipolar. I'm not. I don't have the voices and stuff, so it's not bipolar with psychosis, but it's bipolar one, which if you have any mental or what is it, the mania and stuff, you have to have it over 2 weeks. Mine's mostly mixed episodes, which I have the severe depression with it. That there's. I mean, normally there's days I can't get out of bed because I'm mentally ill. It's not the physical stuff, There's days I just don't want to get out of bed. And I've had really bad days sometimes where, like, for 2 weeks, I'd almost be in the bed and I would miss college and different things, or I'd be a week and I just didn't leave my room. And then my roommates would come in, like, we haven't seen you in a week. Are you okay? It was like, I'm making sure you're okay and you're not going to die. Okay. All right. We'll talk to you in a couple of days. Or, I mean, if you want to talk, I'm here and all that. But yeah, I feel like I can't read all of this. Well, I don't know what the rest of that says. Something about 2017. Yeah, it's back like the old days. And MMA host, just an update. I don't know if you guys been hearing, but Fears failed the demands. He had 30 days to no lying. Don't ask me what every single demand was because I'll have to go back and I don't have them written down anywhere, and I just did it all by memory. There were six, and the no to lying. I said I know he can do near a year of no lying if I can talk. So I'm gonna, that one he can be 30 days. Every single else he had to keep up for a year. Any stream that he does about it, he can't take it down because it has to be proof. So and it's for a year. The one for the lying, they be 30 days, but all the other streams he had to leave up for a year. He had to leave that stream up that he did the other day for a year. And there was a few things. It was the flipping off thing. It was the death threats. He has to apologize for anyone that the death threat. I'm just going to try to remember some of these. The death threat. Anyone who ever he had a death threat with, he was supposed to apologize to. Now, first I said he needed to apologize to him either individually, privately, but I didn't. But he still has to do it publicly as well, and it has to be on a stream, or he has to have it in writing somewhere. It has to get sent to me, or put in a Discord where people can see it and stuff like that, or I can have access to it, and then I can screenshot it and then be like, okay, he did it, and I could prove that he did it because I have the screenshots. Anybody ask me, well, here's a screenshot. He did it, and he can't take anything back, so he has to keep it up for a year. There's several. He can't do the flipping off. He has to be nice and respectful and not curse anybody, the cursing out people. He can't call people a bitch. You can't, say the F word and just start screaming and yelling at people all the time. And there's a few others. So the one I think he broke was one I didn't think he was gonna break was the flipping off thing. I don't know why he likes to do that or why he cannot see people say anything that's like mildly offensive or that brings up something. Now I can see the picture of the ex-girlfriends and stuff, and I don't know if it was Katie or Allie or who that one was because her face is half covered. So it might have been, or maybe her name is not. It's I don't know. There's Allie, and then whatever that girl he was dating, it might be wrong. The one that was supposed to be like a part model, I may have her name wrong. I think I don't think it's Katie. That doesn't seem right to me. So whoever her name was, the one that he had a date with and do the streams with, and then there was a couple of like after the 4 month part, you didn't really see her much, but you saw him and like all this romantic stuff. And then you did a thing for their 6 month anniversary, and it was like his birthday, where they were at the hotel, and then he had like pizza blankets or something with the pepperonis on them, and she made like heart with real pedal. I remember that, and it was like their 6 month thing, and he talked to the people, and he got like a nice hotel room and different things for their anniversary, and they were staying somewhere. I don't think they were like near where he stayed. They were like a whole different place, like a vacation. And he took her to the beach a few times. It's Florida. Of course, you go to the beach. I had Eric and Aaron lived in Florida. They and Colleen too, and her husband. They were always at the beach, always taking pictures, always doing all kinds of cool stuff on and then you see them on Facebook. They got their bikinis on. They're just tan. They're nice, or they're like at the pool. It's hot weather. It's Orlando where it's bikini weather. If I had a hot body like Eric, Aaron or Colleen, and did dance and was healthy and weighed like 120 pounds, don't you think I'd be in a bikini too if I was like 20s and 30s and nice looking and had like a hot husband? I had to look hot for them. No, yeah, I would. I don't really have ever really wear much of a bikini. I have those like two-piece streams that I did with the bikinis and stuff, but it really wasn't technically like a bikini or like a small bikini because, technically I'm pretty big on top and I don't think I could I mean, I could pull off a string bikini, but with my body, I wanted like the little skirts, something, a little more cover up a little bit and something that covers up a little bit and it just showed like a tiny bit of my stomach, all that. So, but I'm sure you guys enjoy the bikini streams and there's still a few up. But yeah, those there's a lot of things I'm not able to do anymore. No more elbow drops unless I really get like something happen and I can do them again. I can't risk my life. I can't risk my health. I can't risk having more pain. So no more elbow drops. I'm sure there's plenty on this that you can find going back like 4 or 5 years ago, or 3 or 4 years ago. I mean, I'm sure Pixel can link them here and there in the discords. All the elbow drops, the somersaults off the bed. What are some of the other things that I'm not doing anymore? The long streams. No more 24-hour streams. No more 48-hour streams. Because physically, I can't lay here like this position for more than probably an hour. I don't know how long have I been streaming? Almost an hour. I'm starting to have pain again. So it's either time to take another Tylenol, and I'm gonna start documenting how much Tylenol I take a day because literally I'm not supposed to take more than six. Uh, Otherwise it starts to affect your liver. I know one day I was hurting so much I took nine plus two leaves, and something else, well I take a muscle relaxer too. I could try the muscle relaxers 2 to 3 times a day or something when I see the doctor. We'll see what he says. Since I'm having all this pain, I could try increasing the muscle relaxers, but they're going to make me tired. But yeah, I need my sleep. I need to be in less pain. So possibly, and then I can't drive. If I'm on the muscle relaxers, I don't drive anyways, really that much. Once in a while, I go to my chiropractor appointment. That's every 2 to 3 weeks, and the next town over. They're 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes away. I can drive 10 minutes away on a good day when I can walk and when I'm okay. But yeah, now and I'm dizzy. I don't think I could see the street signs or like different things like small print. I would pass the place up or something. I wouldn't be able to know where the. I did that before. Like when I was in St. Louis, I was going to the library a lot. Getting like the CDs and stuff and books and different things. And it wasn't VHS tapes. It was probably DVDs back then because we moved down here in 2010. So, you know, we got like a ton of CDs and stuff, and you could sign up to be on like the waiting list for like the brand new ones. And yeah, it might be 30 or 50, it could be hundreds of thousands of people on there, but it's not that many. But that particular library, because there's several in the county in my area, probably about 10, 15 minutes away from me. When I go down the street to go, uh, I just be jamming to my music and I can't focus. I was so manic and stuff when I was having those issues before, like I'm having now. The symptoms that I'm having now, they may not be completely mania because it's not 2 weeks. So technically, it's not even a week. So technically, it's hypomania when it's not as severe or if it doesn't last more than 2 weeks. Same thing with depression. You can have depression issues. You can be a little down. You can have what they call the winter blues. But if you're not having these symptoms for more than 2 weeks, you're technically just, mild depression. Then you get into the major depression. It takes at least 2 weeks. It can last years. It can never go away. Like you have to be on medicine for life. Like it's a lot. It's a lot. I have that too. I had that first. And so I think I was on Prozac for years, for a little while. And then I couldn't get on my mom's insurance anymore and I couldn't afford my medicine. So I went off my medicine. That's how I ended up in the hospital. I was stressing out. I was suicidal. I had finals in college and I'm like, for what, or midterms or something. It was midterms or I don't think it was finals. I think it was midterms. And I'm like, I can't even take this test. I need help. I'm feeling really suicidal right now. I got to go. And then I went and talked to my boss at the work study, and they took me straight over to the dean of students who call the crisis line. They're like, "Well, would you go to the hospital and check yourself in since you really are suicidal and everything, and you really want to hurt yourself, but you haven't actually, done it or taken the pills or whatever I was going to do?" I'd already written out the suicide note. Mom finds it once in a while or has it somewhere, because I gave it to her. And I don't know. I think there was some stuff in there. I apologized to my roommates if they had to find me. I'm like, I'm sorry if you have to find me down here, and stuff like that. But I forget what all it is. I wrote some stuff in there to my mom, and I don't even remember. If she has it somewhere, I can get it out and read it one time. But It's not, it was like a one page, like handwritten it might have been 2 pages front and back, but it wasn't long. But yeah, I was struggling a lot. I was just stressed out. I had another friend. She had a lot wrong with her, and she was always like really depressed and trying to hurt herself. And she was a cutter, and she would tell me how she would cut herself and then get the different things and then heal it up. And I was like, and all this different stuff. I was like, why do you even do that? I can't imagine doing that. But I've done other things. I have like this picking thing that I do, and I pick all the skin off my hands. I chew on my fingers and stuff. I have that. I used to pull out my hair when I have it long. I would pull out my hair. Well, I would pick at the split ends. And so if I have any split ends and I see a split end, I have to mess with it. I have to pick with it. If you guys have ever seen that, I think you guys have before when I had longer hair. It's sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. But like I say, when I get to my hair to a certain length, if I can't pull it out and see a split end, yeah, I'm not gonna mess with it. So when I keep my hair short, I don't have all the issues. So okay, I'm gonna try to go back in the chat some more. Go over the rules. Technically, you have to be nice and respectful. You can't be cursing out the other people on the panel. You can't be screaming and yelling at me. You can't be trying to tell me what to do. I'll take suggestions. I'll take, like videos or streams, or if I ever go back to doing singing videos, I'll take some requests maybe here and there. But I may go back to doing acapellas because if I do an acapella, it's not copyrighted. I hope this is monetized. I don't even know. I didn't go back and set all the extra things up. It's probably not even monetized. I can monetize it after, and you guys can watch it again, so I can get money for it. But because if you play any music, it's copyrighted, so then it's a copyright thing, and then it's like they take the money. And I used to do those karaoke streams and like the music streams and then just sing with the music. I would get like 30 of them, and every now and then there'd be one in there. Well, it's blocked in this country, it's blocked here, or it's blocking, you have to take one of the songs out, or it's blocked. And I don't remember what songs they would be, but they were like, well, we know the Gold Digger song. Joey would tell me to play it or all the time or sing it. The Jamie Foxx Gold Digger from the movie Ray or something. And I think I play that song and it gets a copyright strike every time, and then you have your channel struck or something, and it's like months. All right, we're gonna scroll up some more. Can you, uh, Doctor, is it Debati? And you want to say your name is Lily? Okay, shout out to Lily. I'm doing physical therapy right now. I can only do a little bit. What do you mean? What I don't exercise? I'm actually exercising every day. I'm doing the home exercises. I just started last week. If you were in severe pain, like a 9 or 10 out of 10 or an 8 out of 10, see if you can exercise more than 5 minutes without hurting. You really can't. I don't know how much, but I do like 30 minutes. Well, when I do them at home, I do 'em maybe quicker, and I do them a little bit different. Like when I first started the first day, there was one, two, I don't know, there was like five things they gave me, and then the next time they added about six more, and then they added two more today that they didn't add last time, two more new ones. So I don't know. I'm on doing like 10 or 15 exercises, and then they had me on the hand and leg bike for 4 minutes. They said, well, do three and see how you feel. I'm like, I think I can do a little more, like 30 seconds or so. She's like, can you try for a minute? I'm like, sure. I probably could have done longer, but I don't want to hurt myself and then be sore for like 2 days. So you can't overdo it because they said you really have to watch what you're doing because if you overdo it with the fibromyalgia, then you have more pain. So you literally exercise and it causes more pain. So you don't want to do that. Uh, yeah, that Dr. Laddie or Lily is saying hi. I don't care what you say. Am I ugly? Well, I mean, can you? I'm older. I'm overweight. I don't wear makeup. What's for auction? I don't have anything for auction. What are you talking about, Pixel? What are you talking about? What's for? I don't understand what that is about. Uh, who's Eve or Evie? Fortnite something. Fortnite gaming. I'm glad our chocolate. Yeah, yeah. The chocolate levels are low. Yeah. Everyone, be nice to Carrie. She's a wonderful person, deserves the best in life. Well, thank you, Fears. I mean, I'm still going to do the videos and stuff about the truce and have all the people on there. Like I say, I'm not going to curse you out and do a bunch of stuff or call your mom or call your brother or reach out to Eric and Aaron and just tell them everything you've been doing, or what have you done to me in the past. I'm sure they know a lot about it, but I'm sure you told them a lot of stuff that I've done to you in the past. So they're just trying to stay out of it. Same thing with Colleen. If I asked him, can I talk to you about Fears? Was he a co-best man at the wedding? Colleen's busy. She's on vacation at Disney. She don't have time to answer. Eric and Aaron, they're like, sure, what's up? What's your, what's going on? And then I told her, something about a co-best man, and I didn't think it was real. And because he didn't do the speech at the wedding, I was like, is this true? Or do you know anything about it? Or can you ask Eric about it? I didn't get a response, or they're basically staying neutral. They're saying Switzerland. So I didn't get a response to that. All right, I'm going to set up, and it's actually going to be a miracle. I got to plug in my phone or it's going to go dead. So, guys, hang on. I'm going to set up. Okay. Oh, ow, ow. Yeah, it's going to cause more pain. All right, I got to turn. Ow. Oh, God. Lord help me. All right, we're going to plug in our phone. See, look how the trouble that I had to go through just to plug in my phone. And I'm going to drink while I'm right here. And I'm going to set up for like, I may choose to change the pillows. I'm going to set up for a minute. And change positions because I'm hurting anyways. So, and I don't know what time it is. It's almost 3. I need to take another Tylenol. I haven't had anything in about 3 hours. So it's time for another pill too. Well, Fears, you don't have to scream at everybody in the chat. That's one thing that's kind of not allowed. So Fears, if you yell at everybody in the chat in all caps, I'm gonna give you a warning on that. But please don't do that. It's basically, it's just like going back to high school and stuff. When you type in all caps and a text and a voice, well, you can't really type all text in a voicemail, but like on a text or something or on a stream, it's technically actually screaming. And so, Fears, that's one of the reasons I wouldn't want you to trigger me in Lantern Stream. I was going to try to come in. We talked about the password thing. I'm not going in that now. Like I say, it's over there. I don't know if I can even get over there. And then I've got 2 or 3 notebooks, and it could be in a couple other places. So I could go through all those notebooks and my old notebooks, and it may be in a bag with some other paper somewhere, because I mean, whatever the last time I changed my password, which has been the same one for a while, they're written down over there. Yeah, my iPhone does save a lot of my passwords, but I only started saving passwords about maybe a year ago, 6 months ago. I'm like, why do I need to save all these passwords? I'm not going to need them. I don't even know if they started saving passwords like 8. I also have a different phone than when I first got my password, I think, for all of these things, for my PlayStation, because this phone is 4 years old. I got my PlayStation 2020, so it's not going to be the same thing. It's not going to be in my phone. I have a new computer too, so some of the stuff may be saved in that, but I don't. It's about 3 years, 2 to 3 years old. So yeah, my old password from YouTube probably not going to be in that either. So yeah, I could try my laptop. I have to turn it on, and I do know my password to my computer, which is a good thing. Because if I lose my password to my computer and I can't log into my laptop, there's one password I use for most things, but then like for YouTube and Facebook, and when I have to change them, and Domino's and Papa John's and some of those places, I've changed them so many times. So the last time I changed it at Domino's, I wrote it down in my little book that I keep in there by my recliner or something. Well, mom hasn't screamed at me. She hasn't texted me. So I guess I'm not keeping her up. I hope I'm not being too loud because, or maybe she's awake and she can't go back to sleep anyways because she has a lot of interrupted sleep. So I hope it's not that bad when 30 years ago when I'm her age. But she's very healthy. She had all that weight loss. She does have the brace on her left leg. I would have thought she had the surgery by now. She talked to her podiatrist about it, and he's like the last time about her foot because she thought it was getting worse or something, and so he said it's going to take at least 3 surgeries, maybe more, maybe 5 or 6. She's like, I don't have the time to be in like the nursing home every time I have a surgery because she can't get out of bed without that foot. It's her pivot foot. Her other knee doesn't bend, so she can't like balance on that other knee because it doesn't bend and it's unstable. So when she has the surgery, she will be in bed in a nursing home, kind of like I'm laying here, only it's a nursing home with a hospital bed. Or they may be able to do it in a hospital bed where she's here, but she would have to have 24-hour care, and she makes a little bit too much money for like the Medicaid and all that, so she wouldn't qualify. Or she would have to pay a lot for it, like private care, or pay like a copay or something. So, and she couldn't afford that either with our bills and stuff. But I pay half the bills here except for lawn care, maintenance and stuff, and sometimes I help out with that. And what is it? Any home repairs. Like we had the home, what is it called? The water heater thing went out, and this was a drama because it's in the ceiling and halfway in the ceiling and halfway in the attic. It's like really hard to get out. And the guys that came that were a little bit cheaper, and it gives us really good deals on stuff. He had one other guy with him and then another guy with him. He thought he had the right one ordered. It wasn't the right one. He went to another place, or he called a bunch of places and it wasn't, and had another one come and it was actually the same size. So it was the wrong one. I don't know. He took it out in pieces because it was hard to get out. And then later they found out that there's like a false bottom. It's in like it's half in a cabinet. You can see like half of it, and the other half is in the attic. And then it's short. It's a special order one, and I don't know why the guy put it in when he built this house the way he did. My worker has the same one because she lives here in town. The worker has the same design. Hers is in the attic like that. Now we could have got a tankless one. It was going to be like twice as much plus more labor. So we're like, no, I don't want a tankless one. And he wanted to redo the whole electric one and put us in an electric one. It was going to be 2 to 3 times more money, or an electric tankless one, which would have been about 4 times the amount of money. And she's like, I can't borrow that much against the house and get a loan for that, and then make my payments go up too much, and then I couldn't afford them with high groceries and everything else. So he's like, I understand. We'll wait on the gas one. Well, and they had a special order it, and it was going to be here like 2 days. Something happened. I don't know if they special ordered the wrong one or what the deal was. I don't even remember now. But we was without hot water for what was it, 10, 11 days. Something happened, and we had some storms and some snow. It got delayed. The shipment got delayed 2 or 3 days because of the snowstorms or thunderstorms or something. Yeah, it was a mess. And then he got really sick with like the flu and couldn't work. So then he couldn't do it. And he has like another job that he does full time. So then he was coming over. He wouldn't get here till 5 or 6 o'clock to start, or he would come on the weekend and be here all day. I think the first time he came here about 8 o'clock to figure out what the problem was when it was leaking. Mom saw it leaking, so he came out there. He tried to figure out what the problem was. He thought he had stopped the leak. He actually hadn't stopped the leak. He was here 4 hours. Was here till midnight, and I'm like, he's really here at midnight? Don't he have to work in the morning? Why is he here at midnight? Can I go to bed? I don't know what time he was here the next time he came. That he was here till like 3 in the morning. I'm like, I can't sleep. Why does he keep working, and why is he here at 3 in the morning? Can't he just come back? He's like, he doesn't want to leave until it's fixed. So he did some other stuff for it. He drained the lines or something. He drained the whole hot water heater. He drained some other, I don't know, he worked on like all the plumbing and stuff, the lines and stuff. I don't think it fixed the issue either, but he had to do something. I don't know. And then the third time he come, they tried to put it in, or maybe the second time he come, he tried to put it in, and it was the wrong one. And then they tried to get another one, it was the wrong one. And then we had to wait 11 days. So 11 days total. But he was here like 2 to 3, 4 times. I don't even know how long he was. And the last day he was here, it might have been that why he was here until 3 in the morning putting in the new one, and had to have 3 people. And see, they were shorter. They got the one taller guy to help, but they wanted to put it on the side, and they couldn't hardly put it on the side, and they were just in there banging and making a lot of racket, and I was getting a lot of interrupted sleep. But I was able to, they'd start chainsawing or drilling or whatever. They had to cut a lot of the attic out, and then they put another piece, and then they put some more pieces back in when they were done. But they had to cut a lot of the boards in the attic out and a whole bunch of stuff and take it out in pieces. But then, like I said, then it didn't work. So somebody level 3. Well, I on the lantern stream. Good job for them. Let me just go to the end of the comments and see this catch up, because I don't think I can go all the way back. And like I say, I haven't watched the other stream back about the demands to see the chat, because I know I got behind on the chat there and couldn't read the chat. So when my eyes get better and less strange, maybe I can read more. I may have to go get my eyes tested, but I'm gonna wait. Have you tried? Okay, listen. I have a thing that I heat up. It's lavender that I just got for Christmas. I have a chair massager. One of the things was massage, and I have a hand massager, but I literally can't lift it up to do my shoulders and my neck and like anything. I can't move my arms. I don't know how. I'm gonna have my worker wash my hair, and I haven't had anybody wash my hair in a while, and I can usually do it myself. Like, she helps me set all my stuff out, sets me out the wash rags and stuff. And same thing with cooking. She doesn't really cook me many meals unless we ask, or a special occasion or something. I don't like to have them cook for me when mom cooks for me all the time, and I'm kind of picky. I'm sure her food is wonderful. She does all kinds of wonderful meals that most her husband and her family loves. It may have a lot of vegetables, it may be fish, it may be a lot of things I just won't eat. But if I ask her to cook me, like, she helps, I think she's cooked mac and cheese for me before. They made some kind of that Christmas crack candy over the holiday. She gave mom the recipe, and they made like two orders of these different things together. She mostly made it. Mom helped. Of course, I was in the living room in my recliner, so I'm usually in bed sleeping off and on while she's here. One day she washes my sheets, and I get in mom's bed and nap or sleep or whatever. But lately, because of all the mania and because of the drama and stuff, I can't sleep, so I've been up. And so either I'm laying in here watching TV or I'm in there in the recliner. Usually I get up if I'm up, and go in there and watch TV in there. Okay. But yeah, I am kind of back to streaming. They're going to be shorter streams. If we're already past, I don't even know how long I've been streaming. Let's see if I can see this. Okay. We're streaming over an hour and a half. I think it's been long enough. I'm going to try to go to the end, see if there's anything I haven't addressed. Something says Fears Gang. Shout out to Carrie. Okay. Fears is going to work. Did someone send me money? Museum, you didn't have to do that. What? Museum? Really? Like a super chat? Are you serious? Y'all, it's been forever. And you guys know that I'm $1 away from meeting like $100. I don't even know if Museum knows this because he hasn't been around, or I don't know if Museum's in the Discord. The last time I checked, and I haven't got a check since 2022, maybe. I don't even know the last time I got a check. I think it was 22. I'd have to go way back in my bank records. I don't know, and I'm not doing that. I'm not going on the app. Let's look up 2022's bank information. Like I'm gonna be able to focus to even read that right now, but I don't know exactly what that is or how much that is in English or money. If somebody can tell me or convert it, I can't even see the amount. So I would shout out the amount, something like, I think I see a 49. I don't know if that's a 5 or a 3 or an 8. Let me see if I can. I'm going to get up and look at the light and see if I can see better because my eyes are so tired. $3.49 New Zealand money. Blessing and wishes. Museum, you're the best. You're the best, guys. You guys don't have to donate. I told you guys, if you watch the streams or any of the videos, make a playlist. The Pixel does this all the time. Make a play to help me when I ask for help like this. Make a playlist. Go to all the green money ones, the monetized ones. You can add a few others in there too, if they're like your favorites or your classic ones. Go to sleep with it. Turn it way down. Like I watch TV. I watch TV almost 24/7, but because I've been so sick, I can't concentrate on any of it, so I have it on. I may not always pay attention to what's going on, or I just turn it down low. But one of my favorite things, I used to watch Dr. Poe just on reruns and Disney Plus or whatever. That's what I would go to sleep to. Just keep it like usually I watch TV on this TV in here on about 20, and I have Lantern Stream on that's got me on it and stuff. I can see it on the TV, and I got it muted. And I've had Lantern Stream on the whole time, so I'm supporting Lantern. I see myself. I see the ceiling. So I mean, yeah, Lantern. I've been watching. I mean, I don't know much about what Fears was saying, and I forgot about the stream, and I was busy with talking to my therapist. So a lot of stuff was going on, and then my brother, and I was going back and forth with the Discord. And you guys are trying to tell me, well, just go over there and get the paper. But yeah, that's not gonna. I mean, I can go over there and get the paper, but like I say, it's going to take me hours to find a particular password when I've got, I don't know how many passwords in there. Like I say, I've got one I use for most stuff, and that I remember. And then I've got two or three variations of that same password. And then I've got two or three other passwords that I've got. And I can't remember every single one right now or what it's going to be or what goes with what. That's why where I'm down. And then I look them up later, or I just reset passwords. And I don't know if I could reset my password for YouTube or reset my password for StreamYards or reset my password for all these other things. But time I have to go in there and reset and try to figure out new passwords and try to do all that. And he said something about a guest, but I don't know my StreamYard password. I don't know my Facebook password. I don't know my Google password. I don't know my PlayStation password. I don't know none of these passwords. So I don't know how to. Can I put like the thing? Okay, bring back the show streams. I don't know what that means. Yeah, this is here. I'm here. This is the show streams. They're not going to be like extremely long. I mean, this is going to be about the longest they're going to be. I can't do 24-hour streams. I can't do 6-hour streams. Are you here, Seamus? Is Seamus here? I don't know. I don't. I read an article that said fibromyalgia isn't real. It's side effects of a sedentary lifestyle. Yeah, it's real. Millions of people have it. My old therapist has it. It's been proven. So you can say what you want to say, but if you're going to come in here trying to say that you have facts about all this stuff, you're literally going to have to. I can't let you post articles about the facts, but if you have any of my social media, send me all that information and I'll discuss it and I'll look at it. But I don't, yeah, send me all that information in writing and if it's not in writing, it doesn't exist. So, okay, you have your opinion, I have mine. There's a lot of people that don't believe it's real. I literally got approved for disability because of my mental health, and then later in my fibromyalgia. So there, okay. All these people on disability for fibromyalgia and mental health and all that, they're going to say those not real too. They're going to say bipolar is not real. It's been around, I don't know how hundreds of years. Before that, it was called manic depression, and I don't know what it was like before that, but I don't know when the actual diagnosis of what was it, major something? It's uh whatever. I already forgot the old version of it, but bipolar has been around a long time, and before that, it was named something else. I might have got the name wrong, but it was named something else. There was a lot of people in institutions like in the probably the late 1800s, early 1900s. So I think it's been around a long time. And I can't read the rest of it. Something about medical system is going to turn you against and try to get more money. Yeah, medical system will try to get you more money. I'll tell you that. There's certain things that my insurance will not cover. I tried to go on all the mental health apps and therapy apps and all this good stuff. And you know what? They possibly may take my United Healthcare, which is a Medicare and Medicaid together plan, but they don't take the Medicaid part, so then they may not take the whole thing because it's like tied together. And then I have the separate Medicaid that they usually build separately. You have to build the United Healthcare, and then you have to build the Medicaid, which is secondary. So I don't usually pay anything to see doctors, to see any specialists. Whereas mom, which is her insurance, she has to pay copays for specialists and copays and stuff. She does get her medications free, but any kind of procedure, any kind of time in the hospital, she has to, pay the $30. And I think a lot of Medicare plans, you have to pay like 20% of something, like if you're in the hospital and stuff. And she hasn't gone in the hospital much. I'm trying to remember last time. I think I've taken her to the ER before for the flu, but since her like stomach surgery, I don't think she's been like overnight in the hospital. But yeah, just flu stuff. And she'll go to the ER and get fluids. And I've had it. It was a couple years ago. I think it was during COVID. I had the real bad flu and didn't feel well. And was, they gave me fluids and stuff, and they had to give me they didn't really have clothes, but they had to give me different things because I kept having issues. I'll just say that. And I've only done that a couple other times in my life when I was just extremely sick. So it's like the Crohn's thing, or severe stomach issues. Or when I do like the prep for a colonoscopy is about the only time I've ever had that issue, like with accidents before. So usually, yeah, it can happen. You can, normal people, if they have the flu, there's a possibility you're so sick you think it's a fart and it might be something else. But I don't know if I've ever admitted to that before. I think I have. I said I normally don't, but it's not a normal thing. It's not something like every week I'm going out here, and I need to wear a diaper or something. It's not like that. Physical therapy is sort of a job if you get too athletic. So they can give you exercises just to maintain your muscle. Walking Adam around the block. I can't walk it around the block. Do you know how far I can get on a good day when I was doing better, when I started doing better? I can make it to the end of the driveway, and then in between our house and the neighbor's house is the mailbox. And I only was doing that about once a week, maybe twice a week. But since January, I don't even know how many times I've gotten the mail. My mom usually gets the mail when we get home or when we drive. And there's once or twice a week I was getting the mail here and there. Our mail runs at like sometimes 8 o'clock at night. So after dark, we get like just wait till the next day and we get the mail from the day before the next day because our mail carrier sometimes she almost hit Adam one time because Adam was outside and my mom had gotten groceries and he was wandering around outside and I didn't know the mail truck was out there and he was trying to go say hi to the mail lady or something. I hear like this squealing or I still haven't figured out if it was her brake squealing. She was slowing down or about to take off, and barely, and she wasn't going very fast, or Adam like screaming. But he didn't get hit, and he wasn't hurt, and he wasn't limping, so he was okay. And he's actually more active now than he used to be. Everybody knew Adam couldn't hardly walk. But yeah, he likes to go outside. He likes to wander around. We usually don't put a leash on him. Sometimes he would wander off. And so sometimes we do have to put a leash on him. Or my worker's out there, or my mom's out there. Sometimes he's went across the street, stuff like that, or went like a door or two down to the neighbors. But normally the time, or almost to the very end there by the railroad tracks in the back. But yeah, if I that would be a goal to make it to like three houses right now. That would be my next goal to make it two doors down or three doors down. I've made it like to the neighbor's house before or maybe even two doors down. when we had yard sales before, I know I used to walk down the street. That was like 3 years ago. I walked to the one I had lost. I don't know if I would lost any weight, but I was able to do a little more, and I wasn't like this. When my one friend was here, it wasn't last year. It wasn't the year before. It was either 2 years ago, and it'll be 3 years this maybe Memorial Day. But yeah, there's something mixing with the medications, and I'm having reactions. It's the caffeine, and it's something else. And my therapist sent me a bunch of things, and it's potatoes. You have to watch potatoes. You cannot have potato chips. You cannot have French fries. Well, you stop them for a couple months, stop eating anything with potatoes in it. You can have sweet potatoes, but you can't have regular potatoes or anything that has potato chips. And I do like potato chips. I like my Pringles. And they're $2 a can. So mom gets like six, she'll get 3 or 6 cans a week, and she eats a lot of them too. And we give Adam tiny, tiny little bites. One bite. I give him tiny crumbs now, and he gets one bite of chip or one bite, or one bite, 1 or 2 bites of a burger. He doesn't get like half a burger. He doesn't get a third of a burger anymore. He gets 1/4 cup. Oh, it gets 1 cup of food a day of the dry kibble. And then we give him, and there's a lot of food he can't eat. So then we'll have a little cup of his dog food and give him like 5 to 10 bites of his dog food when we're eating something that he can't eat. So he gets a little taste of it. Otherwise, he'll just sit there and whine and it gets louder and louder and louder. And I think I have some videos of all that. And mom took a video, and I tried to put in the Discord. It's a little too long. I may have to send it to Pixel to edit like 10 seconds off of it so I can put it in the Discord. But I went to see in there to talk to my mom, and he's in her bed, and he's so happy to see me. So I laid down because I couldn't sit up like that and be very comfortable. So I laid down, and he just kind of attacked me and just gave me lots and lots of kisses. And I'm like, why is he just licking my neck? And then he started licking my arm later. I'm like, oh, I had perfume on earlier when I went to physical therapy. I usually only wear perfume if I'm going somewhere like a doctor appointment and stuff like that. Because I can't really take a shower every day, but I've been using those scrub things, and I don't even know if I can make it into the tub. I'm gonna try tomorrow. My worker will be here, and she can help me. Uh, Normally I don't have anybody wash my hair, but I can't lift my hands over my head, so very much. Some of the physical therapy exercises I have to do, like, small reps, but it hurts to put my hands up over my head, and so to wash my hair and then to condition it and then dry it, and I mean to wash it and then wash the shampoo out and then put the conditioner on and then put the conditioner out. And I probably will wash it twice since it hasn't been washed in a minute. But I've been using these little scrub wipes, and they have soap in them. And I think Tuesday I washed my hair twice with it, washed my body with it twice. I didn't do that today because I didn't feel well. So I used deodorant stuff and perfume. It's only been 2 days. So I'll do that either tonight before I go to bed, or I'll just have her help me with the bath tomorrow. And yeah, I don't usually stink or anything with the deodorant and all that. But yeah. And a few yeah, I even when I lived in St. Louis and had all this fibromyalgia and all the car accidents, never walked the dog around the house a few blocks a day. I had my dog Elvis. When I was working out and when I lost like 80 pounds, I went from our house all the way down 1 block. I think it was a block. I could barely do a block. And he could barely do a block because he was older. I think he was 9 or something when I did was 8 or 9 when I was doing all that. Because he was 13 when he died. He might have been 11, but or Adam's age, and Adam can't do. Well, he might be able to do a block. He might be able to do half a block, but I physically can't do a block or half a block or 3 houses or whatever. I don't even know Adam when he was heavier. He couldn't hardly make it across the street. He couldn't hardly make it to the neighbor's house. Now that he's lost 11 pounds, yeah, he's doing better. I lost 30 pounds when I was so sick with my stomach and so sick with everything else. And when I stopped all my pills before and then slowly added them back on, I think I started with 5 or 7. The doctor's like, well, you're going to need your diabetes pill. You have to take your thyroid pill or your thyroid can mess up. And yeah, I had gotten rid of a bunch of them. Like, well, maybe I need this pill. Yeah, this is my thyroid medicine. This is my diabetes medicine. I can't go without that. I think there was like 3 or 4 that I was taking, and then Tylenol over the counter. And she's like, "Well, there's a couple more I'd like you to add, and you can decide one by one." We went through every single medicine because there was over 20, and we're like, "We're going to decide which ones you think you need and which ones, be voluntary and what you're safe to do." And then slowly and slowly with 2 years later, we started I mean, I'm at a different doctor now because she's no longer there. So I have the nurse practitioner here in town that I see. And so, yeah, slowly by slowly, different specialists, we've added blood pressure medicine back. I don't know if I've ever been on blood pressure medicine, but yeah, I had to go on blood pressure medicine. The high cholesterol medicine I've been on in the past, I'm only on one now. I think in the past I was on, well, I'm on fish oil. In the past, I was on three prescriptions for cholesterol and a fish oil. So, yeah, I really don't need three prescriptions, I don't think, for cholesterol. And with the one that I'm on now, yeah, my levels are okay. They went down. I think when I first had it, they were it was close to 300 or something like that, or 295. So like, yeah, you need to go on some medication. Or that was the triglycerides were 295. But yeah, they're back to like 165 now. So it's just a barely above normal. So they're they're very happy with those numbers. And my A1C has been around 6.1, 6.3, 6.4. So yeah, it's fine. I know, I mean, the weight loss, I saw a weight loss doctor. He wanted me to try these weight loss drugs, but then he said, "Oh, what insurance do you have?" And then I told him, he's like, "Yeah, they're not going to cover that. You'd have to pay out of pocket." And he asked one of the nurses because she was on one of them, and they're just like, "Yeah, the generic was like 145 in a month." And I'm like, "No, I got to pay for my dog and all this other stuff, so I can barely afford his stuff." Here's I can't read. Is this another one? Museum, you don't have to keep doing this. Happy visions and more blessings. Maybe it's like more, but I know with my, I don't know that. Okay, this one I says it's 34.99. I think it's the same one. I think that's the same one because I went down or maybe I went up or I don't know. It might be the same one. It might be a new one. So we'll just shout out to Museum there for all the donations. MLB the Show. I have that. I don't have the new one. With my EA Play, I went and I have Madden 24, and I played one day for like an hour and a half or something like that. But yeah, I can't sit and play for very long, or I play in my bed and then I can't hardly see it. Okay, I either need to lay down or end soon. Um, Glad he's getting less human food. Yeah. Hello. Okay, that's Mars. Yeah, he'll be healthy. He is healthier. He can jump. I know I'm short, and he's 40 pounds, and he's a medium-sized dog. He gets excited when we get home and stuff, or when we're playing. There's times he can literally leap and he'll be like almost over my hips. So almost pretty much to my stomach. He'll leap and his paws will be up to my stomach or his head will be up to my stomach. It was crazy. He did it the other day or was it yesterday? I don't think it was today. And he'll run around and he'll bring more toys and stuff and he'll get like three or four toys out. He'll back up and we'll throw them to him and he'll sometimes catch, sometimes not. He'll bring them back. Then he might get out another toy. He's get out because yeah, before like he would maybe play like once every 3 or 4 days or once a week. Now he gets out his toys every day or multiple times a day and wants to play. And then if I like stomp on the floor, he will run and start the zoomies and stuff and he gets excited. But yeah, he wants me to chase him and I can't really like chase him. And sometimes I can chase him like for a few steps, but yeah, he wants me to chase him and stuff and I can't do that. Mom can't do that. So yeah, he's doing better. So maybe when I do better with the physical therapy, I woke up to this in the middle of the night. Well, I was going to try to go on Lantern Stream and it was going to only be for like maybe 10-15 minutes or so. But what happened was I couldn't get access to my passwords and they're like over there and I'm like over here. And I'm like, I don't know any of my passwords to get on there for StreamYard, for Google, or for Facebook. And it kept trying to get me to put, I know my email. All those, it's the same email or it's my other email. I've got like two or three. I mean, well, I had like 100 emails for all those 100 accounts that I had to troll fears once in a while. Went back in the way back in the day. I don't know how many. Didn't I have like 30 or 50 accounts? I don't even know. I know it was around 30. Yeah. What's up, Quentin? What's up, Quentin? How you doing? Quentin's one of my best friends. He's really been there for me. I unblocked him on everything, and he'll probably be a mod again. We're gonna let Joey be a mod again. Adam Pacitti will be a mod, and several people. I guess I don't know who else is gonna be mod, and I'll do that another day. But I'm not gonna go through and do that today. No. What happened was I wanted to come on here and talk about the therapy stuff and what the things my therapist says to do. I can list a couple of them here that I can remember. She gave me my old therapist finally got back to me and asked what was going on and said I finally read all these messages and get back to you and she apologized to me. So 2 days later she finally read my messages uh and realized that I was in crisis and really needed some help because Tuesday we got the snow. and all the Boot Hill places that I get mental health stuff from were all closed early by the time I got home from physical therapy. And we went to physical therapy early. So I think I called at 3. Everything was already closed. They were closed the next day. So I called today about 6 places, 5 places, 4, I don't know exactly. But I tried to move up my therapy appointment, and the soonest was the same one that I already had. So I also called, and they're like, well, we'll have to do the intake again, all over again for the psychiatrist, because you're already discharged. I had to do the same thing for therapy. And then I had to be on a waiting list for about a month. They're like, oh, there's a waiting list. I'm like, well, how long is it? Well, I don't know. So I called the smaller office, because they have therapy and stuff there too. And it's just a little small place. And that was where my caseworker was, and where I had to, well, sometimes I would go there, and sometimes I would go to the main office, which is like 45 minutes away, for the like yearly thing that I had to do to keep my caseworker. And I had to like do all these questions and tell why I want the caseworker and what are my goals. And then he comes about once a month, and then we just go over goals and problems and anything that's bothering me. So I may do that again, because I probably need it, and I needed it in the past, and it was almost necessary. So I'll think about it. If I'm not better in like a week, or I'm not seeing any improvement in anything, I see my doctor also in a week, from today, the pain management. It was going to be the 13th, but I'm like, there's something wrong with this medicine. It's interfering with something. I saw some stuff about caffeine, and I don't know what this other issue is. I saw some stuff it's called serotonin syndrome for Quentin that's here late. I can Google it or find the spelling for it and all the side effects, and I can send that to you later, but I ain't gonna do it right now. And I think I said some stuff about it to you earlier too. So yes, this is stream. This is a stream. Just like the domain stream, I think it was a stream, but it was not long as this. This time doesn't work for my schedule. Well, I know it doesn't work for your schedule. This is a solo stream, and we're not doing a panel tonight. I'm trying to explain all my health issues, the stuff going on with my medicine, and why it's bothering me. And we're normally on a good day, I would say my pain levels are about a 5 out of 10 physically. Mental health, most days I'm not depressed. I have maybe a tiny bit of anxiety. Sometimes I have issues sleeping with pain and stuff. So I would say mental health wise, I would say a 4. Everybody has anxiety, everybody has depression, and you get a little bit of stuff, but I'm not really on medicine for it. I don't really have a crisis, but yeah, my dad died. That was a crisis. Just things that can cause stress, can cause yeah, I have a crisis once in a while, but it wasn't like this. Even when dad died, I wasn't this. For like a day or two, I was extremely upset. I found out my dad died. I couldn't go. He wasn't going to have like a service, so my stepmom says, no, you don't need to come out. Because I said, we'll be there. When are you having service? And they're like, no, we're not really going to have one. He's going to be cremated. We're not going to have anything. I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, it's too expensive. And I'm like, what do you mean? Can't you? He's military. His dad was military. The military service. I'm like, didn't my uncle have one and it was free? The military provides this. I explained all this to my sister, because my stepmom, I don't know, for some reason, I guess she didn't know that it was free, or that she wouldn't want to do it. Me and my I didn't talk to her. I just talked to her that one time that found out the dad died. I knew that he was in the hospital for like an infection. I didn't get, and he gets those from time to time, and he would literally pass out at home. They'd have to call an ambulance because Carol couldn't get him up, and David couldn't lift him up either, just by himself. So they have to call the ambulance. He passes out, or something, or faints, and he waits till he's really sick, and he doesn't like to go to the doctors. Even when he's in the military, I think you have to have the physical once a week, but that's only in the reserves. When he left the reserves, he wasn't doing. I think he left the active reserves in 2000. So after that, he didn't have to get the yearly physicals. That you get yearly physicals and stuff. So he quit going to doctors. He hated going to the doctor. He hardly got his teeth done. He finally got his teeth done. His teeth were all messed up. I think he finally got them fixed or something, or got dentures. I think he got dentures years later, but he had like broken teeth, like in the front. It wasn't not that it's bad, but he just hated going to the dentist and stuff. I don't like to go to the dentist, and I didn't go for like 7 years because I didn't think I could afford it. To my knowledge, I didn't know that there was free clinics in St. Louis, and I'm a smart girl. Mom probably knew these resources, but maybe she didn't explain it to me better enough. But I had a tooth broke out. I went to her dentist. I think he filed it down, or he did something. And then he's like, if we fill this, it's gonna be. I think he filled it or something, and I think they charged me like $200 or $300 or like for this one. If we got like the special white one, it's going to be more, but if we do the silver one, it's going to be like 150. This is years ago, so who knows how much that would have been now. And so yeah, I got that done. I got the silver one, and mom paid for it, or I paid a portion and paid her back or something. But yeah, I'm like, I can't just let this tooth fall out and have this big hole in my tooth. After that, later the filling fell out, and like I said, I couldn't afford it. Yeah, I didn't have $150. I was working that part time job at home. I wasn't working full time anymore, and I had that part-time job at home for 7 years until I got my disability approved. And maybe I made $100 a month, maybe I made $200 a month on a good month. I think once in a while I might have made like 250, 260, but yeah, I never hardly more than 250. Most of the time it was around 100 to 150 a month. Some, like you say, sometimes a little more when I'm able to, but that's how it is now. Is this the same one that's 34.99, or is that this? I don't know. Okay, museum is going crazy with the donations. Yeah, they're 35, but it's New Zealand money. Hey Siri, I don't know if it'll come on. I'll check it in a minute. What 30? Somebody Google what $35 in New Zealand money is. If I could, I'd go to the computer and do it. $35 in New Zealand money to American money, and let me know what the conversion is. But yeah, it's very nice. Where's Lantern? I don't know. There's some messages review. I'm not going to click on them. So if you're like if you're cursing in the chat, or if it thinks it's like inappropriate, they're going to hold them for review. So it depends on what you say. YouTube's going to hold them. I might look at them later, and if I think they're okay and not offensive, I'll post them. But if they're offensive, I'm not going to post them. Yes, Quentin is a great guy. Adam's a great guy. I unblocked Adam on everything. I don't know why Fears has such a problem with him. I don't think Adam ever, he might have been like annoying, maybe pranking, just how most of the people in our area, in our community are like, your mama jokes and stuff. Your mom is this, your mom is that. Post pictures, maybe of family members in like different places, or like get pictures off people's profiles and stuff. I probably would do something stupid like that, but that don't mean you have to like say that you want them to die. People have done stuff with all kinds of my pictures and videos, and horrible things, made websites about me, horrible things, send stuff to me in the mail, send stuff to me in the mail here. Now, I like the hat. I still have the hat that I ate out a piece out of, years ago. I don't even, yeah, I only gave certain people my address, and certain people still have my address, maybe because we've been here 5 years. Yeah, if you have my address and you want to send me a fan letter or something, like a letter, like a gift card. If you want to do something nice like that, I don't mind. If you want to send me like weird stuff, like some kind of weird magazines or some kind of weird X-rated objects, yeah, they're going to go in the trash. I might open them, but they're still going to go in the trash. So don't send me stuff like that. I'm not going to do anything with that. Mom will get really mad. So don't do that. If you want to send me like songs, CDs, I can give you like a list of my favorite people. I really want the new Jelly Roll CD, whatever the newest Jelly Roll CD is. I think online digitally it's like $14 or $19. I don't know. So you like a $15 or $20 gift card you could send me, and to Apple, and I could get it, or iTunes, or whatever it is. You could send me an iTunes gift card or whatever it is for like $15, $20. I don't mind something like that. Who's going? Okay, Quentin, we're not going to do that head mod stuff. We're going to have several mods. Maybe certain mods may have more authority than other mods, but there's going to be no head mod. No. Do we ever get? Yeah, I haven't done the stream where I said what the new rules and stuff is, and like what people can do and what people can't do. So somebody asked about rules. So you can't be offensive. You can't be cursing other people out. You can't be Fierce like screamed in the chat or something, or typed in all caps, even though it was kind of somewhat of a nice message. Maybe he tried to get me to see it. You may have to type in the caps for some things for me to see once in a while, because my eyes are so bad right now. I probably need to go get my eyes checked, but I'm gonna wait until I start sleeping and doing better, because everything's gonna be messed up, and like they're gonna have my eyes like 20 90 or 20 100 and something, and then next thing my eyes are normally like because I'm I can't see far away, plus I have the bifocals, and I don't want it to come up where I'm like 2 or 3 levels too high, and then it'll give me more headaches. So no, I'm not going to do all that. It's the coldest morning of the winter, guys. I don't even know what the temperature is, but that just popped up on my phone earlier at 9 o'clock. It was 3 degrees outside, and it's supposed to be, this is supposed to be the worst night. It's supposed to be like -15 wind chills or -20 wind chills. I don't know what it is right now, and I'll check later, but I can update you guys later on that. So no, we haven't got the panel screen. This is not a panel stream. I'll do those in the future in a few weeks or a few months when I'm feeling better, and they're going to be shorter. This is like a long update stream that, or they're going to be. It depends on how much, if I'm start having pain, like I had to move over here and get my water. I don't even know if I took my. Did I take? Okay, guys, let me know if I took my Tylenol because sometimes I don't remember. I think I did. Maybe I didn't, but I don't know. But I am hurting more, so it's gonna have to end soon. So June 2nd, no, I don't know about that. I had to be up in like 4 hours, so I can't watch this all night. It says we still got I saw them ending it soon. Yeah, 13 people. Let me remod Quentin if I can figure this out. Add as moderator. There you go. There you go, Quentin. Standard. I can't have you as a managing moderator. Maybe. What does it say you can do? It says you can manage the blocked words, change the chat modes, and some kind of higher capabilities or something. Well, I can't even read that right now. To this, well, you're gonna be more. This is your chance to redeem yourself from the past. If you start to annoy me and ask me weird questions and troll me or start being weird, but you've been really sweet. We've been talking offline and you've been really nice and a good listener. So I'm gonna put you as the standard mod with all the other people, and that should work. Claire Audience is now a standard moderator to your channel. Well, good job, Quentin. You're mod again. I'll go back. I gotta find Adam and all these other people another day and remod them, but I'm not doing today. What's a haunted doll? I don't. Do you see any dolls in my house? I don't. No, it's just me. It's just Carrie. This says yawn or something. I don't know. That's what it says. And then I have like moons or something on my pants, if you could see those, like what. And I've got my phone like propped up on my feet for a moment. 365 or $35 in New Zealand is what, $20? I thought it'd be like between 10 and something or around 10. Well, I was wrong. Well, museum, you're spending all your money on me. That is so sweet. I appreciate that, Walter White. What is haunted dolls? What are you talking about? I don't know what Vic Roll is even talking about. Can you explain what you mean, or does anybody understand what he's talking about? Or it has to do with well, Lanter's not streaming anymore. I don't even know what time it is, and Mom has not texted me that to shut up. She's not texted me to be quiet or in the stream. So it is 3:30 in the morning. She has one ear that she doesn't. Usually she has sonic hearing. She hears everything. She may still hear everything, but she has one ear that she can like turn on. It's a little less with her hearing. She's like, I'll turn on my bad ear and you can do whatever you want. You have your door shut up, you'll be fine. But yeah, I was on the phone with my brother. My brother's loud, and I put it, I didn't have my headphones on. And my mom kept like texting me and telling me to be quiet or telling that, it's late, it's late, it's late, it's late. That's why I didn't talk to him tonight. I mean, I talked to him through like text, but I was like, I didn't feel like talking on the phone. I will soon, but I didn't feel like talking to him tonight. But I love my brother. My brother's great. He just, he's a little special, and has issues with really bad anxiety and panic attacks. He said something about 45 visits to the ER in the past, like since before COVID. So say 7 years he's been to the ER 45 times. He said he never got admitted. They usually give him medicine to calm his heart and stuff down and calm him down, and then they tell him to see his psychiatrist or his primary doctor or whatever. His, whatever it is that prescribes his anxiety medicine and stuff. I guess it's a psychiatrist because it's what I would have. People sending me stuff. No, I'm not gonna take anything weird or that I think is weird. If you send me I'm not really into dolls. I just said you guys can send me music. You can send gift cards to restaurants and stuff or to pizza places. We have Domino's, Little Caesars. Of course, they're not, I got to drive to them. I think Little Caesars delivers here now through Uber Eats and stuff now. We have a new Wendy's that I don't have to drive an hour to go to. We went there like 5 times in like a month. Um, Mom wanted a junior frosted today, and I'm like, I don't know if I want Wendy's. We've been getting a lot of Wendy's, and I'm like, not really that hungry. I had like a tiny little bit of cereal, and then I had to go to the bathroom. By the time I got back, and I'm eating so slow, I'm like, this is just a pile of mush. I can't eat this. So I was like, I'll just eat later. And then I had 2 hot dogs with a little bit of cheese on them, and then and then I had Pringles, and then I heard the thing about the potatoes, and I think I don't know, like a quarter can of Pringles, a third a can of Pringles. Sometimes I can eat a half a can or like 3/4 of a can if I'm really hungry, and I eat it as like a snack. I usually eat one snack a day, and then I have like one little serving of like cookies or peanut butter M&Ms or Valentine's Day chocolates that my mom and my worker got me. She's really sweet. She goes all out for Christmas. She goes all out for any holiday. I think she just got me the little heart thing of like Reacher's miniatures. I haven't started on those yet because my mom got me the Reese's with like the cream. She got the wrong ones. I think she was wanting the ones that are like the Reese's hearts that are the thick ones. She got the one that had like the creamy stuff in it. It still says that it's Reese's, but it's like the cream and they're not the same and they don't taste the same. She's like, these aren't the right ones. I gave her a serving of them yesterday. I hadn't had any today. But yeah, I'm limiting myself to one serving of chocolate a day. I don't even know if I've had chocolate today, so we're doing good. I think I've had 0 servings of chocolate today. Or did I have yeah, and then no, I've had no chocolate today, and I had one Dr. Pepper. So I'm sticking to my routine where I'm lowering my caffeine slowly. I'm not going to just cut it all off and start getting migraines. Of course, I'm already having migraines and headaches anyways. But yeah, I've done those before, Juicifer, and no, I'm not going to do them again. They have to send me money to keep the camera on. No, I'm not going to do money streams like that. I mean, money is nice, but if I make too much money, well, I can make like 16, 17,000 a year or something like that. Whatever like the thing is with the disability that you can still work part-time and I have to report it and stuff, but they don't cut off your disability if you don't go over and they don't reduce. You have to go over the certain amount for them to even cut your disability. If I had SSI, they have all these asset limits and you can only make your max that you get money for a month is like 963, and then if you work part time on top of that, they take like or 936, 963. I don't know. It's 936, 963. I might got that wrong there, like backwards. And then they take $20 off the top, so then it's like something, and then they for every $2 that you earn, they take $1 off your check to like so much, and then they can cut your check completely. And if you wait too much, and if you make over $2,000 in your checking account or any assets, you're allowed one house, one car, and then after that they start counting as resources and you can't have it, or they start cutting your check, or you get an overpayment and then you just get it cut off, and then you have no income, and then that's fun. Okay, do you think the random cuts that show up on your body are well, I'll show it, and I think it's either this bed buddy thing, or I have zippers on these pillows, or I hit, maybe it was my headphones, something cut my neck. I could have scratched my I could have maybe even scratched it with a fingernail. Like I say, I have this one nail that I've been trying to file that it broke, or like that peeled off or something, or part of it peeled off or broke. That I've been trying to file now for, I don't know, since about 9 o'clock. So about 6. It might even been before that. And I'm like, because I keep holding the nail file in my hand, I can't remember to use it. And then I keep sitting down. I'm like, I need the nail file, but what I need the nail file for? Like my brain won't process like to file my nail. It's crazy. I have my mom like reading all the small print for me, but she's not going to come in here and read the chat tonight for you guys, for me guys. Like I see this a little bit. Yeah, I'll show you my neck scratch in a minute if I get up in a minute, and then I'm gonna fix the pillows, and then I'm gonna lay down, and then we'll see how long I can feel like streaming before I want to go to sleep. But yeah, nothing haunted. If I think there's something weird about it, I won't. I mean, I'm not opening anything on stream unless it's someone I trust or something that I think wouldn't send me something crazy. I'm not going to do like Fears does and open them up ahead of time, check them. If they're crazy, then throw them away or whatever. But I probably would, yeah, I'm gonna check them, and then if I don't know what it is, and then I can reseal it and then open on stream or something like that. Do you think? Yeah, let me see if I can show it. I'm gonna see if I can find it. It's not even bad. It's like a little. I'll see if I can turn my neck to show it. It's like a little spot or something. Do you guys see it? I might not even be there now. It's like right here or something, or back here. Is it there? Or maybe it's not there. If you guys didn't see it, that's fine. I'm not going to take my clothes off on stream. I'll look later in the mirror and see where it may be on the other shoulder. I'll show the other shoulder. Hang on. It may be on this side. I may have it wrong because I'm in the mirror. I don't think so. No. I'm looking on stream. I don't see it, but I'm covering my neck too, so I don't know. Chicken Wizard, thank you. But yeah, I mean, I can get up and look in the mirror. Like, it's like a little scratch right here. Do you guys see that? Oh, let me get the camera right. It's like a tiny little scratch right there, and it's just red. So it doesn't. I don't know. It's just a scrape or something. Okay, I've got my pillows where I want them. Now I'm gonna turn the light. Well, I guess I can be in here in the dark because I'm ready to turn the light off. It's hurting my eyes. Hopefully, I won't fall asleep on stream. I'm gonna take another pill because I don't think I did. Do you guys remember if I took a Tylenol when I got up earlier? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Do you remember if I shaking around my pills and actually taking a pill? Well, I have a shirt on over my belly button, so no. I'm not going to tolerate like crazy stuff in the chat. If you're going to sit here and lie in the chat and act crazy, I'll call you out on it, give you warnings. And if you start cursing and different things or bother me, that's when we start timing people out or removing comments. But that one I'll let it slide, but that's not true. And for fun's sake, so let's take a second melatonin because you can take up to 3. So we're going to take a second one of this. If I get too loopy, I'll just go ahead and end the stream. These are fast dissolving strawberry or something. I didn't really ever see what it said. It said strawberry or raspberry or something. And mom said they're 5 milligrams and it says you could take up to 15 because they sell 15 at the store. So she got the 5. Otherwise, I was taking 2 Benadryl, and I think you can take like 6 doses of that a day because it's every 4 to 6 hours. So 6 doses, is it 6 doses a day or 8 doses a day? Every 4 to 6 hours is 24. 6 times 4, 24. So 6 times 2 is 12. You can take up to 12 Benadryl a day, but I don't think I want to do that. I'll just be real loopy if I take 12 Benadryl a day and not get any sleep. But yeah, I probably sleep though. I got that too. But I'm not going to do both together. Okay, we're going to get comfy and lay down. I'm kind of in the dark, so you guys won't be able to see me, so I may turn the camera off. I don't really know how to turn the camera off, so I don't know. It's going to be like this. And I gotta take this pill, so it's gotta dissolve. The what? The community has become big on belly buttons since I've been gone. Well, go to the bikini streams and you can see my belly button, but I'm not going to show my belly button on stream. Is that my brother? David. I can't scream because I'm like my mom's sleeping. She hasn't complained once, and I've been online for hours or almost 2 hours. I don't know, close to 2 hours. But yeah, now I'm in the dark, so you can't see me, but I'm still not feeling well. I'm still really struggling. Yeah, I see you. Hi. I don't know how I can send David the link to join, so don't ask me how. But I would add you on, David, so I can talk to you. But maybe we can talk on the phone later. And since I have my headphones on, it won't bother her if you're up. When I get done with the stream. But I'm gonna stream for a while. That's cool. Everybody say hi to my brother in the chat. But yeah, I'm in the dark. You may see a silhouette of my face, like with the camera like this, or like the headphones. I don't know. I've got my TV on. Yeah, you just woke up? Yeah. David sleeps like a little bit during the day and then he wakes up at like 3 or 5 or I don't know. He'll call me sometimes this week at like 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, especially if he sees that I'm online on Facebook or something or typing and looking at Facebook. Oh, I did set my phone down earlier. I don't even know for how long I set it down for. There are some updates, David. I told you about I haven't had time to talk to you. I got a hold of my therapist finally got a hold of me back, and she's gonna. Oh, I don't know if I've updated everyone. She's gonna see me, or she's gonna have a phone call or a text or something with me Saturday, or maybe a Zoom call. It doesn't if she's up if she has to move around and stuff because she has a lot of health issues too, and she has to there's a thing where you can massage with a tennis ball or a ball or something. So I have to get a tennis ball or I have to go through Adam's bin. I may have my worker do it because it's like a huge thing of toys. And if there's a tennis ball there, we could probably clean it and then it can be my massage tennis ball on my legs and my arms and all of these. Anywhere on your body that you're having pain, you can use it. There's like massage and or I can go get a full body massage. And I may start doing that about every week's, once a month or every couple weeks because she really swears by a full body massage. And I don't know the prices. I know I've checked it out at the place, but I need to call every place and see some of the cheaper places. But I know the one that they do like a foot scrub for like $5 extra. They do like a scalp thing where they really do stuff with your scalp and help your scalp for like $5 or $10 extra. They have a bunch of aromatherapy oils, and I can ask her which one she recommends because they have a whole bunch. There's different things you can add services to. I know they do a 30-minute. They do a 60-minute, they do a 15-minute, I think Target one or something. But yeah, the full body massage, 30 minutes, the full body massage, 60 minutes, and then you can add the extra stuff. I think they have a 90 minutes. They have a couple. They have the two massagers now, two different ones, two ladies. They have this big new place that used to be the family video and that had like an apartment and all kinds of stuff in it. They redid it and they turned it into the beauty salon where I got my hair dyed the last time that used to be here in town. And they moved it to, you guys know where the next town is, which is Dexter. Yeah, they moved it to Dexter across from the post office at the where it used to be the family video years and years and years ago. And one of the friends from high school, if I've ever mentioned him, Jay, that I've hung out with before, and I had a crush on when I was like 10, and then we hung out. It was years ago, but yeah, we hung out when I lived in Dexter. He's got two other brothers. His one brother was one of the things at the gym when I went to those when I was doing those MMA classes. I took one MMA class, and then the guy quit, and then it took a while to get something else. And his one of his younger brothers was in that class, like working out and doing the stuff. I was the only girl in the class, but they's like, well, don't do any of the wrestling on the ground, like the ground stuff, because you don't know anything. And these guys are from like, years of wrestling. Don't do that. But everything else, yeah, this is the upper back thing where you do the uppercuts. This is the heavy bag. This is the little bag. And then he had the pads, and each you do the switch day as a jump rope. You have all the different stations that you go to. This was when I lost all my weight and I was doing really good. And it was the first gym I joined when 2010 until I got sick. Yeah, arthritis and what did you say? Help? Yeah, the tennis balls can help with the pain. Extra Epsom salt. I usually use the 2 cups of Epsom salt, but I haven't been able to soak in the tub and like get in the tub. So I've been using like those scrubs and different things. But my worker's coming tomorrow. If I can't physically almost get in the tub, I'm sure she can like help me. Cause like step over the thing to get in the tub, cause that's going to be very painful, even just to step in it. I can't stand up and take a shower, but I also have a shower chair, so maybe we should get a shower chair, and I could use a shower chair in the shower. That's option two. And I have the handheld thing that's also like has different like all those different levels like for the shower nozzle. I knew I would figure out the word eventually. I'm just slow and like I can't focus and words don't come to me. The shower nozzle has all those different settings. And I know I used to use like the massage one in the past and that really helped with the fibromyalgia. So maybe that's what I need is the shower thing on the certain levels and try. But if it's too high, then I have to lower it to one of the other levels. Yeah, my worker, my home health worker. I'm not going to mention her name on air, but I had her like a year and a half. I think I found something. It's like all the way back to August or September of 23, 22. I guess 23 because we've done, well, 23 because we've done 2 Christmases now. So it's like a year and a half. August or September, it'll be 2 years. So she's been here a long time. She lives right here in town. She came the first day that it snowed and it was only like 3 inches. And the guy that does our roads is like the mayor. So, and he's got one of those snow plows like on his truck and he just like plows the roads. And then I guess there's other workers that come and do the grading and stuff and like the salting and the chemicals. But his is like the slow pal that comes and just does it when we just get a little bit. And we had gotten like a little over 3 inches, like 3.2 or something like that. And so yeah, he did the roads pretty fast. And it's this little small town, so yeah. I can't hear what it says. Yeah, I got a shower chair somewhere. It's either in mom's room, it might be out in the shed. I'm sure we'll find it. It's somewhere. We may take a minute to get to it. And I don't know if we have the fold up one or we have two different ones. We used to have a fold up one that kind of where the back folds down. It's like a fold up one. It might be somewhere in my mom's room or somewhere in a closet somewhere. But mom actually has a smaller bedroom, so most stuff is in my room because I have like the computer, I have the I have the big dresser and chest of drawers that match, and then I have my bookcase uh, and because I need room for my office, and she doesn't have a computer, so I've got my computer desk. This was my grandma and grandpa's bedroom. Technically, that was we're in the master bathroom or master bedroom. One of these days, I don't know if the house tour there should be a house tour somewhere on my channel where I did the whole house tour after we moved in. There were still boxes everywhere, but most of those boxes are gone. There's still some in the dining room. And then we have my grandma and grandpa's old table. We kept that. Or maybe my aunt had it, and then we got it like when we got the house, or it stayed in the house, the dining room table. And then there's those little trash cans, and one they're like the old school, like little wooden trash cans, and they're painted and decorated and stuff. I think one says trash and one says potatoes or something, and like you're supposed to put the potatoes in there, like for like when you like have a bunch of potatoes, which I can't have potatoes anyways, and we don't. Mom doesn't sit and make like potatoes and peel potatoes, but like the old days, the women like they cooked a lot, and everything was like homemade. You didn't go out to eat. The farmers and stuff. My grandpa was a farmer, and then he retired after. Well, he still worked a year after his hip surgery, and then he's like, I can't do it another year, so he retired after that. And then my grandma was mostly a housewife. She did have her cosmetology thing where she could do hair. Uh, and she mostly cut like friends' hairs, neighbors' hairs right here in the house in the bathroom because we have a nice big bathroom. And the whole first room is like you guys have seen the old bathroom with like the old wallpaper. I don't know if you guys I think the house tours like the old wallpaper from like the 70s or 80s. But yeah, we had that all redone and painted and now we took it all down and it's wood paneling and with grandpa being a farmer, he would like wipe his, even though he would wash his hands, somehow his hand would be a mess and dirty and he touched the wall and there's all these black marks on the wood paneling. That's why she covered all that up because he would touch the wall or even when he would dry his hands on the little hand towel, it got like black all over the wall from like, with the, he worked. So it's interesting stories. Yeah. They're gone now. Yeah, they died, but he died in 2017. She died in 2019. And something was just telling mom, she has two other sisters. So she had a third equity in the house anyway, a third of the house. So then she only had to buy the other two sisters out with a loan. So we didn't have a house. Our rent kept going up in housing and we thought it was getting too high and ridiculous for a two-bedroom apartment. It was like over $400 for a two-bedroom apartment. And it's probably over 500 now because she made too much. And with my income and her income together, there's like a max you can pay if you pay the other part that's based on income, it was going to be like over $800. I was like, no, we know you're willing to pay $800, so you just pay like a 400. I think it was we were paying around 400 or 410, and it was going up to 430 when we bought the house. So we're like, we're not paying this 430. No, we're not doing that. So I think we were paying around 400 or 410. Maybe it was going up 30 a month. And there was sent us a notice like, yeah, all rent's going up. Your next time you have to, the first of the year, June of the year, whatever time the rent was going to go up. The next time you have to do your lease, and next year or when next time you have to sign it after this point, you're going to pay $30 more for the maximum rate. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. So we were already thinking about, getting a house, but the houses in this area, it's not really like a high demand area. There's not much to do here. So more people probably want to go to Dexter or the town south of us is more diverse. I would just say diverse. There's like I mean, back in the day, the whole section of town, you cross the railroad tracks, it's just all, the black, African American areas, and stuff, and the drug areas, basically, where you can find the stuff. Probably some crack houses there because I don't know. I don't do crack, but yeah, that would be where the crack houses and the cocaine houses and the meth labs and stuff are, or just where you just want to go and just get a dime bag. Well, back in the day they called it a dime bag. I don't know the $10 bag, stuff like that. I don't know if they even do that nowadays where you can get a $10 bag. You guys can let me know in the chat about that stuff, but yeah, I don't smoke weed. I mean, I've tried weed, but I don't really smoke weed. Yeah, there's Adam's back. Welcome. Oh, let me make my brother a mod. I don't think he would know how to do it though. I mean, David, do you want to be a mod where you can like click and block comments and people that are rude? You only block, I mean, you can time out people and remove comments, but you only like block people that are like cursing people out. Everybody's going to be a standard mod and stuff like that. Like, yeah, we'll make Adam, yeah, we'll try to make my brother a mod, but if you don't want to do it or if it's too much for you, I understand because sometimes you have issues with the reading and understanding what they're saying. So if you don't want to do it, I have enough. I mean, I can just make you a mod in name only because you're my brother and you deserve to be a mod, but you don't have to do the duties and let everybody else do it unless you're the only one here. So let's make my brother a mod if you don't understand how to do it. Please don't start typing people out if you can't, understand what they're saying and stuff. Maybe you can ask another mod if it's okay with time them out and stuff, or I'll tell you who to time out if I think they're being inappropriate. I usually handle most of it myself. But once in a while, like yesterday or whatever day that I did the demand thing, I think it was yesterday, it might have been the day before. But yeah, Fierce didn't even make it what was it, 12 hours? And like I said, I didn't think that would be the one the rule that he would break. I thought it would be the no lying thing or that he would death threat somebody. or there was a couple others that I didn't think he would be able to handle the apology. I didn't think he would ever apologize to Adam and Quentin and all those other ones for the death threats. I'm not apologizing to the trolls. That's just I don't know. I think it's going to be hard to do. The flipping off thing, I think, is what he said was going to be one of the hardest thing to do because he's like they're rude to me. They say all these different things and they don't treat me right. So why should I treat them right? I'm like you have to do it for a year. I can't control what people say or do. There should be mods in LC's Discord. I mean, we should talk about this. Let's have a discussion about this. Uh, Posting pictures of exes. No, that don't need to be done. I wouldn't want people posting a bunch of pictures of my exes. I mean, I don't really care that much. I mean, it's Richie, Alex, all that. I mean, I don't really care. If you post a picture of my ex in the Discord, go ahead and do it. I don't really care. I mean, if you start posting nude pictures of me or news pictures that you like alter and stuff, I didn't even really get that mad about the picture of the horse. I just think if it's my picture or an original picture that I post, don't like I mean if I'm not in it or something and if it's like a picture of Adam and you want to add like cute things in it or something, that's fine, but if you want to start adding like weird stuff or other people that different things that I didn't say that was okay, and I forget who did it, if it was Mars or who that was, but he apologized and he deleted it, and then he's like, if you tell me to delete the other one, I can't find it, and you have to click. I didn't know the whole thing where you got to click on it and reply to it for you to be able to find the thing. So yeah. So and if you threaten people's mothers or threaten people's brothers or threaten I mean, I haven't really threatened to do all that. I mean, I did because I made a point, because Fierce thinks that he can get away with like just about anything and be so controlling and narcissistic and that kind of stuff. It's just like he can write a whole paragraph about everything that he feels and get everything off of his chest or out whatever get this off my chest or whatever the thing is that people say or what he said, whatever the fearsism is. One day we should do a thing about fearsism and all his, things that he said that like he got wrong or that he typed wrong or whatever. Get this, there is a like thing there somewhere. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to be on a Discord that people just, hounded me and threatened me and posted my nudes and stuff. That's why I stopped my Discord. You guys went and just posted all these weird pictures, and you guys would post the nudity. Had all these rules, and you guys couldn't follow them. So, I mean, I had to monitor it 3 or 4 times a day. I come back 3 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours later after I wake up, and there's like all this stuff going on. And Quentin or Pixel or somebody had like access or was supposed to be a mod, but Pixel said I couldn't do anything or I didn't do it right or he didn't have the right thing to delete the pictures and he can't monitor if he's the only mod and he can't monitor it 24/7. I understand that. If but I thought there's like almost 100 people in there. Why don't you have 3 or 4 mods? One person takes Monday, one person takes Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and the other person takes Tuesday and Thursday. The other person takes the weekends, Saturday, Sunday, or something. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. That's 3 people. That's all you need. And then maybe a backup for if somebody's sick, or else he could monitor his own chat 1 hour a day or something, or one time a day. Just check the chat a little bit. If he doesn't want to read all the messages, just go through it for an hour. If it, of his time, I'm sure he's got an hour a day to like look at the internet. It's, I mean, even if he has a full time job plus his YouTube, I have an out, everybody's got an hour a day to be on their phone or be on the internet for an hour, especially if it's your own Discord. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm about to leave there because I'm not happy with how everybody treats everybody. I try to be better. Fears and I apologized. I try to be better for everything that I do. I try to treat people with common decency and respect. There's people in here trying to say fibromyalgia is not real. I was like, well, send me something in writing then. Yeah, if it's not in writing, there's no proof of it. I don't even think I've deleted any comments. Maybe the mods have or like YouTube has. But yeah, I haven't deleted one comment tonight. I've given people a couple warnings. Don't say stuff like that. Don't be weird, but I haven't deleted any comments. I don't know what the mods are doing. I haven't seen every single thing in the chat. I like to go back and review some of my streams so I can see every single comment and stuff that I've missed, and I haven't even had time to go back and do the death streams. I was going to do that tonight, but I never, or last night, and I just didn't do it, or it wasn't up yet. When I did try to watch it, it wasn't up yet. And then Adam's like, yeah, I want it to be the best road possible and get it right. Yeah, if you guys want me to stay around, there's like 90% of you that have been totally supportive, sent me messages that you're praying for me, sent me messages that you're supporting me, ask questions like where I've been and stuff on all, comment on all my videos. Now, people don't comment on every single video, but like I put that picture, I didn't think the short would do as well as it did from Christmas. Somehow it got 3,000 views. I don't know if it went to a, just like that thing that I got 10,000 views where I ate the hat, like, and it was part two of the monetization thing, where I was celebrating the monetization thing. I ate a piece of the hat. Maybe it's just because no, it's something different. Richie would never do it. Somehow it went to Russia and all these other places, and it got over 10,000 views, and it still has over 10,000 views, and that's my most watched video. So if you go to my most popular video, I got monetized part 2. I don't know if it's monetized that video. I think it is. But if I did any singing and stuff anyway, then it got copyrighted, so then I can't get money on it. You guys can go back and watch it. It's one of the funniest things. I eat that hat. I take a little piece of the hat. I try to eat it. It's too big. I can't chew it. I take some more pieces away from it. I did get it. I don't know if I ever swallowed it. I think one tiny bit because I said I would eat it. There's like a tiny, tiny piece that I did swallow. I mean, there's a chunk out of the hat, but I only ate like part of it, and then it was too much, and then I could it just foamed and just filled up in your mouth. I'm like, this really isn't going to do good on my stomach, but I did eat a piece of it and I did swallow it. So I don't know if I can post links, but I'm on my phone, so I can't go and get the thing and then post the link. I'm watching it. Well, I don't know if this is me. I think it went to me, or if this is still Lantern Stream and you just left it on and went to bed. I really don't know. I think it is. Let me just go to mine because I've got my TV on mute. Let me see if this is still Lantern Stream or mine. No, I think it's still Lanterns, but it's just a thing on my stream. So let me technically go to mine. And because I've been watching that for a while, I can watch it another day and go back and see all the fear stuff. But where's my channel? Or there's a way to go to my channel somewhere. Is it up here at the top? Maybe. Yeah. There. Well, that's just where I just say that it's my channel. I do have to go back and put my passwords and stuff in on the TVs and stuff with my thing. But then or it just says I clock in again and I just click my picture. So I don't know the last time I put my password in on anything. See on my TVs. Sometimes I have to like see my Hulu and some of my apps if I don't use them for a while or I haven't used like my TV in mom's room has like that Roku. My TV in here's a Roku, and then I have a Fire TV in the living room. And yeah, when you don't use the apps for a while, they make you log in like, or when they update them, you have to log back into them. So those apps, those passwords and stuff, I know. Oh, there's music. There's all kinds of stuff. I would play music, but I'm not really in a music mood tonight. And mom's trying to sleep, and I don't know how loud it is. And then I would unmute it, and then I'd be an echo. So maybe another time, like I can have music set up on the. Well, I could put a different thing on. I could put like the one of the and turn it down and put up like Amazon Music and stuff. But Amazon Music I don't think has ads, but all my other ones have ads. Because I'm on Prime, I think I can get Amazon Music and there's not any ads. I don't know how to find my stream. I'm figuring out. I will. Maybe I just search my own name and it'll come up or something. I haven't figured it out. Y'all tell me, how do I bring up my own thing on my YouTube? I know there's usually a thing where it says your stuff. Is it under more or is it under search? And I just type in Carrie Show. What do I do? Uh, I think I'm subscription to myself. Am I under my prescriptions over subscriptions, prescriptions? Y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't know how to find it at the moment. I'm looking. Yay, look at all the people I'm subscribed to. There's Dr. Gluon. He does a lot of sim stuff. I like him. He's hilarious. I have one of his shirts. Look who's here. Look, it's Fears Man. I don't know, is that channel still down? It says 7 days ago. Is his channel back up? I thought his main channel was down. Well, I'm not watching Fear streams tonight. He might do something if I watch and give reactions to his streams. He might allow it, but yeah, I would get copyrighted. Oh, there's Jason. There's Jason's Shadow Collector. I don't watch a lot of his stuff. Every now and then I do, but I have him on Facebook and Instagram, and I see the stuff with the dogs and the baby. His little baby's cute. I remember when I think that they were first born or something. Yeah, and he put a little football thing on him and stuff for a first like football game or something. Yeah, and he's still got the real long hair. Yeah. What are these like? I don't just want to see. Yeah, he's still got the rolling hair 2 weeks ago. Yeah, he grew his hair out. I think it's longer than it used to be, unless he's had it this long all this time. I really haven't watched like too many of his videos. I mean, I see some of his stuff on Facebook, but I don't know if I pay attention to his hair. I'm not really like a hair person. You know me, I like muscles and abs and stuff like that. I don't really pay much attention to how long your hair is. Do you guys remember the nickname for Jason? But oh, here's Robbie P2 blogs. I don't watch much of Robbie unless it's like really something that I like to eat. Like I like Fazoli's, but I'm not like a shrimp person. Is This is what is this? Carl's Jr., which is like a what we have here is called Hardee's. I think I did watch the little short thing, but yeah, little stuff I watch, but yeah, I don't sit there and watch like a 20-minute video. And now I can't. Well, is this Coca-Cola? Yeah, cream Coca-Cola or something. There's my Sim stuff, and I haven't even watched this yet. Well, is this tomorrow? No, the 28th is when they're gonna do the thing about the thing or whatever. This is a short about some looks or something. Yeah. I don't want Sims 4 to like, no, you can't look at stuff. There's Mr. Beast. I don't watch a lot of his stuff. I did watch Beast Games. I mean, I've watched a few of his videos. I like the ones where they're over a million. Like, so the 10,000 stuff. I'll watch one, I have seen, subscribe for an iPhone. I think I haven't, the one with the hearing, the walk again, I haven't seen that one. I have seen the one where he gave a whole bunch of people or heard about the bunch of people like hearing aids. I don't know if I watched the whole video, but yeah. He does a lot of great stuff for a lot of people. If he helped 2,000 people walk, I'm not gonna watch it tonight because yeah, Mr. Beast would be like, "Wait, you can't watch that stuff." But I'm just yeah. The Irwins, this group was at our church. I don't know what year, or my mom's church. It's not my church anymore, but I went to church with her for a while at this church, in the area. She still goes. She's gonna sing Sunday. I would sing with her, but like as crazy as I am, I don't even think I could remember the words or act crazy. There's like a tape that we made when I was like in seventh grade, and we called ourselves Heaven's Harmony. And so this is one of the songs that she hasn't sung in years. That she was asking for song suggestions because she's singing. They're like, "You haven't been here," because she's been staying home because of like the weather, and then we've had bad weather again, and then it's cold and she can't sleep, or she's having a lot of pain issues too with this winter, and she doesn't do well in the winter with her polio. She has what they call post polio syndrome, and it can cause a lot of pain. The winter she really struggles. She takes a lot of pills in the winter, but she's only on 3 prescriptions. She's on a muscle relaxer. I think she's on something like a Prilosec or something similar to a Prilosec. And then there's one other one for something else. But she doesn't take like anything like crazy or anything. And then she takes a bunch of vitamins and supplements more than I do. Uh, yeah, because they do like a thing where with her having the stomach surgery, she doesn't have a lower stomach, and then they took most of her lower stomach out because it kept coming apart. And so he took out until he got all the scar tissue out from previous surgeries and C-sections and everything that she had done. She had a tubular pregnancy about a year before I was born, or no, it's an ectopic pregnancy, and she almost died. The baby was 2 months old, and they're like, I had no idea you had an ectopic pregnancy. And she's like, well, I've been telling y'all I'm in pain. I don't sit here and cry. Or there's like most people are on the floor and they can't move. Most people they bring you in an ambulance and you can't. She's like, well, I'm a strong woman. Most people can't walk if you have an ectopic pregnancy, that kind of stuff. You're in such severe pain you can't walk like I'm now. So basically, if I went in like this in pain, they'd be doing all kinds of tests and be like, okay, well, you're not pregnant. I've had cysts on my ovaries and different things, and like, you may have a possible ectopic pregnancy. I'm like, well, I haven't had sex in 3 years, so I know not I'll have a ectopic pregnancy. So, or 2 years or 5 years or whatever. So, or a year. I think at that time, the last time they said that, I think it had been 2 years or 5 years. It was a while. So I'm like, yeah, that's not a possibility. So we can rule that one out. So obviously it's a cyst on my ovary, and it says, how big the mass is or whatever it is. And they're like, well, we'll schedule you for surgery, and we'll do surgery. And mom's like, well, my mom is having a knee replacement, so we need to schedule it a little further out. I can't take care of both of them at the same time. My grandpa can't do it. And this is when my grandma was still pretty young. She actually was driving the railroaders around. She was in her 80s, but she was like the chauffeur. She loved her little job. She worked full time, and she drove to the motel, pick them up, take them to the little train depot that's probably been here since the 1900s. Our town was incorporated, I think, in 1870 something. Had the post office a year or two later, around the same time. It was founded by this guy, one of the land owners, or people back in the day that had a little bit of money, so had some power. He was the mayor, or he was the first mayor, maybe, I don't know, whatever they called him back in the day. I don't even know if the name was Mayor back in the 1876. But anyway, his daughter's name was Bernice. So they nicknamed the town something similar to that. Most people know it where I live and my address, so it doesn't matter if you guys know the name of my town. And you guys gonna know it anyways because you have to look it up to send me stuff. So yeah, this is the group called the Irwins, and yeah, they went to my mom's church before. This younger guy that was in high school, was a big fan, and he was a big part of helping them, get there and talk to them and everything, and try to get them to come. They're a Christian singing group. There's like four of them. There's like the three brothers and the sister. So yeah, and then the dad would like drive the bus or something. So there's the Ellen show. But she still posts stuff. Like I haven't watched it in a long time, but I watched it every now and then. And when I got rid of cable, I would watch her show like on YouTube and stuff every day. I love this dog. This is a guy in a golden. If you guys have heard of this dog, he is amazing. He is the best with like toys and different things, but I don't want to get copyrighted. So it's called A Guy and a Golden. And I think they have like either like a golden doodle or something that's like white. I forget its name, but that's their channel, and he does all kinds of crazy stuff. And he had a viral video. If you've seen it, he holds his like it's similar to that toy or it's teddy bear or something. It's a stuffy, and I can't do it or but he holds so he holds it over his head like the Simba thing or something from Lion King, and I think they play the Simba song or something. Na 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 na. Just, but you know the song. Na 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 na. The original Lion King song, basically. I'm not gonna sing, but I mean, you know what I'm saying. That's MMA Hole's other channel where there's less people and it's more fun. He plays video games. He's been playing a lot of hockey. So I get all these like notifications, but when I feel like it, I'll watch a few minutes, and sometimes I'm not in the chat, and I don't watch as much MMA anymore except some of the really big things like John Jones or something. So once in a while I might show up, or maybe I just watch the main events. If it's on ESPN Plus and I'm really interested, I might watch it because I have ESPN Plus. There's Dom the Bomb. I still have him. I haven't watched him in years, to be honest. I see some of his stuff on X, but yeah, I mean, I like what is this? Lost Records. I haven't seen or know who Lost Records is. Bloom Gameplay. I haven't got that game. I guess it's a new game that's like similar to what these like. I like those type of games, but I haven't bought that. And there was something else. It was the new Life is Strange. I didn't buy the new Life is Strange. I forget the name of what it was called. Here's one of the guys from Impractical Jokers, Sal. We went and seen Joe Gatto live. Here's Heroes and Villains. I just don't watch a lot of the stuff. I think we know whose this page is. And yeah, I've watched a couple videos, but I don't just sit and watch all your videos either, Pixel. Isn't this Pixel's channel, the All Elite Hub, or is that somebody else? Isn't this Pixel's? Yeah, I think it's Pixel's. They're saying David would never say that. Well, David, if you can send me like a Facebook Messenger post, then no, I don't think he's only pretending. He gets up around this time, and I think it is. I don't think so, Adam, but I mean, David, can you send me something like a text or like something from Facebook? Yeah, I understand. You can't be too careful. He said he was in there the other day on the demands one and talked in the chat, but I didn't see him. So maybe he was in there toward the end or to the. Yeah, I understand, David. I mean, I understand, Adam. Yeah, I understand you're typing stuff in this chat. Can you go to Facebook Messenger or call, or not call me? Don't call me. Send a message on Facebook Messenger or text my actual phone number, but then it's going to give me music, so I don't want to really do that. Or I can turn my phone off and you can text me on my phone number. But yeah, send me on I think I don't know what other or send me something. I don't think. Well, you have Instagram and different other things, don't you? Send me the thing on Instagram or something. Instagram, Twitter, whatever. Do you? Yeah, it's me. Okay, thank you, David. It is David. I just need a confirmation. Adam's trying to protect me here. Do you need me to message you just to confirm it to you? Yeah, David's, yeah, I know. I'm laying down too. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can see my glasses. Yeah. Okay, that's Pixels. Okay, can anybody confirm that this is Pixels channel? Pixels are not. I'm sure Pixels asleep this late. All Elite Hub. Is that Pixels channel? Yeah, I saw that you sent me a message on Facebook. Thank you, David. Yeah, so now we know my brother's a mod. So if you stay mod, we know it's my actual brother. So the fake ones, anybody fake that comes in that tries to pretend to be my brother, it's the fake one. So now that my brother's modded, it's all taken care of. Okay. How are you doing tonight, David? Are you what? How much did you sleep? And this is also a Dr. Gluon channel where he goes and he like new games and like does like a new game or something. This is I don't know how to say her name right, so we just call her Deli. That's her nickname that a lot of people call her by. Yeah, you can type in the YouTube chat now. I know that it's the real you, David. You can go back to YouTube and type in the YouTube chat. Listings. I don't know what you're talking. What do you mean listings? Yeah, we're watching listings of all my channels. I'm trying to find my channel, or if I have a channel on here, I still haven't found it. And then there's Deli and James, which is James Turner and Deli channel together. I haven't watched all that, so this is old. It's just 4 years ago. And then there's this one where you get like different other things of her. Like, let's see, there's just shorts. Let's see. Yeah, this other stuff's like 2 years ago. This is old stuff too. So they don't post on this channel anymore. This is another dog that I like. This is Bailey. I think it's a golden retriever. Don't get me wrong. That could be a yellow lab, but I think it's a golden retriever. I'm pretty good about dog breeds. Like the main ones I know I can recognize. This is one of the Mess Yourself channels. Like I haven't watched Mess Yourself in a while. Okay, that's the music channel. No, we're not gonna visit. There's another music channel. This is well, it's a Akita Inu dog. Actually, I got that right, and its name is Archie. I haven't probably seen these in a while. They're 2 years old. So there's not any new ones. This is one of the thousand. There's 1,000 Pound Sisters, and I haven't been on her channel in a while. Look, it's all like new. Oh, that's Tammy. So yeah, this is all old stuff. I don't think she probably doesn't post anymore. That's or she has a new channel maybe. I don't know. She doesn't post as much. Yeah, she doesn't post as much anymore. Go back to bed. It's 9 in the morning. No, it's not 9 in the morning. It is 4:20. Oh, it's 4 in the morning. Go back to bed. Yeah, if you want to go back to bed, you can. I mean, I can't force you to stay in the chat. There's 10 people watching. Not everybody's typing. They're just some people might have fell asleep and left it running. I'll end it probably soon. I mean, I've streamed over. I don't know how many hours. I'm just trying to find my channel so I can see. There's a special show, but where the hell is my channel? Okay, I'm going quicker because I gotta find my channel. I have like a million of these. Yeah, mine's not on here. There's the old Mess Yourself. There's another one. Rockstar Games. Life is Strange. You have a Life is Strange. Mess Yourself Gaming. Here's the Cowboy channel. I would love to watch some cowboy videos because I haven't been keeping up as much lately because I don't have the channel. I mean, I don't have the actual cowboy channel that like you have to pay like a bunch of money for or like $10 a month, but then you don't get the championship one, so you have to pay like $100 a year. That's what it used to be. It probably went up. It's probably 130 now or higher to get the Cowboy channel yearly. So maybe if someone sends me money here and there, I will eventually be able to do stuff like that. Maybe get other things and going on and watch other stuff that I like to watch. I can't believe Pixel. Listen to this, David. Pixel gave me access to his HBO Max, and I don't know how many things I added. I think I might have told you, but it was like I mean, there was tons of shows. Okay, that's EA, isn't it? Electronic Arts, or is that EA? Yeah, EA. This is a guy that's like from this area that my mom knows their family and stuff, and he's like an Elvis impersonator. And he used to be like 9 or 10 years old, doing a lot of stuff, and now like he's like in high school or something. So he's really good, and I watch some of these here and there, like when they pop up. But yeah, he goes different places and does these festivals and stuff. I yeah, there may not all be Elvis songs, but yeah. So I don't think he has like a lot of subscribers. Like he was really young when he started. So if I go back, he's like really little when he started. And so my mom's like, he's so cute and he's a little Elvis guy. So yeah, if you go back to 6 years ago, let's see how little he looks in some of this stuff. Yeah, see how little he is on stage. And this guy is from our area, and my mom went to high school with him, this Narble Felts. and he's big down in this area. And sometimes he's performed at different things, and he's like a country singer or something. I don't know if he's retired, but I guess he was at a concert. Narvel Feltz invites him on stage during a concert. I don't know if he still performs, but yeah, this was six, and he's still alive. He has a house south of us in that town over there. So yeah, it's not one of the. I mean, it's a nice house. It's like all one story. It's probably like 5 bedroom house. I don't know about it. Like my dad's house. It's probably like David's house. Yeah. I mean, my dad and stepmom's house. But yeah, my dad died last year. So yeah, David, it's like, didn't you, who am I thinking? Yeah. But yeah, the Narble Felts, his house about the size of you guys' house. Only it's just not in like a warmer climate. It doesn't have palm trees and all that. I don't know where we would get palm trees in this climate. It wouldn't grow. Right, David? You guys have a palm tree. But yeah, it wouldn't grow here. David, listen to this. Earlier, this is going to be the coldest night of the year. Earlier at 9 o'clock, it was like 3 degrees. If you Google my town, like on your weather stuff, find out what the degrees is in Bernie, Missouri, or something like that. Somebody tell me what the degrees is in Bernie right now. It's very cold. It's very cold. If you have time, you can do it on like Google it somewhere. Because you found like my address and stuff, and like, you don't have to Google my address. Just go to one of those weather things, like on your phone or on the computer, and put in, Bernie or the zip code, and they'll come up. If you need me to, I'm not going to tell you the zip code, or I can tell you on something else. But yeah, where am I? It's yeah, I didn't find it, so maybe I have to go to something else. I just have to go to search and search for the Carrie Show, I guess, because I can't find it. Yeah, I'm not gonna do YouTube Kids. That's gonna like, I mean, if I have like one of my cousins over here or something, okay, how do I do search? It's not gonna let me go up to the top. Oh, okay. The I'm gonna be able to get this. See, it's taken me like years to figure this stuff out. I guess it brings up my whole search history. Space, the weekend, all this other stuff's coming up. The Carrie Show birthday, the Carrie Show Alex, Walter stream. Not, no, we're not doing that right now. But yeah, one day we will. I don't know when the last time I watched that video with Alex and me, that birthday stream. Oh, look, it's Richie, 5 years ago. There's the birthday one. There's a, but yeah, I gotta find the actual stream right now. You have it? What's the temperature now? Because earlier it was like 3 or 4 degrees. Okay, I know you have my show up. I'm getting there. And it should show my live if I actually get there. Maybe not. And then search. And then it should bring up my channel. There we go. It's still muted, so there I am. I'm on my screen. What's that thing with Will Smith? There's a nightmare on my street. It's like it's basically like the Freddy Krueger thing, but instead of just Nightmare on Elm Street, he keeps saying there's a nightmare on his street, and it's like a whole bunch of stuff happens, and it's almost like one of those videos or like a movie in in a like what I'm trying to say, a movie and a song that they do for the music videos. I don't know if I've ever seen the music video, and I don't want Will Smith to like, she's copywriting me. She's bringing up my Nightmare on Elm Street. I can sing the song, I can do a quick acapella, but I don't know the whole song, and there's no way I can remember everything. Have you heard that song, or anybody heard back in the day? Well, you say you have. So can you type what my temperature is? Because I can't leave my phone to do that. Actually, maybe I could. I can like, oh yeah, out, and I'm able to do something and look it up and come back. Look how smart I am. I'm good in places. But it is after 4 a.m., so I'm gonna end the stream now. I still have 9 watching. I know there's nobody in the chat right now except my brother and maybe Adam. Adam, are you still here? You haven't typed in a while. Or did you go to sleep? Great to have you here, David. Sorry about that. Anybody else wants to type in the chat that is awake? If not, I'm gonna end it. Any other questions? Anybody want to pop in and ask any questions? I know. Oh, Adam's still here. Visions, you're here all this time too. Did you guys see all the stuff? I couldn't see how many super chats that museum did. Is museum still here? And what like the total was, but I can go back and look at that later and thank him. David, I found it already and I'm done doing the weather. You can look at the weather later if you want. It is 9 degrees outside. This is the weather report at 4 something in the morning. The It feels like 6 degrees, and the low tonight is supposed to get to 8 degrees. So that's the weather report. So it's supposed to get 1 degree cooler. With the wind chills, yeah. But north of us, up there at Cape Girardeau by the river, if it was 3 degrees at 9 o'clock, I can't look up at it. Well, I can go back and look at Cape. It's very cold. At least we're not snowing. There was a place somewhere in Wisconsin. Maybe Richie knows about this. I think it was in Wichita. There was a water main break and they got all that snow and stuff. There was cars frozen to the ground, solid in ice, and people couldn't go to work and stuff. They get out and the parking lot was frozen up solid, and they could not go to work and they couldn't move the car, and they're gonna have to like break all that ice up and get tow trucks and to get all those vehicles out. Can you imagine either being at work or being at home? You go outside and they had the water main break, so it's like it's water, but it's so cold, it's like a foot of ice. Your car is stuck and all the tires, and you're literally the bottom of your car, and then all the tires are about 6, or I don't know, maybe it was 3 inches of ice, and the tires are sunken in, and then it froze over, and then you can't go anywhere. So I did see some of that earlier on the news or on the 5:30 news, like the national news, and I seen some stuff where our news like reposted it as well. Like couple can't go to work and they have to call in from work because their tires and everything are frozen solid to the ground, and it's going to be hours or days before they can get out. If anybody hadn't heard about that, museum is very generous and we love you. Well, thank you. I know do like anybody that's ever done a super chat in the past. And Adam, I think I taught this. Adam, I don't know if you're here. I know you're here, but I told the story earlier, like way back in the beginning, and you might not have been here then. That they asked about my headphones and I said that I've had them over 3 years, and that Adam something bad happened to me, and I was hurt, and Adam sent me a $50 gift card, and I got these headphones. They're like really off brand. They're instead of like in future, like in and then future. I think it's almost like in future. It's spelled really weird, so it's a really weird off brand. But they were $50 and they're very nice. They're very comfortable and they have the noise cancellation. So if I have a headache and I want to sleep, like in the car, maybe a plane, like I've ever been on a plane since I was 11. But anyway, or and there's a lot of noise, there's headaches. When I have a headache, sometimes I put them on, turn the noise canceling thing on, it helps. Or I have prescription sunglasses that I sometimes wear if I have a headache, which I haven't been doing none of that lately. I also have a blindfold when I go to mom's room because she had her curtains hemmed, and it like has a lot of light in there, even though hers are dark curtains. Maybe it needed to be about an inch or two longer. She's fine with it. She can sleep in it. I can't sleep with all the light, and there's light on the top or something. I don't know, but she had him professionally hemmed by somebody, and so I can't be in there without a blindfold and sleep. Yeah, they are working really good. Like I didn't use them for a while because I wasn't streaming and I wasn't doing anything. I think I took them to our trip to Indiana, not Indiana, yeah, Indianapolis, Indiana. Yeah, we went to Indiana to see my aunt and her family. She's in her 80s. Yeah, we went there. I don't And it was like we did my dad. I went and see my dad in 2021. You guys, and we did the streams with David. We did a stream with David. We did like a nightly stream with like a recap of what we did every day. We did to the river walk and did the riverboat thing. Mom couldn't hardly do the walking. I was actually doing a little better that was like 3 years ago. Like I say, I was doing better 3 years ago. I could do a little bit of walking. She had her cane. She's like, I wish I had my walker on some of these things. I didn't know we were going to have to walk through the whole mall and then all to this part and then all the way down to here to get to the riverboats. But she did it. She didn't want to. She was tired. She's like, we don't want to do this anymore. I can't make it this far because it was like causing her a lot of pain. But now I know how she feels. Probably because now I'm like that and I don't want to do anything and I can't walk in the stores and I can't do anything. I can't hardly shop much anymore unless we go like at a certain time where at Walmart, where there's like two scooters. But then we have to park in the parking lot, and she can still drop me off at the door and then go park and then come in and get another scooter, and I can hold the scooters. But yeah, I can't walk from the parking lot and then into the store. and then all the way to the pharmacy. That I had trouble one day, and I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna make it back out. She's like, I'll get you a scooter and everything. She's like, you'll be able to make it to the pharmacy. I walked very slowly. By the time I got to the front of the like the main opening doors, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it much further, and they didn't have a scooter, so they were gonna get me a scooter. She's like, "Well, we'll go around and we'll get you to the chair, it'll be fine." I got all the way, like, maybe down that little aisle there when you first go into Walmart where the carts and stuff are. "You'll push a cart, you'll be fine." Yeah, I was much slower than her. She's like, "I can't believe." I was like, "Well, maybe you guys should have dropped me off the door." She's like, "Oh, I forgot all about that." That would have saved you about 10 or 15 steps if I had dropped you off the door. So, yeah. I don't remember when this was, but yeah, I couldn't hardly get, and that maybe that was before I seen my regular doctor about all these issues with the muscle spasms and my knees bother. Yeah, my knees keep logging up and my knees keep having issues. And then it was December that they told me that I got X-rays and stuff done. Well, I finally went to the pain management because I see my regular doctor, and she told me, well, try this and different things, and nothing was working. You need to, you can try the biofreeze, you can try the heat, you can try all these different things. She had me try Valtran or something. But then when I went to my pain manager, he's like, "Are you using it 4 times a day?" I'm like, "No, I can't remember to use it 4 times a day. I'm lucky if I'll be able to remember to use it 2 times a day. With my memory and things that I do, I can't really keep up with all that." So he's like, "Well, maybe you should take a pill." So he switched me from like the prescription to leave that I was on to the Maloxicam, which is an arthritis prescription. And yeah, I started doing a little better. We put me on the Cymbalta after at the lowest dose, and then time I went to the next dose, he's like, I see an improvement. They're not swollen, they're not red, they're not inflamed, they're not hot. I definitely see an improvement. So we slowly kept going up on the Cymbalta. He's like, well, maybe physical therapy will help. Well, I was like, I don't know if I want to do all that and do the water therapy. I don't know if my swimsuit fits right. And I don't like the way that is. You have all these like things that you have to clip and do together. Even on my one piece swimsuit, there's all these like clips and stuff. And I'm like, I tried to do it for the sauna, and I went in the at the gym and I try to put it on and do all this stuff. The swimsuit fits. The problem is I can't do all the snaps and everything by myself without help. So I'm like, I just need a swimsuit that don't have all those straps and all it was like a one shoulder thing and it had all these straps. And I'm like, I was like, I can hardly get it strapped. And then I was like, there's no way I'm going to sit in the sauna in this. So I just put my clothes back on and sit in the sauna. Cause yeah, my gym has a sauna, and then there's the gym that I'm doing physical therapy at. And sometimes after you do the physical therapy, they give you like 1 or 2 months free or 3 months free or something like that. And they have this. Well, my gym has the sit down bikes. I don't think they have like the hand bikes, and then I mean, yeah, they have like spin bikes and stuff. I don't, and I think they may have the sit down feet bikes, but I don't know if they have like the hand things that work your hands. And we're slowly going to work up to that. I don't know if you were in here earlier, David, but today, so this is my third physical therapy appointment. And the first one I went, I was doing 4 exercises, and then another thing that was, yeah, 4 or 5 exercises. And then the next time they added in like 8 more, several more, like 8 or 10 more or something. And then this time she added in 2 more. And then I did this foot and arm bike that you do the arms together. And so we had me on the lowest setting. We're going to try 3 minutes. We'll see how you're in 3 minutes. And of course, I'm just, taking my own pace because I'm not very fast at anything, and I'm in pain at a like 8, 9 level pain, some days 10, sometimes 10. And it's struggling to get out of a chair. It's struggling, to turn my back completely, like to turn to like, to get up or move my pillows around, that kind of stuff. Just little things. One day it was hurt. The day that we got the snow, it hurt for me to just be standing up to even sit down on the toilet. I started having spasms like in my hips or my back or something. And I was like, and shooting pain. I'm like, oh, we're not doing this. Don't you keep doing this all day. We're not having this today. But yeah, she gave me a whole bunch of stuff to try. One is bath with Epsom salt. I mean, or lots of Epsom salt. So not just the 2 cups, probably just two. I think something Jessica Biel, for one of the dresses that she wore to one of the events, which is what is it, Justin Timberlake's wife? I think she said it was like 70 pounds or 7 pounds or something like that. A whole bunch of Epsom salt she said in to lose weight to fit into the dress because it does your inflammation. So if you are bloated or anything like that, or like the wrong time of the month to wear like a dress like that, So yeah, it's gonna help you gain. It's gonna help you lose that 2 or 3 pounds or your water weight. That's what it is. It's the water weight. Like the wrestlers do that. Like the sauna, they dehydrate themselves, and you lose all that water weight. You weigh in. You make weight. Then you're up. It depends on your weight class. Like the heavyweights would probably put on 20, 30 pounds, maybe even more, depending on the heavyweight, like how much they weigh, because it's like 225 to 265, something like that, as the heavyweights. So the little 115-pound guys, or 125-pound, I guess, is the smallest. I don't. They may have a 115, but I don't think that's professional. The 125, what is it, flyweight? They would be, you know what I'm talking. And wrestlers the same way. They have weight classes. Adam knows wrestling, so the weight class. But you probably know WWE too. Brock Lesnar, huge fan back in the day when we lived in St. Louis. I used to go to Dave and Buster's because they had this huge screen. I think you've seen it when you were there, David, when you came to visit. It's like 108 inches, 100. It's way over 100 inches, and it's like a huge room. And they show every single professional, big things like all the MMA fights and stuff, the UFC. So I met all kinds of people. My ex and I would go and we'd sit right up in the front. Well, it was like a whole table of like it held like 8 people or 6 people, but we were one of the first ones in there. We always grab that first table, and then you're right up by the TV. So you're like 10 feet from the TV, and there's amazing views. And then I've done ones where I sit toward the back if I got there late. I've met a couple people. They were in a small table, and it was just the two guys, and it was there was two other seats there. I'm like, well, can I sit here? Can I join you guys? Is that going to be a problem? And they were Latino, so and they had girlfriends, and I sat with them before. I mean, I sat with them after that a couple other times. If I got up there late or something and couldn't find a seat or whatever, yeah, they let me sit with again, and we chat and chill and enjoy the fights, And I would always order food because you know me, I like to eat. I would be getting nachos, I'd be getting burgers and fries, I'd be getting, the I mean, when I was losing weight, I ate there and I always got like the grilled chicken, and it came with what did it come with? Did it come with a baked potato? No, it came with some kind of garlic mashed potatoes or cheesy mashed potatoes or something, and then like some snap peas or something. I don't know if y'all ever see me eat a snap pea. I don't think I've ate too many snap peas since I was on my diet and lost all my weight before. I'm not like a huge fan, or maybe there's different things that have like broccoli too, and I'm not a fan of broccoli. But I would eat stuff and try stuff once in a while. So maybe I'll take 5 bites. Maybe I'll eat one little snap pea, which is 3 little peas in it or something. Well, I'm not going to sit there and eat the whole thing, but yeah, it's not bad to try stuff once in a while. David, you've heard this whole story about how I'm such a picky eater, but I don't know if you heard the whole story. And I've told it on something. I mean, I've told it in the Discord. I don't know if I told you the whole story though of like when I would eat anything. I would eat vegetables. I'd eat all my baby food. And I would eat 2 eggs a day, Mom said. Every day. What do you want for breakfast? Eggs. 2 eggs. So she feeds me 2 eggs. I don't know if she fixed them scrambled or like what way she fixed them because I'm not an egg person. She likes them over easy. So I don't know if she did that or a lot of kids like scrambled eggs. I'm not like an egg person now, but she would try to force me to eat eggs. You like eggs? I'm gonna fix you eggs. I'd refuse to eat them. She tried to make me eat them. Next thing you know, I'd be throwing up. We would go to all these different places and stuff I would eat before. She tried to get me to eat it again. I'd be throwing up. So she eventually learned, and the doctor said, well, maybe just stop making her eat stuff that she says she doesn't want, and feed her stuff that she likes, like chicken nuggets. I didn't eat pizza back then. I didn't eat pizza till 7th grade. I don't know chicken, baked chicken, fried chicken. I didn't eat fried chicken probably when I was 2 or 3. But yeah, they didn't want to do an allergy test. I don't know how much I weighed. If I was 2, I probably didn't weigh 30, 40 pounds. I was a skinny kid. I was a skinny kid till about 7th, 8th grade. And then I was like 140 pounds at like 4'11" or 4'10" or whatever. I think I was full grown maybe by 9th or 10th grade. And I was 4'11". So yeah. What does it say? I could see that again. I don't. Dave and Buster's or the casino? Yeah, we've been to several casinos. Yeah, I don't know if you're talking. Well, there's Hollywood Casino now. That used to be Harris Casino. and that's the one that takes you to Dave and Buster's. You go to Dave and Buster's, you go the other way, or you turn and you go down. There's Dave and Buster's. You go the other way on the same exit. You just follow it down, and then the casino's on your right. The big stadium. I don't know what the name of the big stadium is now, where they do all the concerts and all the events. The one where I don't know if I ever told you I seen Eminem there back in 2001. But yeah, I went to the Eminem show concert. Or was the Anger Management tour. Let's see, they had Ludacris when he was doing the move, blank, get out the way, move, get out the way, move. Yeah, when he was first coming up, there was Ludacris, Papa Roach, Eminem was the main act for the Eminem show. He literally had like a fireman's pole and like almost like a whole circus type scene for the Eminem show that, and it almost took 2 hours to build after Papa Roach got done. And it like took forever. People were freaking out. People were stripping and stuff on the lawn seats. Women were going topless, and people were smoking a lot of weed. I didn't smoke any weed, but you could smell it everywhere. And people are standing up on the seats to see all the naked women that was over there and stuff. And they're like, if you don't get off your seats, we're gonna make you go to the lawn seats. I wasn't in VIP or anything, but I was just in the main seats. They have lawn seats, that you bring your blankets or lawn chairs or whatever, and they're cheaper. And then they have the seats, and then way up in the front in the pit and all that, they have like the VIPs. I think I could have got the VIPs because I was one of the first. I called, and the regular tickets were 75 or 50, maybe they were 50 each back in the day. Yeah, they're maybe 75, but they were twice that for the VIP. But then with the VIP, you got like 2 or 3 days before, and you got like a few other shows. It wasn't just the Eminem show. You got like it was like a whole other thing. There was like 2 or 3 other concerts that you got to go to or something, or 2 or 3 other days plus that day. So I understand. They didn't really. I don't think they did meet and greet and all that. But we get there. Me and my one friend went because I was gonna take my one of my ex boyfriends, and he just started being weird. And he's like, "Well, when are we going to them?" And I think I had already broke up with him because he was acting weird, and so I kicked him out of the house. He made me mad or something, and I kicked him out the house. And so, yeah, that's fine. I don't know what he's saying. Hang on, casino, new one, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, party. Yeah, yeah, it was a fun time at the Eminem show. Yeah. I was my friend that went with me was 21. I'm trying to remember how old I was because in 2001, it would have been summer. It was just like summertime. It was hot. She wore like a little white shirt. She wasn't wearing a bra and some little shorts. And she'd be like, "Oh, look at me. I'm not wearing a bra." It wasn't. You couldn't really see like it like really detailed, but she's like, you could tell I'm not wearing a bra because it was like a thicker shirt. It's not like you could see like every little thing. I'm sure if she like sweated a lot or if it was really cold, you could see everything. But like in the mirror, I didn't see anything. We know what I'm talking about. But anyway, I forget what I wore. But yeah, I just remember all that story. And I remember they were handing out condoms everywhere. "Do you want a condom?" And she was like, "No." And I'm like, "You can never have enough." I took like 2 or 3 condoms. They're like, "You're free, just take them." So I think I took 3 condoms, and I'm like, "Well, I'll eventually need them." And I did eventually need them, but yeah, you got to protect yourselves. And I don't know where people were having sex at the Eminem show, but and maybe in the parking lot. I don't know, in their cars. But I didn't see any of that. I doubt they were down there on the lawn having sex, but they possibly could have happened in the 2 hour wait before the Eminem show came. But I'm sure they'd be throwing people out if they were doing all that. But they didn't throw anybody out for the weed if they never found the weed. You could smell it though. I'm sure they let a few things go. I'm sure the security guards would be like, if they get slipped something, they let a few things go. But yeah, I doubt they're gonna do too much unless you're completely naked and like fully doing weird stuff. Then you get thrown out of a show. Anybody been to a concert? Maybe I understand like Coachella and like other things are different, but you understand? David, have you ever been to a concert, and what concerts have you been to? Like a music concert or festival? I know you go to a lot of bars. We seen that one casino, Ameristar. Didn't we see some like we seen some like live music and stuff, just like a house band. I forget, it was like really cool, like rock. It wasn't all rock type music, and maybe a little bit of pop type music, but it was cool stuff. Yeah, it wasn't bad. When you came and visited that one time we went to the casino, you had a couple drinks. I don't think I had any drinks. Something's going on my phone. I don't know what it's trying to tell me. Oh, I don't know, but that's weird. I like got like a warning or something. Maybe the thing's trying to tell me I'm streaming too long. I haven't figured it out. I swear I had like something said warning. Maybe my mom said something. That was weird. Oh, my batteries are going dead in my headphones. That, yeah, low battery. Yeah, that's what it is. Well, I'll end the stream. It's a quarter till 5. No, you've never been to a concert. You've just been, yeah, you've been to a lot of bars that have music and stuff. Yeah, I've been to several, like, I went to a concert. I'll just quickly tell this story. Me and my cousin went to a concert and got invited because the one guy we met at another bar, him and his band were going to be there, and they were like in the middle before like the main person, and so nobody really like wanted to see them, I guess. So when they started performing, I guess nobody really liked their music. Well, like the guitar player was like really really good looking. So I kept trying to pick up the guitar player later, but he said he had a girlfriend, so and then my mom and then my cousin talked to was just chilling with one of the guys, and his wife was home with twins, and she kept calling, wondered where he was at, and he was talking with her in the car, but they weren't doing anything like making out or anything. But he was just talking to her in the car, and she was just having a conversation with him. So it's not like he was cheating on his wife. Maybe he was just, telling her because she had kids. She had kids. She had 2 kids. So, just telling life stories and stuff, and sometimes it's good to get away from the home life when you get like a wife and kid at home. I don't know. I understand that stuff. This stream is lit. Well, we're trying, but my battery's about to go down on my headphones and then I won't be able to do anything or be able to hear anything. So I'm going to have to end it. A lot of stuff happened. I've rambled a lot. So there's the Carrie rambling stream. I haven't really done a manic stream in a long time, so this is not really a manic stream, but I didn't really curse anybody out. I didn't throw any fits. I didn't do any elbow rolls or somersaults. I didn't do much singing. I kind of did the Lion King thing song, and then I did the move, get out the way. Oh, I'm trying to remember who else was there. Exhibit, there's an executioners or something, was like a DJ kind of thing. Exhibit, Ludacris, Papa Roach. There's one other band, and then Eminem. And then I missed them. Is it Papa Roach that I missed? And then there was another band in between, but I got to see them while I was in line for the alcohol. That was like an hour. And then there was a 2 drink minimum. And time I got through the line, then they changed it to a 1 drink, and then they cut everybody off. I guess after that, after a certain time, they cut people off. And so people were mad because they were in line for like an hour and a half. And then time they got through the line, they changed it. It was after 9 o'clock, so then it was a 1 drink. They had to go back in line again to get another drink. I'm like, hell no. So I'm like, I'll take my 1 drink and I'll get a drink later or something. But I'm not standing in line for an hour and a half again. Hell no, I'm gonna go sit down. It was crazy. So I haven't heard a peep out of my mom. So God has protected me. And she's been getting her rest and I haven't bothered her, and the headphone thing worked, so maybe we can do this again. If I have headphones on, I don't scream and yell. Now when I have a panel and Fears gets on there, either I have to turn my headphones way down so he doesn't kill my hearing if he starts screaming at the people, in the chat and stuff, and or I'm gonna have to kick him off stream because I can't handle all that drama and nonsense. He starts screaming at people in the chat and stuff. Block this person, block this person. He'll start texting everybody and to block this person and block that person. Don't let him talk to me. Don't let him in the panel. Don't let this person in. Oh, he used to be crazy and controlling about who could be in the panel and who could not be in the panel. And how many times did he tell me to block Black Aldrin and Junk Drawer and all these people? I was like, you can block them on your stream if you want to. I like that. I don't have a problem with the Fears. They don't threaten me. They don't bother me. They just bother you. If you can't be in my stream and watch a stream or be in the thing without, don't look at the chat then. Don't freak out. Like I say, Fears needs severe mental health. It has something to do with his ADHD or something. He either needs to be on a pill or maybe he's still on a pill. The Adderall and stuff's supposed to help, but then it can make you like, addicted to it. And if you can overdose on it and all kinds of stuff. And then if you're drinking and stuff, then your pills don't work. We've had this discussion, David. I don't know how many drinks that you have a week, but when I was like first getting on things, I was on Prozac. They told me in college, the guy said, yes, you can drink moderately. You can't drink every day. You can't drink multiple times a day. So you can have 1 to 2 drinks a week. David, I seen you a picture for New Year's. You had like a tall boy. So how many of those did you have? If you had more than 2 of them, you're over your whole thing for the week. You understand what I'm saying? And probably every prescription that you're on, I'm on 15, but like you say, I have about 7. that says watch drinking on this medication, and watch what you and watch driving, because you cannot drive, and especially the muscle relaxers. So that's why I only take them at night if I have to drive the next day. I only take one muscle relaxer at night, because otherwise I'll be so doped up on the muscle relaxers I can't drive. But I maybe would, when I'm having this much pain, maybe I need the muscle relaxers. He said, "Have you tried them 3 times a day?" I was like, "I really don't want to be on 3 times a day because then I'm all loopy and tired. But if I have to be loopy and tired to be out of pain when I see him next week, then we can try twice a day or 3 times a day, and then take me off the Cymbalta and put me on something else." And I have to be weaned off of it. And from what I've read, you can't just stop it cold turkey. Well, you can. It's just going to really mess with you for like 2 to 4 weeks. So you have to wean it down 2 to 4 weeks. All I did was lower it to the 60. And I've been taking the 60 every day. And also, it's not good to sometimes take it at night. Now that I remember, I never took it at bedtime. With my sleep schedule, I used to get up, sometimes 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There's times I got up at 6 and 7 o'clock at night. So I had a whole weird sleep schedule. Some days I'd be up at 3. Some days I wouldn't get up. Nowadays, I usually get up at 5 o'clock when I feed Adam. And that's usually the time I fully get up for the day. Adam the dog, not Adam Pacitti. Just double check that, Adam Pacitti. We're talking about Adam the dog here. And then I also have to feed him at 11 a.m. and 11 p.m. I think I explained this before. So I get up at 5 a.m. I feed him. I give him a pill. I try to get back to sleep. If I can sleep, good. Maybe I up an hour. Maybe I'm up 5 to 30 minutes. Then I settle down, go back to sleep. Sometimes I'm up for a couple hours, and then I can go back to sleep. And then I got to get back up at 11 and do it all again. And this time he takes his Apoquil, which is his allergy pill. That's from the prescription that he can take up to 2 times a day on his really bad days where he won't stop itching. Now, I had a sweater on him because it was so cold, but then he started itching again. So I was like, okay, we'll take the sweater off. It's not really like the softest sweater, so maybe it's the material that makes him itch as well. Like normally, like in between 11, that I don't usually give him an itch pill, so he doesn't have anything for itch from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. So about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, he might be itching, or about 4:30, he's around maybe itching a little bit. He'll scratch at his face, and he had a hot spot on his face. So I don't know if it's the hair on his face that itches when it's growing back, or that's growing that's bothering him, or if it's something with his teeth. But he eats fine. He doesn't act like his teeth hurt. I don't see any teeth rotting out. He lets me look at his teeth more. That's more than little crust. Crust wouldn't let us go anywhere near his face or his mouth, and would not let us look at his teeth. So I'm like, fine, if I ever have to take him to the vet, let the vet tell me how many teeth he has left. Or I could have asked, does he have teeth at all, or does he have just back teeth? And sometimes he acts like he was chewing on his back teeth on one side of his mouth. I don't know if I really seen him on the other side of his mouth. So maybe he's got 2 or 3 teeth back there on one side. That's why he was on soft food. And his tongue hung out. So all of his front teeth, I'm sure, were gone. There was another dog they got in, and she had, if you've ever heard of it, it's called pyometra. It is infection of the uterus, where the uterus fills up with pus, like all that yellow pus. If you've ever seen Dr. Pol or any animal show, or if, like when they get an abscess, this gets full of pus. Only this time it's in where the womb is, like the female body. Only it's a female dog, so they have to take the whole uterus out. It's a life-threatening situation. Their uterus can get really big. My grandma had, I don't think she had pyometra, but she had a uterus that was 9 times the size it was supposed to be. I don't know if it was a mass, if something happened, if she had cancer. They never really did tell me too much of the story. But they had to go in and take it out when she was 30 and have a hysterectomy and take her uterus and stuff out. And then she had to be on hormones and stuff for the rest of her life. But anyway, but yeah, she was 30 when she had that done. Some people have had like a lot of issues. Like my aunt, when she had her first child, she had to have a hysterectomy. There was something wrong, and maybe she was bleeding or something, so they had to take everything, her imaging or whatever they call it. And my mom had a tubular pregnancy a year before I was born. So then, there was maybe even not a chance she could have any kids. They told dad later, well, there's only a 50% chance that she's ever going to get pregnant again. But they did the thing where they clean you all out, the DNC, uh, and they had to she had to lose one ovary and one fallopian tube, because the baby's in the tube, and it was almost gangrene, or was gangrene. It was really close to being gangrene. They would have to, so it was a mess in there. So like, we have to take her whole fallopian tube, we have to take her ovary, or she will die. And she could have died. So if it would have went a couple of days later or a week later, she probably would have died. And the baby was 2 months old. They're like, "This is the oldest one we ever seen. Why didn't you tell us you were this bad? Why didn't you explain to us?" And she said, "I did. I told you I was in pain. I'm not. I'm a tough girl. I can handle a lot of pain. I don't know how she handles her foot. They're saying she has her foot coming apart. I think maybe it was three places when they first found her foot was coming apart in about three different places. Now it's coming apart in eight places. But she's been in a brace for since 2009, I think. So a very long time, but it's not the same brace. It's like multiple braces. Well, I can still hear. Can you guys still hear me? Type in the chat if you can still hear me because I know my battery's low. If the battery goes completely dead, tell me when you can hear me, and then I'll end it. Because we still got several people watching. A lot of people aren't typing and they're just listening or sleeping. Mr. Lantern, David, can anybody hear me? Hello? Can anybody hear me? Oh yeah. Yeah, plus uterus. Okay. Vision's just paying attention. Yeah, the pyometra. I don't know if that's what my grandma had, but like I say, her uterus either had a mass or cancer or something, and they had to take it up. I'll have to end in a couple minutes, or I have to go in there and feed Adam and then come back. I need to find the cord that actually charges these headphones, and then I could actually charge them for a few minutes while I'm feeding Adam, and then come back, and maybe take a potty break or something while I'm in there, because I got to give him a pill, feed him, take a potty break. I took a second meloxicam. I am relaxed. I just don't know how much sleep I'm gonna get. But I don't have anything going on. My worker comes about 11 or 12. So, and she usually texts me when she's on her way. So when she gets here, then I can have my breakfast and she can, help me with the thing, help me with the bath. Or we could find a shower chair and then maybe I can give myself my own bath and they can just do my hair because I can't hardly move my hands over my head, and all that to wash my hair. So I used to have that done back in the day, but I've been doing my own for a while. I mean, I know they have it on the thing, and then if I need it, it's there. And they have to say that they're, like they set out my towels, they set out, make sure I got everything that I need, and set me out some towels, to dry off on or whatever, set me out a washcloth and stuff like that. And that counts, so they can count that. The same thing with my breakfast. If they're not like making me anything, they used to make my little carnation nest breakfast. That was be my, they would, I didn't really have them. Too many people make me a lot of meals, but once in a while I had them make me a burger, make me, what is it, mac and cheese. Like I say, they made some Christmas candy. Um, different things. They help mom make an apple pie and stuff like that when mom wants to make something. But when she needs help with something or needs ingredients, yeah. So all right, well, I'm gonna go take care of Adam. I'm gonna turn the light on and try to find where my headphone thing is that plugs in. I've got like several cords over here. I think I know where the area that it's in though, so it's just gonna take me a minute to maybe find it. Or I'll find it when I get back. But I thought I could charge my headphones while I'm in there, and that maybe they won't go dead. All right, let's see. I got all these cords. It's either this little black one or one of these other cords somewhere. It's probably this. No, I don't know if this is it, but we'll check. I think it's even smaller than this one. I'm gonna check. It's this one. Actually, this is this one. Hey, we found it. Okay, and then I got a cord down here. I just plug this in here, my USB thing here. I won't be able to wear charge for a few minutes. It's charging. Y'all can probably still hear me. I'll keep it down. I'll be right back. I'm not going away, but I have to go to the other room. I might heat this thing up for well, I can't hardly do that with my headphones, so we won't heat that up. Am I keeping you awake? Okay, you haven't texted me, you haven't screamed at me. There's a lot of people watching that are half asleep, but there's my brothers in there, Adam the Cheating, Visions, and then the rest are, it says 10 are watching, so, oh, mommy's listening to music. Well, do you want some ear things or headphones or something, earplugs or something? Well, I'm going to end it soon because my headphones are going dead, but I'm enjoying myself. This is my first stream back. I'm laying down most of the time and just talking and telling stories and stuff. two of the things. I'm relaxed. I'm in pain, but I'm relaxed. I was in comfortable position. I was, come on. I took one about 3:30 or 4. Where's Adam? He's not in here? Okay, I'm going to pee and then feed Adam. You want to eat? Come on, eat. Yeah, I was hearing something. It was saying something. I'm like, I couldn't figure out what it was. And I'm like, oh, it's probably something about the battery. I hope it's good. Consistent tomorrow. He's going to run out of food soon. I know it's on the way, but it's delayed with the weather or something. You know, you can watch Lighthouse and different things on YouTube. Brother Tim. All right, we got to put the cost. All right, we'll turn the light off, Ed. You okay? You got water? You're okay. Get the water. Okay. My time to watch a break. All right, are you cold or anything? Want an extra blanket? You're all right? All right. Sorry to keep you awake. When did you wake up? What's this little thing? Is this your pond, your oval leg? Oh, that little bitty thing? Okay. I may have to try it. Okay. Or try your ponds. Because you know I don't like to put stuff on my face or wash my face, but I probably need face cream once in a while. Okay, are you going to try to sleep? When did you wake up? Okay, if I put you up for 2 hours, I will try to settle it down soon. Are you going to sleep on the bad ear or whatever that you do? I thought this whole time or you. Oh yeah, the good ear. So then your bad ear will be up. You want to come in here with me? You want to go in there? You going to sleep with her? She's not feeding anything. She's not eating. Good night. Okay. Or you want to come in here? You're okay, Adam? All right. I'm gonna shut the door. As a good boy to eat. Okay. Look, there's a light. All right, we're still red on the headphones, right? It's not going to probably be green for like an hour or two. Let me fix my sheets. It's all messed up, falling off the thing. Okay, do that. I fix my other pillow. All right, we're going to take another pill because my legs are hurting just doing that. We'll have to end soon because she's trying to sleep, but she is going to change positions. I don't know how long I've been streaming, but she said I woke her up 2 hours ago. Does it say somewhere how long this is? I'm trying to look. It's a lot. I don't know how to read how long it says I've been streaming. It says I got $42 and something. I'll tell her about that later. But I don't know how much that is American. That's great. Okay. Do I need anything else? I don't think so. We're gonna lay back down. Yeah. Okay, it says $42. What does that say? 34 cents? Something like that. Alright, we may have to lay on our side. It's what we normally lay on. Alright, $42.34. Is that the total of the. Hear me? I gotta be quiet. My headphones are over there charging. So I should just end it. I'm tired. I want to lay down. I may want to take a third, and mom's trying to go back to sleep. So it's been a classic old fear stream. It's been an old fear, or well, not, I mean, an old Carrie classic. Back like the day. My hand's hurting to hold the phone. I can't read how many hours it says. I'll find out later. But yeah, I don't know, 3-4 hours. I don't know what time I started. Didn't I start around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning? I don't know. But I hope everyone has a good night. It was great to talk to you, David. Maybe we can chat on Facebook Messenger if you want to, but I can't talk to you on the phone because she's trying to sleep and you're kind of loud when we talk on the phone. And I won't be able to hear without my headphones, but I could hear you without my headphones, but yeah. She's trying to go back to sleep. She said she's been up over 2 hours. She didn't say she was angry or anything. She's like, we won't shut up. What song? Oh yeah. Thank you. I gotta sing the song. The Carrie Road song. Yeah, thank you for keeping me straight, chat. Thank you. What is this? Bo Seamus. Thank you, Bo Seamus. Yeah. My glasses need to be cleaned too and washed because there's some dots on them. Even though I use like my eyeglass cloth, somehow there's like still stuff like little dots or something of like something that I can't get off and scrub off, or not strong enough to scrub off. So I need to literally take them with soap and water, and gentle soap and water, and clean them good, because I do that once in a few months when I can't get them clean. And the whole thing will need to be, yeah, my the sides and everything need to be washed. Mr. Lynch is like, blank, yeah, Seamus. Yeah, you guys can say hell and damn. I just don't want a lot of F words in there, and YouTube may block the F words. I don't think the bots work anymore that I had for like all the the words. I went on there, and I don't know if I have the passwords to get into that either. I'm sure they're somewhere, but with all the whatever that thing is that does all the bots, and yeah, they're not coming up. And like it will, like every so often it would yeah, so the bots, or maybe they only work like half the time. I know another streamers and they're like, sometimes the bots work, sometimes the bots don't. So guys, remember to follow the Carrie Road. Follow the Carrie Road. Follow the Carrie Road to Carrie Stream. To Carrie Stream. To the classic Carrie Show. Guys, remember, peace, love, and happiness. Great stream. See you next time. Yeah, I don't know if I'll do one tomorrow, but probably Saturday. I'll take a day off in between. I'm not going to try to push myself and kill myself on this. Talk to the people in Discord and stuff. I don't know how. I'm gonna try to sleep and mess with the Discord tomorrow. I don't and the fear stuff in there. I'll just read the stuff that I'm tagged in. I'm not gonna read like 12 hours of messages, because I had all the messages with my therapist and stuff, guys. So I missed a lot of the Discord, and if there was any drama with fears and anybody else, and then I was in, back and forth another, my other friend's Discord. So um, and checking and like messages people send me privately. So I think Yakov either sent that message privately or tagged me in something that he was disappointed. But like I say, let him have this much pain and try to be able to barely be able to get around the house. So I'm gonna probably put heat on my neck and shoulders and my back. Actually, I'll probably dose myself up with biofreeze like I did last night. And I dosed myself up real good. And then I got to do my knees. So basically, I'm not going to do my legs, but I'll do my shoulders, mid back, low back, neck, heads, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. I'm not going to do my toes. I'm going to do head, head. I'm going to do all around the back of my neck and kind of to the sides of my neck. But yeah, head, shoulders, knees, everything, and then back. Yeah, all of that. I don't do the front, but I do all the back and all the pain. I appreciate the love and support. I know museum's probably asleep. I'll try to message him tomorrow and thank him, or do like a little
thing thanking, like a short thanking him as well, because that was amazing. Because I've done so many videos and different things that, but this and the stream the other day, I don't know if I get any super chats in it because I don't think anything popped up, but 40 something dollars, even you, I can't even see if it's 42 or 62 of the exact amount. I think it says 42.84 if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I can take my actually take the glasses off for some of the issues and you can see 42.34, 5 people watching and 14 likes. Oh wow, guys. So there's still 5 people watching. Have a good night and I'll see you in a couple of days or something. If someone's doing a stream tomorrow, I could come in for a few minutes, but I'm not gonna, or an hour, but I'm not gonna stay for whole stream or something. So if Lantern does, I think they said he does Thursday, Friday. So Lantern, if you do your stream tomorrow, I'll try to look up my stuff and sit in my chair and go through every single piece of paper until I find my YouTube passwords and until I find my StreamYard passwords and any other passwords I need. And then maybe I need to put important passwords that are not common that I'm used to or can remember in one place that has like 4 or 5 passwords, just one sheet of paper in an important place where I know where it is every time. They're like, there's my passwords. I mean, yeah, there's better ways there's, or in my purse or anywhere. I just put it in my purse or something. Well, there's all my passwords. And then I'm in my phone. Yeah, if I'm going somewhere in the car and I can't find my passwords and I'm not at home, my wallet would be a good place to put them because I have the wallet. I have my old wallet in there for my old really nice purple purse, but then the thing broke on it. I forget, but it was like what was it? Ostrich? Ostrich printed. It wasn't ostrich killed, but it was like ostrich printed material. I don't think they killed an ostrich to print my purse. Hopefully not, because that would be like insane to kill an ostrich to make a stupid purse. But yeah, there's snake skin, there's all those crocodile skin, there's all those different things of purses. I had one purse that had like fur and stuff on it. I was like, I hope this is a faux fur purse because that's like they squeeze or hurt these little minks to make furs and different things and chinchillas and all these other things to make all that. And I'm like, please don't hurt the babies and the animals. I've never went deer hunting because I'm like, I think it's inhumane. But and I've never eaten deer, but I will eat a hamburger. So I know they kill cows for that. I will eat chicken. I don't eat fish, but I'm not really a fish person. I'm not going to go fishing. I just don't like fish. I'm trying to think of other animals I eat, but yeah, I'm not a vegetarian. I'm not a vegan, but I think that hunting or making like shoes, the ivory stuff that they use to make jewelry for the poor elephants, and they kill the elephant's mama, and then the baby's like orphaned, and then they can die. It's just like horrible with like what the what do you call it? The poachers do, and like the big game hunters where they kill like the lions and the whatever, just crazy things. All these beautiful animals. They're not extinct or anything or endangered, but yeah, it's just they kill all these beautiful animals for sport and then put them on the damn walls. I mean, I don't really have a problem with like deer heads on the walls, but when you kill like a lion or like something huge like that, that's like a pretty animal. Even the deers are pretty animals. I would hate to see it killed and then done and like gutted and all that. I mean, I've seen it on some of the shows when they do that kind of stuff on like what is those shows like the oh, Lone Star Law, some of those Animal Planet shows I've seen before, and they kind of show some of it here and there. But yeah, it's just like no. What do you think? Anybody still here? What do you guys think about hunting and hurting animals to make shoes and jewelry and clothes and furs? And yeah, I don't think it's worth it. I'm not a PETA. I'm not a PETA. I'm not a member of PETA or anything, but I just think it's inhumane and the things that they have to go through the animals to make food and different things. I'm not going to become a vegan or vegetarian because I'm not a big vegetarian person, but I just think it's kind of wrong. And the same thing with the El Chat we talked about earlier. I think it's kind of wrong that I've never seen a mod in there, and who knows when she's there. And I've been there 6 days, and I've never seen them. If there is a mod in there, I've messaged the mods, I've messaged LC, never got a response back. So don't act like he cares about his own Discord about what goes on and all hell breaking loose, and he just doesn't care. I couldn't run a Discord like that. I couldn't do it. Why? You have a list of the rules. Like Richie, I'm sure has a bunch of mods that run his channel, and they don't put up with that, but there's never anybody in the Richie's Discord. So I'm just saying, you can't post the nude. I mean, I've never seen a nude post. I don't know if I've ever seen a nude posting. I I don't think so. I don't think so. Was it a nude drawing or something? Maybe a nude picture. somebody was holding or something about somebody maybe. But like an actual nude, no, maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen I'm gonna plead the fifth on that. It's not none of my nudes, so I don't think I should have a problem with it. So and that person's not in there, so what they don't know won't hurt them, I guess. Maybe they took their own pictures of themselves in the past. I don't know. I don't know where that picture came from. I didn't post it. It's not my fault. Yeah. Yeah. That's one of those thinking faces, where did it come from? How was it there? Yeah. Who knows? Somebody said, did they pose for this picture in front of the mirror? Who did this? Why would they do this? Yeah. So guys, grab your popcorn. One of these days we're gonna tell some good fear stories and do the truth thing with a bunch of panels. And then don't suit up for this. Well, I'm not gonna put a suit on, but suit up for this. We're not going to have actual suits. I'm not going to be like the report of the week where I'm going to wear a suit for the show or something. And I don't own a suit. And the only dress I have is that Halloween dress. I don't think I'll put that on. I might wear my Carrie Show shirt if it's warm enough. But that is April 26th. It's on a Saturday. Unless we could be possibly going out of town, and maybe some people will fly in. Maybe we'll do a meet and greet. If you want to come to Missouri, we might do a meet and greet somewhere. This is still far in advance, and mom would have to take me to Cape Girardeau and look up some rooms or take me to St. Louis. So, and then it's like a 2 hour drive if you come down from St. Louis, because St. Louis doesn't fly into that other airport anymore, or you have to fly into that airport from Nashville. So, if you're flying in from somewhere, you have to fly into Nashville, and then you have to fly into the little small airport at Cape Girardeau. If we do it in Cape Girardeau, if we do it in St. Louis, you can just fly into St. Louis, and then we'd have it somewhere. I still wouldn't know where we would have it. I definitely not going to have it at the hotel because I'm not going to do that. We're going to have some kind of a restaurant, some kind of a something, and like rent out a room or something, and yeah, do something like that. But yeah, I'm not going to just have it anywhere. I'm not going to have it at my hotel or something and have like 30 people show up and get kicked out at the hotel and mom's name and be like, mom's like, you got us kicked out. No. All right. It's too late. It's after 5. My arm is hurting. Now I'm gonna have to do some exercises and then try to get some rest. So I appreciate all the people here. There's 7 people here still. I'm gonna figure out how to end this. I think I just pushed the X thing, right? I did this the other day. I should know how to do this. No Tail Motel. No, it's not the No Tail Motel. It'll be one of the casinos. So it's either gonna be the casino. There's only one casino at Cape Girardeau. So there's one. It's on the river. And so it's like called the Riverview Hotel or something, and it's like a different name for the casino. So they have a Starbucks that they put in there now. That's kind of cool. So they have a Starbucks. They have a couple little. I don't know. They've got 3 or 4 little restaurants. Some are only open certain days, and certain. And then they have a couple of little cafes or something like in the actual casino. And then if you ever been to a casino, you get like free coffee, free soda, and then they have a bar. Well, I mean, not the bars may not always be open at different times, but they have a bar where you can order drinks and you can order different things. And then they have the restaurants where you can order the food and stuff. And then they have the fancier restaurants like the steak restaurant, I think, that only open certain days and certain times, like at night or something, like maybe like Thursday through Sunday or Thursday through Saturday or certain days. And then it doesn't open till the evenings, or that maybe it opens at 11. I don't go to that restaurant, so I don't know. And then I think there's one that's a rooftop restaurant. And now that they put the hotel in, it's like up there and you can have the roof. It's like on the roof of the other casino. And then you can have, it's like they have an outdoor thing where you can do it outdoors, and there's the indoors part. And I haven't been in that one either, actually. They have a big event center where they do the events. Now that would be where I would do a meet and greet if you could get it to set up or something, or we could go somewhere else. But yeah, you have to set that all up with the casino people, and I don't think they're going to want a bunch of weird. Well, most people would probably behave themselves, and we wouldn't be having drinks and stuff. We might have like some little hors d'oeuvres or something, or some cookies, or something mom makes, to like snacks for the people that come for the meet and greet, and then take pictures and all that. Before, I can't read what this says. Behave and be good in here, Eddie, me boy. Yeah, you tell him, Lantern. You tell him. Hmm. The No Tail Motel. Yeah, they have a couple places like that. They got one I think in Sykeston that's like the cheap place that like, they used to have some like by the hour or by the day or like, like so much an hour. Yeah, that's what all that stuff is like in Power Bluff and stuff. So that's where like the workers, in the area would be, or like the drug people would be. I would think so. If you get a room for the hour, there's some shady deals going on there. If you're only there an hour, or you're with the woman that got the lady of the night, or escorts maybe. The new term is escorts. The old term is lady of the night. A lot of term is just be called a hoe. You know, I don't know. I don't know a lot of street terms and different things, but yeah, I know a few terms here and there for certain things. I always thought Molly was ecstasy. If Molly is now meth, I've heard something that Molly was methamphetamine. So if Molly used to be ecstasy and now it's methamphetamine, when did it go from being ecstasy to methamphetamine? There's like totally different things because meth does one thing and ecstasy makes you feel good and helps you lose your inhibitions and stuff. Meth makes you lose your teeth. So, and makes you like really hyper. So there's a big difference between methamphetamine and ecstasy. I watched Judy Justice or Judge Judy. I think it was the new one, the Judy Justice. And they were saying something about Molly, and these people were doing drugs that they moved in with, and all of their people were doing drugs. And they were bringing people that were like 16 and 17-year-old kids because they were like 21, but they had friends that were younger, and they were all drinking, doing drugs, and they were all underage. And she wasn't happy with it. So she wanted to be out, and then they wanted her to pay rent or she sued for breach of contract. That's what it is. She sued for breach of contract and won because they were all doing drugs. And she pretty much, she couldn't really prove it. But if you got 16, 17-year-old kids and people are drinking, and Molly, they looked it up, or the girl that does all the smart stuff and looking up everything and monitors everything that people say and it's all recorded. She was saying that Molly was that methamphetamine, but I don't think Molly's methamphetamine. I'm gonna have to Google that later. We could Google it now. What's the brick thing? I wished everybody peace, love, and happiness. I'm not going to do the rest of it. Maybe for my birthday stream or something. We might say the classic other line, but I can't just like in good conscience wish everybody that tonight. You guys do your own thing on your own time. If you want to do all that, you can have fun as long as you're two consenting adults. I don't really want to mess with all that crap anymore, and I'm not physically able to do it, probably anymore for a while. And I'm not looking. I'm not trying to date anybody. There's nothing wrong with flirting every great now and again and looking at pictures of guys with their abs or watching a guy that takes his shirt off in a movie or something. I like that kind of stuff, but I'm not just looking out there looking for every single Zac Efron shirtless movie. Maybe I did when I for the and Anthony Mackie shirtless movies, you know, or who else did I used to like back in the day? Anthony Mackie, now, Zac Efron still. Years ago was Ben Affleck, but I don't think he did take many shirts off too many times. But he was a great actor. I thought he was cute. I don't remember him shirtless in a lot of movies, but he did the sex scenes. What was it, Armageddon? Was he was shirtless in that, wasn't he? Yeah, I think he was shirtless in Armageddon for the sex scenes. Oh, there's some other guys. Let me think from like way back in the day. It was Evan Peters. Well, I mean, I was older than Evan Peters, but when we lived in St. Louis, it's still Evan Peters. Evan Peters is a good looking guy. He's a lot younger than me, but he's a good looking guy. My mom's supervisor is his half sister. He was just starting out in movies. He was about 20, 21. He might have been 19, but he had done a few movies. He had done several of, I think it's Sour Patch Kids commercials and a few other commercials. He was born in St. Louis, so he's from my area. I was born in St. Louis. I don't know what hospital he was born at. Hopefully that not the health. Well, I mean, DePaul may have a great maternity, and great. Yeah, my wasn't my doctor at DePaul. There was a really good doctor that we had when we first moved here, and I think he possibly could have been through the DePaul people or through something similar, but I think it was through something different. I would have to ask my mom because she's seen him for a while too. I even forget his name because it was like foreign. I was like a shot or something like that. I don't know. But he was like on TV things. He was like one of the experts, like on like the Fox 2 News or the KSDSK News or whatever it is. He was one of the experts about different things and women's issues. They would have him on there as like the expert, like, when, what is, or even for like, yeah, for like in the baby, he delivered a lot of babies. Of course, I've seen many OBGYNs. I've never been pregnant. I've taken my own pregnancy test when I was several days late, but yeah, I've never been pregnant. I've had irregular periods from time to time. I've had birth control pills that kind of stopped my periods and had irregular periods from time to time. They're still kind of irregular. I have a thing where I track it with the app and I keep track of and all that stuff, which can be good because you can get free apps that you can track all kinds of stuff with your health. Like I say, I try to look up all that mental health stuff and mental health apps. I'm rambling again. I'm a little dizzy. So I'm tired. I need to try to get some rest. And just be nice to just get a lot of sleep. Who's so hot? Which one? Evan Peters, Zach Efron, Ben Affleck, or who was the other one that I mentioned? Anthony Mackie. Anthony Mackie's pretty hot. Let me see what the other comment says. I love. Okay, I'm trying to read it. That it's not better. Let me take my glasses off. I love these. I can't believe it's not better commercials with Fabio. He's so hot. Oh, Fabio. Well, yeah, back in the day, I mean, I'm not a big fan of the hair. Kevin Caliber. You guys know Kevin Caliber. He used to be friends with Fears. I don't know if he's still friends with Fears. Fears has been in some of his. They used to do a couple things here and there. He's in California. He sent me that shirtless thing with the balloon. Later, because I had access to his personal page, and he was single for a long time. Well, like in between the one girlfriend that like called him out on TikTok or something, and said some stuff about it that he was controlling and weird, and I don't know, said a bunch of stuff about him after they broke up or after she broke up with him. I forget what she said about him, but or complaint or showed his messages or something. She did something on TikTok about him, and after they broke up and called him out on something. I don't think she called him out for cheating. I think she called him out for being weird or controlling or strange or I no, he's not. I don't think he's strange or anything like that. He does a lot of romance novel shoots, like photo shoots for the, for the covers, the shirtless things. He's done several movies. He was the silhouette, I think, and with the Superman suit and the TV show Supergirl, they got somebody else younger to do the actual the guy in the Superman suit for Supergirl or whatever. They got somebody, I think, in their 20s because he's around my age or he's in his 40s. I don't know exactly how old he is. I know he's probably in his 40s. He's either a year or two younger or maybe a year or two older, but I don't think he's over 49. So I think, yeah, yeah, he's in his 40s. We'll just say that. And so, yeah, I asked, he would do shirtless stuff all the time, all over his page and all over his professional page, which is Kevin Caliber on Instagram. You can probably find him and see all of his stuff. And he's an actor. I would say maybe he's been in some stuff that's pretty popular, a lot of commercials. Like I say, a lot of romance. I don't read as much as romance stuff as I used to back in the day, but I have the 50 Shades of Grey books. Who knows the last time I opened them? I have the Twilight books. I have, a whole thing of books and stuff, and there's different books I have in my closet and in boxes. But yeah, do I read that much? No. I'm on my phone. Everything's on my phone. I have a tablet that has like the student Bible. It has that Jesus calling thing. I think I bought maybe it was the Bill Clinton book or something that's on it, or do I have the Obama book or something that's on it? Or I have a few books, but I have Obama's book. I don't know if I got his wife's book. And then there was a couple other things. Mom got me the Jesus Calling book on there. And then I had to buy the large print version to be able to see it better. So I have that one too. Um, there's a few other things on there. Like I said, this whole like that student Bible that I used to have years ago, that the person that I bought my first car from that I spoke about earlier, that they used to be the deacons of my church, and the guy that died, I think she's still alive. But they were in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We went down there and seen him when we went to Texas, and then when we came back, we didn't have time to stop back by because we stopped. We had like a flat tire, and we had to get that fixed somewhere in Texas. And so we stayed at a hotel there. We had an issue with the nail in the tire or like the tire cut or something, and so they patched it because they had a place called Discount Tire. David's back. What's up, David? I haven't fully ended it yet. But yeah, I we went and seen, them. We stayed at their place. I did a stream at the house. We got to spend a night with them. I ate at this really nice place like downtown Hot Springs that was amazing. I think it was called Little Italy. Had the amazing Alfredo pizza. I'm sure I have the video somewhere or a picture somewhere on probably not on my they're probably not on my Instagram, but maybe it's on my Facebook or maybe it's just in my thing and stuff that I posted on my YouTube. They're probably in my YouTube, but that would have been August 2021 because my dad's birthday was August the 4th. And we went to Hot Springs for one night. We saw my cousin because we were going to be in San Antonio, and my cousin and his wife and their two daughters live in the outskirts of Dallas. If you've heard of Irving, Texas, that is actually the practice place where the Cowboys play, Dallas Cowboys. David knows where that is, Irving, Texas. I can't read that. Yeah, I have a lot of videos. So yeah, if you want to try to find like a specific video, maybe one of these days I can set up playlists. But yeah, I don't have 9 years of videos anymore because they all got lost when me and Alex had that thing and he refused to, he thought I deleted my channel, like the whole thing after the birthday stream, and we had that big fight and I said I'd delete my channel. What I did is I hid my channel. And then he found out about that later and he made me delete it in front of him. And it was either going to be me or YouTube, me or YouTube. You either delete me or just it's over. And then I would have had to take him home after we broke up. And I was like, I didn't want to do all that. So, or deal with that. I mean, I guess I could have called the cops and kicked him out and said, well, find your own way home. You're going to throw your little fit and find your own way home. I'm not responsible. You're going to throw your fit. Let him get arrested or find his way home then. I should have done the same thing with the cops. He started screaming and yelling at the cops after they left. Tase me, bitch. Tase me, bitch. It was insane. He tried to say he wasn't drinking when there's beer cans everywhere. Well, there's a strawberry. You didn't have any of that? No. You haven't been drinking any of that? No. When the cops come, he refused to come out the room and was trying to get me to tell the cops that he wasn't there. But yeah, he took off walking. I don't know where he is. Are you sure? Are you sure he's alive? Are you sure we have to come in and see? I'm like, fine, you can come in. He's freaked the F out. Why did you tell him I was here? Something about Friday. It's Friday now, technically, because it's 5 something in the morning. What are you talking about, David? Have you heard of Irving, Texas? Close to Dallas, Texas. Okay. The Cowboys practice there. I have a cousin, his wife, and his two daughters. Well, one daughter, she's about to I don't know, I guess she's about to graduate high school or she already graduated high school. Maybe she's in college now. And then they have a younger daughter that's like 12 or 13. Yeah. Longview. Well, I don't know what the thing's called, but like it's a suburb of Dallas. It's called Irving. I'm not going to mention all my cousin's name all over YouTube for their privacy reasons because he's a police officer. So yeah, I'm not going to mention their names. He's got a different last name. I'm not going to mention any of that on here. Okay, I'm sure you've heard a lot of places in Texas because you live by San Antonio. So yeah, Texas is a beautiful place. It was really hot because it was August. It was like the worst time of the year to go to Texas in August. I thought I was going to die. If you've seen the pictures, I'm in like a tiny little t-shirt and shorts. Oh my God, I would have died if we did too much stuff outside. The Colts play something. What do you mean Mexico? Are they going to Mexico or they practice in Mexico? Or are you talking about Mexico somewhere like the Indiana Colts? Where do they practice? Yeah, I've been in Indianapolis too. Like the year after I went to Indianapolis. Oh, you're talking about in like training camp? They're playing somebody from Mexico. That'd be cool. Oh, they're practicing in Mexico. Yeah. Right now or like later this year or next year, yeah. I mean later this year. They're not practicing now. There's no way football's now. I understand. Oh yeah, they practice there. Yeah, they're not starting damn practice now. It's fucking February. Oh shit. All right. Well, uncensored Carrie show. I usually don't curse that much, but with the mania, I'm trying to restrict myself. Yeah, later this year. Yeah, because football season doesn't start till like September or August, and then there's the preseason before that, and then there's the practicing before that. So, and they're yeah, the Cardinals are already at training camp wherever in Florida. Yeah, the Cardinals are already playing in Florida. Like they have like the pitchers, catchers, and then later they get some of the infielders and outfielders. But the pitchers and catchers and a couple other things always go first because they have to throw to somebody. They can't just have the pitchers there with no catchers. So they have like a day or two with just the pitchers and catchers, and then they have some of the other people show up. Yeah, I forget where they practice. Is it Jupiter, Florida still? That used to be Jupiter, Florida. I've never been to Jupiter, Florida. I have no idea where it is, if it's on the panhandle, if it's in the middle, if it's southern Florida down there by Miami, or where the heck it is. But yeah, I don't know where Jupiter, Florida is. Yeah, the Cardinals need to do better. I think they fired some people. They really need to do better. I hope they get some better players. I know we got really good players. It's just some of the management. Yeah. Who did did they fire somebody in the management? I don't know if they fired the manager and the general manager, or they fired the general manager and the manager. They fired some people. I know that. There was two, maybe it was, is it, what was that guy's name? Well, whoever the manager was that, like, the coach that manages the team. And then there was the GM. I think they fired the GM that everybody complained about. Ollie I forget his name. It starts like Ollie or something, or Olive. No, I don't know I'd have to Google it or look it up. Yeah, you just get the package. Yeah, Dad always got the package that like either had all the games, or he would wait and get it mid-season. Sometimes he would wait and get it mid-season where it was half price, or wait till it went down in price and wouldn't always get it opening day. But yeah, sometimes he had the money, he would just always get it. And you could get they have that. I think they have MLB thing where it's like 9.99 a month, and then it unlocks everything. Where or at times it's been 9.99 a month. I don't know if it's 9.99 every month, but you get all the you can get any game, and all the after, yeah, the ones that Cardinals are blacked out here unless they're on a specific channel, like what is it, the specific channel is like the, what do you call that channel? ESPN. Well, I'm not thinking that one specifically, but there's ESPN, like a local CW or Fox, or yeah, if it's on Fox. But sometimes Fox blocks it out, but if usually certain times that they're on Fox or they are on, so I think I only got to see like 3 or 4. We only get about 7 games out. It's less than 10 because they block every single, that Fox Sports Midwest that it used to be, and I don't know what the heck it is now, Bally's or something. Play. Well, one of these days I'll play baseball again, but I'm too tired. I don't want to turn, like you say, I don't want to turn on my PlayStation, and my hands and arms and everything hurt. I probably need to go in there and make sure I got my free games for this month before the end of the month, because it's getting closer to the end of the month, and I don't know if I have February's free games yet. And I don't even hardly go in there and look, even though I have the essential plan. Once in a while, I go in there and I might download a game that's free for that, but I don't just go in there and just, that comes out at like the middle of the month or the 20th or around that time. I don't go on there and look at all these games, because if it's a PS5 game, I don't have much space, because I have the old school PlayStation, not the Pro. The Pro has like a double the memory, and it's faster processing stuff. Oh yeah, you were a pitcher. Dad played second base. Oh, you were a pitcher? Cool. I thought you played outfield or something. I remember you were like young and yeah. Were which do you like? Oh, which do you like? Yeah, he used to play baseball when he was younger. Dad played, I don't know if you've heard of Rittner High School, which is it St. John? I think it's in St. John, Missouri. We lived in Woodson Terrace, and it was like right down the street. You go out our street, and then it's like right down the street and turns into St. John. If you go down the other way or something, you go left, and it's like 2 streets away. So there's Woodson Terrace, there's Edmonton, there's St. John, there's Bridgeton. Oh, there's a couple other places. But St. John had my Walgreens where I got all my nice medicines for free through the free clinic. And then there was the big shop and save. And then there was the big, we used to go to that is it Ferguson where they had all the shootings and stuff? I went to that Little Caesars that they burned down and stuff for a long time. And then they put one closer there in St. John, and then I started going to that one. But yeah, I would drive like 30 minutes to go to that one because it was the closest one until they built the new one. And I'm like, I seen it on TV on fire, and I'm like, they burned down my Little Caesars. I was like crying. I was like, I've been there so many times. I can't believe they burned down the Little Caesars and the QT and all these places. Wow. Yeah, it was a mess. I was literally crying watching all the places burn down on TV. It was crazy. I was like, I've been to all these places several times. I can't believe they're burning the city down. Oh yeah, you were left field. Yeah. You were really young, like little league. I don't know if you played in junior high or high school, but I know Dad played all through high school, and they had four pitchers go to state. I forget the one that's on my mom's baseball that got signed when they were at a game in '72. But there's like a whole bunch of like famous people. There was Red Shanties was the manager. Stan Musial was just at the game, and mom and see they waited like outside the locker room, and since Dad knew some of the players, like he knew like the guy was the pitcher for the other team, and they were playing Houston, and so it was the guy that he went to high school with. So they didn't go in the locker room, they waited outside the locker room, and they got several signatures because Dad knew the one guy. I forget his name. Mom probably might remember his name. There was some guy, Lou, and then later, um, I did the thing where you got to walk around the field. You were supposed to be 15 and younger, but I looked so much younger that they thought I was with some other people, and you were supposed to be with your family. My mom couldn't get down there and walk the field, of course, with her knee and stuff. So I just pretended I was with other people, and they didn't say anything because all the thing says you must be with a parent or guardian. You must be with a parent or guardian. And so they had the little kids run the bases. I didn't run. I mostly walked. And then like Fred Bird did it first, and then he slid on home base and like did the splits, which was really cool. And some of the kids tried to do that. I'm like, there's no way I'm sliding. But yeah, some of the younger kids were like, we're sliding. This is fun. I'm like, no, I'm not doing all that. But yeah, like little 2-year-olds and 5 and 6-year-olds and 10-year-old kids, they were all doing the sliding. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I got one of the street something. Okay, yes. I don't know. I can't read what he's saying. I got one of the street. 1 minute, not good. What are you talking about? What do you mean you only got 1 minute or something? What are you talking about? Well, anyway, it's 5:49 in the morning. It's going to take a long time to upload. 237 minutes. So we're going to try to figure out how long this is. 120 is 2 hours. So we got 120 and 110. So we're at 4 hours. I mean, I could let it go until we're at 4 hours, but I mean, we've had enough content, y'all. I'm not killing myself for you guys tonight. I made myself comfortable. That's what other people said in the Discord. Just make yourself comfortable, even lying down, be fine. I'm like, okay, I don't have to be on camera every single minute. On the phone streams, I really can't find the thing to turn off my camera, so you're gonna get pictures of the ceiling, you're gonna get pictures of the lamp, you're gonna get pictures of the walls when I'm not on camera. So, and I can't hold it the whole time. I gotta switch this other hand because my hand's going numb. So you're gonna get all kinds of weird stuff, but it's a classic Carrie stream and it's a long stream. So what are you talking about 1 minute? Are you talking about some kind of thing with the maps? Or like, I don't understand what 1 minute not good, or I don't understand the 1 minute thing. You're gonna have to call me about that another day. I don't know what you mean. Or like, can you explain what you're talking about? Or what I was talking about where you said 1 minute. Oh, Little Caesars. Yeah. Yeah, we had Little Caesars the one day I was down there for Dad's birthday. That's what we had for his birthday. Or one of the days I was there. I don't know if we had, yeah, for his birthday, y'all got Little Caesars, or Veronica went and picked it up. Yeah, Little Caesars. Shout out to my stepsister, Veronica. Shout out to my half-sister, Lisa. Shout out to my half-brother, David. And my stepsister, Tony, that I think is on Facebook, but I haven't heard from her in a long time, or that I talked to her. And then shout out to my stepbrother, Joe. that I hadn't talked to in a long time either. I think when he got out of jail that one time or prison, he found me on Facebook or something, and like he like called me on Facebook or something like years ago. We lived in Dexter, so I don't know how long ago this would have been. It would have been any time between 2010 and 2019. So you can tell me around the time he got out of prison that time that he was reaching out to everybody. I think he was like by the halfway house or just about to get out the halfway house, and he was at a halfway house. So I don't know. That could have been 5 years ago. It could have been 9 years ago. I don't know. You're going to fall asleep in this chair. Well, it's possible. A lot of people will probably fall asleep and just have it running and just listen to Carrie ramble. They'll be like, she hasn't done this in years. We're just gonna stay in popcorn and eat the show. Hear a bunch of crazy stories. I haven't told crazy stories, but I told about my traumatic birth. I've told about the therapy thing and things she's recommended. I still haven't listed all the things. Maybe we'll do that on another show. But there's a lot, or I could do like a thing in the Discord, just list different things that's supposed to help and what they're supposed to do. That's going to be a stream. One, I am going to do a thing one day and update everybody on all my medical conditions, every single thing that I've ever been diagnosed with that I still have. I'm not going to tell every medicine that I'm on. I just 15 is good enough. And what things can help if you have these conditions, what things can help you, what things don't, what things make it worse. Winter, cold weather, lack of sleep because you just cause you more pain. Let's see what else can aggravate all these symptoms. Snow. Like these temperatures right now, most of the winter. Mom suffers a lot with this winter, and when the bariatric, whatever the bariatric thing is, when it gets too high or too low, or just going up and down all over the place, or they call it changes, that's when me and my mom and people that have medical conditions like this hurt. Okay, I've been diagnosed with osteoarthritis in both of my knees. I got diagnosed with arthritis in my neck in 2012. They never told me what kind. It's probably the osteo, but my neck doesn't really like swell up and stuff, but I don't know. So there's different kinds of arthritis. I know there's rheumatoid arthritis. I've never been diagnosed with that. There's psoriatic arthritis or something, or a couple things similar to that Phil Mickelson, the golf player, did commercials about years ago. I think he's on the senior team now, but this was back when he was on the regular team. When you're like 55 and over, you go to the senior team, or 60. I don't know, I think it's 55 for the senior PGA Tour, golf tour. Tiger Woods eventually will go off to the senior PGA Tour, I guess, at 55. I don't know how old he is now. He's got to be in his 50s or close to it. I think he's 52 or something like that, 53 or like 50 something. But I don't think he's quite 55 yet. So I think they've talked about it, that he still has like 3 years left or 2 years left. He's definitely, after that car accident where he broke like his leg or both legs and his ankles and everything else and had to have all those surgeries. Yeah, he's not the same that he used to be after all that. People were thinking he was not even going to come back after that, but to come back, and I don't know if he's actually won since then, but to actually qualify and make majors and be competitive, it's pretty good. I mean, he played with his son, and there's days where his son's doing better than him or something. So he's saying one day someday he'll beat me at a hole. Some days I beat him at a hole, but he's never beat me, with score wise or something, or in a whole tournament that they've played together. So one day he's gonna be able to beat him. And how old is son now, Charlie? Like 14, 15. He's in high school. Yeah, I'm on 15 medications. I used to be on over 20. That's just the prescriptions. I'm on several over the counter things. I'm on about 15 or 16, 14 prescriptions. Used to be on about 22. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know how. I'm like most of my grandparents were about 50 years older than me, and I think one was on 11 or something, and I think either my grandma was on 11 or my grandpa was on 11 at one point, and then my grandma was on like 8 or 9. I was on a lot more. Like I say, mom's on 3, and she's 30 years older than I am. So yeah, most healthy people do not take 15 prescriptions a day. I don't even know how many. Well, I mean, I'm gonna have to make a list because there's so many things I'm diagnosed with that it's gonna take a list because I will not be able to get them all. And I've told a few, but I have never been able to tell like every single I don't think I've ever told every and see, there's more since I've stopped streaming and came back. The osteoarthritis in both knees is very new. I just got diagnosed with that in December. The diabetic stuff, some people don't remember, but I think I was diagnosed in 21. 20s. I mean, it could have been the year COVID of 2020. It was either that year or the next year I got diagnosed, and I was borderline, just bare. I mean, you have to be 7.0, and I was elevated for a long time. So they're like, watch your sugars, try not to eat too much ice, servings of, try not to eat too much regular soda, try to mix diet sodas in, don't drink too much sugar, limit your sugar, keep limiting your sugar. And, it was like I finally got him to check it because my dad was diabetic. His mom was diabetic. My grandpa, I don't think was, but my grandpa on my mom's side, her dad was diabetic. My aunt and uncle are diabetic. I don't think my other aunt and uncle are diabetic, as far as I know. And then dad has, I think all of his family was all of his sisters were diabetic except for the one I don't know because they didn't hardly speak. So I don't remember if she's diabetic, but the other two are. Well, one's alive. One died about 9 years ago, 8 9 years. Well, it would be 9 years ago because I was up there for the wedding and we met Fears. My dad flew in because she was really sick, so he got to see her and see me. And there's a picture of us at the casino because I think we were either staying at Hollywood or Ameristar. I don't remember exactly. It might have been Ameristar. I'll have to look at the picture and maybe I can tell. But yeah, 9 years, March 6th was the wedding. So we were there a day or two before, or maybe even 3 or 4 days before. But we were staying at the casino. She usually would get free rooms or discounted rooms certain days. So I don't know. Like she had 2 free nights, and some of the time we stayed with Aunt Sandy. I don't remember. But yeah, with my aunt. That's it. And she lives at Troy, which is about, if the city of St. Louis, she's about an hour away from. When you come in on like the highway and stuff, if you're all the way in the city, I would say she's at least an hour. But mom says it takes about 3 hours to get to St. Louis, and then it's another hour to her house. So she's an hour away. Well, that's South County. She has a dentist that she goes to, and she has and different things, and she gets follow up, and it's an hour away from her house. So technically, not everything's like an hour away. Like we live by the airport in Woodson Terrace, and I think she was about. I don't think she was a full hour away from there, but from like this all the way downtown, she probably would be. So I would say she was like 45 minutes away, but if there was traffic, yeah, it was longer. But like with no traffic, no rush hour traffic, to go to my aunt's house from where we lived. Depending on the day, sometimes you could. I mean, when we lived in St. Charles, it was like 30 minutes to 35 minutes, maybe. I don't know. But when we lived further out, it was more like 40 to 45 minutes to an hour. But yeah, I know 15 medications is crazy, but like I say, I used to be on 22. I'm not on some of my migraine medicines. I just now take the shot to limit it. If I have a severe migraine, I have some medicines in there for I can take like two a week on bad days. But I don't like to take them because they make me really nauseous and dizzy. And yeah, they're very strong. So you're supposed to take it if you feel like a migraine coming on, or within like 30 minutes of a migraine coming on, you can take the first one. And then if that doesn't help, you can take a second one within 2 hours, but then you can't take any more until like the next week. So if you don't have a lot of migraines, it's okay to take it once in a while, but they can cause memory issues. And so I try not to take the medicines that cause the memory issues. I had one of those doctors from my health insurance come and did like the house call thing, and I was on 3 medications that caused memory issues. Some of them were like migraine preventative ones. Some of them are help you to keep getting more migraines. So the same thing, a little bit preventative, but I was on like the max dose of like all these prescriptions. And so when my doctor had to leave or had to retire or something because he was getting older and was really sick, now I see his son is a neurologist, and he's like, "You're on the maximum doses of like 4 prescriptions. You may not need to be. We need to lower you down because it's going to cause you all kinds of issues. You're on over 20 prescriptions. We got to slow you down off of these." So we lowered the dosages till I was on like some of the minimums, and slowly one by one we got rid of those. And so now I just have that. If I get a migraine, I can take that extra pill. I have like 2 or 3 boxes of them because sometimes they still fill them and I don't really need them. So I hope none of them are expired. I need to check the expiration dates on them because I haven't taken them in a while, but they're probably okay. They'll work. They may be a little less effective, if it's 5 years later, but yeah, they're still gonna work. I have some prescriptions and stuff here. My mom's got my old when I was on muscle relaxers before, I think from like 22, and so she has a few extra that she takes like on a bad day. She'll take like a second one. She has her own, the same. Yeah, she's on that muscle relaxer, and then she's on a couple other things. One is like a Prilosec, and there's one other. She's only on three prescriptions. I forget what the third one is, but I'm not gonna go wake her up and ask her. Okay, I'm literally about to nod off myself, but I'm starting to yawn, which is a good sign. Maybe I can actually get some sleep tonight. And it's now after 6:02. Did we make it to 4 hours yet? Let me look at the time. 2:49. So 1:20 and 1:20 is 4 hours. So we're at 2:49. So we're at 4 hours and 9 minutes. So yeah, it's a good idea to end it as long as you guys can still hear me. Um, yeah, I'm trying not to turn the thing. I guess I could turn the thing. It keeps trying to say don't turn it or something, or goes black screen. So let's end the stream. We already sung the Carrie Show. I don't want to sing the Carrie Show again. We sung Move, Get Out the Way, or we said it a couple times. What's some of the other songs I did? The na na the Lion King thing. Yeah, I'm about to end it. I'm over 4 hours and like 9 minutes and something, Adam, and I'm starting to yawn and nod off a little bit. So I'd like to try to get some rest. I'll probably turn on either Dr. Pol, or I like to watch that show Wipeout. Have anybody ever heard of the show Wipeout that used to be on ABC? There's the new version with John Cena and that Nicole Byer that every now and then are coming up with new episodes. I didn't know if it was ever going to come back with new episodes since the writer's strike, but now there's new episodes, I think, on like Friday or Sunday or something on TBS. And then there's like two seasons or three seasons of that one out, or maybe they're on the second season. It's still coming out here and there. Maybe the season's done now. And then there's the old version with John. Okay, now hope I don't get this right. John Henson and John Anderson. John Anderson used to be on Sports Center. I don't know if he still does anything with Sports Center or ESPN. Y'all can let me know if you know of John Anderson on ESPN. There's Boomer on ESPN that still does a hell of a lot of stuff. Chris Berman, Boomer. David probably knows who Boomer is, that does all the highlights. Adam Pachita, do you know who Boomer is on ESPN? That's done all the football stuff for like, I think 40 years plus. He's been on ESPN since they originally started, like one of the first year or year after, something like that. So he just does a lot of part-time stuff and maybe one of the shows a week or something. And he does that 3 minute thing or whatever on either Sunday night or Monday Night Football, or the fastest 2 minutes or something. Yeah. If you watch like Sunday night or Monday Night Football, he does this thing where it's like the fastest minute in football, the fastest 2 minutes or 3 minutes or something like that. And I don't know if it's after the show or if it's on Sports Center later that he does that, or if it's like during half. I think it's during halftime. It's the halftime show. Yeah, he does like the fastest 2 minutes or something, and it's either Sunday night or Monday Night Football. I don't get me wrong. I can't remember exactly which one. David, do you know? Is David asleep? He said he was going to go to sleep. I want to stay here and eat some pizza and popcorn and watch a movie. Well, go back and watch it from the beginning, or wait till tomorrow night, and you guys will have a 4 hour movie to watch. It's basically a movie. It's only a very long, like a mini series. It's like two movies. So you got a 4 hour movie. Horizon was over 3 hours. I don't know if you guys heard of Horizon with Kevin Costner that he's made. Part one was over 3 hours. There's some movies I've got on Netflix that are on that 3 hours. The Irishman, never seen it, but it's got like Robert De Niro, um, Joe Pesci, and somebody else that's like classic actor. You probably can remind me if anybody's seen it. The Schindler's List, old movie with in the 90s with Liam Neeson. I think it came out in 96, 98, something like that. Never seen it. And I think it's in black and white for almost the whole movie because I've seen the previews and stuff. I'm like, it's almost black and white. Something said it's just, I don't want to do the spoilers. I ain't going to do that. But if you ever seen Schindler's List, there's something, there might be a part of color in the movie somewhere. I'm not going to say where or when or how, or I haven't seen the movie. I just know that I've seen something that said that there might be a thing of color. Yeah, I've got The Irishman on Netflix, but I haven't ever seen it yet. It's on my list. I'll eventually watch it. Yeah, it's supposed to be good. It's up for. I mean, it won a lot of awards. I'm trying to think of some other good movies that are somewhat classics. The Titanic. I was in college when the Titanic come out. Oh my God! Somebody came in and told me Jack died. I was like, "What? What do you mean Jack died? What? Spoil the whole damn movie for me. I haven't seen it yet. I can't believe Jack died, and it was so sad." I'm like, "Girl, I hadn't seen the movie yet. Don't ruin the movie for me." That's like the whole ending of the movie. Oh my God! I was like, "What? Why are you telling me the whole? Have you?" I was like, "Have you heard of Titanic?" I said, "Yes. I'm gonna see it soon, eventually." I can't believe Jack died. Have I said I seen it? No. That was when I worked as the cashier at the. Do you get David? Do you remember when I worked at the gas station in Poplar Bluff? I worked at that gas station. I don't even know if the gas station is there anymore. It's changed hands so many times. I think for a while it wasn't there, and then I think they put another one back in. On the way to Wapapello. If anybody knows where Wapapello is in Missouri, it's a lake. They have a dam there that you can drive by and see the dam and the water and all that. I don't know. It's a popular. They do like boat races and stuff. It's a popular lake in the summers and the nice weather, and I guess any type of weather. I swim in that lake. My grandparents used to camp there all the time and had the camping thing. I don't know how many years. Well, they had their big Avion trailer. That's why we have the big driveway, because their trailer was there. I don't know what year the trailer was, and that might have been their second trailer, and it was like a 1980 trailer or something, big old silver Avion thing. They were a member of the Avion Club, and so they went to all these places and traveled with the trailer and like met all these people, when they were able to, until my grandpa didn't like it sat there for like years, and my grandpa couldn't drive it and do anything with it anymore, or he wasn't hardly able to. They or he wasn't able to do the camping, and because he was older, and my grandma started having issues with her lungs and had to be on all these inhalers. They said that because of all the chemicals on the farms back in the day, that they weren't like, I'm sure back in like, I don't know if they were born in 28, so I'm sure back in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, all that. I don't know what year my grandpa retired, but it would have been the 80s. Um, he didn't own his own farm. He farmed for other people, but they had a house on the farm that they had. We have a picture somewhere, and it's like a pretty. I think it's a white 2-story house. None of these places are still there. I don't know if like the buildings for some of the old stores and stuff in that area that are still there, but they're not a store there anymore. And so it was like outside of this area. I forget if it's in a whole nother town, or if it's technically, our town, or if it's like technically another town. My mom would have to tell me that, like what farm that they had. If it was, I think it was technically another town and it was another school district, but yeah, because they went to a different school district, and then uh, and they had a different school. It was segregated school called the Smith School. Somehow mysteriously it burned down, and then all the kids had to go to the regular schools in like 8th grade or something. My mom was in 8th grade when that happened, so this would have been in like 1960. So I don't know if she said that they had like the segregated like water fountains and bathrooms. She don't remember all the like the separate they might have had the separate restaurants, but like the bathrooms and like the water fountains, she don't remember like segregated all that, but the schools are segregated until about 1960 when the one burnt down. Well, the elementary school was. I don't know if high school, they had a different high school. Maybe they did like all through high school at that particular school for all of them. But, their school, they had like, well, I think she went to this school. She had junior high and high school and elementary school. So she technically went to the same school I went to for a while, like first through 7th grade, and she graduated in 65. So, yeah, so technically, yeah, she went to this school and she was in this school district. Yeah, I'm gonna see The Irishman, and then I'll give you guys my opinion of some of these movies that I see and stuff when I'm able to watch movies again. I can't focus for a whole movie, and there's no not. I might be able to for an hour documentary, but most documentaries, and if they're any boring at all, they usually help get me ready for bed. That's something to watch like before I like go to bed would be a good thing, to practice. There's different, even the Bon Jovi. I've seen. I think I still have half of it left. Like the first episode. I'm like, I can't even get through this first episode. I gotta go to sleep. and I don't know why it was boring. The second one was a little better. Maybe I don't think I finished the whole thing. I think I'm on episode 3 still, or somehow I've either finished half of it and I still have episode 3 and 4. But like the first episode, I'm like, I didn't go back to it for a while. If it's going to be this boring and put me to sleep, that's how some documentaries have done to me in the past. There's certain that are really good, that have a lot of music in them, or that are very like crime. The ones that, like, get you on the edge of the seat, the crime ones and the murder ones, and like, or shocking stories, or shocking celebrity stories. Like, I seen this thing and it was like the Ferris Bueller thing, and it's like the one principal or different things, and he did all kinds of, well, he had like CP, but he also was like there was a 14-year-old boy, he was a pedo basically, and he had all this, child porn. He did like several movies. He was in the first Beetlejuice as like the husband that bought the house. He kind of looked like, I guess, he kind of had like a red skin tone, like orange, or orange skin tone, like Trump does. To be honest, he looks like he has like the hair or something. Is like, it looks. I don't know. He doesn't really have orange hair or anything. It's just like his, maybe he does like a fierce tomato thing, or like an orange face. I don't know. Or like the makeup that they put on for the movies make him look like that. From like the pictures that I've seen online, if anybody knows what I'm talking about. If you've seen the first Beetlejuice, that's who he is. He was in Howard the Duck. He was in Ferris Bueller. Well, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, which was probably one of his first movies. He was in a lot of movies. And then in the early 2000s or 2010s, he got, it was early 2000s, and because he got arrested for the child porn, must have had a very good attorney or a very good plea bargain, or they just didn't want him in prison because he was famous or had a lot of money, and they didn't want to actually put him in prison because he didn't touch anyone. He just had the child porn. He got a 5 year, he got a 5 year suspended sentence, so he basically did not have to do any jail time or any house. I don't know if he got house arrest or, but just a 5 year suspended sentence from what I read today. I remember this story, but I just didn't remember the whole actual story. So 5 year suspended sentence, and had to go on the registry. So when you go on the registry, like I think I told you guys a story. My ex is on the registry, and now my cousin is on the registry. The one cousin that hurt me, he always would beat up his girlfriends. One of the times they tried to call the police, but because she wouldn't press charges on, this was his first baby mama, and he's got like 5 kids. So he's got 2 kids with his wife. At first, well, I guess he's only married once, and then he's got kids with a girlfriend, the kids with the first woman. So then there's the first baby mama, and maybe there's one or two other kids out there that's rumored to be his. And then there's the whole thing where his dad's a porn star, and he's got like multiple uh alleged kids out there, besides the 2 kids he had with my cousin, and multiple other kids he's had with other people that's he's claimed. And now he's like almost 6, he's like 59 or 60 or 58. He was on the run for a long time because they wanted to try to find him for really back child support for my cousin and his sister, for my cousin for her 2 kids, because he owed back child support. When she was in prison, they were trying to find him for different things for that. And at times they thought he might be in Phoenix, Arizona. Or I Googled him and he was in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm like, here's some information. He might be in Phoenix, Arizona. I don't know anything else. I wasn't going to buy the report that had the actual addresses and different things. I think it had, or maybe it was on White Pages and it actually came up with an address. Like, see if he's here because it might work. And I think she got a little bit of child support because I don't think it was because of me, but I'm seeing it was a possible address, and they investigated and found him or something, and he had to pay back child support. But he should have had a lot of money. He was in Phoenix, Arizona doing the movies and stuff. So I don't know how many movies he made. But when my cousin was like 13, they showed Genvi like his movies and stuff, and he had no idea that his dad did all this stuff. And then later, when he was in school, like his dad came to pick him up in a limo and stuff like that. So, you know, he tried to live like the high life. And there's at least 30 to maybe 50 that say that he's the father of their children down in just the southeast Missouri. Now, I don't know how many's in Phoenix because that's the area he did the movies in. He's now in a place called, I think they call it Kokomo, Indiana, or somewhere near Kokomo, Indiana, where some of my other cousins are, and his sister lives there. I some other people are over there, his family and stuff. And then I forgot she had a third son with someone else, little Josie, and he was the one that bought my car. That was my grandma's car, the night I think it was an what was it, the 94 Buick LeSabre. Yeah, he bought my car and he said he was his cousin and him were gonna do all this stuff to it. He literally tore the car apart and then didn't know how to put it tore the whole dash off and did a bunch of stuff to the car. He tried to put in the radio thing, the big old, screen and radio thing. That's the first thing he tried to put it. Well, first he put tires on it. He said he was gonna raise the car and put all these big rims on it, and people have offered him a bunch of money for it. He was gonna take that car to college, and then he was still fixing it up, and it didn't hardly run very well, so then he never did take it to college. He goes to college, he was on a track scholarship. For some reason, he didn't know that they weren't gonna pay his room and board, and he thought he was getting a full ride, and they were just paying his tuition. They weren't paying his room and board, and he was gonna owe thousands of dollars, or that, per semester. It was gonna owe like 20. I don't know how much just the room and board. Well, when I did room and board at a private school, just the room and board was at least 2 to 5,000 a semester. And who knows what the hell it is now, because I graduated in 2001. With this economy, like I say, it's probably more like 20, 10 times that now. It's probably like 20,000 a semester. When I went to school, they kept raising everything. I don't know, it was like 5,000. It was way over 5,000 a semester, and I don't know if that was with room and board or without room and board. And then you could do the work study and get some of that paid off. Or maybe it was 5,000 tuition, 2,000 room and board, and then you have to pay for your books and labs and all that stuff. So it was expensive. Um, I'm half awake. Yeah, I'm awake. I'm here. But yeah, I don't know how much you can Google Lindenwood University in St. Charles, Missouri, and see what the prices are for school now, or I'll do that another time when I feel like it or have time. I'm not going to switch pages and try to Google that now. And I can't ask Siri to Google stuff for me, or to look, or ask Siri for do anything, because I'm on my phone. If I have like a thing where like I'm doing stuff, she won't look up anything or help me, or tell me what the temperature is, or what the time is, or set an alarm or anything. She won't be able to help me because, but yeah, sometimes I do all this if I'm watching a movie. Well, how old is this guy, and who's in this movie? Or I look up who's the cast and stuff, and I'm like, who's this person? I just get curious about stuff, and so I Google a lot of stuff, and I'm like, do you know how many times Google has told me everything that's the correct answer? Or I use Wikipedia if I want to see like the movie or information about a movie. I don't know why I want to spoil the movie for myself before I watch it. But I don't know how many times before I was seen a movie at a movie theater that I went through the Wikipedia page and knows half the stuff that's gonna happen. Well, mom, you better pay attention for this part. I'm not gonna tell you, but you better pay attention. Oh my god, easy. I don't know. Anybody else do that? I kind of do that. Or I'll be watching one on Netflix or something. I'm like, I want to know how this ends, or I want to know some of the stuff that's going to happen in this. It looked really good from the previews, and I kind of want to know a little bit more. Sometimes I read the plot, sometimes I don't. But I'd say 1 out of 10 times I want to know something more about the movie, and I get bored and I want to know how it's going to end or something. Not every movie I get bored, but I feel that it's good. I like sci-fi. I mean, let me just tell you the genres of movies that I like, and then y'all can send me recommendations and stuff, or on like Discord and stuff. I like sci-fi movies once in a while. I don't know, late night I like to watch a lot of weird sci-fi movies sometimes. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. It depends on the movie. I think The Martian I seen a long time ago with Matt Damon. Some parts are boring, some parts are good, but it's not like I don't think it's like the best sci-fi movie out there, but it's good and it's got Matt Damon in it. How you go wrong with Matt Damon? But he's by himself in a lot of it. You know what I'm saying? When you're by yourself in the movie, it can be more boring, but that's how it's supposed to be because you're lonely. And he I think he plants a garden on Mars, and starts to grow fruits, because he gets stuck there or something. And so it's called The Martian, and he builds all this stuff and he survives on his own. I think that's basically the gist of the movie. I don't remember how it ends. If he gets if he's stuck there for life, or he gets to go home. I really don't remember. But, so I don't know the ending. I'm not going to tell the ending. So I don't want to spoil too much, but there's parts of it that's really good and interesting, and then there's parts of it that are like, okay, this is kind of going on too long. From what I understand and what I remember of the movie. Now there's some of it, but some people like that kind of drama type stuff. I like drama. I'm not a big rom-com person. I was when I was younger, but I'm not really like sappy and like all those love stories. Maybe like mom likes loves those Hallmark movies at Christmas time. I'm like, I watch them once in a while, but I can't sit and watch every single one. I like the Taylor Swift one. Well, there was two. There was the one kind of with the Taylor Swift Travis Kelsey thing, only it was a whole nother team. And she was a pop singer, and they met at a concert. But he had like a little niece or something, like it would have been like a Jason Kelsey's little girl that he brought with her, to the place. I gotta change hands again, but he brought like a Jason Kelsey, niece, and she, they did like a photo thing and photo thing after, and so he went ahead and did the picture too with them in the picture. So yeah, Adam, are you awake? Anybody else awake still? If you're awake and still with me, you want to type in the chat. We got 3 watching. And I got $42.34. Yeah, you, Adam the human. Adam Pacitti is still awake. He's still typing. I guess my brother fell asleep. Is anybody else here? There's Eddie. There's Mars. I don't know if they're still here, but they were here. Maybe that's the 3 people. Adam Pacitti, Mars, and Eddie. Oh, it's like the middle of the day. Is it Friday or Saturday? Or is it like Friday or Thursday, technically? What is the actual day? Is it Friday? Because it's Friday here, but it's like, I don't know, 6:23 in the morning. So is it Friday afternoon? No, it's not Tuesday. It's either got to be Thursday afternoon, like yesterday, or you're gonna be today, like later in the afternoon, Friday. So you definitely got 2 days. It could be, yeah, Friday. So you're technically ahead of us. So yeah, I thought UK was ahead of us, or England, or whatever that's called. That your area that you're in. I think it's called UK, right? Um, I think what Dr. Gluon used to be from the UK that does the sim stuff, and now he lives in Iowa. And I forget somebody else. Oh, Mess Yourself was used to be from the UK, and now he's in that Dubai. No, is he Dubai, or is it that yeah Dubai? I don't know what's that place. It's called Arab Emirates that Dubai is in. So yeah, I think he's in Dubai now, and he's traveled a whole bunch all over the place. And he put a video recently why he left YouTube, and I don't know if he just like lost interest or what it was, or if it was just he was busy with his fiance and he just wanted a break because she was in Israel, he was in the UK, and then later they were living together. So I don't know if she's still in Israel. UAE, United Arab Emirates. Yeah, that's what it's called. But you spell it, it's United Arab Emirates. And it's Dubai is a city, I guess there, and it's a beautiful city from what I can see in the pictures and the travel and everything that he does because I have him on Instagram and like when he posts with his family and wherever he goes to all these beautiful places and he built that big he moved out of either his parents' house or his little house that he was in or his old place when he was still in the UK. I forget what city or anything it was in, but he built this or maybe he bought it and it was already built, but I thought it was brand new and he had it built. This big, like modern type 4-story that had like a walkout roof and everything that was really nice and had a pool. I think even on the roof was maybe where the pool was and had his office and everything in there. I think he's worth millions of dollars. I don't technically think you're worth millions of dollars, Adam the human, but I know you have a lot of followers and stuff. So technically, but yeah, I think he's got millions. I don't know how many million. It's like millions on YouTube. And he's got multiple YouTube channels. I found, I've got several that I'm subscribed to. But his main channel, I don't know. You just have to Google Mess Yourself, or I'll have to look at what his main channel is and how many subscriptions. But he left for a long time. But he would sometimes post videos or sometimes post things. But he was active on Instagram, and I almost bought that stuffed doll thing that's like his, um, I guess the thing on his, the logo on his channel and stuff, and like his content. He had like this stuffed doll. It looks like a little Elmo, but it's different. It's not Elmo. It looks like it's the Mess Yourself doll. If you've heard of Mess Yourself, he's a pretty popular YouTuber. So I think he's got like 5 million subscribers. I'm not sure. It might be less than that. And Robert IDK. I follow Robert IDK and they're buddies. And then I think I have her channel too, but I haven't watched a lot of her stuff. She's posted a lot of stuff about the war, and sometimes I've seen her shorts come up on my Instagram, but I haven't watched a lot of her YouTube, to be honest. And it used to, like, I think when I first subscribed, she had like 40,000. So who knows how much she has now. She was real active for the war because she lives in, against the, I don't know if she was for Israel or against the hostages, but she was against the whole war and everything that they're doing and everything that for the Palestinians and all the people that were dying and getting hostages. Yeah, it was a mess. And they're still releasing hostages. I don't know if they're ever going to release every single hostage or have a full ceasefire, but this is going on way too long. And there's several that they've already killed or that they found dead. And it's just horrible and miserable about war. My dad fought in Vietnam and he was never the same. Supposedly, my mom, told me about the nightmares and stuff he used to have. He was a decorated veteran. He also did a lot of stuff with the civil service. So he was in the active reserves until 2000. He went to Waco. He's traveled the world and seen a lot of different things when a lot of big events were happening. And he worked in the finance department for the civil service for like another 11 years until he had his heart attack thing and had to have surgery and had to retire from there. But yeah, he was I don't know how many years in the military. I'd have to look at his obituary stuff, but a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. And then, he had me and he had two other kids and he had, two, one, three, I mean, four stepchildren, but one, he was older. He was like a teenager, 17. As soon as I think as Joe turned 18, he moved out, or as soon as he could. He might have still been 17 when he moved out. As soon as he could and had a few dollars, he hated my dad. Or I mean, well, they just don't get along too well, and dad doesn't really. I don't know if dad's really fond of him or if they've changed over the years. But, back in the day when I was little, yeah, they didn't get along. It's not like they had like drag down, fist down fights and he didn't ground him and stuff. But I don't know. Me and either Veronica and Jennifer, or all three of us, one time played a little prank on him because he was a smoker and he was like 16, 17 at the time. And so we took his cigarettes, we broke them all in half, and then we threw them down the toilet and flushed the toilet. So he come home and he didn't have any cigarettes. He was so pissed at us, so pissed. I think he just screamed at us and stuff, but he's also could be nice at the time. Like I say, he contacts me. I hadn't heard from him in years. He gotten out of prison from something. He had a lot of issues with drugs, or maybe selling drugs. I don't know, or addicted to drugs. Don't know exactly what drugs. That's just all I heard from Dad, is that he had issues with drugs. What did he go to jail for in this time? Or he's in jail, drugs. That's all I know. And then later, like I say, he contacted me. I don't know if he did years or just like a few months or what that particular one was, but he was in the halfway house. So he must have done a couple years or several months or longer. David would know, but David's asleep. Yeah, still awake. I was up for the last 3 days, so I don't know if I'll be able to go to sleep, but I got a 2 hour nap yesterday. So even if I get 3, 4 hours of sleep, my worker's not coming till 11 or 12. Sometimes she's here closer to 1, but usually she comes about 11:30 or 12 or 12:30. She'll text me and say I'm on my way, or I'll be there by 10:30. I'm a guy to be there early. Like if somebody has a doctor appointment or not going to be home or on vacation or something, or they're in the hospital, then she'll be like, I got to be here at 10. I got to be here at 10:30. It depends on her schedule. She'll be like, she'll text me, and she lives here in town, so she's not that far away. I think I've only had one or two other ones that lived here in town. I had one that lived down the street, but most of them, or we were in Dexter, a lot of them lived close to Dexter, but some would be, from Sykeston, some would be from other places. I had one, I think, that was further south, and then we moved here. She was saying it was too far to drive, and they weren't paying her enough mileage. So she was like, it's too hard on my car, even though she had almost a brand new car. Yeah. Um, no, it doesn't mean that it doesn't work. You have to get off your electronics and literally try to go to sleep. I've taken 2 Benadryls last night and 2 Benadryls the day before, but tonight I've taken 2 melatonins. You can take 3. I'll take another one, and we'll see if I get any sleep. And when you're this manic, you don't sleep. Before, when I had it this bad, but I'm not really like angry like I was before, and having as severe symptoms as before. Like I said, right now I would say my mental health, 7, 8, maybe 9 on some. The other day it was like a 9 out of 10, a severe level. That Everything was bothering me. Mom and I got in an argument. She screamed at me a few times. I screamed at her. Some other stuff happened, but I didn't have to go to the hospital. Nobody had to go to jail. We were okay. She's done stuff to me in the past too, when I was younger, but she was the mother, so she got out of line with me a couple times back when I was younger that, it's hard to forgive her for. But it's not like I called the police on her or anything back in the day. It's not like I mean, she never really physically hit me very much. She just yelled at me. One day she hit me. I think I was like 14 or 15. She hit me, but yeah. And it left a mark that was there an hour or two later. But yeah, it went away. I was really mad about it at the time, though. She said I was out of control and she had to slap. She hit me on the leg or something, but it was hard. And, I had a handprint for a while. If we had had cell phones, I could be taking pictures and video. We calling CPS, but no, you don't do all that. And it was like the day where she used to spank me with a wooden spoon, and I would hide the spoon, and she found it with. And I used to play school and spank all my little Cabbage Patch dolls and stuff with the wooden spoon. Goes around, comes around, guys. But yeah, if I had I never have. I don't think I've physically ever hurt any of my dogs. Even when I'm manic and stuff, I don't think I've physically ever hurt a dog or anything. I mean, I've threatened to hurt my mom. I've had to leave several times so I wouldn't hurt my mom or just lock myself in my room. I hit the walls a few times until my knuckles were bleeding. Then I joined the gym. She's like, "Yeah, you need other things besides there. You need to hit the punching bags. You don't need to be hitting walls so your hands bleed." And I never did punch a hole in the wall. It's just that the walls are hard, my hands are soft, and my knuckles were bleeding. And this was before I moved down here, so this was a different place. So I was like, well, we're gonna lose it anyways. I'll just hit all the walls. Well, I can say I can read all the books of the world. That doesn't mean it's gonna help me fall asleep. I can watch boring documentaries. That doesn't mean. I mean, like I say, when I'm this manic, nothing really helps you sleep. You can take all the pills in the world. They're gonna take 2 weeks to work or longer. When you start on a new sleeping pill or any kind of new for any kind of new anything that's psychiatric or supposed to be on the mental health type drugs or anything, they're going to take 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes longer to work. So you start on, say, yeah, like when I started on Cymbalta, even though it's for fibromyalgia, it's also for depression, it's also for anxiety. I mean, it's not really for sleep, but it helps with all of that. Yeah. The mom stuff is not that bad. There's just stuff like I did something to her the other day. I had it was like a reflex. She laughed at me or something and mocked me or something that I was saying, and I just like hit a switch and I'm like, no, that's not good. You're not doing that. I didn't hit her. I threw a little water on her. She freaked out though. She's like, what? She was shocked, but yeah, I was like, you've thrown water on me before when I was like 17, but it was like 3 in the morning, and I'm like slamming doors and cabinets and trying to find something in the kitchen to eat or something, and I was kind of out of control. And so they called me. I forget what they said when I was in high school. They said I was like a hypochondriac and like worry and anxiety. They didn't really diagnose me as anything like mental back then. But yeah, some days it was just out of control. Not like the mania like this, but it's just I couldn't sleep or I would like have anxiety, and different things. I don't think they ever put me on anxiety pills when I was that young, but they didn't put me on anything psychiatric until I was like 21 or something. 21 or 20, maybe I was 22. It was the year 99 or 2000, which I would have been 22 when I went in the first mental ward. Oh, hey, Dana. We're 4 hours plus strong, and my headphones are over there charging. I need to probably put them back on, but if y'all can hear me, I'll just talk like this. And they're always, I mean, they're very nice headphones. And I have a, what, whoa, I'm a little dizzy. I have a flashlight over here by my headphones. So, and then I have my TV on. Technically, I'm watching my own stream, but yeah, I can see stuff on the big screen. I can't see the chat on the big screen. And even when I had the chat on with the lantern, I watched Lantern watching my stream, and he was showing my stuff on somebody was watching my stream. Did Fears, what do you mean a mod? I don't understand what that means. Did Fears agree to, what is a mod? To me to be a mod on his channel? I don't know what you're saying. or for him to be a mod on my channel. He's not going to be a mod on my channel. I'll tell you right now, that's not going to happen. I'm not going to have him in here blocking every single person that he doesn't like Adam and Quentin and everybody, or anybody that says fears, you're fat or you're whatever. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Oh, well, we're way past that. If you want to update on that, I'll. We didn't have the debate. Update on that. If you go back to my last stream, it's a list of fears demands. There were 6 demands. I didn't really like keep count. I think I'm at 8. I don't know, but it was 6. And then he did a thing right after where he addressed all the 6 and what he was going to do and what was right. And this one's going to be harder than others. Okay. So there's 6 demands. The main one that I only gave him 30 days to do, or he has 30 days to complete, or what was it? 30 days to do something. 30 days. He has to not lie for 30 days. The rest of them are 1 year. Okay. So stop flipping people off in the Discord, and that's the one he broke within 12 hours or 13 hours. It wasn't even 24 hours, and it was barely like 12 or 13 hours. I'll have to go back and count the hours, but I'm just going to say an average of. So yeah, I'm going to give you the latest. We're going to go through the whole thing and some of the conversations Fears and me had in the Discord and stuff. He wanted me to come on his stream. I was like, hell no, I'm not doing this on your stream. I was like, you can do this on my stream with a moderator, or we can go into a Discord call with a moderator. That was what was supposed to happen. He keeps calling me on Discord. I'm trying to call you to do the Discord. I said, no, Fears, I'm not going to do that until I get a moderator. I will go in one of the voice chats, and it's got to be me, you, and either a person of my choice or your choice, or one that we agree to together. So I knew he wouldn't do like Quentin or Adam Pachidi or maybe Joey he would agree to, but Joey's like, I'm not doing it this late. I don't want to be out of this. Pixel refused to do it. I'm trying to remember who else was up for that. I'm going to set up for a little bit and change positions. Let me see here. I'm trying to remember. I've mentioned a couple people. I mentioned Randy. I don't know if Randy would do it, but I mentioned Randy. I was like, your best friend Randy can do it. I mentioned Visions. Visions like, I really don't want to do this right now. It's like, I'm tired. I'm doing something. We're not doing this. I'm not going to go tonight. We're not. Visions like, no, I'm not getting involved with this tonight. So even if he accepts it, I'm not going to do it today. So no, not tonight. So Vision said no. I don't know if he ever even contacted Randy for Randy to be the moderator, or even Randy was awake at this time. Because it was, time he did his stream, I don't even know what time it was. When I did mine, it was like 12, 1, 2, 3. I don't even know what. I did a shorter, so I did the demands. I don't know how long the stream was. I think it was right less than an hour. And then he did his and went through if you guys remember the dude, Blueberry, he kept like a whole thing. And then some girl named Kate, I don't know if she's kin to the dude or a friend of the dude or the dude's girlfriend. Fears kept mentioning some girl named Kate to send him the list. So I don't know who Katie is, or if she's a girl that's in the Discord that she's like the Fears something. I forget. It might be who Katie is, but I don't know technically who Katie is. He mentioned Katie. So that might be who Katie is, because somebody asked if Katie was going to be a mod. Yeah, I talked to her in the Discord. That's who Katie is. So that's what that is. So we tried to do it. I didn't even write the list down because he's not even gonna do this. He's either gonna break it or refuse to do some of these. There's no way he's gonna last a year, much less. I thought it was gonna last like 72 hours or maybe even up to a week. And I've tried to talk to him. He's like, they posted a picture of my ex-girlfriend. They always do this once in a while. I can't believe this. I'm like, Fears, you have to let it go. Things like this are going to happen. Do you know how many pictures of me that they released and how many videos of me that they released? They made a web page. They've never released one. He's never had it out there that we know of, or that any ex-girlfriend has released a dick pic of Fears. And I don't know if there's any out there. If there is, they're just, or if he's ever sent a dick pic to anyone. He's actually told me before, I don't think he's ever done that to anyone. He's like, I don't do stuff like that. That's weird. Yeah, he's weird, but weird in a different way. But yeah, he said he's never sent one on the dating app. So I don't know if he's just ashamed of his size. the whole catfish thing, he tried to tell them he was like 9. If you have a 9-inch one, there's no way you keep that. Do you know how many things get sent to me when I was on the dating apps? I've seen hundreds. Some that I've asked for. I would say at least 50 to 100 that I did not ask for. I would get some on Twitter and Instagram and all this stuff, especially, 5, 6 years ago when I was streaming more and was wearing my makeup, and people would send me, or when I was on the dating apps. If it's 2 or 3 in the morning, you don't even have to ask for one. If you ask for one, yeah, they're going to give it to you. If you don't want to ask for one, they're going to give it to you. You want to see this? No, they show it anyways. I was like, I had it on my profile that I was like, if you send me those, you will get your account reported and I will block you. I did it every time. I'm like, well, if you didn't read my profile, it says I'll block you for unsolicited dick pic. And I still got like 30 or 50 of those. So I can't help it if people are crazy and don't read and just, try to send unsolicited ones out there. That's what happens. I think I saw back in the day when I would get them once in a while, I started posting them on Twitter. Well, here's another unsolicited one that I didn't want that some guy sent me off of Instagram, or, you know, I did that to Richie's too, but I mean, if somebody was stupid enough to send them to me, they're going to get leaked to different places. I think I would post somebody like, well, here's another one, leave it up for about 30 minutes or an hour, or a few hours or a day. If people start reporting it, then I take it down, but I wouldn't leave them up all day. But yeah, they did that. They've done different ones, and people send me stuff, and then they did something where it's called the Big Cock of Sykeston, and they redid the picture with one of them. I didn't even know if Joey or Pixel or whoever was behind that, but I thought it was funny actually. I'm like, well, actually, this is kind of cool. It's called the Big Cock of Sykeston. Everybody does everybody. If mom is hearing this, she's probably going to be like, why is she talking about the Big Cock of Sykeston? Because there's pictures of me, and that's Pokemon Go, and that's what the Pokemon Go stop was. It literally was like there was a Statue of Liberty thing in Dexter at one of the insurance places, and it was just called Statue of Liberty Dexter. And then there was, like I say, it's like a little thing. It's like a chicken restaurant called Lee's Chicken or something, and it's just called. And that was the stop. I'm like, oh, you got to stop. There's a Pokemon. I would play it once in a while, but I think I played it for about a year, and then I'm like, no, I don't want to. When we're out and stuff, and I have a doctor appointment, it was kind of cool to go around all, and see a stop or something. But yeah, I'm not gonna just walk. I did it all. I was mostly in the car. I would get out once in a while and do it, but most of it was I was in the car. I'd get out and then I'd get it. Okay, let's go to the next one. Drive around. There wasn't a lot around me, and I don't know how many. I haven't ever tried to do the ones here in this town. There's probably not many. There might be 4 or 5, or it's probably some of the murals. It might be the Walker Brothers studio. They were a musician. They're twins, and they're called the Walker Brothers. And I don't know if it's no. They're not really. They might be more country, but they were on The Voice, and there was already a group called the Walker Brothers. So then they had to change their name to Brothers Walker to qualify for The Voice or something, or to release the songs when they have to release the songs for the studios and stuff. They'll be like, we have to change our name to the Brothers Walker because we can't release it as the Walker Brothers, and that's how they had to change their name. You get ready for work. Okay, well, we're still going. I've got my phone on charge. I've got my headphones on charge. I should be ending soon so I can try to get a little bit of rest, but knowing me, I'll lay down. I'll still be up in 3 hours. I might get an hour or two sleep. It'd be nice. I got 2 hours of sleep with the nap yesterday. And then the day before, I think I got an hour and a half nap. And then 30 minutes of a cat nap with my eyes closed. So even if I lay with my eyes closed, it doesn't mean I can go to sleep. I rest my eyes, and that helps a little bit. That's why I can't hardly see as well, because I haven't been resting enough. And or maybe I need to get my eyes checked, but I was going to wait a while, like wait a month, because until this gets better, or until I get back to somewhat normal or halfway normal, or I'm going to my therapist gave me a whole bunch of things, because I found out that Cymbalta has a bunch of things with side effects. And I had some of these before, but I didn't realize it was Cymbalta. I thought it was my bipolar. I thought it was my anxiety. I thought it was my depression. I thought it was all these other things. If I was allergic to it back then and I was on the maximum dose, I don't know how y'all put up with me. It was literally, I don't know. Over the years, there's so many videos, or I did so many crazy things. So no wonder this medicine was a big part of it. And they didn't explain to me all these side effects. They just put you on a medicine. Sometimes you get the side effects from the Walgreens or Walmart or wherever your medicine's from. Sometimes you can Google the side effects, but the doctors don't really tell you unless it's like a major one that can cause issues. Watch out for this and watch out for that. They try to put me on Ambien. I'm like, I Google Ambien side effects. There's like, hell no, I'm not going on Ambien. I don't want to go around driving while I'm asleep. I don't want to go around walking around eating and sleepwalking while I'm asleep and doing who knows what while I'm asleep. There's all these thousands of cases where people went and ate and ate and ate and ate like their whole fridge full of food while they're sleepwalking. And then they find their fridge, and gain a whole bunch of weight or different things, or who's stealing my food on my fridge? And literally, they're the ones doing it. Like 5-course meals every night. And there's people that get in a car accident and kill a bunch of people or almost kill themselves, and they were on the Ambien and they were asleep the whole time. So there's no way I'm going to try something like that. Well, we need to try you on the sleeping pill, not Ambien. You can find me a different sleeping pill. I'm not taking Ambien or anything that my doctor in St. Louis was great. My psychiatrist up there, she's like, well, you're already overweight. We're not going to make sure, we're going to make sure that and you're already on a lot of medications. She told me never to drink energy drinks because it can cause heart issues. There's heart issues and stuff. Of course, later I drank energy drinks, but not when I was still under her care. But after we was down here, and I'm like, well, energy drinks sound nice, and these look nice, and I want to try these, and these are fun. I mostly just drink the coffee ones. But yeah, I drink the Monster ones once in a while, and I'm like, well, these have all kinds of cool flavors. That was before I was diabetic, and I had to, not. I mean, Matt Man, when he was around and drinking all those bangs or different things, he drank the sugar-free ones. So I don't know if he was diabetic or whatever, but he was drinking like the ones were sugar-free, and there was all kinds of cool flavors for them too. So they make them like, and there's Prime now. There's all these ones out there. I haven't drank energy drinks in a long time because I only did them for like the streams. I know a lot of people when I was working, there was people that did those little energy drinks or the 5-hour energy or some kind of energy drink so they could get through the day at work. I know a lot of people drink a lot of coffee. My mom drinks a lot of coffee. That's probably why she gets a lot of interrupted sleep. She doesn't like to admit it, but she drinks too much coffee. So, because she's like, she has to have 2 cups of coffee before she kind of really wakes up, needs to go somewhere, do something. She's like, I've only had 1 cup of coffee. I'm not going nowhere. I have to have my 2nd cup of coffee. So I think she has like 10 cups a day, to be honest, but she might have less than that. She's always having coffee. And then she may have she has a bottle of water by her bed at night. That's the only water she drinks is maybe, or when she's sick, she drinks more water. But yeah, she don't drink a lot of water. But coffee is made of water. Just like soda is made of water. Coffee is mostly water. So if you drink 10 cups of coffee a day, you're 8 or 10 ounce cups of coffee a day, you're getting your water in. Because what do they say? They say to drink 64 ounces of water. So 8 ounces. So you drink 8 ounces or 8 glasses of regular water a day. So if you're drinking 10 cups of coffee plus a 20-ounce water or 16-ounce water, or 16 ounces 2 servings. So say she drinks 10 cups of coffee that are the 8-ounce or whatever. So then she has 2 or almost a bottle of water, or at least 1 serving of water, because 1 day a week she's got to take this iron pill or something to help with something that she has to do once a week. Maybe it's the thing for her bones, and her bones are finally normal now, or not, low density or whatever it was. And she had to double her calcium or double something. And then they gave her this pill that's supposed to help her bones or something that she has to do once a week, because she has to get that bone density test every year to test her bones because of her age and stuff. So they do that every year, and a mammogram. And then I get mammograms now. Oh, they're so fun. Actually, they're not that painful. My aunt like freaks the F out. After I turn a certain age, I'm not getting any more, because, after a certain age, it's not required as much. She's like, as soon as I turn so and so, I'm not getting any more. I'm never getting another one. They're so painful. She's kind of a drama queen. She's got mental issues too, but she's fun to be around sometimes. My brother's fun to be around sometimes. They're the life of the party. But everything's all about them. Well, I mean, not David. Fears is like that. Everything's all about Fears. They don't care about anybody else, or how anybody else is feeling, or what anybody else is going through. Like, your life's so much better than my life. Well, can you talk to somebody about that, about their life? If they've literally been a rape survivor, Fears, you've never been raped, as far as I know. If Fears has been raped, let me know. I don't think so. a domestic violence survivor, actually 3-time rape survivor, been raped 3 times by 2 different men. So one was my cousin. So I mean, fears. Have you ever been through that shit? No. Have you ever been through so much mental stuff that you're at the severe level? Possibly, because I think he's undiagnosed, some kind of like something. I don't know if it's bipolar. I don't know if it's severe anxiety disorder, borderline personality disorder. I'm not a psychiatrist. I can show my, my psychiatrist's videos and say, "What do you think? What do you think, doc? What do you think he has?" I mean, he has severe ADHD and some of those other things, and he was on different pills when maybe it's OCD. He might have OCD. I think a lot of this stuff is obsessive compulsive disorder. Plus, he has the Crohn's. So Crohn's is a bad disease. I have a friend that has colitis. She almost died having her babies, especially the last one. She's like, nope, no more. She almost died. The baby almost died. I mean, went very early on. So she was in the hospital a lot with all. I don't know if she was in the hospital a lot with the first two. And she was a lot younger than she's 2 years younger than me, and so and the baby's almost 4, around, yeah, he turned 4, I think. So if I'm 46, she's 2 years younger, so she's 44. Her birthday's 2 days after mine, and 4. So yeah, she was 40 when she had him. So it was already, once you turn like 35 or 40, isn't it like a geriatric pregnancy or something? So you have to be careful, and there could be all kinds of risks. And then if you have something like colitis and you have all the morning sickness, it literally dehydrates you in different things. And then you have the colitis, which is also dehydrates you and have issues. Plus, when you have a condition like that and you're pregnant, the baby's trying to feed on you and the colitis is trying to feed on you, and it's just a mess. So I guess to be pregnant with colitis. Fears never been pregnant. So I'm sure anybody that's a woman that has Crohn's with pregnancies is probably a similar thing. That, the baby's trying to get your information, take a lot from you, and then the Crohn's takes a lot from you. So you can end up in the hospital dehydrated, definitely, especially if you have a Crohn's attack with the stomach issues and the throwing up and the vomiting and stuff like Fears does. I don't know if he eats the wrong food, doesn't take the right enough medicine, or his is just severe enough he's just going to have these issues, every couple months or something, or whatever it is that he has an attack and he's just so sick. Please pray for me. I'm not feeling good. I don't know how many videos I've seen of him like that. Do you know he was like that like the next day at one of our hangouts, and you know what he had? He had like a whole bunch of meat pizza. Now, if I ate a meat pizza, I would have acid reflux that I already have. It would probably be really aspirated. I don't like sausage and stuff anyways. If I eat anything spicy, I know I'm a little bit older, but I have a lot of stomach issues too. If I have to literally take diarrhea pills if I'm going to eat Taco Bell, which I eat the mildest things there, and I don't put sauce on anything except a nacho cheese sauce. I don't get their mild sauce. It's almost too spicy for me. So I don't know who can handle the fire and the whatever Diablo sauce is. Hell, I'd probably be dead. And people who have Crohn's, I don't know if he's ever uses any of those sauces or the very, very spicy stuff. Yeah, you can't do that stuff when you have those conditions. I don't have those conditions. I got tested for a lot of that stuff with my colonoscopies. I think I had 3 polyps, which is the first time I've ever had polyps. That could have been why I was so sick. And other than that, that was all that they found. And then I started feeling a little better, I think, when they got the polyps out. But yeah, when I stopped a lot of my medications, I started having, I think I only threw up once or twice. And then I seen my regular doctor and we went over every single prescription, and I've got the list there somewhere. She had me, it's in her handwriting. Well, I don't know. There was about 5 or 7 that I just had to have. There's my diabetes medicine, my thyroid medicine, and just a few things that we just thought I just had to, that I was willing to go on and it'll be okay. Later over, since then I've had to double it with everything that I have going on, and things coming back, like my cholesterol numbers came back a couple years later, that I had to go back on my cholesterol medicine, but I'm on 1, I'm not on 4. I mean, I'm on the over-the-counter one, so that was the 4 that I was on before, was the over-the-counter fish oil and 3 cholesterol medicines. So I try to watch my diet. I try to watch my portion control. I don't eat pizza. There's times where I've ordered pizza 2 to 3 times a week, and then I eat it for 2 days, about 2 to 3 meals a day. So if I eat pizza 3 times a day for 3 meals a day, or 3 times, usually it's 2 to 3 times in a day of servings or something, or maybe a little extra servings. And you do that 3 times plus, so let's say 6, maybe 8 or 9 servings for like for one order. So 9 servings of pizza, maybe bread or whatever I get with it, and times that by 3, that's 27 servings of pizza a week. Some weeks. Now, I don't do this every week. That's the old me. But I'm saying now I've limited all that, and I lost 30 pounds because I was so sick with my stomach. But I've kept 15 pounds of that off. I did gain back 15 pounds. But so, and I'm a cup size down. So that, there you go. I think I'm doing a little better. I'm big, and because I'm going to have a big stomach because I'm diabetic, and most people that are diabetic are going to have a bigger stomach. So I don't know if I'm officially the same size, like, because I always was a bigger size on top than I was on the bottom. I had to have like a 2X or a 3X top, and then a 2X or a 1X, pants. Now I'm an extra large pants, or extra large. There's extra, extra large. I still can't hardly wear that, and probably most tops. Some props I probably could. So but the 2X instead of XXL is technically still regular clothes. It's not plus size. And then there's 1X, 2X, 3X, and so on. So if you go from an extra large to a 1X, they're going to be a little bit bigger, or like a half a size bigger, the 1X, than the extra large. Or the extra, extra large to a 2X or a 1X. An extra extra large plus a 1X is similar sizes, but maybe the extra extra large is a tiny bit bigger. And then, like I say, the 1X and then 2X. Most shirts are 2X's that I have. I have a couple that I bought in a 3X so that maybe wouldn't show my stomach as bad and be more comfortable to wear. And if they would shrink, if they're cheap Walmart shirts, they're going to shrink. So, that's I have some that are 3X. I have some that are 1X. I have some that are extra large shirts. Yeah, the extra large shirts are going to, if they're men's extra large, yeah, I can wear them pretty comfortably because that's what I used to wear. If they're women's extra large shirts, it doesn't depend on how they're made. I went to Cracker Barrel and got a bunch of clothes, got the extra, extra large. The jacket fits absolutely fine. And it's like studded and pretty, blue jean jacket. I've never had a blue jean jacket, and I can't tell you years or if I ever had one. I don't know. I don't know why I ever never had one. Mom say that plenty, and I don't know how many she's had over the years, but she's got one or two. I think she's got one that's got like a thing that matches like a shirt that goes with it, or pants or something that goes with it, and it has like cheetah print or leopard print or like patches on it, but it's blue jean, and then it's got some patches of like animal print or something on it, and then she's got just one blue jean jacket that's more like a shirt. And then I think she's got one that, but it not as thick as my jacket. It's more like a shirt. She wears a lot of like an extra shirt, like a blue jean shirt or like a flannel shirt and stuff like that over like her clothes, like a turtleneck or something. And then she has her jackets and stuff, but she doesn't. And then that one year we got like they're not really matching. I think she got like the brown tones. They're like just a real fluffy, warm, like a fleece type coat, and I got like the purple tones. It's like purple, different colors of purple, and hers is different colors of brown, and like there's like a white or a tan, or there maybe it's tan and then like a dark brown. It's like color coded, and then it has like a nice big hoodie. But like the pockets don't hardly fit stuff, or the pockets it feels weird. Their pockets aren't made right, or the way the jacket's made. Time it's zipped up, the pockets are kind of small, and stuff falls out of them pretty easily. So I don't wear it as much, but a cold day, oh, that's nice. I've got another jacket I've had that's really nice. It's almost like a windbreaker, but it's a little bit thicker, and then it's got like fur trimmed. It's got a fur collar and like a fake fur collar and a fake fur around the sleeves at the end. Okay, does that mean that it's out for delivery? Let me check one thing. It's almost, yeah, finally his dog food's coming today. It's got delayed in Memphis a couple of days with the weather and the storms and stuff. So it's coming today. Okay, that's good. Adam's getting his food. He's got enough for probably 3 or 4, well, maybe 3 days. Maybe 3 days. So that's good. All right, we got anybody watching? I don't know if it's 3 people that are asleep that has it still on. Dana left. Is Adam Pacitti still here or in the chat? There's what's that one guy's name that was here? I can't see it. Marshall Chisholm World. Okay, Marshall Chisholm World. So yeah, the fears broke the thing, and I don't really have time to go through every single thing that's in the Discord. If you want to go back and read the paragraphs, I agreed not to. I mean, there is one thing that I agreed to. I don't think that I should have to call the police or file the lawsuit or for anything for like harassment or civil or file like a civil lawsuit for damages for all the past that he's done to me. I've got it, There's times I was really mad at him, and so I did the fears roast, and people kind of egged me on with all that. And plus, I wasn't mentally well, so I mean, the fears are the all those are going to be up. We do the fears truth shows, I just think people should tell their opinion and what happened to them and what he did to them. He's not going to be able to come on there and defend himself. He wants to, he can, but he'll get scared and run away. He won't want to come on my stream. He's blocked me on everything. I don't think since he's blocked me on everything, he even deserves to be on my stream. I will talk to him. I will be civil to him. I'm not going to curse him out. I'm not going to really badmouth him or say bad stuff about him. I'm just going to say my truths and truths has happened to me. If he's going to try to say that they're lies or he doesn't remember, a lot of people when they're really angry don't remember every single thing that they do. Or if they're drinking, don't remember every single thing that they do or say. Plus, some of this stuff is 8, 9 years ago. So 8, 9 years ago, he was nice in the beginning. We had some good times hanging out. Yeah, he had his moments, and I'm like, I really realized what if he's gonna, break some of his stuff or break his headphones or break his GPS or break his car or something. And then for some reason he got extremely scared at certain places in St. Louis that look similar to a ghetto or something. When we went from, I don't know if it was when we went from the Limp Mansion to Starbucks, and he's like, I don't want to go this way. I don't want to get out of the car. We need to be that we. I will lock the car. You'll be fine, Fears. We're gonna get shot. No, we're not gonna get shot. uh, we got to get out of this area. Well, we are getting out of this area. I'm telling you where to go. This is the nearest Starbucks. We got downtown where Starbucks was. Oh, this is a nice area. This will be fine. I don't mind going to this Starbucks. Oh, it's nice. It was downtown, fancy. If you guys seen that stream back in the day, I don't know where that stream is because it's probably on one of his stuff. He did a cartwheel, 2 or 3 cartwheels outside, acted all crazy like he normally does. Yeah, did some cartwheels. He tried to pick up some girl in line and was flirting with this girl in line. I don't know what else happened. I don't think I had a coffee. I think maybe I had some kind of a cappuccino or something, or maybe I had a soda, but I don't even remember if I even had a coffee. I probably had a cappuccino or something. I'm not a big coffee person. I can't drink straight black coffee. I can't drink coffee with cream. It has to be some kind of a cappuccino, some kind of a latte, some kind of a mochaccino, something with some like chocolate flavor, like the lattes I used to love with different flavors, or cappuccinos, like the Starbucks, even the energy drinks. The mocha, the vanilla stuff like that, I would drink, but I can't just have a black coffee. Hell no. Well, mom doesn't even drink black coffee, but she uses cream, and she doesn't use a lot of cream. There's times where I've made it accidentally put too much cream in it, and then it was really milky, but she likes her cream. I think in the wintertime, she takes like those soft peppermints or the hard peppermints and puts like, 5 mints in her coffee with the cream. Or maybe she doesn't put the cream in because she's got the mints. But she likes to put peppermint and stuff in her coffee. And then Adam's like, I want a mint. I want a mint. I'm like, she's putting it in her coffee. She's not going to give you a mint. We like Tums. We have Tums. He thinks he's getting candy or something. He's like, can I have some Tums? He freaks out. And I'm like, no, you can't have a Tums. I gave him a Tums one day, or like a half of one. She'll chew off a half of one and sometimes give him a bite. They're sugar free, but they're like orange flavored or fruit flavored or something. They do smell good and taste good. They don't taste like they're sugar free. But he literally freaks out. I don't know what, like I say, I've got a video. I couldn't post in the Discord. It's a little bit too long. I can send it to a couple people if you guys want to just trim it a little bit so then you can post in the Discord. Pixel will probably do that for me. Or Quentin or Adam Pachidi or somebody, Vision, somebody can edit a 45-second video. She's like, I'll make another one. No, I was like, don't make a bunch of videos. I was like, he's tired. He doesn't want to do it again. But I've got videos of him just going crazy for chicken sandwiches from rallies and any place that he loves chicken. And he'll be like, "Arr, woo, woo, arr, woo." He'll get real loud if you don't give him a bite. "Arr, woo, woo, arr, woo, woo." He'll just, I love you. I love you. I love you too. You gotta wait a minute. "Arr, arr." He'll just get extremely loud. Especially if it's something he really wants, or you're getting to the last bite or something. If it's something that smells really good to him, I'm like, you gotta wait a minute. You gotta wait a minute. Give me time. Well, and I haven't had a lot to eat. Well, I had those Pringles earlier, but I don't even know what time that was. Maybe I should go make those hot dogs, but it's like early in the morning. Maybe I should just have, what do I have in here? I have these little Cheetos cheese bites, which I can't really eat while I'm streaming. I have Ritz's. I had to look, but make sure nothing had potatoes in it because I finally got a hold of my old therapist, responded and finally texted me back, because my new therapist, I can't meet with her till March 4th. And she told me about the potato thing again that I forgot about. Um, when you have fibromyalgia, MS, some of these autoimmune disorders, potatoes can really exacerbate your pain. And so it may not be the Cymbalta technically. It may be a combination with, because Cymbalta can interfere with caffeine. And for some reason, when you have a lot of caffeine, or when you're starting to get these mania or different types symptoms, you crave more caffeine. And then the more caffeine you drink, the more manic and the less sleep and everything you're going to get. So that's a tip right there. If you're acting kind of crazy, Fear said he couldn't sleep. Well, yeah, when you're wound up like this, how much caffeine did you drink, Fears? I haven't talked to him about it, but I'm saying, Fears, if you're listening or watching, or anybody gets his back to Fears, if you drink a lot of caffeine and you're already hyper like ADHD, the caffeine's going to exasperate it or whatever it is, and make it like 3 times worse. Just like when I'm on like 20 prescriptions, if I drink 1 or 2 drinks, and I'm on muscle relaxers and stuff like that. If you drink and you're on muscle relaxers or different things that I'm on, like that says like don't drink or very limited drinking. So I used to drink 3 drinks, I already be thrown about to pass out on the floor. And if I had 3 drinks, like an hour's time or something, if I was drinking them fast. So I think I had a Zima or like a Smirnoff Ice and had a 6 pack. I drank 5, didn't eat, was on all those pills. I fell down trying to get to the bathroom, really almost passed out. So somebody had to help me to the bathroom. Like, oh, she's fine. She let go. I fell down. So yeah, they're, oh, I didn't think she was this bad. And then I ate something. I got in a fight with a girl because somehow she got mad at me for something and just wanted to beat the crap out of me for some reason. She punched me in the face a couple times. I didn't punch her back. I was afraid she might hurt me. She's been in a few fights, so I knew not to mess with her. She was drunk too, so I'm like, no, I'm not. Everybody made her get into a fight. I'm like, I thought these guys were going to fight me too. And they were just, everybody was screaming and egging everybody on. And egging her on, come on, do this, hit her, all that crap. Well, if we had videotape, it would be videotaped, but no cell phones back then. I don't think I had my first cell phone until like, I don't know. That was a few years ago. That was like 2001. Or if I had a phone, it was one of those little tiny flip phones or a track phone. I didn't have my first iPhone until like 2011 or something like that. And I think it was an iPhone 4S or something. Then I got the iPhone 6 or something, or 6S. Now I have an iPhone XS, and I've had it over 4 years. And we usually upgrade about every 2 to 3 years. With the economy and money and stuff, we decided to wait. Our phones are working fine. There's nothing wrong with them. Yeah, the batteries are getting pretty bad. You have to pretty much have your phone plugged in 24/7. It'll go an hour or two, maybe 3 hours, and then you got to plug it in again. So yeah, it's kind of a bitch, but and I've got a plug-in thing in the car, and I'll just mess with it plugged in. I've been on my phone a lot, so that probably does not help the mania. I do a lot of things that doesn't help. You've got to set the phone down. You've got to set everything down. That's not helping my vision and all this other stuff. To look at your phone 24/7, to be on the Discord 24/7. So when you're doing all these kind of things, sometimes it's good to just unplug technology, and watch a movie for an hour or two. Stay off of all social media. Do not answer any direct messages from any of the people or the trolls or the Discord or that you're tagged in. And don't look at, social media for 10 hours, 12 hours. I need to take my own advice once in a while. I try to do that when I go to sleep. But since I haven't been sleeping, that hasn't been happening. I usually, when I come to my room, I set my phone down, and unless somebody's texting me or calling me or certain things, I'll look at it. Okay. It's stuff about emails and different things. Okay. I'll go through, about when I get up at 5 to feed Adam, I see if I've missed anything important, because I would not get much sleep because I had so many sounds on my phone. I went through all my notifications, literally turned half of the sounds off. I don't need this sound. I don't need this sound. I need my phone. I need texting. And the other day I turned it to mute, so the alarms, my iPhone alarms would still go off to feed Adam, but I wouldn't have, if someone called me or text me, I'm like, they can wait. I need just turn everything off and just take some break. So I try to take a, social media break. I sit and watch movies on Netflix or whatever I want to watch movies on. Pixel gave me his HBO Max. I added all that stuff and went through like the whole collection and added like, I don't know how much stuff. I would say hundreds to thousands of shows and movies. So, I'll be busy for a while once I do get to watch something. So, and then last night, the only thing I watched was Joe Gatto and then church. Sunday morning, I'm going to try to go to church with mom. She's singing. I am not going to be able to go up there and face people and sing in my condition. I'll be lucky if I don't disrupt the church with my talking, and drive everybody crazy. So I'll probably sit toward the middle or the back it depends on how far I can walk in there. So yeah, it depends on how far I can walk in there comfortably. I'll sit toward the back probably. Support my mom, get to see her sing. She's going to be using the backup tape that has both of us on it. I think I'm on one or the two of the verses, and she's on the whole thing, basically. Maybe I'm just on the chorus. I've recorded that done before and done it with thing or recorded it with the other tape, the original like tape that it came with, not the tape of us together that we had made. I don't know if it went to Nashville or we were living in Jonesboro at the time, and so we went to the studio, did the recording in the studio. I don't know if there's 10 songs or whatever it is, if it's 5 on each side. We had it professionally done. We use this picture that I had made like the year before when I was in 6th grade. We had it physically, I think, done and made. I think we had to go to the studio twice on for the recordings, but we used that older picture. I think it was taken the summer before my 7th grade year, or maybe a couple months before that, maybe the spring when I was still in 6th grade. But I was in 7th grade when we were working on the recordings and going to the studio, and then it had to be made. And I think we got 250 copies. We gave a lot away to friends and family, and Christmas, and Christmas and different things as gifts. We went to churches. I think we either, we might have sold them for $5 each, because this was like is it the 80s or the 90s? Well, when I went down to Jonesboro, I think I was there 90 to 92. So it would have been the year before, so 1989. And then we did this for years. We used to, when I was in high school, we would sing at nursing homes and churches, and not like faraway places, just places around here. Places. I think there was one place in Poplar Bluff. There was one place in Dexter, because I graduated from Poplar Bluff. I think we went to a place in Dexter or something too. Maybe they were only Poplar Bluff places we did, but I thought we did like the one place in Dexter or something, or maybe I'll have to look it up. I don't know. They might be both in Poplar Bluff, but there was one. No, I know what the one name is, so I'll have to look it up and see technically what city that's in. And in churches and our own church, and time I was about like a junior in high school or a sophomore or maybe even my freshman year. I'm like, I don't really want to sing with my mom anymore. This tape is me in 7th grade. A lot of it I sound really, really, really young, like I'm like 5. So you hear my little cute voice, and I literally sound. I mean, and I'm singing song. I had sing 2 kids songs in it. One is "Dear Mr. Jesus," that was written by a 4-year old, and I was like, what, 11 when I sang it. And then there's another one, 11 or 12. I guess I was 11 and 12. Maybe I was 12 the second time I went to the studio, and maybe I was 12 the whole time. But yeah, I was 11 and 12. 11 in the picture and 12, around 12 when we recorded it. Yeah, something like that. And so, and the other song is like a little kid's song. And yeah, I still sound like I'm about like 8 years old. And so my friends like, how old were you when you made this? I like 7th grade. I know I sound a lot younger, but I don't know if they changed the tune and made me sound younger for the kids songs or something. But yeah, the one that was written by a 4-year old, and it's very it's about like child abuse and hitting and stuff like that. And like, don't tell my daddy that my mommy hits me too is one of the little things. So it's like, it's really sad, and little 4-year old wrote it. So yeah, it's pretty sad. It's like, "Dear Mr. Jesus, I hate to write this, or I have to write this to you." And I don't remember every single word, but I remember a lot of the words off and on. I remember some of it. But yeah, it's crazy. It's okay. You'll rewatch the last one. Yeah. Yeah, it's not that long. It's going to be a lot shorter than this one. So you can see the highlights. Like I said, I told you the highlights. Then Fears did his. I don't know if I can do this. I'm not. And then he talked about it and bitched about it and bitched about what I did. I can't believe she wants to take me. I'm not stalking her. I've never stalked her. Fears, when I tell you to stop texting me and stop calling me, and you still call me like 2 or 3 times, or you don't stop texting me and stop sending me paragraphs before I have to block you, that's technically stalking. When you tell someone no, and they've been through rape trauma. Now, back when I first met him, I hadn't been through rape trauma. That happened later. And but I'd been through domestic violence and violence, so, and about got choked out. So, yeah, when people, you say no and you say stop, and when he's on these rants, you can't talk to him, you can't reason with him. So it's basically you block, or he's going to block you, or he's going to send you a paragraph and then block you, and then you can't defend yourself. He blocked me on his stream. I tried to tell the truth in the chat on his stream. I think I sent like 8 messages, and then realized that, I did the all comments. I'm like, well, none of these messages are going through. And then he mentions that he was blocked, or that he blocked me on all social media, that whatever and YouTube and Discord. So yeah, after he sent me some messages, he was refusing to come on my stream with the moderator, and he was refusing to do the Discord call with a moderator. So we never did get to the actual demands. So I was like, fine, I'll do a stream and we'll do the demands. He won't stop. He won't leave me alone. He won't stop bitching about that I'm lying about the past or whatever, or I'm lying about him being a coal bass man, and that he's not a coal bass man, and there's no such thing as a coal bass man. There's a groomsman. You were a groomsman, or a second. Well, now he's telling the story that he was like the backup best man, or that Eric made him the second best man. He's like, I know you've known him longer, so he can be the best man, but can I be the second best man? He's now telling the story that Eric said he could be the second best man, and the reason he didn't give a speech at the wedding is that he went to them privately at their house and wrote a special speech out and read it with just them. How am I supposed to prove that's true or not? Eric and Aaron are staying out of it. How am I supposed to prove that any of this is true? I have to literally meet in person with Eric and Aaron and get their side of the story the next time I see them, when I'm in St. Louis or something, because I haven't seen them since my grandma's funeral in 2019. So I've seen them on Facebook. I've seen them in other stuff, but we haven't had like a family event or a funeral or a wedding in the family to go to. Well, we had my uncle's funeral, but I stayed down here with Adam. I'm like, he's being cremated. It's a military service. Is it, he's my uncle. Yes, I loved him. But is it a requirement that I go to his funeral? Is he going to be mad at me that I went to his funeral? I think I talked to my aunt about it. I was like, she knows I have to take care of my dog. Otherwise, we have to board him. He has separation anxiety. He dearly doesn't like to be boarded. We boarded him when we went to St. Louis in October. By the last day, he was stressed out and having bloody diarrhea. And then when I got him home, he had more bloody diarrhea, and I had to give him medicine and watch him and monitor him. And by the next day, it wasn't bloody, but it was still diarrhea, or like half and half, and getting better. And then by the next day after that, he was fine. So I know what to do when he does that. He's had these issues for years with his stomach and separation anxiety and throwing up, ear infections. He has a lot of medical issues too. He has severe separation anxiety. When he was a puppy, oh my God, he literally chewed the wall one day. I would put him in the kitchen, so because he would tear up the house otherwise, or tear up he never tore up the couch. But if we had left him run the house, because he tore up a few things when he was a puppy. He's a corgi. Corgis get into everything. He's a corgi mix. They suspected he was a corgi mix. They always said he was, the vet said, oh, he's a terrier mix. The girls say, I think he's part corgi. Look how long he is, and look at those short legs. He's gonna, and the ears and stuff. I think he's part corgi. So yeah, I think he's part corgi. If you see corgis and you look at some of his characteristics, his ears don't flop, or not up. They're like half down. That's because he's part terrier. They're half, his ears like half, flap down. They're not like strand up ears like corgis are. So yeah, but the short legs, he's long. So unless he's like some kind of a dachshund mix, I'm not going to pay, $100, $200 and get a DNA test that I can't afford just to find out what exactly he is. Maybe if we took a fundraiser and, all the money that I get on my, on my checks or whatever, something like that, we could find out Adam's breed, or if someone sends me $200 or something to my PayPal or something, yeah, then I would do it. But yeah, or a $200 gift card, to my house or something. But yeah, I'm not going to go, I'm not going to go around and just do a DNA test for no reason. I know sometimes they have those like the 23andMe and the ancestry.com. I know I used to know what the hell that was. Maybe it's just ancestry.com. Years ago, I have a cousin that lives a couple towns north of me, and that's where my dentist is. And he's a big historian, genealogy type person. He's retired veteran, and he lives by himself in a little old house that's like in the main part of town on like one of the main streets or off one of the main streets. So it's not, too far for him to do stuff. And yeah, he'll sit out there on his porch and he'll just chill and watch. It's a little small town like mine. It's the county seat of Stoddard County. So if you want to look that up, it's like the county court and where you go to vote and all that kind of. We went there for early voting. I mean, you have to go to like you don't really go to the courthouse, but there's like a municipal building. You go in there and you get in there. I mean, there's hardly any people if you go that early, like the first couple of days or something, or the first month of early voting. I don't think we went the first day, but we went like within like 2 weeks of the first one. They started doing that for president, and they let me sit down and do it because they knew I couldn't stand up and to stand up and do the things. They don't have the electronic ones. When we lived in St. Louis, they had like half electronic and half of the set. You go and you fill out the little booths where you fill out the little stuff. Yeah, the little booths. They just gave me the clipboard and they're like, if you want to sit down, there's benches. They saw me that I could hardly stand up. But that was like what? When was voting? When was the presidential thing? I think that was October. So this was before my knees got even worse. But it was off and on. Like I could stand a few minutes and then I could, stand in line. I get to the vet and I just got worse and worse. And I'm like, I can't stand at the vet for like in line they get all the receipts and stuff for me. I have to get a separate receipt for this place that they started called like I forget what it's called, but it's like a little card that you can load your you have to upload your receipts and certain medications like my like his Apoquil that he gets and the Librela shot for his arthritis, the Apoquil's for the and like his heartworm shot that he gets every 6 months, and a couple other things. I think it's just the heartworm shot, the Librela shot, certain medications like if it's pills or something. Like I think Simparica Trio, they have different ones. They'll cover, and then you get so much back. And the more that you're on there, you start building up. I think I'm on the gold tier now. Woohoo! I'm on the gold tier. I don't know if there's a tier above that. I would have to look, but yeah, I'm on the gold tier now. Like I think I was on the silver and I think there's a bronze. So you start on the bronze and once you earn like 100 points, which is $1, or maybe it's 500 or even $10, but they give you, oh, you're the silver tier. You've earned 100 points or 250 points or whatever it is. And then you move up. I don't know what I had to do to get the gold tier, how many points I got now. I think it's a bunch, but they've been doing that for the past year or two. So the thing is like over $80. It's $84. I get $15 back. So for an Avery $84 that he gets this monthly shot, I'm going to get back $15 on the card, which helps me pay for my next appointment. So then I'm paying 60 something. So it's like a cash back or it's like a rewards that you would do at Domino's or some of these places. You buy so much and you get all these offers and discounts, and certain times you get $5 off of 25 and that kind of stuff. So, or you earn all these points and then you cash those points in, and then you have so many points to have it on a card or something or the app. You've got the 200 or the 1,000 points. You can get this, or this, especially that. Something is something. You guys are all pathetic losers. I don't know who this is, but somebody says you guys are all pathetic losers. Well, somebody sent me something maybe on X, and I can't tell who it is. I don't know if it's just like one of the people that I follow, and it's like they're because X will send me things, and it could be the Sims, it could be several things, it could be mess yourself, little Simsy, and it's like something that they're posting about or something, or Joe Gatto or any different people that I'm on, and they have like this thing now on Instagram. I don't know how long they've had it, but they have like I don't know if it's a fan page or like a VIP club, and you don't have to be subscribed to the person. I'm not subscribed to Joe Gatto or have you heard of Hammy and Olivia? Olivia died, but they were corgis and they're big and they're like they have almost 2 million followers, I think, something like that. I know they have 1 million. And then they got Fiona, the little puppy, and now she's a year old. So Olivia died, I think, 2023, and they really struggled for a little bit. And it was sudden, so that's how it's hard. Because like when you put a pet down, it's so hard, anyways. And he did a crying. I mean, well, I'm gonna if Adam dies, oh my God, there's gonna be a crying video. It's definitely going to be a crying video. I've had Adam now for 9 plus years, or no, 11 years, because I've had him since he was a pup. I was thinking of Elvis for a minute. I got Elvis when he was 2. He died when he was 13, so I had him 11 years. I got Sammy. They weren't really sure about his age, maybe 4 to 5. So he was close to 13 when he died. He had bladder cancer, so I knew it was coming. They said, well, he's got bladder cancer because he was bleeding, or leaves blood spots everywhere after he would pee. After if he would go out and do all this stuff, he was fine. He was a little slower because he was older. He couldn't jump in the bed anymore. He couldn't jump hardly in the couch. Oh, I think he could still jump on the couch, but he couldn't jump in bed with us. So he would lay beside my bed. I didn't have dog beds back then. I think until I got had him. I don't even know if Elvis had a dog bed, but he was either he slept with me or the couch or something. He didn't like to sleep in the floor. Uh, when he got older, he couldn't jump in the bed like Adam, but he would whine beside the bed and want me to, pick him up and put him in the bed. Well, one day I did this. I felt something in my back pop, and I never did really go to the doctor. Oh, it hurt real bad, but I didn't think it was that bad. I didn't really. I don't. I think I heard a pop too, but I didn't think that it like broke my back or that it was that serious. Well, I was having a lot of back pain, so I was already having chronic pain anyways. And I think around that time, I was seeing pain management, my first pain management. So I got diagnosed with fibromyalgia, was one of the first things. He wanted to get some CAT scans and MRIs done. But I was like, no big deal. Yeah, I'll get all that done. Do you know how long it took for like the Medicaid and stuff people to do the MRI? I think it was like 3 to 6 months. For like it takes a while to approve it. We'll get the CAT scan done first. Okay. And there's like something doesn't look right. You definitely need to get the MRI. We'll wait for the MRI. I might have had to wait, or they may have found it in the CAT scan, but and then mom thought it maybe because I fell on the ice. No, I didn't really, it hurt when I fell on the ice and like, try to walk to the car, walk outside or something. I slipped like in like, I did like it's almost like you slip on the banana peel, like in the cartoons, you slip on the banana peel and you fall. I fell hard on my back. My mom was so worried that I'd hurt my back then. I'm like, yeah, I hurt my back, but I don't think I broke it or anything. I'm not dying. I'm not going to go to the hospital and all this ice and snow and get an ambulance bill that I can't pay for. I'm fine. I'll just take pills. I'll be fine. I have pills. I'll take pills. I wasn't on any narcotics. I've never been on narcotics except maybe a sleeping pill back in the day. And when I found out that it was a narcotic, I was like, no, we need to wean me off of this. I don't want to be on any narcotics. We have, my cousin's a drug addict. And there's no way. There's no way I want to be on narcotics and find. I have been on, stuff in the past, like for oxycodone and stuff. I take them as prescribed. I don't like to be on narcotics. I don't like to do it if I have to. I had my tooth pulled and I think I was on them. And I've never had a thing with addiction with that. But I've had issues with drinking in the past. But a lot of it, I think, is I kept drinking because I was going through a lot of stress. We were about to move down here. And then, like I say, I had been raped, but I didn't really realize my body, like, and my mind wouldn't let me realize that it happened until like 10 months later. I see his name on the board while we're going through therapy. It had something to do with like his son or something, and I didn't want to take care of his son. I'm like, you need to come in here and take care of your own son. I'm not going to watch your son for you or something. I literally almost let him fall off the couch. I was like, why the hell should I have to watch this kid's son? He's not my son. Give him to grandma or somebody. I'm not going to watch him. Give him to my mom. I'm not going to do it. I don't know why I hated kids so much, or his kids that much back then, because it still hadn't registered until that day at the therapy, and I'm like, oh my god, it wasn't consensual. I told him no 7 times and he didn't listen. And he kept trying to like do stuff after and pressure me after like 3 other times, and then I couldn't be alone with I was like, I never was alone with him after that third, second and third time. I had to run away from him one time because he wouldn't leave me alone. I'm like, he didn't want my grandma and grandpa to know I was there. So like he had me park in the back, like toward the back where nobody would see. He tried to say that this guy wanted to see me that I used to date. And we drove over to his house. And then he acted like he went to the door. Oh, he's not here. His grandmother says he can't have visitors right now. I don't even think he even talked to his grandma because it was hard to see from where I was parked when we went to the other guy. It was just like a street or two away from my grandma's house. That's how I met him. He was friends with him. And, I dated him off and on. And then I went in the hospital. And 11 days later, he already had another girlfriend. But like I was in the hospital 3 or 4 days later, my grandma come. He said he misses you. He can't wait for you to get out. I get out and he's already talking to another girl, and he said he couldn't wait the 11 days. Well, maybe we shouldn't see each other anymore, and he found another girlfriend. I'm like, a week ago, you were saying that you missed me and you can't wait for me to get out, but now a week later, you found somebody else. Strange. But he was very, very young. He was barely 18. I was 33. He was fun, a little fleeing, but it's not like I loved him or anything, and I was seeing other people, and so I can see why I was crazy. I get out of the crazy ward, and and I'd been seeing other guys, and I wasn't the best. We weren't really dating. We were friends with benefits, kind of somewhat dating, but not really dating. So not even a month. So yeah, I can understand it. If I was a guy, I'd do that too. I mean, if it was someone that did that to me, I'd be like, no. It's been 11 days. He was already seeing other people, like two or three other girls or something. No, no, I'm not doing that. But yeah, I was really crazy. And like I say, I went through some trauma. Normally, I would not be dating that many people at the same time or within like a short amount of a time period. And I didn't know what the hell was going on. I was drinking and I didn't know what the hell was going on. After I got down, after I moved, uh, my mom didn't like me drinking. And so I still had alcohol and stuff in the fridge. Um, Up in St. Louis. We were supposed to go back in a couple weeks and get the rest of our stuff. She's like, "You're too crazy. I don't want you driving. I don't want this happen. You're gonna do something. You're gonna meet some more people and not be home and not help us. And you didn't hardly pack half the time that you didn't pack in time anyways. I'll take care of it. I get people. We're gonna be okay." Turns out she gave away my PlayStation because she thought it didn't work. Well, you told me it didn't work. Well, what she didn't hear was the memory card didn't work. The PlayStation worked fine. The little memory slot of the main thing didn't work anymore. But yeah, I could play any game I wanted to. I just couldn't save anything on the memory card. Games work fine. And I had all the games. I think those are the games I gave to Richie. If you guys remember that story. Those are the games I sent to Richie. I was like, I have 6 or 7 games here. They've been in the drawer for like 3 years. I don't have a PlayStation. I don't have a PlayStation 2. I have a PlayStation 4, but they will not play on my PlayStation 4, the original PlayStation games. The only one really worth like I saw on like line and stuff, I think was Tekken, or there was a Tekken game or something. And then yeah, there was going for $50, but I didn't have an eBay account. I didn't want to mess with like trying to ship, little PlayStation games. Yeah, Richie wants them, he can have them. I think this is even after we broke up. I'm like, you want them, you can. I asked if he wanted them, and he wanted. I don't even know if we were together then. If it was either before we were together or after we were together, we were still kind of friends. But yeah, and he kind of did me wrong too because I charged on my mom's credit card the ticket. Let him know when I'm buying the ticket, when I'm coming. We had this all planned out. We were on like a thing with Pixel and some other people. I'm like, listen, this is a non-refundable ticket. Non-refundable. I'm telling you that I'm buying the ticket. Are you okay with this? Do you really? Yeah, it wasn't a week or two later, a month or two later, or was a month before we were supposed to go, or before I was supposed to go and fly up there, change planes in Chicago, and then I guess change planes in Chicago or something coming back, or maybe one of them I changed planes in Washington D.C. and then flew in or something. I don't know. It was weird. I think I changed planes both times in Chicago. I had to change planes going in, and then go into wherever the airport is closest to him. And then he was like 30 minutes away from the airport, so, or something like that, 20, 30 minutes an hour from the airport. And he would go pick me up. Same thing flying back. He would drop me off the airport, fly into Chicago, and then fly home. But yeah, that didn't happen. I don't know what the trolls did. I think they literally supposedly Pixel said something about they sent him pictures with sores all over their body and tried to say that that was herpes. There's no way you get herpes all over your body like that. I don't know what pictures they were finding or what the trolls were saying. There are things where you can get herpes in the eye, like if a guy comes in your eye that has herpes. There's herpes you can get in your ear. There's herpes you can get, the mouth herpes. There's herpes you can get. I think those are the only 3. And then the genital herpes and the anal herpes. But yeah, there's really not. There's ear, eye, mouth, throat, oral herpes, and the cold sores. So you basically get the red spots around your mouth. But the red spots around my mouth that I had real bad that time wasn't technically herpes. It was folliculitis, which I had a reaction to something. I think I had a reaction to some guy's beard or something that I made out with or had sex with or something. It had to do something. The guy maybe wasn't like, he was okay, but I think he wasn't the cleanest, or maybe he didn't wash his beard or something, or had something in it and I was allergic to it, or maybe he had beard oil. I was allergic to his beard oil. I don't know what it was, but I tried to say that I'd gotten that, and then he's like, it wasn't me, and then blocked me again. He would ask me, like, one time we got together. After that, he blocked me. He unblocked me, asked me for $20. When I said no, then he blocked me again. And then there was another time I I think somehow he unblocked me, and I found him some way, or used my mom's account and tried to say, that it was me and that what happened, and I had the oral herpes, and he's like, no, it's not me. But it's a possibility it could be somebody else, but I had a feeling it was him. But it's a possibility it was Matthew. I don't know. And it's a possibility I had it in St. Louis and I'd had it for years and didn't know about it. But I know I got tested like years before that, I think at that free clinic. But after that, I think it had been like a while. And I don't know if I ever got tested for the oral. I thought I had a blood test and it all came back fine. One time at the free clinic, because I was like, have you ever had the blood tests for all the STDs and stuff? Yeah, I'll take a blood test. It all came back fine. And I'm like, I don't know why the blood test that time, you know? So I don't know. Mom thinks it's a false positive. I've, after a while and after I got healed, I never hardly had the sores like that again. There's times I get like dry, chapped lips really bad in the wintertime, but when I'm in pain like this, I bite on my lips a lot too, or chew on my lips a lot because of the anxiety and stuff and because of the pain. So, yeah, there's that too. So I don't even know. I need to probably get another blood test. But I know I had two that I think came back positive. I had one, and then later when I seen a gynecologist, I think I had another one. So I had two that came back positive. So it's still it's possibility, and I think it's supposed to stay in your blood. But I never had the vaginal one, and I never got the vaginal one. And there's one time I think I might have had a sore, and then Alex got a sore and worried that he had it. And then after that sore, I don't think he got any more. And so yeah, so you have to be careful with that. You don't really want to do a lot of kissing if you think you're getting a cold sore or something, because yeah, you can transmit it to your partner. And you don't want to have someone go down on you when you're thinking you're going to get a sore, because that's how you get the genital ones. And or if your partner has the sore and tries to go down on you, just FYI for your for sexual health, guys. Take care of your sexual health. I don't know if I ever was like informed, because mom and I talked about all this kind of stuff, and then it took me seeing some of these Lifetime movies like oral syphilis and gonorrhea in your throat things, and I'm like, who the hell gets gonorrhea in their throat? And who the hell gets these syphilis sores in their mouth? What the hell was all this stuff? No one told me about this. I didn't even know if I'd heard. I think I'd heard of gonorrhea because that's like the clap. I've heard of syphilis. I've heard of some of these diseases, but I'm like, I didn't know you could get them all in your mouth and in your throat. And then like when what's his face, Michael Douglas got the oral cancer, it can be from like almost like an STD things, and like a lot of going down on women. Supposedly, you can get the oral cancer from going down on women. Why can you get oral cancer from just oral sex? I had no idea. I guess if they can turn, STDs can turn into oral cancer or throat cancer. I'm like, what the hell is this? The more you know. Remember that thing from back in school? Da na na na. The more you know. But yeah, I need to try to get at least a little bit of sleep, guys. I appreciate all the love and support. I appreciate Museum with the big donations. I'll have to Google that and find out exactly how much that is, if it's around $20, $30 or half that. The one was $20. The other one, I don't know, or if it was like two different ones or three different ones. I think I saw one, and then there was another one, because one was like 30 something, which was, somebody told me it was $20. So that was like 30 something. And then this says 42. So maybe that's the total, because there's a little thing up here that says 42 something. And then there's the thing that says the likes, which is 14 something. And then there's the thing where it says how many people I have watching. Oh, somebody's here. I can't. Can I get a woo? What sucked? Oh yeah, him getting, I don't know. I mean, look at Catherine Zeta-Jones. I mean, come on. I don't know if he got it from her or all the other actress. And yeah, he's probably been with a lot of women, but he was married to a girl, 20 years younger than him. Yeah, I would say he would probably want to keep her happy, and do the oral sex. And there's guys that are just like really addicted to the oral sex. I've been with some guys that are like, we can't get enough of it. And I'm like, one time is enough for me. Leave me alone. I mean, I like it a little bit, but I'm like, just no, I'm not, I don't want it like 5 times. No. There's this, now that's a little much. I mean, I'll take a couple orgasms, and I think my maximum was like 8, but there's like, no, I'm not, no, I'm done. We can have regular sex, but I'm done with the oral part for now. We can do that tomorrow or something, or the next time. I don't want to get where I can't walk or something, or just get sore from just, no. Yeah. So, oh, the Richie thing. Oh yeah, yeah. And then he wouldn't give me even half a refund for the tickets because I'm like I had to fly all the way out. It's a non-refundable. I told them about the thing. I think I got a doctor to maybe write a thing saying that I was sick during that time. But then I don't know how. When I talked to the people, I mentioned the whole Richie thing, and my boyfriend dumped me like 3 weeks before I was supposed to go, and and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, they didn't really have, well, when I told the one person about the thing and my doctor and I was sick, then they sent me to somebody else when I talked to the airport people or whatever the thing I got the tickets from. Like, I don't know if it was Booking or Expedia or wherever you buy plane tickets. It was one of them cheap things. It was one of the cheapest things you could go, and so it was $200. Was like the cheapest one I could find, and it was around his birthday time. I was gonna go before his birthday and go back, and it was a whole week. So maybe it was like, I don't know if he just didn't want to be with me for a week. It was the whole troll thing. You let me know, Visions, about the Richie thing. What did he say it was? He never really did explain it. He would realize, he said he didn't want to get he didn't want to get the oral herpes, you know, but if he even had got it, and 90% of people have it. I saw this thing where it's like they break stereotypes or myths or whatever. The numbers say that in the whole world, I think it's like 85 or 90% of maybe it's 75 to 90% of the people actually have this disease. They think it's just normal fever blisters. They think it's just normal cold sore, so they never get it tested. When it comes back with a blood test that you're positive, you're just going to get a few red sores around your face. Unless you get like something in the eye or something in your ear, then you're going to get it in your ear and your eye. Because some of the medicine or something I was on is like, you can get this in your eye and your ear. And I'm like, who the hell gets it in? No, foreign stars maybe, but no, nobody. I've never had anybody even on my face or, the thing on my face. I just always refuse. I'm like, no, never happening. Not going to do it. You can do it on my boobs, my stomach, my butt, my, thighs, whatever. But no, not going to happen to my face. I know. Yeah, I refuse. I just thought it was gross, and it was like, no, I don't want that on my face. I know it's supposed to be healthy for your skin and stuff. They say, but yeah, but can you imagine if some one of those guys like had something and they got it on my face, and I did get it from that? No, it's not going to happen. Well, Pixel told me some stuff that the trolls like really harassed him about it, said that he might get it and have it everywhere, said that, then he would have it for life, and all these different things. I don't know who, if it was Blow or that one guy that dressed up as me and did that one thing, or any of these Aaron trolls, sent him all those pictures. That's what Pixel told me, that he would get pictures and emails and texts and stuff with all these crazy things, with all these crazy sores all over their whole body from head to toe, like red sores, and try to say that it was herpes. That's not herpes, that's something else. That's like leprosy. I don't know what the hell it was, but maybe even it was even photoshopped. I don't know what they did, or there's no way. Like I just said, you can only get it in your ear, your eye, your throat, your in the vaginal and the anal. That's all I know about that I've found that you can get, as far as I know. Now, if I'm wrong and there's a couple more spots, that's the only holes we have, is your two holes, and then, well, women have two holes. Guys only have the one hole. Well, they have the hole in their penis, but and then the mouth and the eyes and the ear. There's the only holes we have. Two ears. So it's basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 7. Basically, there's 7 spots that you can get that, or any kind of thing that's sexual. I don't know, maybe you can get syphilis in all of those areas too, or gonorrhea. I oral Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Now that I don't know. I just know that I've seen the movies, the little teenage girl, the little boy's a little bit older than her, like around 17. I'm sure they're both over 18 in the Lifetime show, but she plays a 14-year-old girl that's a freshman in high school. He's like a junior or senior, and he pressures her a little bit, and so she wants to make him happy. So she does the BJ, and next thing you know, she's later getting sores, and it goes through the whole school, and there's like hundreds that has to get tested. It's like a whole huge outbreak, and I'm like, and all that from like one or two people, and they would take these girls in, and how many have you been more than friends with, or that more than kiss, or did kisses down there, or whatever they wanted to say that it was, or gave them a good night kiss. There's different ways that they've said it for these teenage girls, or lipstick parties, or have you heard of lipstick parties? That kids that I mean, my therapist told me all kinds of crazy stories, or I've had different therapists. Not really, they can't go into it, but I'm like, yeah, 12, 13, 14, 10, having, oral sex and just think it's nothing because I see it in all the movies. Bill Clinton did it with the Monica, and they think it's nothing. And I didn't have, inappropriate relationship with that woman. And then later it come out, well, I only, if you read actually, I had Monica's book. I don't know if I still have Monica's book, but it was pretty interesting. Everything that she said, her side of the story, his side of the story. They just, yeah, I don't know if you guys know about the cigar incident. Maybe I'll tell that on another stream. I need to try to get off here. But if anybody heard about the cigar incident in the Oval Office, yeah, Google it. Bill Clinton, Monica cigar story. It's in the book, so I'm sure it's out there on Google or internet or wherever you want to find it. If you guys want to do that later, from anybody that wants to sit and take 8 hours to watch this whole thing, if it's 8 hours, 120, 120, 240, 240. We're almost at, what is that, 6 hours? 120, 120 is 240 is 4 hours. 360 is going to be, yeah, 36. We got 6 minutes and it'll be 6 hours. We'll do the 6 minutes, make it a full 6 hours, and then we'll call it a night. And then I'll need to try to get some sleep. So as far as I know, everyone wanted you to go there, and then he's just a scary little guy. I don't know if I'll ever get the true story from Richie. He never told me the true story. He just, well, I kind of changed my mind. I got a little scared. I don't know if he ever said he was scared. I may have the text messages and stuff on Instagram before I called him or something, or what he said. I would have to go to get his exact words. If I even have those old messages, if I didn't delete him or block him and he blocked me. So I don't even know if the messages are still there. We could possibly look for a moment and see. Now, I think it's just doing that because I'm on a different, when I scroll up to go, we got 5 more minutes. I mean, I could check Facebook, but I don't know if I want to go through Facebook. I don't even know if Richie had a Facebook. I guess he's got a Facebook, but that's X and Instagram messages. I think I've got who else did I have? I don't think I have anything else like social media wise. What is that? I'm like I see my videos, but then it's like, oh, it's probably delayed or something. I'm gonna turn it off my thing. Where is my stupid remote? It's somewhere. I know it is. Oh, it's over here. I was like, it's usually right here. How did the hell get over here? Okay, let's get out of this and just go to home page or turn the TV off. Let me just see if it tells me like the chat on here or something, like the time and stuff. No, I guess it's not going to do all that. Started 6 hours ago. Am I at 6 hours? Technically, I might be close to 6 hours. I'm just going to see, but it's telling me 6 hours on that. But yeah, let's go to my home screen. River towns. 100 miles. 200 years. Countless stories. That's from some kind of a PBS channel. Technically, we're not technically a river town. I mean, like certain area, like St. Louis, I guess would technically be a river town. Cape Girardeau is a river town. That they have all those floodings and different things. There's a lot of towns. I saw something that's like the smallest towns in Missouri, and there was like 3 that had 0 population, and the rest, the more, I mean, some of these censuses and different things and the internet and stuff might be wrong, but he went to all these places, found them on the GPS or whatever where they were supposed to be. Some of these places had population 10. It said 10, but technically I don't know if 10 people but officially live there now. Some of them said a population 8, population 3, but then there's technically maybe 0 or 1 or 2 people that are living there now. So there's some of them he really didn't know. There was one that said they had 4, but he found the couple that actually lived there, and there's still only 2. She said, it's just me and my wife, my cat, my dog, and my cat. And that's back when you can apply to like incorporate the town, and for like farmers and different things, or just like anybody could just go and like apply and get approved. You didn't have to have a post office. You just had to sign the paperwork and pay the whatever it is to have it. And then, you don't have to have mail. That's what I'm saying. How are all these people getting mail I asked my mom about this. How are all these people getting mail in these towns that are like less than 10 people or 2 people when there's no post office? I mean, did they go get a P.O. box? How do they get Amazon? How do they get all this stuff? Or, I mean, questions to be answered. Mom's like, well, I think, the towns that don't have a post office just use the nearest post office, and then that post office has to go all the way over there and deliver 20 miles out the way. And I'm like, what? Shouldn't they, like, if they don't have a mailbox in that town, why force the next town to deliver to them 10, 15, 20 miles away or further if the post office is 20 miles away? I mean, can't you force people to either get a P.O. box or like a Amazon or UPS locker or something to get your mail and packages delivered to you? Because they won't do it, maybe that's what they do. They get a UPS locker, Amazon locker. Well, they didn't always have Amazon back in the day. It got, I don't know when it got, like, was it 2008, 2000 something? They didn't always have Amazon, but now, I mean, they've had UPS and FedEx very long time. Do not know when they opened. They had, way back in the day, they had the telegrams. What, that one place, Western Union, was the telegram thing. I don't know if this was before the mail, if they had Western Union first or they had the post office first. But yeah, if you there's, I think, is it Kevin Costner? There's one thing called the Postman, and he's like on a horse, or he's like he's on a horse, but he's delivering mail, and it's like the early 1800s, or it might even be 1700s, and he's like the first postman ever, in U.S. history. So I don't know if technically the U.S. Postal Service was delivered yet, or they just had at one point certain things like people like that they call the postman, and they deliver across the country on horseback, or certain areas where there's just a few towns, like, there was the 13 colonies. They didn't have the whole United States. They had 13 colonies before they were in the United States. So how did they get mail in Western Union and all that during there? They had ships. They had what do you call it, trains. They had trains, ships, all that kind of stuff before they had cars. So what did they do then? I guess they had the Western Union. They had the that maybe they had the handwritten letters, but they had to go by train and horse, and I don't know. Did they always have? I'm sure they had trains when they had, horses. Well, they might have horses, and they may not have had trains yet. I don't know when the first trains were born. I mean, I got us this 1800s. I don't know. I was in school, but I don't remember like when, whatever, Pacific Union and all these different things happened. Little by little, see, we live by the train tracks. These and it was established in like 1876. I forget when the next town over where I used to live established, but it was named after this guy's, their pride. It was a fancy horse that was in horse shows or different things or something, and so they called it Dexter. And so they named the town. I guess there were some of the rich people in town, or the people that were popular, and so they decided to name the town Dexter after their beloved horse died. That should be like me naming the town Adam Gabriel, and then my last name. So it'd be like, okay, welcome to Adam Gabriel. Every now and then we like Adam Gabriel or something, because, or welcome to the town of Adam. Adam Pacitti would love that. Welcome to the town of Adam, the human, Adam the dog, named after Adam the dog. Welcome all the Adams. Junk drawer videos. What's that other guy's name that's Adam? No, his name is Travis or something. But there was some guy that was like a musician or something that was kind of good looking that was on Fears the Stream before? Wasn't his name Adam or something too? And he blocked him in the beginning. Oh, you're not drunk dwarf videos. This is either before or after the Adam Pacitti thing. He blocked this guy, and we literally had to tell him, no, 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 that's not Adam Pacitti. He's freaking out. Why you keep blocking anyone that comes into the chat named Adam? It could be junk drawer. It's junk drawer. No, it's not Fears. He can prove it's not junk drawer. Well, let him come on the stream and prove. Well, there he is. He's not junk drawer. And then he apologized. I don't know when this was. Years and years and years ago. It's got to be the 8 years ago or 7 years ago. When is junk drawer videos things? I would have to look that up. I might have this stuff where I have the videos and stuff. Well, not videos, but I mean, I had him on. I don't know if it was. I'll think about it. Then I never did it. I'm like, nah, I don't really want to do it. And I don't know what he's gonna act like, or how he's a little wild too. He's like, he's a little quirky. He's a little loud. He's a little funny. He's a little. I don't know if we were ever. He said he was my friend online, but yeah, I consider us more acquaintances though, because yeah, we hung out on like streams and stuff, but I consider us maybe in the beginning more friends, but then it kind of went to acquaintances because we would only he would be around for 3 or 4 months or a little while, and then be gone for 6 months, and then be like, I want to do a show, and I want you on my show, and I'm like, well, I haven't talked to you in 6 months, and why are you trying to make me feel guilty or something? Because you're not really my online friend if we only talk every 6 months, like fears, or called him fears. He's like wishy-washy. One time he wants to be this, one time he wants to be that. Okay, now I've one watching. I guess it's because I turned mine off. So the only one watching, who is the only one here? Is it Visions or somebody that's asleep, like my brother? I don't know. So did I get past the 160? I get past the whatever I was gonna get past. Yeah. So we're over 6 hours long. So we're gonna end it. We sung the song a long time ago. I don't know if I feel up to singing the song again, but follow the Carrie Brick Road to the Carrie Show. And I wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. Stay tuned for more streams. This is going to be the longest one for a while, though, because I don't know. I just couldn't sleep. Maybe on times I can't sleep. Maybe we'll do like one, possibly around 2 hours. I prefer to maybe go back to like the 1 hour streams or something. This is a lot, and I'm tired. But when I can't sleep, there's nothing to do. She's sleeping. Adam don't like to stay in here with the door shut. For some reason, if the door is shut, he will whine. He wants the door open. If I have it, where he can get it in and out, or he's like by my door and I have it where he can get in and out, yeah, okay, he comes in here and pushes it open. And he doesn't want to stay in here. Maybe he'll get in here for a minute, but middle of the night, if I'm eating or before I go to bed and I have a snack, he will always come in here and I give him, we had Pringles earlier. Then I got the text from my therapist saying, yeah, you might want to try stopping potatoes for a month or two and then slowly adding them back in and see how your pain is. Might be part of your I mean, it might be one of the issues. And there's like about 15 things that she gave me suggestions on what to do. The tennis ball thing about massaging with the tennis ball. That's why I have a tennis ball. I have to move around. She has to move around. She even though she's like in a scooter and everything in a wheelchair, she has to move around with the tennis ball and stretch and use it as like a massager thing. I can get some more tips about tennis ball massaging. There's different she told me to try yoga and tai chi, like the beginner stuff. Or there's even things where like yoga for pain. I she's told me about this, like 5-minute yoga. And we used to do them in my and we used to do the mindfulness videos and different things, but in session we've actually done once in a while the 5-minute yoga, like from YouTube. She would bring up YouTube, we would do a mindfulness, or we would do once in a while we do a 5-minute yoga. She's about the best therapist I've ever had, ever will have. I think probably the best in the States, possibly the world, because I was in St. Louis. I had therapists there. Yeah, some of them were good, some of them were great, some of them were okay, some of them could be a lot better. Some I never want to see. Well, I don't know if there was ever any I really want to see again. There was plenty that I enjoyed spending time with. As every now and then I would, if we had things in common like sports or different things. There's one guy, he always had like golf on his screensaver. So every now and then be like, have you watched golf lately? If I've watched golf, you like Tiger Woods, things like that. I wouldn't get all in detail like how's your life. I'm not the therapist. They're the therapist. But yeah, I once again, I asked about if they've seen this game or that game, if they're like a football fan or something. And the one girl, I don't even know if there was like a lot of streaming things back in the day. Maybe it was just we had Dish or something or cable, and we had DVRs. And have you seen this show or that show or this? But she probably had HBO and all that, and I just had like the main cable thing and everything but the premium channels. That's what we did in Dexter. We had the main cable company, and I had several things, or I had the package but not the premium channels. I had all this extended and all the family and all these other things and all the sports stuff, but nothing premium. Nothing premium channels unless I took out kind of thing where I tried it where it was like, $6 a month and then I got rid of it or something, or $5 a month. Yeah, I didn't want to pay all those extra fees for those, there wasn't any that I just saw that I like. I mean, yeah, I would have wanted HBO, but I didn't want the $5 a month extra, or the stars, or some of these you can get them free for 1 month, or $1 a month, or $1 for 3 months, something really cheap. Then yeah, I would take them out and try them, or a free trial. But yeah, and then once in a while they would show um like the free trials. Yeah, I got that with what did I have? Dish. Yeah, you would get like the HBO free trial for like 2 weeks, and different ones, AMC plus free trial for a week or two, or some of these other ones. I don't know, Showtime. There's different ones like the Hallmark. I had the Lifetime Movie Club, when I was really big and watching Lifetime movies. Now when I do some of the I really was into those true stories of all these people. I think I haven't seen the Gabby Petito story yet. I don't know if I have it on Netflix or it's about to come to Netflix. I think it came probably this week or was about to come to Netflix or sometime this week. Probably just need to add it. I haven't been on Netflix all week. But yeah, I need to add that. If anybody's heard of the Gabby Petito story, that's where this girl, I forget the husband's name. She it was her boyfriend or fiance. I don't think they had any kids. I don't think she was pregnant or anything. They took a cross country trip. Um, they'd been having some difficulties. I don't know if they were like YouTubers or streamers or anything. I don't think there was some other that was a different story. But anyway, they took a cross country trip. Supposedly, the cops pulled him over for something. And she complained that he was being abusive, and she didn't really have like any marks, so I don't think they arrested him. But they could have done more. They could have took her, aside and say, "Do you want to file a restraining order? Do you want me to get you some help?" There's a lot that the cops could have done. A lot more that the cops could have done in that kind of situation. The cops didn't really help me that much with my assault, but they're like, next time something like that happens to you, like the first guy that tried to choke me out, and try to kill me, yeah, next time something like that happens and you call the police, don't stay at the scene. Run to the gas station. Drive away. Go somewhere. Don't stay. Go across the street. And yeah, back then we didn't have a cell phone, so I used whatever the pay phone or the phone in the lobby at his apartment and you have a phone there, you call the lobby and like call the police, and then the police, and then they came, and then yeah, there was one cop. Yeah, I was outside middle of the night, like it was like 2 or 3 in the morning. He's like, "Yeah, I can see the marks on your face." I don't think he saw like the fingerprint marks because maybe they showed up more the next day. So we went to the police station, or I don't even know. He met me at the police station. Are you okay to drive? Yeah, I had been drinking, but I was way sober by then, and I hadn't drank that much where I wasn't okay to drive. Even I might have had like 2 drinks in like 3 or 4 hours. So yeah, I was plenty okay to drive. And I think I left and then I came back because he tried to have cheat on me with some other girl, kissed some other girl in front of me, and made me mad. So I pulled him off for her. And it wasn't the first time he had done that. He kissed some other girl too. We went to a comedy show with my mom and some of her friends, and he stayed at the bar the whole time. And then and then went out and talked to some people. The next thing I know, he was like making out with some girl in a car. I could see him moving around with some girl in a car. I'm like, no, this ain't happening today. And then he wouldn't even come. And then he tried to tell all these. He would be weird. He would be like, "Well, we're cousins. You're my cousin." He told all the people we worked with we were cousins, or that we were friends or something like that. He never told anybody I was a sister. I think that one girl, yeah, he tried to tell her I was his sister. That's what he did. I'm like, no, I'm not his sister. I'm his girlfriend. Yeah, there's a big difference. We've been dating 4 months. I'm his girlfriend. Yeah, no, or 3 months at that time, and then the next month, then he did this whole thing with this other girl that was like an ex girlfriend or girl he knew from high school, I guess, or something. So yeah, then he was trying to tell me he had that actually, and he would always call into work like fears with the drinking, and he would have to have help paying his rent from his grandma or his mom. He paid 195 a week for rent. There was times where he could afford his rent. There was other times he had to have his grandma give him $50, $30, $80, $100 a week. His grandma was in one of those assisted living, like 1 bedroom apartments. She'd be writing all these checks. I'd have to take him to his grandma. Well, I need $50 for rent. He literally could not afford the 195 a month rent. Now, when we worked at that place, I did work his shift for a while until I went back to college, and then I switched to the second shift. And this was by the mall. When they had 9/11, we couldn't go to work. They closed all that down because they thought they literally at every mall closed every mall down. And this was in St. Louis, so it would have been a big target right in the middle of the whole damn, uh, Midwest. So any mall, any big like place was like after 9/11, they're like, no. So yeah, we're going to be closed. We might be closed tomorrow. We might be able to come back to work Friday and maybe next week. I think we were closed for at least 2 days because we were like, there's the mall. Across the street is this plaza of businesses, and I don't even remember the name of the place. It was a long time ago. So 2001, I worked there in 2001, and he did too. And so October 9/11 is when that happened. the assault, and it was his birthday, so that was, I think, October. Yeah, there's September, and then October. The next month is the whole thing with the assault, when he later had to be arrested for all that, and then only got probation because he tried to say that I tried to attack him. I was like, if the cops are, later, I'm thinking about this later. And I had like support for a while. It was one of those support groups. I forget the name of it, but it had something to do when, they do that thing with the serenity prayer at the end and all of them. And everybody, it's like group therapy. They all go in and you tell your stories, and experiences. And, everybody gives advice and listens and, and all that kind of stuff. And then we do the serenity prayer at the end. But it was all women. They didn't allow men in the building unless it was improved a whole beforehand, so it was all women that, that work there. When I went there, I think it was called Safe or something like that, um, or something else. But it standed for something like surviving assault and domestic violence. Maybe it's like save, or but it was had to do with domestic violence and assault. And I went there for a while, and even I even got like free therapy from the girl because ours were free, and of course it's free for victims. They give you like a little pack, like a pack for like, like toiletries and stuff for if something like this happens, you just have like a pack to like go. It had lipstick, it had all kinds of cute things like it had like red nail polish. It had like I think there was a lipstick. So just like small cosmetics to make you feel better, like lipstick and red nail polish. I don't know if it's red lipstick, but I think it had a couple different colors of lipstick. So it might work for anyone. So if one color didn't work for you, you had the other color to choose from, or even like mix it up and match one color on each lip, everything that they do in the futuristic world. I don't know nowadays. There was a whole bunch of like resources and stuff that they gave me in paperwork, and like the whole cycle of domestic violence and everything that happens. And I have some of that paperwork from different places somewhere of all the things that I've received over the years. And I might have got rid of some of it, but yeah, some of it's important. I think on that other place I went with the rape stuff was for victims of like sexual assault. And I went to group therapy in there for a while, and that really helped a lot too. It was one night a week. If they had an emergency, they had to have the building. So, like, we have to cancel tonight. We will see you next week. We have an emergency. So, when someone like something like, oh, well, I had happened, I don't know what time it was. I think it was like, or when I talked to the police. No, I went to the police like the next day because I didn't go right away. I think it was like 3 in the afternoon the next day or 4 in the afternoon the next day. I called the one police department. Well, this happened in the next police department over. You have to call that police department. I'm like, okay, I will. So I call the next one over because they're like on this. There's one thing, and there's Sykeston, and then right around there is Minor, and it's like on the, so some places are on the border and some places are borderline, so it's smaller. Sykeston is bigger. If you've heard of Lambert's Thrilled Rolls, and we've talked about it, there's people goes from other countries, other states. Everybody loves Lambert's for their Thrilled Rolls, and they've been around a long time. I think they're in their third building that they've ever had, and it's huge. And I don't know what used to be there, if it was like a Cracker Barrel or if it was something else. They have these big wagon wheels. They have all kinds of cool scenery, all kinds of things to do. They have like a little arcade. They have a big gift shop. They have like things where you can make like pennies and different things. Maybe they're quarters now. But back in the days, you used to be able to make cool little pennies and different things. For like I don't know if it was a dollar or 50 cents or a quarter back when I was young. My grandparents knew the original owners. Of course, they're dead now. I don't know what generation. There's some generations of these little kids that are like fifth generation from the owners or fourth generation. I saw one thing somewhere. It might not have been the Sykeston location. They have one in Branson, and they have one. I don't know why, but maybe one of the descendants decided to be in Foley, Alabama. So they put one in Foley, Alabama. Well, let's go to Alabama. Or some of them live in Alabama, maybe. Some of the family. And then they have the one in Branson. Of course, it's like big in Branson, too. I've never been to the one in Branson. But some of my family, my cousins up in St. Louis that travel to Branson once a year, once every couple years. Like Eric's sister, Colleen, they go to Branson all the time. And they've been at Lambert's dozens of times. I'm sure Eric and Aaron's been at Lambert's at Branson before. And the one in Sykeston. But yeah, Colleen was saying something. They were maybe going to go to one down here, because they'd been to the one at Branson when my uncle died, and they were going to they did a thing at Lambert's, and they all came down here. We wanted to go. My aunt said something about well, you can't really carry on a conversation, and we're going to be at like 3 or 4 different tables. So I think she was going to be embarrassed that we might try to like see the kids and see Colleen and be loud or something, or try to talk to them at it from a different table, and she didn't want all that. So I think, and maybe she just wanted it certain family only. So that particular thing, or when they dropped off the ashes, or when they and dropped off the stuff for him to be further, then that, it's a different area, but it's like a military thing. And that's where my aunt's going to be thing too, where they're going to go on like a wall with the ashes. So I mean, there's all the little military graves. Then they have all the walls, and they have all the things that you can be in. So yeah, I've been. I mean, I see it. We drive by it every time I go. We go to that area, or we go to Cape to go to the doctor. Or, yeah, we drive by it a lot. I forget what it's called. I'm not going to say what it's called because I don't want everybody to be like, well, you should go there. We need a video. Yeah, one of these days I will go there if I'm able to walk. And it's a really nice thing, and they have all the things from like the wars and stuff. It's like, the history of like, and military stuff, and military photos, and military, I think it's called Stars and Stripes or something like that. They have a museum there, not just the military where all the graves and the wall and all that stuff is. And they have like a military plane and all kinds of stuff outside. And they have this thing called Liberty Days, and they did a bunch of old timey stuff. And I don't know. They did a few things, so they have all that kind of stuff. But I've been sick, and I'm not able to stand and walk around. And Mom can't stand on level ground, either. When we went to St. Louis, we were mostly in scooters the whole time, electric scooters that we brought both of them because I couldn't go on stuff either. I couldn't walk around the casino. I didn't even go in the casino. We stayed at the casino. She's on her scooter. Her friend Ann, that she plays around with. Like I say, her daughter was the one that had the issues with the colitis, and still has issues with colitis. She's working again now, but there's times where she's had to be off work or be very sick where she can't work, and she's took time off work for a while or did different things. She was a teacher's aide for a while. She's done other things. I think now she's working in social work or something. I don't know. She's done a lot of stuff. She was going to maybe be a full-time teacher, but she never did get like the full thing. So I think she was a teacher's aide for a while. Done other things and worked at a daycare. She loves kids. She's got 3. So I mean, she likes kids, but I think she likes her office job more though. I think where she's doing social work type stuff like my mom used to do. But you don't, and see, she has like a degree, but I don't know if she has like the full teacher degree to be a full-time teacher. So she probably has enough degree to get the social work type job. Like my mom had a master's in voc rehab counseling, but she couldn't hardly get a job at voc rehab or some of the places. So when she found, we had to go to St. Louis because there wasn't any jobs down here for some reason. I don't know what people had against her, but she said she went to like, I think she went to like 30 or 50 job interviews in like a year's time or 6 month, very, even, and it's a lot to just get an interview. And when you go over 30 interviews in a year and none of them hire you, I think it's discrimination because of her disability, and people thought she was dumb, and she wasn't dumb. She had a master's degree. And literally voc rehab paid for her college to go to college to work at voc rehab, and then she applied at all the voc rehabs, even the ones in St. Louis. Even the ones in St. Louis. And I don't know what the deal was, but they didn't want a person with disability working at voc rehab, showing the other people with disability how good you can be, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. Very weird. Hi, Fears. Good morning. Did you get a few hours of sleep? Like 3 hours, 5 hours? I got 0. Because, yeah, I'm streaming, but yeah. How much sleep did you get, Fears? Was it better than last night? Okay, waiting. And I don't know if you sent me a message or somebody sent me a message. He said something, maybe it was you, and you said some guy in my chat wasn't you, that it has to be Fearsman26 or Fears Vlog. I'm not going to click on every time Fears Vlogs or Fearsman26 comes in my account to see if it's the real you. Yeah, I don't have time to do all that. Plus, I'm doing my own thing, and I'm trying to stream by myself. So, yeah, if I've got other people and mods to do that for me, and they can tell me, yes, it's real, yes, it's not. If you've blocked me on social media, and unfortunately, unless you have to unblock me to tell me that it's you or not, then yeah, that's what you're going to have to do. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I'm not going to just do all that and check every time like you do. Is this the real Carrie Show? Oh, it is Carrie. Damn, it's been a while. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I said I was going to end it at 6 hours, but yeah. I know it's your second channel, Fears. You have 2 channels. You have Fearsman26. You have Fears Vlogs. You have tons of social media. I guess it's your TikTok that you have the most followers on. For some reason, you did a thing about a sandcastle that someone else built, and that's what made you viral on TikTok. And the stuff on the any kind of beach stuff, yeah, people like. So yeah, the sandcastle thing, it is a nice sandcastle. I don't know why it got you that many followers in the beginning, or like a few thousand, and then now it's even higher. I don't, I mean, I'm blocked, so I don't know. I can't watch them. I have a TikTok, but I'm hardly ever on it because as addictive as social media is, I probably be too addicted to it. Yeah, I like the Instagrams, reels, or the Instagram things. I don't have threads. I don't know if you have threads fears. I know you have TikTok, and what are some of the other things? I have X, I have Facebook. I don't post on X hardly. I might like somebody's stuff from friends and family. I might message them saying I like their videos or something, or Aaron's videos with. Have you ever met Aaron's dogs? You probably have. Eric and Aaron's dogs. Little Winston, little April. I think I met little April when she was just a tiny thing. And now she's like 11, like Adam. So yeah, she was really little. And Aunt Sandy said the same thing. She hasn't seen April since she was, really little. And now they've got the new one. I was like, have you met the new one? No, I haven't met him yet. Yeah, you've met them both. Yeah. Do you know their full name? Yeah, you didn't even know their anniversary, Fears. March 6th. And you say, well, maybe 7, 8 years ago. Okay, March 6th, 9 years ago. Whatever that is, from what year that is. I don't know if it's 2012 or 2014, whatever year, 9 years ago and now. Okay, that's like, I think it's 2016 maybe, was Eric and Aaron's wedding where we met 9 years ago. It's just very coming up for the anniversary. Yeah, two dogs. Very cute. Lots of videos. Yeah, I have her on Instagram and Facebook. Yeah, I talked to her on Facebook not long ago and asked her where she got Winston because I was like, I love Dawsons. I love Chiweenies. I love Chihuahuas. Where did you get them from, or was it expensive? Did you get them from a breeder? Did you get them from the rescue? Did you get them from a place that helps dogs? I mean, she said she got him from actually Craigslist, which I didn't even know Craigslist still was around these days. But yeah, I guess it does. I used Craigslist like years and years ago. Oh my God. And I remember when Craigslist was just famous for all the sexual ads and the sexual stuff, for people looking for this and looking for that and all the freaks out there. But yeah, Craigslist, I mean, we're talking like 90s, early 2000s, maybe 2010. I don't know. We moved to down here in 2010. I don't think I've used Craigslist since like maybe 2008, or even looked at Craigslist. Maybe I did a little bit in early 2010s, but maybe here and there for small things, but down here there was like, we're a small area, so there you would literally have to go up to Cape to, we talked about Cape and the airport and everything. You would have to go to like Side Center Cape and all that to find stuff or buy stuff. There's literally like very little about like probably my area, unless it's just random to find stuff. So Facebook Marketplace, there's a lot of scammers on there. If you're selling stuff or buying stuff and you have to pretty much almost take someone with you. We got something not too long ago and it was free. And I'm like, are you sure? She's like, yeah, they're opened, and I got this one and this one and this one. And I'm like, yeah, if I don't even work for me, they might work for my aunt, they might work for my mom. Yeah, I'll take them. So one thing worked for me, one thing worked for my mom, and one thing, well, actually, maybe they were too big for my mom, the other two other things, and they were too tight for me. So my aunt took both of them. So I picked the one thing, and yeah, they're free. They're open packages. They're almost brand. One was about half full. One was like only like 4 or 6 out of them. The other one is like almost full. There were like 4 or 5 missing. So yeah. So if I have something like that that I'm not using, or yeah, maybe that's a good deal. Just if it's open package, they go for 10, 12, $15. Sell them for $1, sell them for $5. Then you get all the scammers. Can you do $1? Well, how about free? But I'm going to meet you in my town. I'm not going to drive to you for 2 hours and waste gas and then you not show up. So you have to come to my house or my area or my town, and then I'll meet you at the Harps grocery store, or I'll meet you at the Granny Lou Diner, or I'll meet you at the Main Street restaurant. I'll meet you at City Hall or the post office. I don't think we have a City Hall. We have a post office, but yeah. I don't even think we have a pharmacy. We got rid of the pharmacy. It was like overcharged for like years, and I don't know what it was before that. And then after that, it became Walgreens when they were turning everything into Walgreens. Um, yeah, I think there was 2 or 3 places The one in Dexter turned to Walgreens, or they built a new Walgreens. They turned one in Malden or somewhere to turn into Walgreens. And yeah, guess what? That Walgreens closed. Our Walgreens closed. I don't know if it was COVID or what it was, but yeah, they've closed that one. They closed the one here. Over there's been closed a while, and now it's actually a church. They put a church in there. I forget what it's called, but they have some like it's not like stained glass windows. It's like, just the doors, and they have some stuff like painted on it, like, just like pictures or something, or like artwork. I don't know if it's United Meth. It's not a United Methodist. It's some kind of weird name. I don't know, three or four names, and then something church. So yeah, it slipped your memory. Yeah, I know it slipped your memory 9 years ago. That's why I said I don't expect you to go back to the past about all of the things that you lied about 9 years ago. I expect you to maybe go back a year. So anything that you lied about or still lie about, in the past year, that was part of the demand. So, I mean, I thought made pretty good demands. I can't believe you only made it like 12 hours, Furious. Come on. I thought, I mean, I didn't actually do any bets or anything, but if I had a bet, I thought you would be like 48 hours, maybe 72 hours, which is okay. Yeah, if you don't know your math, 48 hours is 2 days, 72 hours is 3 days, and a week, I don't know how many hours that is, but yeah, then there's like a week. So I thought maybe 4 days, 3 days. On a good day, maybe I knew you would never apologize individually to the death threats that you've made on people. So I was like, okay, well, you can do it in writing. Send it to me, send it to someone, and have them send it to me. And then I will read the names of the people that I have written down that you've done all the death threats to. If more come forward, that's fine in the past so many years. So, but you said you would do it all to everybody and do like a thing, or do like a video or a stream and apologize to all the people that you've done death threats to ever in your life or something like that. I'm like, that will work. And then if, whoever I know in the past 8, 9 years, like Junk Drawer, Black Aldrin. I don't know where Black Aldrin is. I don't know where Junk Drawer is. I looked some of this stuff up. I haven't talked to Junk Drawer since a couple years ago. I haven't talked to Black Aldrin. I don't remember the last time I talked to Black Aldrin. I haven't looked up yet. Like, I don't know, Darth Bane. I don't know if you ever did stuff to death videos, or I mean death threats to Darth Bane, but I haven't talked to him in years. I haven't talked to some of these people in years. But I said that it could be 8, it could be 10, it could be more. But in 9 years, it seemed like it was about every 3 months, every 6 months. I would hear about a death threat. It could be every month on some days. And my mom thought it was like some kind of PMS thing. Well, Fierce is acting like a woman with PMS. He just goes crazy once in a while for a few days, and then he calms down. And then but his, instead of every month, it's like every 3 months. He'll like, just have a little, problem. Or maybe he's acting like a pregnant woman with her hormones. I mean, I know you're not a woman, Fierce. I'm just saying this is my mom's example. And that's, how she says that she sees it. She also said that you need to be that you with her expertise in mental health, you could have some kind of mental illness that you've never went and got diagnosed, or never went into a doctor, a psychiatrist, a therapist, and got diagnosed with any of these mental conditions, or took a test and seen which, when I went, before I had to go in the hospital and me changing doctors, and I was this manic and this crazy before, I literally had half of like OCD symptoms, half of some of these other things. And then the depression I had all but like 2 or 3. I think it was the bipolar and some of the other things. I'm like, well, my grandpa's bipolar. I never thought this is bipolar. And my mom never really clicked that it was bipolar either until they diagnosed me with it. And I had several of everything. So I was just a little bit of everything. My therapist, who's one of the best in the state, probably, I've even said earlier, maybe even the country, she's the best I ever had. And she's been my therapist since 2010. She's helped me with all this rape trauma. She's helped me with all these different things, with the PTSD, all the other things that I have. And she's helped me so much. She got back to me last night after I had messaged her 2 days ago saying, I can't get through to anybody. Everything is closed for the snow. I need to see a psychiatrist. I need to see a therapist. I don't have an appointment until March 4th. I don't know how I'm going to make it personally. I may have to go to the ER. I may have to go to the hospital just to see a doctor, or I don't know if I said that, but that's how I've been thinking. I'm like, I may have to go to people have been telling me to go to the hospital. Mom's like, I don't think you're bad enough to go to the hospital. Yeah, I know how you hate the hospitals. And I do. There's a big difference between going to the ER And then once you go to the ER, you can get set up through these places faster. But if they're closed for snow, they're like, go to the hospital. I was like, there's 8 inches of snow. There's no way I'm going to the hospital and get an ambulance ride. I might get in an accident and get hurt worse. There's no way I'm calling an ambulance. There's no way. Mom can't get out the driveway. We've got 8 inches of snow. There's no way I'm getting out of this house. I don't care. Unless I have a heart attack or mom has a heart attack or something happens where it's worse, there's no way I'm leaving the house. Maybe tomorrow or Thursday, but I'm not leaving this house or getting an ambulance. Hey. Yeah, Jen, what's up? I'm having a lot of issues with physical and mental health. I'm a tiny bit better. But yeah, my therapist said, well, maybe we can meet. What are some of your I said I'm having mania type symptoms. It's a symptom somehow with the Cymbalta and a elixir with the caffeine. I really don't know what's causing all these issues. I see some kind of thing in the side effects that it can also call this thing called, and I'm not even on the max dose that I've been on in the past. So I'm like, I don't know what the hell this is doing to me. And I've never been like this except for like 2010 and nothing's happened to me. I haven't been assaulted. I haven't been raped like the last time. I didn't say this to her, but I'm like, this has been going on in my mind. I'm like, what if this is like the Becky thing and I have this for 3 months and I never get better? She's like this full time, 24/7. How does she live like this? She doesn't sleep. She's on all these drugs. She's smoking crack every day. She's basically hooking herself for crack, and she's like, I don't do meth, I do crack. One time she tested for positive for maybe the crack was mixed with meth. She's like, I don't do meth. They wanted her to plead guilty to bid last time. She's like, I'm not pleading guilty to meth. I don't do meth. I only do crack. I only smoke crack. I only do this. I only do that. I'm not pleading guilty to meth. I don't care what you do to me. I'm not pleading guilty to meth. So she got more time. Wow. Crazy story. But yeah, that's how my cousin was. She called the police one time because she was in crisis and they've never seen anyone like her. And the whole town knows her. Every police officer knows her. Every police officer almost in the whole state knows her. Yeah, and she's been to prison. Well, she went to prison when she was 17 because it's illegal to go to prison as an adult when you're 17 because she shot some woman's husband or something because she thought he was abusing her and she went and got the gun and she shot him. She's lucky it hit him in the shoulder. We went and seen him in the hospital. They wanted us and my mom to be a witness because he was wearing this tiny little band-aid on his neck, little tiny, well, like the Donald Trump patch thing on his ear. It's just a little white thing, like gauze, and like a band-aid, bigger clear band-aid over it or whatever that they do with the gauze or something like that from being shot. There was nothing. Do you know when he goes to court to sue her or whatever, or say that they have him in a neck brace. I don't know if they brought him in like a wheelchair or something. He comes in and puts on this performance. And my mom had to leave. She had to pick me up from school or something, and they wanted her to testify to that. That's not what he was like, and even in the hospital, and she couldn't. So they couldn't do the hearsay thing and take people's word over it, like when anybody. So I think she got sentenced to 5 years, but she only had to do 60 days for good behavior. So she got out in 60 days. That was the first time she went to prison. Well, she went to like some treatment centers and stuff when she was 14 for I don't know if it was because she was doing drugs or because I don't think she was doing crack at 14. She was doing other things. She was smoking cigarettes at 12. She was pregnant by the time she was 16. And she was seeing the same guy that she was seeing for those 4 years, and he was the drug dealer in the area. He's the guy later that turned into the porn star, and everybody wanted him, and everybody slept with him, no matter who he was with, and who was the boyfriend, who's the husband, who was the wife. This is definitely a true lifetime story. It's rumored that he has a. I mean, this was when he wasn't even living here, but back when he was younger and lived in the area and went to school and high school and when others not college, high school, and was in the area and was a local drug dealer. I don't know if he did everything or if he just sold weed and pills or what he did, because this is back in the 80s. If she was 12, I would have been about 8 or 6 or something. So this was years ago. He's rumored to have like 30 kids in this area, just in this area, in this little southeast Missouri area of like, a few hundred miles. If you go to St. Louis, because they lived in St. Louis at one time, if you go to Phoenix, where he did a lot of the movies, if you go to wherever California, where he did a bunch of the movies, who knows how many kids he has in all these other areas. So I'm telling you, if it's true and all these women come out later, about this guy, like True Hollywood Story or Netflix Story. I'm telling you, it'd be a huge story because all these women have slept with him. He's done hundreds of movies. I forget, I kind of know his like thing, but I don't want to put it out there. Like if people ask me, I kind of know what the name is, and I used to know the website to go to get it, but or could pipe it in and get it. But we'll just say 13 inches, something like Mr. Biggs or something like that with a bunch of Z's or I think it's like BIGG and then some Z's. I don't know exactly how to spell it anymore, but I used to have all that info. I didn't watch the videos. I just watched, when the page comes up, you can see like a couple clips, and then there's some other white guys or other people. Because he was 13 inches, there were some 12 inches people I was like, no, I'm done. I looked at it for like, no, I was like, no, I don't need to see this guy. He was with my cousin. He's like no, I don't need to see all this. So yeah, let me view this message. How much porn do I watch? I don't watch any. I've seen movies. I'll have to say I've owned a couple movies back in the day. This was before they really had the websites and stuff. So I had a couple old VHS ones, and then my ex-boyfriend had a couple of old VHS ones, and then we switched them out. I never got the other two back. There was a guy that was called Rambone or something, and there was a couple other ones. We had two Rambones and a couple other ones, and I think Rambone was supposed to be 12 inches. It's just something fun to watch with a boyfriend. I don't want a 12-inch guy. I've never been with a 12-inch or 13-inch guy. I wouldn't do it. I've seen some dating apps have some. These guys have sent me pictures of some back in the day when I'd actually ask for a picture if they were like 11, 12 inches. No, that's way too much. No way I'm doing that. So how much porn do I watch? Yeah, no, not much. Yeah, Rambone. Look up Rambone because they're old, but he's supposed to be like 12 inches, and it's just old funny. If you see the funny porn, there he's the funny porn. Where they come in, I'm here to do this or that or whatever, and then and then they like it's funny porn. So if you know about funny porn, then you know what I'm talking about. And then they take their clothes off and they do all the different positions, and then there's like two or three women. There's two or three women. Sometimes the guys are with two women at a time. Sometimes then there's a couple girls later in the movie, and then the girls switch up, and then he's with one girl at one moment and then another girl at another moment. But and you do every single sexual position. That's how porn was back in the 80s and 90s. I don't know. No, there's no way. That would hurt. You would literally tear yourself up, and you could cause issues later. There's 13 inches. No, it's crazy. No way. But yeah, a lot of women liked him. He was black. I'm not really into black guys. I have been a couple black guys, but I'm not really into black guys. No. So, and if they're really built and they're nice looking, yeah, I like Anthony Mackie. I'd be with Anthony Mackie no time flat. But for fun, yeah. To date, I don't know, but to marry, or if he was a nice guy and he treated me well and he's got a lot of money and he makes a lot of movies, possibly. But I doubt Anthony Mackie would want me when he could have anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like Halle Berry. I liked Halle Berry back in the day. I thought she was hot. I think Rihanna's hot. I think Beyonce's hot. I saw something on Twitter or X the other day where like Rihanna's in some kind of see-through dress that's just barely doing anything. You could see, things up here. You can see her ass really good in it. And I'm like, damn, she looks hot. Would I sleep with her? No. Would I kiss her? Maybe. Same thing with Beyonce. I want to kiss her, maybe. Same thing with Halle Berry. Do I want to sleep with him? No. Would I kiss a woman? Yes. There's a big difference between sleeping with a woman, kissing a woman, having a little fun. I've never kissed a woman. Not against kissing women. Just never happened. I've flirted with women. I've talked to women on dating apps. Never went out with one. We thought about it. I've planned stuff. It just never happened. So will it happen in the future? Probably not, because I don't do dating apps anymore, to be honest. But will it? Because I'm not looking for anyone. I've had all the past trauma. I'm dealing with a lot with my physical and other health right now. I don't have time for a man to deal with all this craziness. So no. Can women rape? Yes, they can. Look at the teachers that rape the little 12 and 13-year-old boys. Have you heard about the teacher? I forget where, if it's Florida or where it is. At one point, she was living with, they were closer friends, or she befriended their family or something, and they were living with her. and he was the oldest or something, and he was 11, and there was a younger sister or brother, or he had a sister and a brother. At some point, he started sleeping in the teacher's bed. He would take a shower. She would go in there and lock the door, and they would do stuff in the shower. Supposedly, the first time he's saying it's not rape, but he was 11. How can you 11-year-old not be? You can't consent at 11. My one cousin, that's the porn star son, has seen so much with my cousin, and the drugs, the sex, all the women and the men that she's been with, and the men that would pay to be with her so she could get drugs, or that even when she was married and stuff, even on her third marriage, like I say, now she's addicted to, or she was addicted to crack. She died in a car accident. They never did do an autopsy to find out, or I didn't even know if they did a blood test, because everybody knows she was on drugs. And her mom did. Maybe her mom said, "Well, she was good. She was acting fine. I think she was over stuff. She wasn't on drugs." They didn't think she was on drugs when she almost attacked my mom, or she threw food on my mom and attacked my mom. And they didn't want my mom to call the police. My grandma almost fought the police when they took her away and pushed the cop. But because she was 80s, or in her 80s, they didn't do anything to her. But they said if she did it again, they would have to arrest her. So then she didn't do it again. My grandpa's like, "You can't take her. You can't take her. You can't." They actually almost raised her because they didn't think Debbie was doing a good enough job. And she had so many issues. They let her get away with everything. And then she had all the issues with the drugs or something. I don't know if something happened to her, like when she was very, very young, because mom said she had issues even the time she was 4, that she would hold her breath till she almost passed out. So I think something happened to her as a baby years ago at a babysitter's, or one of my, maybe, I don't think it's her dad. I think it would have either been one of her dad's friends, or one of, someone that, because they weren't together by that time, or someone that, my aunt had babysit, or a boyfriend or something that she had after. I don't know what happened to her. Something really bad happened to her to make her like she was, to make her addicted to drugs and everything that she went through. And I feel bad that she never got the help that she needed, and she never could get the help that she needed, and she wouldn't accept the help and wouldn't take her medicine, and now she's gone. At the time, she's done stuff to me too, and it's hard to forgive her for the stuff that she's done, but she tried for forgiveness, and we tried to be closer to her, but we were not that close. We were very close when she was little, but we're not that close now. And we were close when she died, and I felt bad about it, and I still feel bad about it. I sang at her funeral. I was at the funeral, and it was horrible to see your kids go through that. Even the one that hurt me, to see her, and they couldn't touch her because her face was so messed up, and they had to put it back together, and it was an open casket, and they couldn't touch her, and they wanted to touch her, and they wanted to say goodbye, and they couldn't touch her. It was so horrible. It really was. That they had to go through that. They were a mess, and it was so sudden. Our mom was a mess as her only child. It'd be like my mom losing me. I'm her only child. It would kill her if she lost me, and she's almost lost me so many times. And I almost died at birth, and it's just horrible, everything that I've put her through as well, and everything that I've been through. But I'm not her, and I never did drugs. I tried marijuana. I've tried, I don't think I've really tried pills, but I've taken extra pills here and there. But no, I've never tried to overdose or anything like that. I've thought about overdosing many times, when I wanted to hurt myself, or take a half a bottle of pills, or take a whole bottle of pills. But I've seen people in the hospital, they take a bottle of pills and then they're just messed up, and it doesn't kill them, and they still live. I've seen people with slit wrists that come in all bandaged up, and yeah, it doesn't kill them if they don't do it right. It doesn't kill them, and they survived. I've seen people worse, and hear about stories that they're literally brain damaged because of the damage they do when they try to kill themselves. Maybe that's some of the stuff that happened with her, because I don't know how many times she tried to kill herself and be in the hospital, or different things that happened to her, or go to prison. I don't know what's happened to her. I don't know why she attacked me the day that she did. I don't know why she attacked mom the way that she did. She's literally got a switch or something, or a split personality. And one day she'll be Becky, and then the next day she'll be Jennifer. And when she's Jennifer, she's not well. She's not the same person. But when she's Becky, she was very loving and sweet at times. And and I miss her sometimes and I wish she was around, but I don't want Jennifer to be around because she was horrible to me and she was horrible to everybody else. She would steal my grandma's money. She would beg for my grandma's money. My grandma and grandpa gave her so much money. That's one of the reasons I think my grandma went back to work so she could help her because she needed money all the time. Because even though she would work jobs here and there and she would, things that happen, no, she was always needing money, and they would give her $30, $50, $100. I need $80. She wouldn't ask, she would demand. And if my grandma wouldn't give her money, she would find a way to steal it. My grandma had to have a lockbox, I think, locked in her car because she would steal her money or whatever little money that she had. Yeah, so it's sad that everything that she went through and that she's put her own kids through. If you see her three kids, Chinvi is a mess. He's now in prison for hurting, I think it's 14-year-old girl when you look it up. And the mother. She didn't rape the mother, or at least she didn't, that day, I guess he didn't rape her. That was a girlfriend at the time, and they got in a fight, and he beat her up, he beat the daughter up, and then he raped the daughter, 2 times, because there was 2 counts that they could prove. So, with the evidence, and he was facing 30 years. He pled guilty. I haven't seen him in years since her funeral, so I don't know what the hell is going on with him or what's going on or what he beat up every woman he was with. Who knows how many women he's raped, or he probably didn't have to rape, but he's probably raped some women too, or never took no for an answer because there's no boundaries. I'm like, you're my cousin, I don't want to be with you, and he's like, but you're cute. I've always had a crush on you, and like he just wouldn't leave me alone. So I finally just I had to do all separate family holidays. I would not. And the same thing with his mother. After his mother beat me up that one time, I really wanted to press charges. She about broke my nose. If she had broke my nose, I'm like, no, we're pressing charges. But my grandma and grandpa that time threatened to disown us, threatened to never help us out with financial situations again. Maybe even never talk to us again if we press charges because she was in a halfway house. She was already just got out of prison for several things. I don't remember if this time that Josie was born, the third child. One time she got out of prison. She was literally, maybe this is that time. Yeah, she had the baby. Basically, she had contractions and they wouldn't let her leave. My mom had to contact the governor. I was like, the paperwork is there. Go do this and go do that and get involved. Hey, she had the governor get involved because she worked for the state. She's like, she knew who to call. They went to go pick her. My grandma and grandpa went to go pick her up at the prison or whatever. The whole story is my grandma and grandpa went to pick her up. I'm sorry I'm emotional, but some of this stuff I haven't really worked through. My issues with her, I guess, and how bad I feel that what her kids had to go through and everything. Um, and how bad messed up they are. And I don't know what happened to Genvi, but he started doing sexual stuff with girls at 11. So who knows what he's seen or done way before that. I don't know. I think there's a story somewhere that he said that he also was a little younger than that. And one of their somebody tried to touch him, but I think he was able to be big, and I think he was like 9 or 10 or maybe even younger. So he was able to get away from the guy, but I'm sure that messed him up. I mean, a 9 or 10-year-old guy doesn't need to be scared to be with at home. She would leave them alone for days, and they would call. They're like, "We're out of food," and grandma and grandpa would have to go pick them up wherever they were at. She would go whenever and wherever and do all kinds of crazy things, leave them alone with no food, and they would get up and go to school, go home, and when they run out of food or whatever, it's been 3 days. We don't know where she is. She would show up eventually, but yeah, we don't know where she is. So I think when Genvi was 15, I when they came back, they were in Indiana for a while with the family members of Genvi's dad's family, and they've got some family still over there from Genvi's side of the his dad's side of the family, and his younger sister's still over there with her wife. I think her wife has like a daughter or something like that, like one child or maybe 2 children, from a man somewhere along the line, and she has a son from like a drunk night that she didn't really want, but, she remembers kissing him, she remembers agreeing to that. The rest of it, she's like, It's not like I don't remember, it's just I don't think I didn't want any more than that because she's a lesbian." And he doesn't want anything to do with that child or something. I don't know if he pays child support or anything. Jimmy never paid child support on any child he ever had. He never supported the family. He would never hardly get a job. He later started getting a job when he got married and got with the second one. and worked for a while, and they were in Kansas City, but she had like a ton of kids. I don't know how many, I think she had 4 or 5 before him, and then they had 2 together. So she had like a ton. Like my stepmom like could have a ton of kids, and then she had a tubes tied, and she's like, I'm not having any more after David. David's probably asleep. He's been in and out. But yeah, there's a lot of past history with my cousin. I like I say, I suspect, and my mom suspects that something happened to her when she was maybe 1, 2, maybe even a baby that she can't process or something when she started having issues at 4. She might have had issues. It could have been around that time too. But she literally like would want to die. Like she would hold her breath to get attention or to do something. And my grandma and stuff, oh, she's fine. And the doctors would say she's fine. Eventually she's gonna not die. She'll breathe. And mom's like, "You can't do that to the baby. You can't let them, like, do that to themselves and try to hurt themselves and not and breathe till they pass out or something, or until, they come to or something. You can't do that to a baby." So mom went over there and picked her up, I think, when she kept doing it because Debbie said, "Well, the doctor told me to ignore her." And I don't know if grandma and grandpa did this, and just agreed, they didn't do anything. So my mom went over there and picked her up and loved her. And she said she just clung to her. I remember that story. And so at 4, I wasn't even born yet because she was like 5 when I was born. And then I have another sister that's like 6 months older than her. So she's, 5.5 years older than me. So I don't know how old she would be now. So if I'm 46, she would be 51. But I think she was around 44 when she died. But nobody thought and my grandma and grandpa had life insurance, I think, on her and her son. I don't know if they had it on the daughter because she got along a little better. But something happened to her too because she never wanted to be around men for some reason. So I think she was abused too by somebody. I don't think it was her dad. I don't think it would have been her stepdad. It could have been her stepdad, but I think it was someone because by the time she was in high school, she hated men. She didn't want to be anywhere near men. She was never going to date a man. So by the time she was 15, she was a lesbian. That's where she was going to be, and she's dated some beautiful women. She used to do underground fighting, like MMA type stuff. She had to fight the men because after she put a woman in the hospital, she wouldn't fight any more women. So she only fought the men. And she hurt the men pretty bad too. I wouldn't be surprised if she put a lot of men in the hospital. And this was several years ago. This would have been, we were still in St. Louis, or we were living down here, and then we came down here. So it would have been 15 years ago. So 15 years ago, she's got a son. This was around the time that she was pregnant. And yeah, she was pregnant. She was big pregnant at that time. So yeah, her son's got to be like 15 now. And then, like I say, the blonde that she's married to, I can't remember her name at the moment, but yeah, she's got a daughter or something. So they got 2 kids by other people, maybe willing, maybe not willing. Maybe she was too drunk to consent. That kind of stuff. People. She don't remember consenting. So yeah, but she doesn't want to press charges. She didn't want to get the police involved, you know, and she just had nothing to do with him. I don't think she would even take child support. She's like, no, she didn't want anything to do with him after that. They were friends. They were at a bar. They were drinking. She remembers kissing. I think she went back. They were good friends, and she went back to his place or something, or somewhere with him, and or her place, and something happened, and I don't think she wanted it. Next thing you know, 3 or 4 weeks later, she was already pregnant, and I guess she didn't want to, she didn't want an abortion or anything, or could have. She didn't think she could afford abortion. Maybe she thought maybe it's God's meant to be this baby, and she loves her son. I'm not on friends with her on Facebook anymore, but when she lived down here for a while, we helped her out. Um, you know, her wife, like I say, is very beautiful. You know, she's very lucky to have her. I guess if they're very in love, they're like I say, she worked at that place down here that all the people worked at that want the money. I think it's called WW Wood. Um, I had a friend or my another cousin that actually rented before he got married. Or maybe when he was just about to get married, they rented a house from the guy that owned WW Wood because he owns like a ton of rental properties, a ton of huge houses. I think he owns like a huge house close to he owns one of the houses close to the area where my mom's friend that she used to help with the veteran, and it was one of the other women that helped. She has goats, she's got chickens, she's got bunnies, she's got ducks, she's got dogs, she's got cats. What else does he have? I think that's it. So there's always baby kittens. at certain times of the year, there's always baby goats. Well, we were expecting baby goats, and they're going to be born around this time or January, or that's about the time we think that they're due. And I've got pictures and videos with all the different baby goats, and I got a hold of bunnies because now she's got bunnies. So I got to hold of this maybe few months ago, but I've got pictures with me with a bunny. I've got pictures of me with the cutest little orange cat that's only like about a week old or 3 weeks old with the beautiful. I'll have to show it on like the thing because I was like the cutest blue eyes, beautiful pictures of some of these little things. And then I've got a video somewhere of this little kitten that was like 3 days old, and the littlest tiny meow, 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 the cutest things. So we go there to get what we call goat therapy, animal therapy, basically. The one day, yeah, we've held a couple baby goats. So the last time I went, I couldn't hardly get out of the car and stand and do the holding. So they literally like brought me a goat, brought me a bunny. She's got a little 13 or 14-year-old granddaughter. She has severe mental issues too, and is on a lot of pills at her for her age, and has these fits where she literally like kind of like Becky type issues where it's like she's schizophrenic, severe bipolar. She'll just go crazy and she'll kick one of the dogs and she'll hit her grandma and you can't control her. Yeah. I mean, yeah, she's going to be a Becky one of these days if she doesn't get help or get the right medications or maybe be institutionalized. I don't know. It's crazy. They've almost institutionalized her a couple times. She's been in many hospitals. Yeah, it's sad, for her to be that young and have all these issues because I've seen a lot of teenagers and kids come through like the psych ward. Not the psych ward because you have to be 18 plus. So I haven't been at a juvenile psych ward. I've been at a juvenile thing that's like different from the hospital where you're at longer. Maybe no, it was an adult one because my friend was 19 and she had severe issues with the cutting and suicide attempts and severe depression, and I don't know what she had else, but yeah, it and, I think I bought her, like, a teddy bear and a couple things and some different things, like because you can't have anything in there. You can have maybe at that one, you could have stuffed animals and, like, coloring books and different things. I brought her some magazines and some books. I don't know. I brought her, like, a little gift bag of stuff because she was gonna be there. They said maybe 3 months, maybe 6 months. I didn't talk to her too much later. I know we were friends for a long time. I think she got out. She went back to college, or maybe she didn't go back to college, but we went to the same college. I met her in one of my things for the political science, or she was a history class or something. I don't know if she was a political science major. I don't remember if it was just a history class, and we were still basic stuff. I think it was my junior, well, it was my third year of school, but I was still doing a lot of the basic stuff that you have to get for your requirements. And then after that, you get all the electives and you can take like anything in like the political science. I mean, I took like every political science class that they had like all the time. And then like my last semester or two, I'm like, I don't really need any more political science classes. And I don't really, maybe I can get a break and just take electives. I took like an accounting class, I took some other classes. And like the accounting class, there's an accounting class too where you do the other half of the book. So I'm like, maybe I'll take it, but it's kind of hard and it's like a lot of math. And I'm like, yeah, it's an elective and I take it to for my other degree or something. It can count toward that other major or whatever that I had, political science and public management. But like we talked about this before in the Discord, the public management it wasn't printed on my thing. So there is a difference. There's a double major and a double degree. So yeah, I had a double major. So I counted it as 2 degrees, but it's technically 1 degree, but you have 2 majors. And then I have another degree in political science. So I thought I always had 2 degrees and then a third degree. But no, I didn't have the other degree. I mean, I would have had to take a lot more classes for that. But I had a double major. It wasn't a minor, it was a major. So it was like more classes. But a lot of the classes that I had that was required were required for both. And I'm like looking through stuff and I'm like, a lot of them did both. So I'm like, all the people that I knew in all the classes were like, well, we're doing both. And I'm like, okay. So I'm like, that sounds like a good idea. You only have to take 8 more classes plus electives. So, I mean, hell, it was easy. Do I want kids? A long time ago, I did. Long time ago, when I was 15, I found out I had endometriosis. And so I was kind of devastated. I'm like, I always wanted kids. I'm more of an animal person now, though. I don't know if I really want kids. I like the tiny, tiny baby animals. I'm a big Corgi fan. I follow a lot of the Corgi people on Instagram and Twitter and all that. Or X. I keep calling it Twitter. I know it's X, but I hate to call it X. X sounds like it's ecstasy or something. Or, I guess Molly has like a form of ecstasy. We looked up Molly earlier, like I know Molly's ecstasy, but actually no. It's part ecstasy and part something else. And it's MDMA. And when you look at the description of that, it says it is helpful for PTSD and people that have ADHD. Fears. If fears is still here, listen to this. MDMA, which some people call Molly on the streets, it's actually two drugs, a combination of two drugs, but it's actually very helpful for people that have PTSD. I got that right, yeah. And then for those people that have ADHD, but they also have the PTSD, and they also have the attention hyper deficit disorder, so ADHD, and they have the PTSD associated with that, and for some reason, it's helpful in those patients. It's also very drug that's on the street, but it's actually prescribed for people that have PTSD. I'm like, well, I have PTSD. Why would I want to take MDMA? How is that supposed to help me? But yeah, there's a lot of drugs out there supposed to help you. Weed is supposed to help you. They have prescribed weed. I could take prescribed weed for my PTSD, but I never wanted to do it. I talked to a couple doctors about it. I talked to my pain management about it. He said, well, I'm not going to prescribe it for you, but you can check into getting a card and stuff, and I'm sure you'll get approved and be able to get your medical card and then go buy it. But then you have to pay for it. So I'm like, well, can't someone prescribe it to me? Because I'm on Medicare and Medicaid. And he's like, well, they may not pay for that. But I was like, but they pay for everything. Wouldn't someone prescribe it so then I could get it for free? Because I can't go and like pay like $200 or $300 for that stuff on a card. My mom is not going to, pay $300 or whatever it costs, even at $20 for me to be on something that's with medical marijuana. So I thought about it. I almost got the medical card and went through the stuff to look to get it, but I don't have the money to pay $50, $100, all that kind of stuff, just so I can have a card. Well, now it's free. Now it's recreational. They still have all these stores and weed stores everywhere. I mean, St. Louis, I don't know how many St. Louis has. Cape has got like, I don't know, 5, 10, maybe more. There's all these vape shots that sell all that, CBD and all that hemp oil and all that stuff. They're trying to ban all that stuff, and they banned some, but I don't know if CBD is the same thing as the hemp stuff. They're trying to ban some of the hemp stuff or something, or some of the CBD because it's not like regulated or something. So they're just like, we're going to ban it all in Missouri. You can't sell it in Missouri. So there are all these people out there that like farmers and different things would be like, they can't just ban it all. We give people the good stuff. There's a lot of bad people out there that give people the bad stuff that's not regulated. But yeah, maybe it needs to be more regulated, but you can't just ban everything and hurt all these farmers. I mean, I kind of agree. I think they should maybe regulate it more, but Missouri maybe not have the money to do that. So they're like, okay, the cheapest way to help is we say no to this particular one and this particular one and this particular one about like anything that contains all of these things. I don't know when they did that or they had a bill for it. Maybe last year, the year before. I know I seen a whole bunch of stuff about this on the news and farmers and people, and they're like, they can't do this. It's going to help. It's going to hurt our business at the stores. We're going to lose money. All of those, vape shots and different things. Gas stations was selling all that kind of stuff years ago, like when it was all big popular. CBD, CBD, CBD. I think I bought CBD for Alex. So online or something. Yeah, the CBD, the hemp oil. I bought all. He's like, well, it's not the same, but it relaxes me a little bit. It's okay. But yeah, it's not the same. Like my therapist and stuff, he doesn't need to be on weed. He doesn't need to be on pills. He needs to be on the CBD or the hemp oil. It will give him the same feeling, but he's not going to be high. But he's going to be relaxed and he's going to get like the euphoria of being high, but he's not going to be technically high. It's similar, but he's like, yeah, but it's not the same. I want to smoke the stuff. It's not the same as like taking a pill. And so he didn't like it. And if he took a pill, he'd take like 5 pills. So yeah, maybe if you took 5 pills, you're going to feel like you're high like weed, but then he always he went in the psych ward for a while. I think we picked him up from the psych ward at one point when he got out. I don't know if we were really together at that time. Maybe we still were. I don't know. This was after, I think, that we somewhat still talked. And that we picked him up from the psych, or I found that he was in the psych ward. Maybe we were still together. I don't even know. That was so long ago. Well, he's gone now. He's dead too, like her. I don't know if she did it on purpose or if she was high or drunk. We'll never know. They never did any tests. My aunt didn't want to know, probably. She thought she was fine. She had all these voicemails and text messages. her last text message, her last voicemail, and how she sounded. She's played it and played it and played it. I play stuff about my dad. It's good to hear her voice once in a while. It's good therapy. So I'll just sit here and cry and play my dad video. I couldn't do it the day he died, the anniversary, like the other day. I still can't do it. It's too soon. It's too many emotions. I'm going through so much right now. I can't go back and play those right now. I can't deal with that right now. You know, I can't deal with all that right now. My brother and my sister, I don't know if they're going around playing my dad's voicemails. Yeah, that we still have them. My stepmom's really struggling too, probably. She was with him for, she was married to him for almost 40 years, or around 40 years, 39 years, something like that, since 1982. So can you imagine losing your husband, even though you're the second wife and you've had two other husbands? um 39 years. So yeah, very, very, very long time. Two kids together, four kids with other people. And my others two, I have the two youngest stepsisters. There's one my age, he was also 6 when they got married, and the one that's 9. They've always called him dad. He was a better dad to them than their dad was. I don't know if Tony ever called him dad, or she just called him Tom, maybe because she was the oldest. I can't remember. I think she, at points, she's called him dad. Maybe she called him more that, like Tom or something, or Thomas at times as well. So that maybe my brother, I can ask, if I can find out. But she's on Facebook. I haven't really reached out to her that much, but I think she's on Facebook, and I think I sent her a friend request. I think she accepted it. But yeah, I don't think Joe ever called my dad, because he was 16 or 17. He didn't really like my dad. My dad was maybe my dad was too strict on him. I don't know. Maybe my dad tried to be nice to him, and he's like, I have a dad, I don't need you, or something like that. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, they didn't get along good. I haven't, I and dad never hardly talked about him that much, so I'd be asked, well, I haven't heard about Joe for a while. Where is he? Well, he's in jail again. What's he in for this time? Well, drugs again. Yeah, and like I said, that one time he got out and was in a halfway house and had like Facebook and stuff and different things, or a phone, or I don't know. It was like years ago. He found me on Facebook and started calling me, and I'm like, who is this person? Joseph something or Joe something. I'm like, I don't know anyone. I don't know anyone named Joe. And then he told me he was my stepbrother, and I'm like, oh, Joe. Because I hadn't talked to him in like 7, 10, I don't know how many years. I don't know. It was like a long time. I seen him one time when we went down. There was a time we were in California, like my dad and them lived in California because he was like stationed in California in the military. And then there was the time where they were maybe they were getting the house ready or looking at the house. We took a trip from the San Francisco to Texas to look at the house. David would have been really little, and Lisa would have been really little, so they probably don't remember that trip. Um, Jennifer and Veronica and Tony may remember this trip. I don't remember if that's the trip we got the flat tire. One trip, like the whole engine blew up, and Dad didn't check the oil enough, or there was a problem with the oil. Maybe he did. He knows how to check oil. I seen him checking the oil, but like something happened with the oil. He ran the. I mean, he literally like messed up the oil pump, and the whole damn engine blew up, and it was like thousands of dollars. And this is an old van, so my grandpa, I think, literally had to come down or send Dad money or something. And I don't remember. We were a few hours away from my grandma and grandpa. I think my grandpa had to come down and give Dad money to help out, because it was like $4,000 or something. And $4,000 in the 80s is a hell of a lot of money. I don't know what that would be now. Somebody Google I can Google $4,000 1980 something to, it might have been in the 90s, but I was like 11 or 12 when we did some of these trips, so a long time ago. So if I was 12 and I'm 46 now, so that's 33 years ago. 33 years ago, that would have been in the 80s or the early 90s, or probably the 80s. If I was 12, that would have been 1990 actually, but yeah. Either way, that's a hell of a long time ago. Well, I appreciate everybody listening. I can't believe I break down and cry on stream, but sometimes you need to cry once in a while. I haven't cried that much. I cried yesterday, or was it the day before. I cried in here for like 5 minutes, but I haven't been doing a lot of crying and working through my stuff because I haven't had my therapist. I haven't had all that stuff. But she's gonna do like a thing Saturday with me, and I don't know if it's just gonna be a phone call or we'll get on a Zoom call. She has a lot of issues with pain. She has MS and fibromyalgia, so she sometimes has to, like, when she's mostly confined to like a chair or a scooter and all that. She didn't used to be like that. She used to be able to walk, or she had a cane or sometimes a walker. She's like, "Don't be freaked out. I'm not hurt or anything. I'm okay." But now I'm on a walker. When I was going to a session, I'm like, "Oh, okay." I never seen her in a walker, but my mom has a walker. I don't have a problem. My grandma and grandpa had a walker before my grandpa couldn't walk anymore. So yeah, I don't have a problem with her being on a walker. There's nothing wrong with that. I've used a scooter, and I have to use the scooter because I can't walk very far. So I do what I can do. I've started the physical therapy. I'm trying. She's listening to something, or she's up, or I'm keeping her up. So I need to go because she hasn't texted me. She hasn't been mad. She hasn't been any of that. I've told her how supportive everyone is. I haven't told her about the money that a museum sent me on the super chats. So she'll probably be happy that, or that they did that. Pixel gave me his, what was it, his HBO Max account. Well, it's now just Max, but she gave me his Max account info so I can log in and have my own profile. And I think he's pixelated his mom and me. And first he made me Barbie. I'm like, I don't want to be Barbie. He's like, you can make your own. I made you Barbie, but you can pick whatever. So I think I picked Wonder Woman or something. I'm like, I went to like all this. I was like, well, I could pick an animal. I could pick a little cartoon. I could be Tweety Bird. I could be Scooby Doo. I used to love Scooby Doo when I was little. And I added some Scooby Doo movies and shows and stuff. I was like, I haven't seen Scooby Doo in forever. So maybe it'd be cool to watch some old Scooby Doo stuff. I had the Scooby Doo video game or something like, but for my computer way back in the day, and I don't know why, but I could never get through it. There was a couple things, and I don't know what the if I could have found a way to like probably Google it like I do now. I don't know if there was Google back then, but it probably was around, or I just didn't use it very much. But I'm sure there was ways to search on the internet how to beat this game. I didn't do that all back in the day because I didn't get that computer till 2005. And so sometime between 2005 and 2010, someone gave me this game, or I found it somewhere. I think someone was getting rid of all their computer games because it wouldn't work on their new computer. And we got like a whole bunch of, games, and like Bejeweled, or, a couple of different things like casino games and different things. Just a little stack of games that they had that they couldn't use anymore. And my mom knew the people. So she's like, my daughter will love all these. And what I didn't like, I either gave away to other people, or just, boxed up or threw away or whatever, or gave to the mission or something. What I couldn't use, I helped somebody else. And what was it, my GameCube, when Adam was a puppy, he would spend time going underneath my bed. I'm like, what the hell is he doing underneath my bed? I found out later one day that when we were moving or something, my GameCube and two sets of cords. One set was to like the little thing that has like the red, yellow, and white or whatever. Those are all chewed up. The other thing was like the plug-in cord that you plug into the system, and then it plugs into the wall. So pretty much I couldn't use the thing until I got all new cords. And back then I didn't have a lot of money, and I wasn't working, and I was doing that part-time thing at home where I only made like $100 or $200 a month. And maybe I get birthday money and Christmas money from my dad. And then if I really needed money, my mom didn't want to help me. I paid my car insurance. I think everything else my mom helped me, and I didn't really have a cell phone, or if it did, it was a little cheap phone for like $20, and then we bought minutes on it once we needed it. So, and texting was like a third. Yeah, texting on it did not take a full minute. It took like a third of a minute. So it was like 0.3 minutes. So if you have 500 minutes, a text would come through. If you read the text, or to send a text, to read a text, it was free. So anybody could send me text messages, I could read them. To send a text, it cost me like 0.3 minutes. So I was like, this is a great deal. I didn't text that much, but yeah, whoever texted me, it was always free. And anybody else who had a phone like that, they had a track phone, just text me. Don't call me. It's going to use my minutes. Just text me. I'm like, all right. Yeah, so old school stuff. We had that for a long time. And like I said, I didn't get my first iPhone, which I love iPhone. I was always wanting an iPhone. I see all the celebrities with all these iPhones and all the apps and stuff they can do and all the things. And we got two free iPhones at the AT&T store when they had one at our Walmart. They're like, the deal at that point was like two free phones, with the bill credits and everything, or whatever that they do now. Two free phones, completely free, with a 2-year plan. And then I think that's it. You just had to sign up for a plan. And I don't know if it had to be a Pacific plan, but who knows, back then it was probably like 30 or 40 a month. Not like it is now, where it's like the big plans are like $100 each. So if you have 4 lines, it's $100 plan. You got to pay $400. I'm like, the hell I am. The hell I'm gonna pay all that? And I don't need 4 lines. I need 2 lines for me and mom. I'm not adding strangers or exes or friends or any other family members on my plan. Now my aunt that lives down here, now she's in, the other housing. She was in the housing south of us when she sold her house because she's like, we're from Malden. We don't want to leave Malden. We're gonna stay in Malden. We're gonna get a one bed. They didn't have 2 bedroom available, so they got a 1 bedroom, and then they didn't like it because all it had was a shower and it was small and it wasn't like as big as their house. And they had a little small house that they got, what is it, FHA loan back in the day that they've had for years, and they've had it paid off for years. He got to where he couldn't mow the lawn and take care of the lawn and all the things that they had to do. He had to get rid of his motorcycle because, I don't know if he just couldn't afford it or just couldn't hardly ride anymore. Little things. And so it was just too much. She's like, it's hurting him. Years ago, he was at work and the guys were goofing off on their lunch break. And this one guy would get in the vehicle and kind of act like he was going to run over the guys and they jump back. Well, my Uncle John didn't see that part. So he acts like he's going to run him over. He literally runs him over. And he tore his collarbone and he did some stuff with the damage to his arm. And he still can't lift a gallon of milk with that arm. He really messed up that guy's arm. And I don't know if he did like a lawsuit or if the work did a lawsuit or he got a lawsuit and like had to do a settlement and all this other stuff. But his arm is still messed up. I think it was months later. I think he broke his leg really bad too. Yeah, he broke his leg, had to have surgery on his leg, later had to have the rotator cuff and collarbone surgery because his arm was all messed up. And because I think they didn't know was his arm was messed up for like 2 or 3 months or a while or 6 months, then he's like, my arm keeps hurting. My arm keeps hurting because his leg was broken. He didn't feel his arm until like a month or two or later. It's like, why is my arm hurting? Why is this all weird? Why is this all purple? Or different colors, or why is the bone sticking out? I don't know. Maybe it might be broken too. Maybe you broke your collarbone or he tore his rotator cuff and then he had to have rotator cuff surgery. Yeah, I don't think you can see a torn rotator cuff. It may be some swelling and stuff. It's not like the collarbone where the football players break their collarbone. The bone literally, you broke your collarbone. We could tell. We could see the bone. It's not. It doesn't look right. Or like if you break your leg or something. Well, yeah, your foot's facing the wrong way. Your leg is turned backwards. Yeah, we got a compound fracture here. Yeah, that's not good. You're gonna have to have surgery on that. We can't fix that. Bad stuff. We've seen bad football plays, where the player's down and it's a really bad broken leg or it's a really bad concussion. They don't move, they don't breathe, they're like, they don't show all that. But once you see convulsing on the field, it has to do with some kind of head injury or seizure or something. And it's pretty bad. And it only happens once in a while with like the seizures and stuff where it's like your hands and stuff start twitching or something, or your whole arm is twitching. That's a bad head injury. That you don't want to just roll them up and, put them back in. That's when you get the cart and the stretcher and the seat collar. And yeah, you got to do all that. That one guy, what was it, Damar Hamlin? I think I seen some of the videos of that, the cardiac arrest guy. People blamed it on COVID. He's healthy. He's so on, people, all the anti-vaxxers blamed all these cardiac attacks on COVID. I don't think it was COVID. I think it's effects of having COVID can affect your body, what they call long-term COVID, with like the cardiac events. Unless it's like the very first shots that they didn't test well and they wanted them on the market. Too many people are dying. We got to push these, push these, push these. That very first one really screwed me up with like the side effects. And then the second shot, the booster wasn't as bad. But that first one, then you had to have the second one as the booster like a couple weeks later. That first one, I don't remember if you guys remember falling asleep on the stream. I'm like, why am I so tired? I know I stream like this all the time. Why am I so tired? Carrie fell asleep again. You've been asleep 20 minutes. Carrie, you've been asleep 30 minutes. I mean, I couldn't stay awake. I'm like, I finally had it just in the stream, I guess, or just sat there and slept on my chair. I don't know. I don't even really remember making it to the bed that day. It's been a while. So, like I say, that's 2020. I can't remember 5 years ago how I made it from the chair to move it all. But I don't know if I just, half slept in the chair for a little while and then eventually made it to my bed. But yeah, classic Carrie streams. We're gonna go back and we're gonna react. We're gonna watch some. We're gonna do some of that we're gonna show some clips. I don't know if I'll do the hypnosis one because that's a little much. I could show the first parts and I could go back and show the PG-13 one and like the one where I don't take clothes off. Yeah, the one that's not the X-rated. We could go back and show the first parts and not the X-rated one. That I wouldn't mind doing because it's up there in the top videos. I think it's still top 5, top 10 watch videos, the hypnosis one. But yeah, I'm not going to show the rest of it. But yeah, the one they did at the high school, oh, that was amazing. They had this little kid on there that was in the audience that wasn't in high school. I think he was 10, and he got hypnotized in the audience, and then they had to bring him up on the stage. He was doing all kinds of crazy stuff in the audience, and dancing and doing all kinds of crazy stuff like the other people were doing, like the river dance and all the things that that little boy did. I can't remember his name, but that's after I lost some of the, or I was beginning to lose some of the weight. And then I remember there's pictures of me in those same pants, and I'm like, then, or I'm not wearing the same, I had the same shirt on, but I think the pants were already too big by that point. They were like the yoga type pants, and so they were made a little bit big. And then, like I say, I kept the shirt because the shirt still fit. The shirt was like a little bit bigger too. And then, but like I say, once I lost weight, like the pants, they didn't, within like 10, 15 pounds, I couldn't wear the pants anymore. They were falling off. I think they're just like pull on, like yoga type pants, or, like they're not really sweatpants, but they're like red cardinal pants. I say cardinals down the side. And then I had the cardinal jersey. Yeah, I did Madonna, so that was pretty cool. I did the Guitar Hero. I remember almost falling. I remember just not being able to get up. I don't remember too much of the videos, but like I remember being like pulled down to like the stage or something, or felt like I was pulling down the stage, and I'm just sitting there doing the Guitar Hero. One girl jumps off the stage. I can't believe she jumped off the stage, and I'm like, why is she jumping? If you watch the videos, I mean, the girl jumps off the stage. They thought she was going to hurt herself, so then they had to watch her, and they're like, please don't jump off the stage. Again, it's different things, but yeah, that ones are crazy. Those we gotta watch. At least the PG rated one, and like the other kind, because it's like maybe I mean, it's something you would see in a movie. It's like half stripping and dancing. Nobody's clothes. I mean, if the one girl tried to like her jacket off, but nobody's like real clothes came off. It'd be like a jacket or something. And the mic was like the prop or something. The mic was supposed to be, I don't know what the mic was supposed to be, the pole. The mic was supposed to be the pole. That's what it is. But yeah, and then the rapping in Chinese and all the other things that I did. Somebody's like, I got that on in a CD in my car. Can you rap in Chinese? Can you do it? I'm like, I don't know if I could do it now, but I can sing. I can actually sing that song. So if you want to, I can actually sing the lyrics in English if you want me to. What is it? The song? Hey, shorty, it's your birthday. We're gonna party like it's your birthday. That's the song. Yeah. You can find me in the club. I used to rap that all the time. I would crack everybody up at work. I would do like some hand signals and all kinds of stuff. You can find me in that club with a bottle full of bubs. It was crazy. They're like, what is she doing? Look at this. What is she doing? I can't believe she knows like all the words. I knew like most of the words of that song. I rapped that. I had the CD. I used it. I mean, yeah, that was crazy. But yeah, I did like a lot of rap music. Like I say, I went to the Eminem show. Oh, who else have I seen in concert? I seen Wayne Newton in concert. Oh yeah, we did this thing where we were getting like, it wasn't like free tickets, but we were getting tickets. Or mom got free tickets to a lot of these shows because she was a higher player. She wasn't the highest player, like my aunt. They had a lot more money than we did, and they were always like Black Diamond or whatever I don't know if it was the top thing, but they were higher card than she was. But at Ameristar and stuff, and they would get the free rooms at Ameristar. I don't know if they would get the weekends and stuff too. They could go pretty much whenever, and get extra free rooms. So yeah, pretty cool. I don't know if they gave Eric and Aaron like the thing for their wedding. I think they did. I think yeah, they gave Eric and Aaron, the free room for their honeymoon. I mean, for the first night, and then they were gonna go on their honeymoon. But like the first night of the wedding, I'm pretty sure they had. Fears can quote me on this, or I can ask Aaron. I was like, did you get a room for the first night of your honeymoon at the Ameristar for me and Sandy? Yeah, I can ask. Yeah, because they like. I mean, we all liked casinos a little bit, but yeah, back then I might spend $100. My mom could spend. I've seen her spend 200 or 300, but she always makes a limit. She tries not to go over the limit. Sometimes she will go and then write a check, or but she never goes where she can't pay the bills or anything. She's not an addict. She's never been an addict. I had people thinking, people that know me thought that my mom might, spend too much money. I was like, she can pay all her bills. I don't get what the problem is. She's not, I have seen her go overboard a little bit here and there, or maybe spend a little too much, and then she just doesn't go for like a month or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. It's not like she keeps going every night. Maybe she goes like once a week, twice a week, or the weekends with her friends or whatever, or to get away from me and her stress and her job and whatever she's got going on. That is a very stressful job. I told you about the one case, and she's still friends with the lady to this day. And like I say, the one son that has like a million things wrong with him, that was born, I think, with spinal bifida or some kind of rare disease, and he played wheelchair basketball, and he's had, I probably to this point now, um, probably close to like 250 to 300 surgeries, maybe over 300. I don't know the exact number. I would have to get the number from this lady, like, but I think she stopped counting. But they know. I mean, because the hospitals know. Mom, did you say something? I swear I'm hearing stuff. Maybe she's watching videos or something. But yeah, he's had a lot of surgeries, and when he goes like in the hospital and gets scared and stuff, or about to have a surgery, he calls. He calls my mom still. She had 6 kids. Every single one of them had ADHD. Can you imagine raising 6 Fearses or 6 Davids? This girl is a saint. She I think she was pregnant like 13 times, and the other ones died, or she had early miscarriages and stuff, or they didn't fully last the term. She didn't have any like stillborns or anything like that that I know of. But she told me, yeah, she's told me she's been. Can you imagine if she had 13 of them running around? God saved her a little bit, but 6 with ADHD, multiple learning disabilities. They weren't always they weren't all as bad as other ones, but they literally would go on the roof, refuse to go to school, run down the street, refuse to go to school. She'd be chasing them. I don't know if she would get a broom or something. She would get something and chase them around the house. No, you're going to school today. No, you're going to school today. It's gonna happen. I don't care if I have to get the police. You're going to school today. I'll call the cops. I'm messing with you today. We're going to school. Okay, she'll call the police. They'll show up. You got to get off the roof and go to school. You might be a little late, but yeah, you still got to go to school today. Or you can go to jail. You get your choice. You want to go to juvie, you want to go to school. They usually would choose school eventually. I don't think many of them wanted to go to juvie at like 12, 14 years old. But yeah, there was a couple that was worse than the others, and they're more handful. When my mom she had fired multiple caseworkers and went through multiple caseworkers, and she's like, nobody can handle me. Y'all don't know what you're doing. When she got my mom, and they warned my mom ahead of this, she has fired every single person. She's went through so many caseworkers, uh and she's got 6 of them. One of them has had all these at that point probably like 100 surgeries. Yeah, you're gonna have your hands cut up for you. You're gonna have to, one visit you're gonna have 6 cases. I think her mom she had a brother that was also like not down syndrome or anything, but slow, retarded or something. I don't like to use the retarded word, but yeah, I mean, basically, he lived with his mom. He couldn't work or anything. He was on SSI and all that. He couldn't work. So she had him. I think she had the mom too, because the mom was disabled. At one point, she might have had the mom. But she had all 6 of them at one point until they kind of grow up. And a couple of the older ones didn't really need the services as much when they got older or aged out. So maybe some of them she only had till they like were 18 or 21 or didn't need the services anymore, graduated high school. If they needed services and she needed to get back on with them, she could. But they all grew up, got married, all have got kids of their own, and now grandkids now. I forget how the one is that's in the wheelchair. He's never gotten married or I don't even know if he's had too many girlfriends. But he played wheelchair basketball 10 years. I mean, at least 10 years. I think they shut it down in COVID. So he misses it. He wants to play wheelchair basketball again. I don't know if they've got it back going again, or if there was the budget cuts with the COVID, and they don't have it going again yet. Now that COVID's not a worldwide thing, a lot of the things that they had before COVID, like valet, all these jobs that, people could do, they don't have all that anymore. My mom really misses the valet because she has to load. If she takes a wheelchair, she has to load her own wheelchair and load her own scooter, put it together, and then unload it and reload it, and it's very heavy. Even like the smallest part is like 20, 30 pounds. I think the smallest, well, there's some that are not as high, but I think the heaviest part is around, but we kind of like roll it in. I had to help her, and that like killed my back. So then like the next day I couldn't move. When we went to St. Louis, like, I can't keep doing this. So we're gonna have to get help. We're gonna have to get security. We're gonna have to do something. There's got to be an easier way to get these things in and out the car. And time you do one, you're hurting, and then you got to do the second one. I was like, I can't do this, and she can't hardly do it by herself. She has to have help. Sometimes her friend helps her, but or sometimes there's been people come up and see her struggling and help us. By that time, we might have been already done, and we're like, well, we're already basically done and have them together now. So we're gonna go in the place, and we don't really need any help. Maybe 10 minutes ago we did, but we're okay now. Family issues will make you crazy. Can you imagine? Her husband is a veteran, so he can keep the boys in line a little bit. They were pretty, "Oh, we're gonna go get your dad, and then you're gonna go to school." "Oh, okay. Okay, I don't wanna talk to dad, I'll go to school." And he's a big guy, so yeah. He's got like a, I don't know what you call it, like a huge belly. He doesn't really look like Ed from like, if you know Ed from 90 Day Fiance, but he's a big guy. So yeah, they stopped having kids after a while because she was like, I don't know if I can do all this, and the belly gets in the way, and they probably still, hook up once in a while. I think, but yeah, they're not having kids anymore. Eventually, the youngest, I don't know, the youngest was like 4, and this was 2010 when we moved in 2010. We moved up there. When did she get the job in St. Louis? Okay, she had the job. Okay, the youngest maybe about 25 now, 24, 25. That's what I was thinking, because the last time that we seen him, he was over 20, and I think he's got one or two kids of his own now. It's the youngest one. And he's a good-looking guy. He's got a wife, he's got kids, or at least one kid, maybe a second one now. And I think doing better, but yeah, the middle two, they were some trouble. They would get in fights at school. They had to go to alternative school because they would call all the teachers the B word and tell, no, the F you won't tell me what to do. And I'm not going to do this. And they would literally like punch the male teachers. I don't know if they ever punch a female teacher, but they literally would punch the male teachers and get arrested or get, in detention or whatever. They literally would punch the male teachers. So after a couple times of punching the male teachers, I think they got alternative school, and then it was a little different. But yeah, they literally got in fist fights with all the kids, and they were always getting called for fighting. A couple times they got arrested, or they tried to arrest them. I think my mom tried to step in and like, he doesn't need to be arrested. He doesn't need to go to jail, and they arrested him anyways because that's how the St. Anne police officers are. I got put in handcuffs one day because that's just how they are for St. Anne. I don't know if she lived in St. Anne, but it was that maybe the school district was St. Anne or Edmondson or something. But yeah, those teachers down some of the North County police officers are absolute assholes. Absolute assholes. And that's the same one where I got like assaulted. It should have been domestic violence, should have been more charges, but I got one count of third degree assault and which is choking, punching. Yeah, he punched me twice and choked me and 3 or 4 times, and they had to pull him off. This guy pulled him off me 3 times. So he basically choked me at least 3 times. I almost thought I was gonna die, thought I was gonna pass out. I had my purse on my arm and my mace is in my purse, and I literally could not get it. So I'm thinking, how am I supposed to get away from here? How am I supposed to hit him with my purse? How am I supposed to get off of it? He kept throwing me on the hood of my car and shit. And I'm like, how am I supposed to go anywhere, do anything? And he keeps choking me, and I think I'm gonna get killed. And then later that whole Rihanna thing happened. And I'm like, I'm lucky I wasn't as bad as Rihanna. I would have looked like Rihanna probably if it had continued, or maybe even been dead. And then after it happened, and he pulled him off me 3 times, and he got him not to do it again. No, this isn't cool. No, this isn't cool. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. After it calmed him down a little bit, but he got like this look in his eyes, like his eyes went completely black. And I've never seen that before, ever. I've never seen it since. This black in his eyes. I don't think Genevieve got that. I don't know. It was really weird as hell. Like he turned into the devil, or the devil turned into him, or he was possessed or something. Never seen anything like it. Because he had like a brown eyes, and his eyes got like completely big and black. And for some reason, he just like, you're dead, basically. I'm like, I don't know what the hell I said or what the hell I did. I think I laughed and said that those guys beat him up because he pushed me on the ground, then try to follow me, and I'm like, no, I was scared to get him off of me. And all this happened outside the bar, so there's got to be video. I'm like, why didn't the cops try to go get it? Now, years later, I'm like, why didn't the cops try to get a video of everything that happened outside to prove, who said what and who said this and who said that? He kept not answering the door when the cops went to go pick him up. When they got his file, there's like, we usually don't do this. Now, this is the only thing the Santa Ana cop helps me because he was a father and his kid was like a teenager. So he was trying to help me and warn me, never go back to this guy. He is a fucking asshole. He didn't say that, but he's like, he's a really bad guy and he's done really bad things. And I gave him his birth date and everything because I knew his age and everything. I was dating him for 4 months. So when they pulled his file and I gave where to get my statement and everything, they're like, this is before I went home and came home to my mom because instead of going to the dorm, I was like, no, I want to go home. Yeah, they pulled his file and they showed me some of it or read me some of it and showed me a few things. assaulting police officers. I think he had like 4 DUIs or 3 or 4 DUIs, which I knew about the DUIs. I knew he had several. That's why he didn't drive or couldn't drive or got all of his cars repossessed for DUIs. He said he had a really nice red car and he just cried when they repossessed it and stuff. I don't remember what year it was, but he had 4 DUIs. So I think the third or fourth one is a felony. So he had all of those. He had some kind of robbery charge, and I don't know if he just had a really good attorney or if his mom or the rich grandma paid to have a really good attorney. And for some reason, he pled guilty and got it like 10 years suspended sentence for robbery. And I don't know if he had a weapon or if how much it was, but who the hell gets 10 years suspended sentence for a robbery? Who the hell did you pay off to get 10 years suspended sentence? I think he mentioned like a couple weeks before we broke up and this whole thing happened, he's like, I did a horrible thing when I was like 27. I mean, I think he said 23, 27, because he was 12 years older, so he was like 35. He's like, I did this horrible thing when I was like 27. He was about off his probation, or I don't know if he was still in probation, but I think maybe he was 23 or 25. He's like, I did a horrible thing. I did such a horrible thing. I was asking him about his record or something because I was like, I know about the DUIs. Have you ever done anything else? I don't think he told me about the assaulting police officers or assaulting some old lady with a gun, or, he got like some kind of a gun charge and there was an old lady involved. So I don't know if he tried to rob her or pull a gun on her or something. There was some kind of a assault with a weapon charge or something. So maybe he hit an old lady with a gun. There was a lot of things, but he always pled guilty and got less charges or got community service or got very little jail time. I don't know how many things. I don't know how many times he'd been arrested. I don't know if I can go and get that record, but I don't know how many times he got arrested or all these things. And then it wasn't 2 months after he got the suspended sentence. He literally got fired from the same job I was at. This was still while the thing was going on, the court was pending. We hadn't went to trial yet. We hadn't, he'd went to like one or two things and they continued it or something, or he wouldn't plead guilty. So I had to go to court and do this whole thing. He's pled guilty to every single thing. I hear him scream. He was almost late. He was late to court. I could hear him clearing his throat because that's how I hear him. My dad knew it was here. I knew it was there. He brought his sister or something, his half sister. It was just so traumatic, and then every time I was in a courtroom after that, I was like, "I can't be in a courtroom." I freaked out. I would have panic attacks. I was like, "I can't be here." It would ma I would see him. I just know I couldn't be here, and I had to go to court for some kind of a weird ticket or something that I refused to say that I did, and I was so scared and having panic attacks. I had the support lady there, and I was freaking out, and she had to leave. I think my mom was still there, but she had to leave, and I'm like, "Oh, great, she can't stay because he was so." Well, no, it was the one I think he was at. Maybe he was so late, so she couldn't stay for the actual trial because we were the last on the list. Well, first he's like, "Well, the plea deal thing." So you talk. If you go to any of these like city type courts, because it was city court, he should have went to like county court, or it should have been a felony or something like that, and it would have been the county court. But instead, he went to this. They charged him city charges of just like the third degree assault. So it'd be like down here, someone, he got third degree assault. You literally got to go to there's not even a courthouse. There's a little room or something in like the police station or something, or maybe it's somewhere like in the other place that we live that's a little bit bigger. They have a separate building, and that's where the court is, and it's small too. Like there's like a police station and there's the ambulance, and it's all in there together, and it's bigger. Here we have, I don't know how many cops that we have a sheriff. I'm sure we have, I don't know if we have a deputy, but they just, or the person in charge is like the sheriff, and they may have one or two deputies, and then they have just the regular city police. So I mean, the sheriff's usually county, so I don't know. Our police, we probably, I mean, back when I was little, I knew there wasn't many. There usually only be like one or two on duty. Like if it's a Friday, Saturday night, you'll see a cop parked like on our main drag. We have a caution light. We don't have a street lights. We have no traffic lights. We have 3 or 4 way stop signs, and one little strip of street, and then there's the other strip that's the old downtown, and some of the old downtown that's been around since the 1900s or 1800s, and the old buildings. Now some of them are original old buildings that's still around town that hasn't fallen down or that they haven't torn down. I don't know how many in the old downtown is original buildings, but some of them are probably still from the 1900s or early 1900s or late 1800s. I don't know if that's the original post office. I think it's not the original post office. It's like the second building. I would have to look up how old the other post office is, but it's got to be around. It was around when I was tiny, so it's got to be from like the 50s or the 60s or the 20s even. I don't know. It's an older building, but it's not, you know, it might have been from like same thing with Dexter. They don't have the original post office from like the 1800s. They're in like a second or third building or a bigger building than they had when they had the original post office. Some of the old buildings, and we have historical buildings that they have that they don't tear down. Like by the park, there's some kind of old historical building, and there's like an outhouse and different things, and like a wagon, and it's like a museum now, and you can like tour it and stuff. I think certain Saturdays and Sundays, or 1 or 2 days, I think 2 Saturdays a month it's open. We've actually never been in there and toured the building, but it's one of the oldest original buildings that they can't tear down, like on the registry and stuff. The whatever that historic thing is, the National Registry or whatever it is of historical buildings. That's the name. I'm gonna get it right eventually. A lot of these things, but sometimes it takes me a minute to get there. I finally stopped all the crying, calmed down. I think mom is still up and I'm freaking her out, but she's not complaining. She's probably glad that I'm not cursing, and she's probably going to be complaining about a little bit of the cursing, maybe some of the things I've talked about. But, I'm not yelling and screaming at the chat. I'm not blocking people. I had a warning and I told people about there was one comment that tried to say that fibromyalgia was not real and there's evidence, and all these things are not real. Then why do they give millions of people disability and say that millions of people have it? It kind of used to be what was called, maybe even in the 80s, maybe that chronic fatigue syndrome, where they couldn't really figure out what it was, but it was causing a lot of issues. And they had an episode of Golden Girls about it, and then it wasn't very popular. It was pretty new, and not many people got diagnosed yet, but when you have several things and they can't really kind of pinpoint it, that was when it was called chronic fatigue syndrome. I don't know if it's now called fibromyalgia or if it's similar to fibromyalgia, or that's another autoimmune disease that started maybe in the 60s or earlier, but then they didn't really know what it was and doctors didn't want to name it. So the first doctor that named it chronic fatigue syndrome, and she went to, like, I don't know, on the show she went to like 10 doctors. Well, you need to see a psychiatrist. It's all in your head. You need to get some rest, or you need to go to a psychiatrist and get on pills. So she walked out of one place, and then when she finally realized what it was, the one doctor that was there that said all this stuff was there at dinner with his wife. So she told him off, and his wife, she's like, you should be ashamed of yourself. Why did you do it to her, or something like that. I'm with her. She's right, or something like that. She was pretty pissed at her husband, so I would be like, yeah, it was pretty cool. So I don't know if anybody's a Golden Girls fan or have seen that episode. It's just something that popped up. I'm like, well, maybe fibromyalgia, before it was fibromyalgia, maybe back in the 80s it was called something else. Before it was called, or it's like I think Erin has like an autoimmune disorder, and she was at Lindenwood. She went same college I did, graduated. But back in the day, yeah, I don't know, several years ago, she was really struggling with different things. She's like, why can't I open the door? I can't grip and open doors. There's something wrong where I can't grip and I can't open a door. They finally figured out it was some kind of autoimmune disorder. I mean, and she's climbed like mountains. And, a couple years ago when they took the dogs in those doggy backpacks, I'm like, wow, they took Winston and they took April. One of them had April, and one of them had Winston on their back. They literally climbed like 3,000 and something feet. I'm like, I don't think I could ever do that. Like, she's my hero. She's got an autoimmune disorder, but she's in great shape. She does a lot of stuff. I'm like, I don't think I could ever do that. Even when I was lost all that weight, I was getting, before I got sick, even though I lost all that weight and it was before I got sick, I don't think I could have maybe gone on a mile hike. And I have walked miles before at a park and stuff. There was a thing, I forget what it was called, but it was like a 5 mile thing. And me and my ex are like, well, we'll walk to this part. Are you tired already? I know you don't like to walk, so, or whatever. So yeah, if you want to leave at this point, we'll leave. He didn't believe that I walked the whole thing in like 20 minutes. I think you took the shortcut. I don't think you walked the whole thing in 20 minutes. I mean, he's like, my mom can walk in about 20 to 25 minutes. I don't think you did it in 20 minutes. I'm like, well, maybe I did take the shortcut. I don't know which way I went. I just followed this and followed that and followed some people and went in line. Because there is one time that I think I went a different way, and I was like, if it seemed a little longer. So I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, Pixel. I've tried to end it several times. I had a little cry break earlier. I broke down a little bit. Yeah, I'm okay. Mom hasn't screamed at me. Mom hasn't come in here and said you can't stream. She hasn't texted me. I talked to her. I guess it was at 5 when I got up to feed Adam. Oh, I don't know what time it is now. 9, almost 10. My worker won't be here till 11 or 12, and I need help with the bath anyway. So I'll probably just stay up. I could lay down until she gets here, for an hour or two and get a little bit of a nap before she gets here. Like I say, I'm gonna either have her find the shower chair and still help me wash my hair so I can sit and do it in the shower. But, my therapist suggests sitting in Epsom salt. So I'll probably just pour a whole bag of Epsom salt. Mom's gonna get me a whole bunch more. I'm like, I might need bags at a time or like a whole bag at a time instead of like a third of the bag. She said lots of Epsom salt. So I'm going to pour the lavender Epsom salt in there. That's not my favorite one, but it's open. I think I've only used like one serving. So it's still going to be like double what it's supposed to be. So I'm just going to use that whole thing of lavender in there. I'm like, fine. I might have used it another time. So it may just be one serving. I may mix it with one of the other ones, but I don't know if that's good to mix them. And it's got argan oil is the one that's my favorite. It's argan. I used to just use plain Epsom salt, and once in a while I've used Epsom salt because I had problems with my feet. I have things. I have the ingrown toenails. When I have ingrown toenails, the Epsom salt is really nice. My feet hurt all the time. With the fibromyalgia sometimes and go numb. They're a little numb right now. I've had issues with my hands going numb, my feet and legs and everything hurting. I've taken pills, but I'm not overdosing on taking pills. I'm gonna try to start a thing like where I journal every Tylenol that I take because like the limit is 6. I know there's days I've taken 8 or 9, and I'm like, I know that's not good for my liver, and I've had problems with my liver in the past where the numbers are high, and they're like, well, your liver is elevated. You have to get this ultrasound done. The first ultrasound I ever had done, and the one doctor said, well, you have a fatty liver or something, or when I had to have some CAT scans or something done. Well, and I got a fatty liver, and I don't know when I got diagnosed with that. A long time ago. I think David has that too. So it runs in our family, the fatty liver thing, because it's diet and it's just like a lifestyle, I guess. But David doesn't really. I don't think David's really got too much of the sedentary lifestyle. He may have more now because he broke his leg and he has the steel plates in his leg, and so maybe now he can't really do the 8-hour, full time work standing up because of the leg and the past. There's when you get a little bit older, when you're getting close to 40, sometimes it's hard to work on your feet in a job, to be honest. I worked on my feet when I was 19 and it about killed me. So, and my feet always hurt. I worked when I was 16 and 17 for 8-hour shift. Your feet are just literally like about to die, even just standing in one spot because of the hard floors and stuff. No, I didn't like it. So when after I think I was having issues with my stomach, I was taking too many pain pills then, and that's because of either the endometriosis or really bad cramps or different things. I would take cough, cold, and Aleve pills, and then forget that it has Aleve in it, and then take more Aleve or take Tylenol or take different things. So my stomach was literally like raw and just hurting so bad, and it was just stressful, and it could cause an ulcer. I don't think I had an ulcer, but I had to go in and like get the endoscope and all that stuff done. And I couldn't get off the couch. I was just in pain. I couldn't hardly go to class. I couldn't hardly do the work study thing because the work study thing, that particular time I was in the filing office and it's literally like up, down, and it's millions of files. And I'm like, I can't do this. They literally thought I could do it, but physically I was a little bit overweight, not like now. So let's see. Actually, no, I'm close to hang on, let me think. In college, probably 30 pounds less than what I weigh. Actually, about 30 pounds less than what I weigh now. So I was still heavy. I was like a size 18, 16. I went back and forth sometimes with a 16 or 18, depending on if I lost 5 or 10 pounds. Sometimes I could fit into a 16 jeans. And I can't wear jeans now. They literally like hurt me. I can't stand buttons, zippers, all of that stuff. I'm like, no, I've got some pull-ons that like are like jeggings that are like type of a jean, but also a legging, but they're thicker like a jean. And they're almost like leggings because they have all the designs, but they're thicker and they're black and they have a bunch of designs on them. And I like them because they're just pull on. I hear the dog next door. And the neighbor next door found this stray dog that was running around downtown, and he's helped other ones find homes and find the ones where they find on the street and stuff that are just running loose and no one claims them. So no one claimed this one, and he never had a dog. He'd had a bunch of stray cats that he started taking in and trapping. So then he started making them indoor cats. And when one of them got one of the outdoor ones, some girl that always let her dogs run loose, that lived down the street that's killed chickens and killed all kinds of stuff, killed his cat. Then he was like, nope, you guys are going inside. You guys are going to be indoor cats. We're not going outside again. He's got cameras, so he can see into our backyard, and he helps us sometimes when there's a problem and different things, or with tree limbs and different things. If he sees something, he's like, oh, I picked up the tree limbs and put them on your limb pile. Oh, thank you. Travi will be here eventually, and Travi does that. That does our yard. And I don't know how old he is, but I think he's younger than my mom. He's probably in his 60s, but he's got one of them riding lawnmowers, and he used to live on our street, and then they like built their dream home, and I don't know how many bedrooms and stuff. It's on like the rich side of our town. I think it's called the West Side, and there's like a whole subdivision. It's all like the rich people in this area that live here. There might be another part of town, but I'm pretty sure at our town that's the only rich area. I mean, everything else there's nice homes, but not like these big fancy new home. He was like a brand new home that he built like 3 or 4 years ago. And it had like the separate thing for all of his vehicles and stuff, like the separate like 2-car shed that could be where he could piddle with stuff and work on stuff, and then he's got like the 3-car garage, and a huge house, and then he's got a huge, I don't know how many acres it is, if it's like an acre to 2 acres. Yeah, so yeah, it's nice. Good morning, Pixel. How are you? Are you working today? I didn't ask that. Are you working today? But yeah, I probably need to go because yeah, mom is gonna be like up all night. I can't tell if it's almost 10, and I don't know how many hours because it just says like how many minutes. A lot. So earlier we were at 6 hours. I don't know where I am now. So 120, 120, 120 is 360, and 120 is 480. So 120 and 120 is 260. 260 and 260, what is that? The 520? So yeah, 120 and 120, 240, and 240 is 480. So is that, what is that, 8? 4 and 4 is 8. I think I'm at 8 hours. Yeah, because I started a long time ago. Yeah, I guess that's about right. Almost 2 in the morning. We'll just say 8 hours. We're almost at 8 hours, and I gotta go because I might lay down for a few minutes. I'm gonna eventually have to have breakfast and my morning medicine, which I sometimes take around now. Sometimes I don't take it till noon. Sometimes my old schedule, I would get up anytime about 4 or 5 o'clock. Some days I'd get up at 4, but most days I'd sleep until I had to feed Adam at 5. When the 5 o'clock alarm goes off. There's days I got up at 2 or 3 o'clock. There's days I had to get up at 10 and 11 when I had to go to, over to Cape Girardeau for a doctor appointment or something. But yeah, I think I got a Sykes. My one doctor's in Sykes, and where that big Lamberts and stuff is. The Throat Rose, Pixel, Throat Rose. A small bathroom break. Say hi. Yeah, you're fine. I'm going to end it. Fierce came in earlier. Wow, you're still gone? Wow, wow, wow. I asked him how much sleep he got. I don't know if he ever answered me because, the day before he said he couldn't sleep. So, what is this? Trump is hot. No, Trump's not hot. Personally, no. He's orange. He's old. He's raped women. He's probably raped his own daughter and molested all these other people. So, no, Trump's not hot. He's a child molester, basically. So it's definitely no. Trump is not hot. He's a child molester and a rapist. So you can dispute it if you want to. You can see some of the videos of him like trying to go in for a hug and she refuses. She still shows up to him with events, but you don't see her hug him. You don't. I mean, maybe if it's forced, but yeah, she don't want to have anything to do with him. He's hurt her when she was younger. He talked about her body and stuff when she was like 13, how beautiful she was, and all this stupid crap. Yeah, he did something to her when she was little or when she was a teenager. It's not right. Our colon, 30 feet long. No, Jen. So, yeah, the White Knight, hello. That's the only thing I missed. There's Juniper there. Hang on, I see a Juniper. Jucifer, yeah, the Rambo and stuff, yeah. I think I seen all that. Biscuit, we're at like 8 hours almost, or really close to 8 hours in like a minute, 3 minutes. So I might stay the 3 minutes and then say goodbye. I've sung the Carrie Show thing at least once, and then I did like the highlights of it again. The words, I've sung a couple other songs or just like a couple things here and there. I think I rapped the "You Can Find Me in the Club with a Bottle Full of Bub," just like with a recap of the hypnosis stream, the rapping thing. Where I rapped in Chinese. That's the song that they play, and I rap that song all the time in the car. So I wrapped it in Chinese, probably because they tell me to wrap in Chinese and I was hypnotized. I don't remember rapping in Chinese, but it was really cool and I kept up with the beat and everything. It's probably because, like I say, I rapped that song millions of times in my car. Some guy asked me, he's like, I got it in my car. Can you do it? And I'm like, no, I don't really know how to rap in Chinese, but I can do the English version. But yeah, I don't think he wanted me to do the English version. He's got the English version. Well, it's 8 hours. It'll eventually upload, and then you can see, or you can go back 2 hours, or you can wait and watch it tomorrow. Or you can, if you, I think if you wait 24 hours, you get to go back and see the whole chat replay. I didn't remove anybody. I don't know. I don't even think I deleted any comments. There's a few that YouTube hides if you say a certain thing. But yeah, I didn't delete any comments. I gave one guy like a warning because it was a little disrespectful and the stuff about the fibromyalgia thing. I'm just giving warnings unless you're literally like really really rude, or if I don't know. I guess I'm kind of over all the past stuff with like some of the rules. You basically can say a few things because I'm a human. I curse. Fears curses. So I don't see like the whole cursing thing. If you're cursing me out, yeah, that's a thing. If you're just cursing to be cursing and you're cursing other people and saying, F you this and F you that, yeah, we might, remove some of the comments. I don't think I'll remove comments unless I just really feel it's necessary. But if the mods, we may have a little meeting or I'll do a little thing and leave it up to the mods' discretion. If you think it's abusive to me, or, disrespectful to me, um, you know, and then I got to figure out who's the mod and who do I tag and all this stuff to send everybody like the video. Or I need to just say, in the title, mods, please watch this stream for new rules, very relaxed rules. Yeah, we're not going to say the N word. If you say the N word in the chat, you can say N word. You cannot actually spell it out. I don't think with the A is even a good thing because it's still kind of racist. You can just the letter N, stuff like that. You can put the letter F. You can say, spell it a little bit differently, but you can't spell the N word differently. Well, you can spell the little country. I used to ban that, but you can spell the country in Africa. What is it? I don't even know. It's not Nigeria. There's another one, something like that. It's not Nigeria. It's something else. Y'all know what I'm saying. There's something. Okay, we're down to like 1 minute or less than a minute. So I do wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. Follow the Carrie Brick Roads to the Carrie Show. Stay tuned for future streams. This may be the longest stream I do for a while, unless I can't sleep or something, like Figures does sometimes, and just up all night with streams at 5 a.m. I don't know if I'm going to go to work at night, and then he streams at 5 a.m. I'm not going to work. I call my boss. He doesn't need me. It's not an emergency. So I talked about this thing where I kept getting put on family medical leave, and, there's like the Unpaid Family Medical Leave Act that was enacted a long time ago, just like the American Disabilities Act. When my mom was in college, they did not hardly have too many ramps. They did not have handicap accessible buildings. They didn't pass that law about the thing. I think that Bill Clinton passed. I think it was 1993 that passed. There was a girl in a wheelchair. She couldn't. I don't know. She couldn't go into most of the buildings. She couldn't go up steps. She was in a wheelchair. I don't know how she got it around the whole campus with hardly any ramps, and everything had steps or these little things. And they have to literally like pick her up the wheelchair up and put it on the. You know how back in the day there's like those little lips and stuff. She can't put her wheelchair up on that. She can't stand up to do it. So how do you get around in the 90s and the 80s and all these are people just institutionalized? They just never can go to college? I mean, it was really crazy. So they literally built a new library or a new thing, and they were putting in these big long, just straight ramps for wheelchair people and for people like my mom that has to hang on and have railings. I was like, and then they put in a bunch of things and that they weren't going to put railings in. And I'm like, well, that's against the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1993. My mom was telling them and stuff. It has to be accessible for all individuals, and you can put a path in, but if it doesn't have like a railing, what are the people going to do that walk with me, like me, that walk with a cane, that can't? They have to hang on to something at some point, or the people one leg, or the people that walk with crutches, or the people that without there's people in wheelchairs, yes, the regular wheelchairs, but yeah, they might be able to walk through that, or it has to be a certain width and a certain thing. So they were just building this was around the time it because she graduated with one degree, I think, in 92, and the other degree was like the end of 93. So she like a year she had about a year and a half to get her master's. And so by the time she got her master's, that bill had passed toward the beginning of 93 or something that Clinton passed. It might have been before that. It might have been 91. So she was still in college and all this stuff was happening. They were building this huge library. They still have it, I think. It's got like this big clock thing, and they were putting it in the 90s, and they still have it down there. It's ASU at Jonesboro. They still have that. I'm pretty sure because I've seen it on campus. They've modernized it. They've redone the building a little bit and redone the clock and stuff, but I'm pretty sure it's the same original building. They've just kind of upgraded it, because it's like 2025 and that was built in like 91 or 92. So 92 to 2005, what, 40 years, 30 years, 30 something years. The building still looks good, and they've repainted and done different things to it or whatever they did to upgrade it a little bit in 30 years. But yeah, it's the same clock, but it was like old looking. It was kind of 90s looking, and now it's like, futuristic looking, like 2020 or 20. Maybe they redid it about 5 to 10 years ago, but you can tell it's like the same building. It looked like maybe they took that building down and put another building in, or just kind of did like additions to it. Maybe it's a whole new clock, but I swear they had that same tall kind of building when they were building it. And it was almost done by the time she graduated, around the time she graduated. And then we were there for like another year. I went another year at school because she I didn't want to leave school, and I was in the middle of the school year, and she got a job working at one of these like boot camp kind of things, but it was like a Christian boot camp. It was like sunshine something, and it was religious. And the things like all this stuff now, like all these hell camps and the stuff that Paris Hilton went through at some of these places. This was one. It was in there was in the middle of nowhere, out in the country, and I seen it. There's all these kids. They have like the school there. They have like the recreation type thing, and then they have all the thing where they have to go to church. This is the church. This is the school, and this is the dorms. And the girls' dorms are over here, and the boys' dorms are over here. So it's all segregated. You're not supposed to be in the girl. Well, when it's just like with band camp. We had band camp. They had like really, really, really strict rules at my school. And then this was like the 90s. I graduated, or 1992, maybe 1992, because or maybe 93. I had band camp, and it was like another thing too, and like some really crazy stuff happened. It used to be like a church camp. It later we used it as like our band camp, and they had all these little cabins all through the woods. They had a pool. I didn't ever really feel like putting on a swimsuit. I was pretty religious and raised pretty strict. I was like, I don't really feel like putting on a swimsuit in front of these teenage boys with my big boobs and going down to the pool. I had a girl that was the pastor's daughter, and she had big boobs too, and everybody at school wanted her. And she dated one of the hottest guys in school and stuff. But yeah, she didn't do stuff like that. Even though there was another pastor's daughter that I knew. She was a little wild. She had her boyfriend. They would take like little Polaroids, and her boyfriend would pass them around the school, and the guys would be like, "I seen pictures of you naked," and she's like, "I got pictures of him too. What's the big deal?" So she was a little wild, but she mostly just had the one boyfriend that I know of. But she was a pastor's daughter, so all the rest of us was like all virgins, and she's like, "Yeah." The one girl's like, "Yeah, you're a pastor's daughter. Yeah, that's what it is." They just go crazy. The pastor's sons are sometimes like that too, I hear. But yeah, pastor's daughter, try to be raised strict, get a little older, all hell breaks loose. The one pastor's daughter too, like I said, she tried it, or she actually did. She was like 17. This was back then, so things were a little bit different. Now, if you're 17 and you're dating like a 25 to 30-year-old man, looks a little weird, a little pedo-ish. It was legal in the state, but yeah, a little pedo-ish. The only two times that happened with me, when like I say, they were legal. I thought the one told me he was 19, the one told me he was 18. I didn't find out later that they lied, and they're like, he's in high school. It came out that he was 17. The other one, it was about the same story. He wasn't 18. He was technically 17. After that, I'm like, well, maybe do you have an ID or something? When I'm kind of questionable about their age. If they don't want to show me their ID, and they say they're in college, if they lie and they're on an 18-year-old plus dating app, I can't help it if later that they are, underage. If I get caught and they are technically underage, it's probably going to come back on me. So that's one of the reasons I don't do the borderline dating ages anymore. So maybe date guys 25 and older, 25 to 35, 25 to 40. Guys a little bit closer to my age, but not closer to like the borderline, maybe getting in trouble age, you know? And I only did that stuff when I was really manic or when I was kind of crazy and dealing with stuff. I don't do that stuff now. I don't try to go around looking for 17-year-old boys or 18-year-old boys or 19-year-old boys. Yeah, do I see them in movies? You know, they're in like their early 20s playing teenagers. Yeah, there's a big difference. Or they're 19 playing a 14-year-old or a 15-year-old. There's a little difference. They when Brooke Shields was 13 and 14 and did all that naked stuff, there was a stunt double, so they couldn't show certain things like the you know the actual thing. She had a body double in Blue Lagoon. I don't know if anybody knows that. If you watch Blue Lagoon, she's 14 when she made that movie. If you watch that other movie she did, Pretty Baby, she's 13. I don't know if she's naked in that one, like she's in Blue Lagoon where she's naked a lot. Yeah, that's not her. When she's standing around, yeah, in the little outfits, that's her. But when and probably some of the things where it's showing her face and stuff, yeah, that's her. But the other stuff where she's swimming and it's showing other things and her, her butt and, different things as you go around, yeah, that's not her. That's the 18-year-old double. I don't know if they had the law then, but they had to lose the 18-year-old double for the actual nudity. Maybe that was the law then. They literally had the law now. You cannot show sex scenes, uh, sexual type stuff, even violence and stuff, or rape or anything. They have to, even if you're playing a teenager or it's a teenager in the movie or something, you have to be 18 to play the part. Back in the day, like the 80s and 90s, they didn't have all those rules. I don't know when they actually made the rule. I think it was 99. It was in the 90s. It might have been a little less than that, but it was like around 99 or 9. It was early 90s or mid 90s that they made that law. Yeah, Quentin. I didn't think I was going to be able to sleep. I did take 2 melatonin and some Tylenol here and there. I got up with. I haven't really went to the bathroom that much either, but I can hold my. They're doing some weird stuff now where they give. I have a really small bladder, so if I drink a lot of water or I drink a lot of soda, certain caffeine can make me go to the bathroom more. Like every hour, there was a time where I was going to the bathroom like every 30 to 45 minutes. So yeah, it's a lot better now. There's this thing, I've taken one of those pills that they give you for the older women or the people that have that issue. They did all these tests. I think it's called a cystotomy or something, where they use a camera and they check you out and they check your kidneys, they check your bladders. I think I had a kidney and liver ultrasound and bladder ultrasound and all that stuff too. They literally said I had the liver ultrasound for something else because my liver levels were a little high. But yeah, I did the kidney and the bladder ultrasound. It looked fine. So I did the cysto thing, and that's in office. You don't have to go to another place and do like the procedures. They literally do it in the office, and the other stuff I get done is in the office. They literally give me Botox shots in my bladder. It's a little invasive. It can be a little painful when they're giving the shots, but they just last a few seconds, and I've had so much more pain sometimes than other things, so I can handle. They's like, you're like a champ. I don't know. I don't cry. I don't scream. Now when I don't know why, but like when I stopped taking some of my medicines and then I started getting my feet done where he has to do my toenails and stuff. Literally the trimming the toenails doesn't hurt, but like the filing, I don't or that machine that they use, it's not hurting now that I went back on the Cymbalta. So maybe it was like because I wasn't on something like Cymbalta or something for the fibromyalgia, and so he's hitting my pressure points. I was literally almost screaming at times, and my mom was like, "You gotta be quiet. You're gonna scare all the other patients." I'm like, "Well, it hurts." So I'm like, I try to bite my lip. I'm not gonna bite my tongue, but I try not to. I'm like, ow, 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 ow. I try not to be too loud. It literally got better. The last time I was there, we talked. He did the whole thing, and I'm like, okay, are you about done? He's like, I am done. What? I didn't scream this time? Okay. Yeah, she wasn't in Playboy. She did some kind of cover shoot for like Vogue or something. She did Playboy. I don't know if it was 11. I think she was 12 or 13 when she did Playboy too. But I don't think it was actually maybe it wasn't her, maybe it was topless her. But I don't think she did the full nudity in Playboy when maybe she did at 12 or something like that. She was 12 or 13. She wasn't 11. I don't think that You'll have to get it somewhere. I'll have to Google that because I don't think she was 11 when she did some of the Playboy stuff or the like the topless stuff. They did some like artful. They like Miley did like some kind of an artful thing, and people freaked out because she was like 15 and she was like fully backless. And it didn't show like her butt crack or anything, but they're like because she was 15 and this was like, not long ago when Miley was 15 and she did the pole dancing thing at the Grammys or something and she was on a pole doing dancing and different things. They're like, she's 16. She's too young for all this. She's Hannah Montana. This can't be Hannah Montana. She went from Hannah Montana to Miley and people thought she was going to be little innocent little Hannah Montana. She went from rapping about Molly and boys and drugs and she's not Hannah Montana no more. And she's calmed down a lot. She says she smokes a lot less weed and stuff than she used to. She's calmed down a lot. She dated that guy. She married that Thor's brother, Leonard whatever the last name is. I know the name. It's Hemsworth. Liam Hemsworth. She did that song about Malibu. I love the Malibu song and like the thing where she's writing her name in the sand or he's writing her name in the sand or something. Now she sings a song about the flowers and she can write her own name in the sand. I don't know if I ever seen the video for that, but I see the video for Malibu. That was one of my favorites of hers. Malibu. Can write my name in Malibu. I don't remember the whole well it goes now, but when it was out, I really loved the song Malibu, and she was with him then. Yeah, Brooke Shields' mom was a money grubbing whore, I think, and really subjected Brooke Shields to a lot of stuff. I seen the Brooke Shields documentary. Have you seen the Brooke Shields documentary and what she will put her own daughters through? No, she would never let her daughters do anything like that until they're like at least 18. She would never put her daughters in any kind of, movie where they're like a damn whore or something. Or like, like the Pretty Baby where she's playing a teenage, like a child prostitute basically. And she's 12 or 11 then. It was crazy. Yeah. You can't, there's like the Lolita movies, whoever like Lolita mom's actor putting her in all these Lolita movies playing prostitutes. Can you imagine their mother? I mean, are they like Brooke Shields? Your daughter's kind of playing a very bad part and then she gets married or something or raped by this guy that's like 40. You're going to let your daughter play that part and show her that it's okay to be with a 40-year-old man because he's got money and he's going to take you out the whorehouse? No. And he's going to take your virginity at 13 or however old she's supposed to be. Lolita in the books and stuff were like 13. No, I would not let my daughter or even my friends or anybody that I support or love, no matter how much money you pay me, will not let somebody put like my little my little teenage cousins or somebody I know and that I'm familiar with. No, I would like get power of attorney or I would like say no. I'd probably want to go to court and be like, no, you cannot let your daughter play this part. Police need to be involved. CPS need to be involved. This is not happening. I don't care if it's all fake. I don't care if she's 15 playing 13 or 18 playing 13. Because now you've got to be 18 to play a 13-year-old on all that stuff. It's when Brooke Shields, that's probably why some of the laws were made, but they weren't actually fully passed until like the 90s. Yeah, she did Blue Lagoon, but all the nude scenes are not her. All the topless and all that, that's the body double. I've explained that earlier, but I don't know if Quentin was here for that part. Yeah, the Blue Lagoon stuff, I like the movie. It's tasteful. He looks a little old for her. I don't know how old he was, if he was like 17 or 16, but she was like 14. So yeah, I mean, they could have dated like, freshman and senior kind of whatever that law is that they have for like freshmen and seniors. Yeah, that's not bad, but like the whole thing like with yeah, it's I don't know, some of it's tasteful, but some of it's like, can you stop showing her ass? Can you stop showing her boobs? Can you stop showing every single part of her? She's 14. But it's not her. I found out later that's like the body double. Or you find out later that she's 14. I thought she was maybe, because she looked older, and they make her look older, that she was maybe 15, but she always had like the baby face. So when she started doing that one show with like, what was his face? Maybe it's not her. Whoever did that show later with that guy from Breakfast Club, was that her or was that somebody else? I think it's Brooke Shields, that show where he was like her boss. And it's Brooke Shields when she's older and she looks a lot different. She's like in her 30s or something, or maybe even closer to 40. And after she had her kids and everything. And then the guy, like Judd Nelson or whatever his name is playing the boss. And he doesn't look completely anything like he did in Breakfast Club. He's like, I was like, who's this? What do you mean that's Judd Nelson? That's not Judd Nelson. That can't be Judd Nelson. They all grew up. He's Breakfast Club. He's like whatever the things, they do the dances, and they smoke the weed, and he tries to punch. He's a little scared of the principal, but he also wants to kick his ass, and he keeps trying to get detention, and he tries to push the limits, and he's a rebel, and he goes home with the prom queen or whatever, homecoming queen or whatever she is. He goes home with Molly Ringwald. They make out or whatever. It's a cute movie. No one has sex, I don't think, in that movie. There might be some kissing, some cute stuff. Ali Sheedy turns from, like, I would say, like a, what do they call it? Look, like a goth or a grunge look, to like a beautiful woman when they do her makeover and everything. So, yeah, what's up? Mo Money. I said I'm gonna end it, and it's almost 10:30. My worker's gonna eventually be here soon, so I gotta go. And I've streamed I don't know how long, and my mom's, but she hasn't yelled at me. I've got my door shut. She said she was gonna turn over a couple times on the one ear, and so she can, that it's her good ear. Sometimes she lays on that ear, and I don't bother her. But earlier she's like, "You've had me up 2 hours," but she didn't complain. I said I'm having a good time. I'm not screaming and yelling and throwing a fit. Nobody's bothering me really in the chat. Sometimes people say maybe things are a little bit inappropriate, but no one's in here just, you know, telling me to die or something like Fears will tell people, or that what people have done to me in the past. Nobody's being rude. Some people may be a little rude or just try to say a joke or something that you can take wrong. And so I've gave people little warnings, but like I say, if I'm not going around banning people, I don't think people are going to, get all mad at me. Well, she banned me for this, and she banned me for that, and she timed me out, and I have to come in on 15 more accounts because she keeps banning all of my accounts. I'm going to keep the ones that I have banned, but I'm not going to ban new ones. I don't know if I unbanned everyone like one of the last times I streamed, but I can check and see some of these accounts if it's account that I've had issues with. So, like, Punk Rock's coming here on all of his other accounts. I haven't said anything wrong to Punk Rock. Punk Rock hasn't come in here. You owe me all this money. We had a deal, and you didn't do this, and you didn't do that, and whatever. I don't know, whatever. Pay me now, and like all like spam the chat. No, he hasn't done that. He hasn't done any of that. I don't have an issue with Punk Rock if he's going to come in here and be nice to me. And he can say whatever he wants in the chat. I've even told everybody we will have a little like quick video or quick stream that I need to put out, maybe 5-10 minute video, and then the mods can watch it. I think I made Quentin a mod, I made my brother a mod, I made Adam a mod. And if I see other people in here that I trust, but I don't need every single person to be a mod. I just need enough mods, to do their jobs and stuff. And so if you see someone disrespecting me that you have a problem with or you think it's out of line, then yes, maybe remove a comment. Maybe possibly time them out if they keep coming in here and doing it 2 or 3 times. But I wouldn't just sit here and ban people. You can remove a comment. Like Fears, I think, sent me a message, or he tried to send me messages. There was fake hims in the chat. And then later he came in and he said it was him and stuff. So I haven't had time to go through the Discord. I haven't had time to read everybody that tagged me in like hours or ever since I started streaming. And then I still wasn't caught up on all the Discord. I'm like, I'm not going in here. I might look at a couple things people tag me in, but I'm not going in here and reading this whole Discord, because if it's as much as I used to type and what Fears types, yeah, maybe I should just say, well, maybe just eventually catch me up, guys. I don't have time to read 12 hours of chat, 15 hours of chat. I took a break earlier from Discord. And then, like I say, my therapist finally got back to me because she's retired in January. I haven't had a therapist. I haven't had, I used to see her every 2 to 3 weeks. Sometimes we would even hadn't seen her sometimes in months because she was semi-retired and she was cutting back on clients and she was slowly working toward her retirement. She's like, one of these days we're going to have the retirement, but the art or like the bad word retirement. She's a little bit older than me, but like I say, she's got multiple medical issues too. So between her and her mom and things that have worked for them, she gave me a whole bunch of different things to try and things to avoid. And one of the big things, potatoes. I forgot about the potato thing. I try to limit my potatoes, but you know what really I've been liking lately and that's cheaper? Pringles. And I went from just having a few here and there to having maybe a third to a half to a can, plus a can a day. My mom eats a ton of Pringles too. So I ate Pringles earlier. I was having pain, having stuff, and I'm like, I've been having all these leg cramps. I thought the symptoms of the Cymbalta messing with the caffeine and stuff was causing the issues. It could be all of this has to do with potatoes or a couple other things. It could be a combination. I moved my doctor appointment up. I did call some other places. The therapy appointment couldn't be moved up. I signed up to see the psychiatrist. So if I need to get a sleeping pill, like for a little bit to just help me with sleep, because melatonin and the Benadryl is not going to be enough. Now I can take up to 12 Benadryl a day. I can't take 12 Benadryl at one time. It says you can take 6 doses a day, but you take them every 4 to 6 hours. So every 4 to 6 hours, I could try starting with 3 Benadryl, and then 3 hours later, do the 6 Benadryl. If the 6 Benadryl doesn't knock me out, take one or two of the melatonin. The pharmacy says that these two, melatonin and Benadryl, will not mess with shouldn't mess with any of the medicines that I'm on or cause any side effects or interactions with stuff. Like I've seen the stuff with the Cymbalta, and I try to tell her about the she wouldn't go into my file. I asked the pharmacist, "Can you please go into my file? I'm going to tell you all these over the counter things that I take and vitamins. I want you to see if there's any interactions with the current prescriptions that I'm on." And you know what? Well, I don't. Well, I told her I don't know what would affect with what. That's why I'm asking you. I know I'm on a lot of prescriptions. I'm on 15 prescriptions. I want you to go. I get and look at my file, see if there's any red flags or anything that interact with each other, that prescriptions that I'm taking. She didn't want to do that. That's your job, lady. Maybe because I'm not going in person that you don't want to do it, but literally that's your job, to go into my file, find out if there's any red flag things saying this will affect this pill, this will affect that pill, and that kind of stuff. Or help me a little bit so I don't have to Google every single medicine that I'm on, put in over all the over the counter medicines and see if there's an interaction. I don't think Google can handle that, or the internet or WebMD or any of these places. So I'm going to try to go to my regular doctor. She's not in this week. We had 2 days of snow and everything was closed. So I finally got some places yesterday. I got my pain management moved up 2 weeks, and he's the one that prescribes the Cymbalta. So we'll see what he says. And I'll try these other things that she gave me. Mom's going to buy me some of these things that we don't have. She sent me a bunch of things. I took screenshots. I gave them to my mom. I was like, there's no way I can keep up with all this. If whatever you don't think we have in the house, um, maybe she was going to go to the store to get batteries because she's singing Sunny and her tape thing is like messing up. She's like, I need batteries. I'm like, I'm going to go to the store, and she'll go sometime today. It may be tonight. I don't know, but she's going to go sometime today, and she's going to have to look for Mucinex. Not any Mucinex that has anything else, because I remember this before. I can't take any with other medicines I've been on in the past with antidepressants and stuff. You cannot take anything that has a decongestion in it. You cannot take anything that has an expectorant in it. You cannot take it. You can take a cough suppressant. So I've got 12-hour Delsamin, but that's not going to do anything for fibromyalgia pain. Or I have cough drops, but that's what I can do when I'm sick. Or I have to get a prescription from the doctor, and it can't interact with anything that I'm taking, and all this other stuff. There's a lot of stuff that interacts with stuff that arthritis medicine connects with my what is it called? It can interact with leaves. So I try not to take a leaf on top of anything else unless I just can't hardly move. And I'll take one extra leaf when I eat or something. Not 3 or 4, like the bottle says you can take. Yeah, there's no way you can take 3 or 4 plus one of these pills that say not to take those with. It can cause stomach bleeding. It can cause ulcers. It can cause liver damage. It can cause all kinds of stuff. So yeah, that I'm avoiding. And I haven't had to leave in like 4 days. So I'm taking up to 6 Tylenol a day. There's times I may take more than that, so I'm going to try to monitor that as well and talk to my pain management. I got an appointment in a week, so Friday. He could have seen me Monday, but mom is going to be out of town, and she's like, I can't take you, and I don't need to be driving when I'm this crazy. I'll have an accident, and I'm on too many pills to drive. There's a few of my medicines that say use caution when driving. I'm not on narcotics, but when you're taking extra stuff, like extra Tylenol, or anything extra, or like the Benadryl and stuff, or if I take an extra muscle relaxer during the day instead of just at night. And he's told me I could be on it 3 times a day. Yeah, when I first started doing it, I was on 3 times a day. And then I had to cut down to 2 a day because it's too drowsy. I've been just sleeping like 15 to 18 to 20 hours a day. I can't do that. Normally, I'm not sleeping 15 to 18 to 20 hours. I think I'm on like a 12-hour to 10-hour, but I get interrupted sleep. I get up every 2 to 3 hours to pee. I have to feed Adam at 5. I have to feed Adam at 11. Sometimes I don't go to bed till 5 a.m. or try to calm. Sometimes I don't go to bed till 6 a.m. But then I get up, around 4 or 5 o'clock, unless I have a doctor's appointment. I got to be somewhere. Like physical therapy's at 2 on my Tuesdays and Thursdays right now. So Tuesdays and Thursdays I have physical therapy again, and we'll see how I do. I started on the leg bike now, so I made it a whole 4 minutes with the no resistance, or the one resistant, or basically the smallest resistance that they have. And it was like an arm and leg kind of thing. I did it very slowly, very easily. I don't know how many. I think I burned about 7 calories. So that can tell you how slow I am. I did the arm and leg bike for 4 minutes. I think it said I burned 10, but not very many calories. And when I was doing it more and on the more resistant, uh, after I did all the physical therapy the last time with my knee, I think I got a month or 2 months or 3 months free at that particular gym. It's got a pool. I could do water therapy, but the one particular swimsuits I have all these snaps and stuff that I can't do, or all these things. I would literally have to have my mom come with me, or someone come with me and help me in the locker room, because I can't put it on or take it off. I tried to wear it at my gym, or try to put it on, and I'm like struggling with it. And this is when I was what's when I was better. So, and like I said, I get to feed Adam in 30 minutes. She may be here around 11 or 12. She didn't come Wednesday. She was going to fill in Tuesday and come early, but we left early because it was going to snow, and moved my physical therapy up an hour. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make it to physical therapy. And we got all the things done that we didn't have in the house, that we hadn't got the day before, that she couldn't find, like my sodas. She couldn't find any Dr. Pepper Zero. But when she went the next day, she got me two 12 packs. And then what else we were getting? I had to get two prescriptions picked up, which she did all that. And she didn't want to walk from the parking lot. So I'm like, you know what? Just pull up here, and walk a shorter distance. She was hurting really bad too, because the snow was moving in. She filled up my car, and then she's like, I thought you were going to get your prescriptions and walk in. I was like, even if you park me at the door, I don't think I can walk in. Get all the way to the pharmacy, get all the way back and stand in line, and then come all the way back out. It isn't that far, and I've done it millions of times. Sometimes I can't hardly do it, and I need a scooter. If I have to walk from the parking lot and do it, I can't hardly do it either. And that's when we realized I was having issues with my knees and stuff. And they diagnosed me in December. It took a while to get all this stuff done. Then I was having issues for 6, 7 months. Time I think I see my regular doctor first. She tried a couple things. I think she put me on prednisone, and so you can only, or some kind of thing where you can only take for 2 weeks. Yeah, it helped a little bit. I used heat. I used biofreeze. She tried to get me to do this other stuff. I think the biofreeze works so much better. And you only have to, I mean, I don't know how many times you can use biofreeze, but he tried to get me to use the same thing, or he told me about the same thing, but you have to use it 4 times a day. There's no way I can remember to use things 4 times a day. I already have alarms on my phone, so I literally would have to have the alarms on my phone to even try it 4 times a day. I mean, and it's expensive if I got to use it, in all my areas that's causing me issue. I used my biofreeze last night, shoulders, neck, all my back. I didn't use my knees, but then all my hip areas, and back, little hips and stuff, everything that was hurting. And then I realized my knees are hurting, so I'm like, you know what? Just put the heat on my knees. So I did the heat on my knees, and I've been sitting off and on some of the day it snowed. I thought I was gonna die. I was in so much pain. I don't know how many pills I took that day. I did take the one Aleve. I think that was the last time I took an Aleve. I think I'm not going to take 2 or 3 Aleve. It will mess with the other pills. And I did probably take 7 or 8 Tylenol that day, to be honest. That's why I said I need to monitor it, because if I'm taking 7, 8 Tylenol, 9 Tylenol every day, I'm really going to screw up my liver, and really damage my liver. And I don't. I'm already at a risk of cirrhosis of the liver. I had a girl I went to high school with. Her husband had liver issues, really bad, and was having issues where he was in the hospital for long periods of time, and really needed to get a liver transplant. Almost died. He made it through all that, and they said if he makes it to January, or the 3 months, then he can apply maybe to get on a liver transplant list. I don't think he's ever got the liver transplant yet, but I haven't heard about him being in the hospital. They've had some other issues. I think they had a house fire and some other horrible issues happening to these people. This girl I went to school with and her husband. It's horrible. I've prayed for them about a lot of things, and I heard they had a house fire. It's crazy. What people have had. The California people, all those house fires, like they're losing all their homes. They're like they're celebrities. They can rebuild. There's regular people there too that can't afford to rebuild or have the insurance to rebuild, and literally lost everything. And Paris Hilton lost tons of clothes and stuff you can replace, but literally things that she's had from like momentums from like the simple life, or things that movie props and different things that she kept, or clothes, pictures of all of her other dogs, or Tinkerbell and all these other dogs that she had. I don't know. Memories with her kids. The whole home was gone. So you can't bring back the memories and anything that you have, or things of their children's that are in there. You can't bring back certain things, or like the pictures. If you have like all the DVDs or videos or different things in your computer, that's one thing. But if you lose the computer, then you don't have the videos, you don't have the hard drive, you don't have any of that stuff. And if you can't go and get every single thing that you want to take, people are just taking ashes, and a few pictures. And like, I think that guy that used to be on All My Children, Cameron Matheson, if you guys know who he is, he says he took a couple things. I think somebody's ashes, or maybe somebody else. They took their father's ashes, and some pictures off the wall, and the photo albums, any pictures that they could find, and just anything important. One Olympian guy lost like all of his medals, like 5 or 6 medals or something. He didn't have time to get his medals, or he ran out of time to go back and get his medals. He got a few things out, but he literally did not have time to find his medals, or couldn't remember where the medals were before the house burned down. So yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I'm about to leave, and my worker will probably be here within an hour, within 2 hours. So I said I was going to go to like that 500, and now it's 512. So I'm going to go. So everybody have a good night. Pray for me to be able to get some naps later. I got 2 hour nap yesterday, and that was really nice, and it calmed me down. I stopped having, well, I did the church thing. I don't know if I told you guys, but I watched my church. I literally felt like the whole message was for me. And he's like, there's someone out there listening tonight. They literally canceled service because the roads and stuff were still pretty bad Wednesday night, but they had 9 people there. And I don't know if it's kind of and they did a live stream, and it was him. They had one guy on the keyboard singing, and it was beautiful, like classic songs that I really liked and knew. I didn't know some of the modern stuff, but I know a lot of the songs. I have a little strip of skin here. Okay, get that off. I know a lot of the classic songs, like How Great Thou Art. They did several songs. It's like old classic songs, reminding me like any old church, and not just, like a non-denominational church, but like any church I've ever been in my whole life, like General Baptist, Southern Baptist, all these old, songs that are in the hymnals and stuff. Yeah, like remember, it was like, I remember these songs. I've sang them like millions of times. And it was wonderful. I was singing along with him. I was enjoying it. He preached a lot about healing. And I'm like, am I going to get healed tonight? I don't know about that. I mean, I remember getting healed there before, but I'm at home. How am I going to get healed or anything here at home? I literally got like a peaceful feeling. I got the Holy Spirit. I got like all tingly. I don't think I got healed physically of my pain, because it's still pretty bad. And it may take a while to get better. I may have to go to church to actually get healed for that and get a little better. My mom's been telling me all this time to go to church, go to church, go to church. I'm like, I can watch church. And then I just never get around to it, or watch it once a month or once a week, instead of like they have 3 or 4, services a week. Maybe go to a Sunday night service. There's football. I don't really want to go to church. There's football. That's how I was when I was younger too. There's like racing on. There's like all these different things. Yeah, there's going to be racing on, but you can tape the racing and watch the end of it later. Watch the highlights on Sports Center. Watch the highlights on YouTube, and go to church and have a good experience. I'm like, I've been I wrote like a thing. I can read it later sometime, or you guys can go to the YouTube that I posted, I think, in the Discord. If you read the YouTube comment, I go from like, I don't know if I'll ever be, I wish I could be back in church, but I don't know if I physically can walk from the handicap level entrance, or basically the level entrance in the back, all the way through the hallway by the bathrooms, and then all the way to the middle. Or I mean, it's basically you have to go to the middle, and then it's to the right, and then there's the thing. And it's like, it seems like a marathon. It seems like a mile. I don't think it's a mile. It might be like a quarter of a mile. It might just be 1,000 feet, but it's bigger than my house, and my house is less than 1,000 feet. It's definitely bigger than my house for the walk from the parking lot. So they're redoing. They're gonna redo it. They're gonna build a bunch of stuff. They're talking about building a bunch of stuff for the children. They're gonna have a basketball court. I seen this model that they put on Facebook. This was like a year ago or months ago. They're going to redo, they do all this stuff for this dental clinic. They're going to build it even bigger. They have all these dentists come in for all the poor people and the low income people that have no income, and the homeless people. And they pull their teeth, they fill their teeth, they give them a cleaning or whatever that they need. Sometimes they only do cleanings at some of these, like once a month, once a year. All the people at this area can go to this one. I've gotten things about it before. I'm like, I need to get some, I've got a hole, I need a cavity filled. Well, we're not doing that service today. You can either get your teeth pulled if you need any teeth pulled, and maybe your teeth, I don't even know if they're doing cleanings, but sometimes they're just, we're only doing extractions, or we're only doing this, or we're only doing that. And it's the Army. Literally the National Guard or the Army comes. And it was like a big truck, and it was the Army people, and it's like a mobile thing, and you all go in, and you got to go register, and then you have to stand in line, and then you have to go into the thing wherever the dental stuff is, or the room, or the big huge semi truck that they bring, and then they do what you want. But it's just like we went when we were younger, or and lived in St. Louis, and we always had back problems. I had all those car accidents, and I couldn't afford a chiropractor, so I went to what they call the Logan School, and they have different offices around, and it's like $20 or something like that. And so it's a discount. So you got the students working on you. And so, yeah, you're going to have different ones. You'll have one for a while, then they'll graduate, and then you got to have another one. And yeah, and they're supervised. And so, sometimes if they may need help, and they get the other one in there to help a little bit, the actual one that's the actual chiropractor. But they're like a year away from or about a year away from graduating before they let them even work on the students. They don't let them be the first day at college. Okay, we're going to go work at the office today. No, they don't do that. They train them. They go through all the classes and all that. I think it's like a 3-year college, maybe even more. But yeah, it's the Logan School of Chiropractic. They have them in Missouri. They have them in Illinois. They have them in different places. But they have the clinics everywhere. So that was one of the first things I was doing, was going to those clinics and stuff in St. Louis after all my car accidents. And then it was like, so much a visit. After the one thing that wasn't my fault, because the ones that were my fault, then I had to do my own medical bills. But the ones that weren't my fault, like the last one where some lady on Christmas Eve did not see me about to pull the corner, and she literally backed right into me. And she was in a big UMC Yukon, and I was in that was my old grandma's car that she gave me when she got a different car and had her car settlement, got a better car. It was a 2004, what was it? What is it now? Buick LeSabre. I don't have that car anymore. That's the one I sold to my cousin Josie. He literally about tore the car apart, and his cousin's supposed to be a mechanic, and he's going to do this and he's going to do that. He put the new radio in, didn't know how to hardly put the dash back together. He did something else and did some stuff with the wiring, couldn't ever fix it, and screwed it all up. So I think it's still sitting at his cousin's shop. I don't even know if he ever restored it. He never did take it to college when he went to college. And then he had a problem with college. He thought he was getting a full ride. Instead, they call him into the thing, and they're like, well, you are paying we still have to pay for your room and board. What do you mean by room and board? Isn't that with my scholarship? And they said, no, your scholarship only covers tuition. You either have to get an apartment somewhere, or you have to pay your own room and board. And he's like, what, 18, 19? There's no way he could afford an apartment or anything like that, or the 2,000 or 5,000 room and board a semester, a year, whatever some of these places are. And he's like hours away. So he's like, well, I mean, they had to literally go. I think somebody had to literally go get him, because he was in Iowa. I don't think he was where near Joey lives. I think he was like 2 hours away, or 3 hours away, or an hour. He wasn't in Joey's town or anything, but he was. Joey knew the college. He's like, yeah, it's like an hour away from me or something like that, or 2 hours away. He knew exactly where it was. I can't see what this says. It would be great to heal more when you're rested. Yeah, I understand I'm rambling, but I'm rambling even when I try to get rest. So I'll try to take a couple of days off. Maybe do a stream Saturday. We're going to do a little short video or something where I'm going to do the rules and stuff for the mods as well eventually. But yeah, when the mods are here, I can give you guys the updates on all the new stuff. Basically, we're just letting most stuff go. If you're not cursing someone else out or basically insulting someone, if it's not that bad, the first thing you're going to do is get a warning, or ask them to remove the comment. If I think it's bad enough and I see it, I'll remove the comment. But I don't even think I removed any comments tonight. I think yesterday I did, but I don't think I timed anybody out even yesterday when I did the demand stream. I think some mods, either hit some comments or timed some people out. I don't think anybody banned anybody. So it's like, to ban someone, you have to do the warning. I would say, one or two comments removed. You keep doing it, then you get timed out. You come back on timed out. One or two more times, you make it get timed out again. I'd say about 5 times before you get banned, unless it's something really bad and you're like threatening death on someone. That's going to be an immediate timeout. The next time you say you're going to, try to kill someone, or fears does it, death threat to someone, Yeah, the first time he's gonna get timed out, he comes back and death threats someone else. It's probably gonna be a ban. So just letting you know, fears. You can't be doing death threats in my chat. Mods, that's pretty much the rules. You can't threaten death or hurt or say you're gonna hurt somebody. The whole or say that they should die or they should kill themselves. That kind of stuff. That's an immediate not warning, not removing comments. That's going to be immediate timeout. And they come back and say something like that again and they can't change or they spam the chat or something with a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, it's going to be kind of that's not immediate ban. You get one warning and then the next time you're banned. Your one warning is your timeout and then you got to wait the timeout. So whatever the timeout is, if it's 5 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever that is. Actually, I'm not having, yeah, the mental health. I was going to tell you guys about that, but yeah, read the YouTube thing. If not, I'll read it or I'll post it in the chat or the Discord or something. Or anybody that wants to see it, they can ask me and I will post a screenshot of it. It's going to take one or two screenshots, but yeah, you read that. I start one way. I don't know if I'm going to make it in there, and then later, I'm like, oh, this scripture seems like it's just for me. I got the tingling. I got everything. I got the Holy Ghost. I talked in tongues just for a little bit, maybe 30 seconds, a minute. And then I just felt this peace. I'm like, it's going to be okay. Yesterday was one of the worst days of my life, but it's going to get better. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to hurt. I never did really want to hurt myself and get suicidal thoughts, but I'm like, every little thing, my mom was like really getting on my nerves. And I yelled at her a few times. She yelled at me. She's like, quit screaming at me. She keeps telling me to quit screaming at her. I'm like, I don't think I'm screaming. I think I'm having hearing issues and I can't hear anything. I've literally turned the volume. There's like volume issues and on the Fire TV compared to my TV in my room and her TV. And sometimes we have to have it's 100. And with these hearing issues and not getting enough sleep, or there's like a sensory thing going on in my brain, I've had to have it on 100, and she hasn't even complained that it's that loud. So I'm like, why should I have to have my TV on 100, full volume? There's either something wrong with the speakers or something wrong with something. I really don't want to hook the sound bar up. I have the things, all the settings and stuff saying that, you're going to be higher volume for the voices and higher volume, for different things or something. I've got all the settings where that should be, and certain channels like ABC, Fox, ESPN, all of those channels on Hulu and stuff, you go to NBC and you got to turn it up, or Game Show Network, or any major thing, or some of the movies and stuff. We're trying to watch live TV on Hulu, and it's just like the commercials are then going to kill you if you have the TV on 100. Like the commercials then are about a 4 time higher value, and that's on any Hulu. That's not just the live TV. That's on movies and stuff too. They put like the commercials or the ads like at 3 or 4 times, maybe even 10 times what the movie or whatever you're watching is. But it's not as bad now because like if you turn the TV down, like I'll have like something on to help, just to have on to help me sleep. If I like say my TV, I can have it on 10, 9 or 8. Sometimes I can hear it a little bit too much, and then when the ads come on it gets a little loud. So if I put it on 9 or 8, I can sleep through it. And then I wake up to feed Adam or wake up to go to the bathroom. I might watch for like 5, 10 minutes and I can go back to sleep. Sometimes I'm up for an hour. Sometimes I'm up for 2 hours after I get up and do stuff. And it's hard to go back to sleep. But with this stuff, if I get up to pee or something, I maybe have gotten an hour of sleep, 2 hours of sleep or a nap. I get up and then I'm like, well, I guess I'm up now. Because I lay down, I close my eyes, nothing happens. I'm in pain, I can't move. I turn over. I can't sleep in this position. I can't sleep in that position. So I've got like 100 things to try today. My worker's going to probably help me wash my hair. I'm going to use whatever the full thing is of Epsom salt and different things I'm going to try. And mom's going to go to the store and we're going to try the Mucinex, some kind of magnesium lotion. We have to probably talk to the pharmacist about to get the right one or whatever it does. I don't know anything about magnesium lotion, but she says to try it. We need a tennis ball, so I can have my worker look through Adam's things. If he does not have a tennis ball, then we will get a tennis ball, and you just massage all your sore spots and your muscles and your cramps. And eventually, if I try about 5 or 6 of these things, I'll start getting better. But if I've cut down the caffeine to one soda. I've cut down the chocolate to like one serving at a time, maybe one time a day. Or I can maybe have a cookie or something. That's not going to have potatoes in it. I've got Cheeto things in here. I've got Ritz things. I've got M&M's is not going to have potatoes in it. I had to take I gave my mom the Pringles. I'm like, I can't eat. I was like, she said something about potatoes. I was like, I don't know when the last time I had a French fry. It was last year. She said, yeah, there's potato chips. I say, what's, I don't eat potato chips. You eat all the potato chips. I eat like all these other things. I eat tortilla chips. She's like, Pringles. Oh, that's right. They're potato chips. First ingredient, potatoes. Okay. And I eat about a can a day. So we may have found the issue here. It may not be the medicine. Maybe the potatoes causing the actual muscle spasms, muscle cramps. I can't walk. I can't do anything. I can't exercise. I can't walk in Walmart. I can't go shopping. I mean, there's times where I've had these issues to this extent and the walking and stuff, but I'm like, I never got the potato thing. She's told me she can't eat potatoes. So basically, the thing is to do, if anybody that has some of these muscle cramps, muscle spasms, my neck and stuff, I can't move my neck very well. I'm just my neck and shoulders. Yeah, they touched me the first visit and they're like, yeah, it's like a quarterback there. Yeah, that's pretty tight. Yeah, it's going to take a while. They basically, in all the notes, like he said 6 weeks physical therapy. Yeah, I think for a full treatment and all the notes and the physical therapy stuff, yeah, it's going to be probably 8 to 12 weeks would be ideal for full benefits and for my goals and stuff. There were several things on there. I filled out the little thing, the four, it's up to five. I had a few fives, mostly about all fours. And there was some that are maybe like a three here, a three there. And me, I don't think any of them were two. And then I changed it 1 4 to a five. Yeah. And then there was like three or four things. I'm like, nope, stairs, nope. There were some other things, nope. There was like three or four things. Can you do not, can't not do it all. And then I'm like, what was my goals? I want to be able uh, what is it, to walk a little longer or something, or walk more distances or something. There was like three things that you pick, and then it's I don't even remember what the goals are. I think walk a little further. But I went from like state. It was a little better for a while when I started this in Balta, and I went to the 60. But literally since January when I went to the 90, I've noticed some of these things. But then Mom started buying. I don't know how long we've been doing the Pringles, but I eat them a lot more than I used to. I noticed that. And then they're $2 a can, so and they're a good snack. And then sometimes they're like my late night snack or like a late night dinner. And instead of eating something with protein or making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or having like a hot dog or having a banana or something like Mom does, yeah, like a can of Pringles or almost a can of Pringles or over a half a can of Pringles. Not the best idea when they say potatoes or can cause a lot of issues with fibromyalgia pain or any kind of pain from like MS and any of these autoimmune disorders. So if you have an autoimmune disorder that's you cause with problems with pain, I'm going to post it on Facebook. You might want to check your potatoes and potato chips, French fries. I used to love French fries, but I literally cut them back because I remember the potato thing, and I'm like, yeah, do I really need fries? Get mac and cheese, get something else. If they got mac and cheese, I get mac and cheese. If they don't have anything that I will eat besides French fries, then I give my mom a side and I'll just eat the burger. When we go to the drive-thru, most of the time I don't get French fries. I get 4 chicken sandwiches. I get one for now, one for later. Mom gets one for now and one for later. And if she don't want the last one, I might eat it later or the next day. So but yeah, I don't eat 3 chicken sandwiches in one day. But yeah, I eat 1 chicken sandwich for lunch. One, and these are the big Rally's chicken sandwiches. I like the Mother Crunchers or whatever. So I get one for lunch, one for dinner. But I guess like this, if I'm up at like 4 in the morning and I want a chicken sandwich, I guess I could have the last chicken sandwich. We've been getting Wendy's chicken nuggets. None of these things I don't think has potatoes in any of that. There's just protein and like breading. The breading may not always be the best thing and they're fried, but are they fried anything that has to do with the potato? That is the question. I don't think so. I need to go to all these things and find out if anything that they fry in or anything in their ingredients and anything that I do eat has a potato. I don't think they do. And we're going to have a session Saturday. She's not supposed to do this. But like she said, if I had trouble finding a therapist, which there was like a 4 to 6 week waiting list or a 3 week waiting list, I called the other office. Yeah, there's the waiting list here too. But if you don't get anything in 2 or 3 weeks, yeah, you can call back and check and see how much longer it's going to be. But because I hadn't went to the ER, they said, if you've been to the emergency room or the hospital in the past 3 months, and I'm like, no. Well, yeah, there's the waiting list. So I think even with the hospital, there might be a waiting list for a week or two. But if you go in like crisis and like show up at the office, I think, or call and say, you're in crisis, or say that you're suicidal or homicidal or any of those things that are crazy. But I'm not suicidal. I'm not homicidal. That's why they didn't put me in the hospital against my will in the first place. When I first came down there, mom's like, if you don't get help soon, I'm going to kick you out of the house. And how many times has she threatened to kick me out of the house in my life? Off and on since high school and college, probably maybe once a year. There's times when I was really bad though. It's like once every 2 or 3 months, every 6 weeks, every 3 months. But I'm paying all the. I was like, I pay rent. You can't really throw me out the house. I pay rent. I can prove that I pay rent to you. You cannot throw me out of the house, literally. I talked to the housing people, and they said even though you have proof that you pay rent, she's on the lease. You're just so she technically could kick you out. Don't I have to get 30 days notice or something? I mean, I like could file a lawsuit or something if she literally did that. She's never done that. She's never gonna do that. There's some other things going on that I've been working on all this time that they said about her in the hospital. And I just now found out that they lied about it and that she never said any of these things and she never did any of these things, or she doesn't remember. So I could get the records. If it's in the records that she said these things, it still could be lies because, people lie all the time and doctors lie all the time, nurses lie all the time. And it's when I was in the hospital in St. Charles and in the hospital in Poplar Bluff. It's like night and day. Poplar Bluff one sucks. You don't have a TV in your room. Yeah, you're gonna have, a roommate. I was in my own room by myself for like 7 days, 6 or 7 days, and then I got the little old lady, and then she was talking to herself and hearing voices. She couldn't hardly control her bladder or her bowels or her bladder. And so I think they had to start putting her in diapers and having like when they already have someone in like the room that's like the 24-hour room that has the cameras. They only have one room with all the cameras that they watch you 24/7. It's like one of those things, but it's like a bright light. It's just all white room and there's nothing in there, and then it has cameras and they watch you. I think there's a bed in there, but there's not much in there. I don't know if there's a bathroom in there. I don't think there is. There might be a bathroom in there too, but that's just the one room for the worst ones. Yeah, so I've seen them take them in there. I've seen them literally get taken in somewhere else, like to jail or another place or another, thing. I've seen people get to go to rehab. I've seen people get to go to other things. A lot of people leave within the 11 days that I was there. And then there's some people that are really bad and they were in there for 3 months. They were in there for over a month. The one lady that was in there for 3 months when I was in there in the beginning, yeah, she was pretty bad. But by 11 days, she was actually taking her medicine, going to therapy, and going to all the things and doing better. And by the time I was in there 11 days, I was doing better, but they wouldn't let me leave. After 5 days, I was ready to leave. I'm like, all the other court order people, they're there 3 days, 5150 hold. You're there 3 days. You know what? Weekends don't count. So say you come in on a Friday. Saturday, Sunday doesn't count. I don't even know if Friday counts if you're there at a certain time. So you got to start again Monday. So they might let you out by that Wednesday. So say you came in on a Friday, you won't be out until Wednesday, and that's on a hold. If they think you're still a danger to yourself, they can extend that hold to like a week, a month, whatever the doctor finds available. That's why they were in there 3 months. You know, and they told me like, well, your mom says that, I signed the papers. My mom has things on all my medical stuff. Yeah, she can hear my medical stuff. She can talk to her. The doctor told me, or the nurses and stuff told me, well, we talked to your mom, and she thinks that you really need some help, and she wants a break from you, and you need to be in here for a month. I was like, I have to go to work. I have my dog. I can't be away from my dog for a month. There's no way. He would freak out. He already ran away once. What are you talking about? She was going to come one day, and then he like ran from her, or ran out the door or something, and then she couldn't catch him, because she's slower, and he wasn't an old dog. He was older, but he was like, where's my mom, and I want to go find her. So he tried, and he was in a new place because we had moved and we'd only been not even been there a month. So he didn't know where he was at. He didn't like his surroundings. He wanted his fenced in backyard back. He wanted the house back. So she was able to finally get him to come back to her. uh and he didn't completely run away. If he had run away while I was in the mental ward and I never seen him again, do you know how I would be mad at everybody else? I mean, I wouldn't be too mad at mom because I can understand dogs run away. He's ran away when he was younger, and it took us, an hour or two to get him. And he wouldn't come to like Genvy and stuff. Genvy tried to get him because he was scared of Genvy. He didn't want to go to Genvy. I don't know what he did. I don't think Jimmy really any did to him, but there's possibilities that he might have or did something weird to him or hurt him or abused him. I don't think he did, but I think it might, I don't know. There's possibilities that something happened. And so he was a little scared of Genvy. and Genvi like was threatening to kick him or something and putting his foot in his face. He was growling at him and he was laughing, and I couldn't get him to stop doing that. And his, he's got like a size 15 shoe. It's like intimidating to a dog. You don't terrorize a dog. And so I yelled at him to stop, and he wouldn't hardly stop. So I'm like, if you don't stop, he doesn't like that. I think he gave him hot sauce or something, and it like. But anyway, my worker's probably going to be here soon. I don't think she's texted me yet. I'm going to check. All right. His dog food's getting delivered. I have my therapy, something at 2:15. That's my next, yeah, that's the 28th. That's my next doctor appointment. I don't see anything from her. My mom's up, I think, or I hear something. Maybe my mom's up. And I got to feed Adam and do stuff. Yeah. Moving around will help. Well, I'm doing physiotherapy. I've got exercises at home to do. We're gonna do the Epsom salt. We're gonna try some things. There's yoga and Tai Chi. She told me to try that, like the beginner YouTube ones. There's different other things you can look up, like fibromyalgia, help with pain, yoga, beginner yoga. There's 5-minute yoga. Yeah, I can try some of that stuff. There's YouTube. I can do all that stuff. I can stand over here. Ow. See, just even like moving my arm. And that's some of the exercises I do with my physical therapy, but it just causes like shooting pain just to move around and to, yeah. So like sometimes the moving around actually hurts more. There's times where I've taken baths, literally been in not too much pain, take the bath, it be in worse pain after the bath. And I don't know why they do that. Usually soaking in a hot tub. My mom loves to soak in the tub, but now that she can't hardly get around on that one foot, she takes a bath on Saturdays. The other time she bathes with those little scrub things every day. And then she washes her hair in the sink maybe in between if she needs to, if she thinks it's bad or something. But yeah, she had this one surgery, and then after that, she didn't really like sweat that much and have to wear deodorant, and she doesn't stink. She wears like, the perfume lotions and perfume and different things. She doesn't stink. She doesn't have to wear deodorant. She's like, I stopped wearing deodorant years ago. I don't need deodorant. Something happened with her pores and she didn't have to wear deodorant. It was the weirdest thing. And she can't wear, she don't have to wear deodorant. I've never seen anything like it. I've worn deodorant my whole life. I've never had to be without deodorant. So, hello. I'm gonna go because, like I say, I don't know when my worker's gonna be here. It should be soon, and then she can help me wash my hair because I don't want my mom to have to get in there and turn around and do all this stuff when she's in pain too. So I have a worker 3 times a week. They used to wash my hair. I could take care of everything else. The shower chair, we have a shower chair for like in between maybe. But I'm supposed to she told me to soak in the tub with the Epsom salt, especially a lot of Epsom salt. And I think I said this thing about the Jessica Biel thing, but yeah, for one of the awards, she used like 7 pounds or 70 pounds of Epsom salt. So that's a lot. So I'm not going to use that much, but I'm going to use 1 or 2 servings, and then, and set them in with the Epsom salt every day and see how that helps, at least once a day. Or when I'm really hurting, I can try it and see if just setting in the Epsom salt helps. Because it like, yeah, the oils and stuff, I usually feel better after. So I just need to do it more. So, all right, we got to go. I've already like talked and talked to talk. I'm going to push the button now. Have a good day, everybody. We've got a long stream for you guys to enjoy. I'm going to take a couple of days off. I'll be in Discord off and on. I'm not going to be in Discord 12 hours a day. It's bad for mental health for the people and stuff that are in there that are bothering and yelling, and fears is threatening people. People are threatening fears, and that kind of stuff can trigger me. This stuff, doing an 8-hour stream or whatever I did, it really hasn't triggered me. I went through some stuff. I had the little cry thing about my cousin. I worked through some things. I'm not angry. I'm not upset. I've been more at peace since I had the thing with the thing Saturday, whatever, that Wednesday night or Thursday early morning when I couldn't sleep, like 5, 6 in the morning. I watched the church thing, and then I, did the comment on YouTube. So if you can go to Lighthouse Church and find the old thing and I posted in some of the Discords. If people want to post it around, you guys can read what I wrote in the comments, and you see how I go from like, I don't know how I'm going to get in there, to like, I'm going to come Sunday night some way, even as slow as I am, and take my time. I'm going to get in there, and I'm going to go. And Sunday morning, my mom's singing. She's asked me millions of times to go to church with her. I don't know the last time I went to church with her. I've went to some of the things, like the concerts and stuff. She's asked me to go to like the fifth. It used to be like every fifth Sunday they do this thing, and it's just singing only. I used to sometimes go to those once in a while. They used to do, what was the other, those, they did the big Thanksgiving dinner, and we did that not last year, but the year before. The turkey was cold. I didn't like the turkey, and everything, a lot of stuff was cold. But I ate some mac and cheese. I ate a little bit of turkey. I ate like a tiny bit of, I ate a cookie or something. I'm like, but yeah, they don't really like heat the food very well. Can I, maybe I should take some of it and just put, can I use the microwave? I like my foods piping hot. I don't like cold turkey. I don't like dark meat turkey. I don't like turkey that's in juices. I don't like turkey that's got sauce on it. So as picky as I am, they finally brought another turkey in. I'm like, oh, I can eat this turkey. Mom says, well, there was just turkey, and I'm like, I didn't see that kind. Everything else just looked weird or slimy, or I didn't like it. It was too juicy, or it looked weird. It was dark meat. I didn't find any. So I went back again and I got some. So I got a little bit of food, but yeah, I mean, I'm a picky eater. So when you go through, everything's got a green bean casserole. I don't like green beans. Everything's this and that with other things that are like I can't eat. I eat a couple rolls, and I eat some cookies, and I eat this, and and I had some mac and cheese and a tiny little, and a serving or two of turkey. So, I got some food. I'm like, but yeah, mom talked about it last time. She's like, and then I think she always gets sick almost every time she goes to the buffets. Something is like wrong with her, with the spices and stuff, and that she can't have, and she don't know what they're made in. So she eats her things, and if she tries a couple other things, she'll always, she don't like to go to them now, because she's like, she don't know how it's cooked. She don't know how long it's off the thing. She don't know. And they say not to have the food sitting out more than 2 hours, like after you cook. So if the people at home set it out more than 2 hours, and then it sets out for like an hour when they start it, and then by the time it's done, it's set out another hour. So by the end, if it's sitting out more than 2+ hours, it can literally cause food poisoning. So there's a heads up, guys. Maybe the people that cook it at home don't know about the 2 hour rule. Maybe they have it sitting out an hour or two to cool before they can put it in the fridge. So then, yeah, that's fine. Let it set out 1 to 2 hours, put it in the fridge, bring it, heat it up in the oven before you get on the core, and then bring it. Don't set it out for an hour and then, just let it set out all day or something, or set it and bring it to the church 2 or 3 hours early. So then by the time the thing starts, or an hour or two early before we start to get it all set up, and then time it starts, so it's already been sitting out for maybe an hour, hour and a half. If you set it out a few minutes at home so it's not as cold, we're getting pretty close to the 2 hour window. We're just now starting eating. They have the eating thing going on. Everybody visits with each other. The thing lasts at least 2 hours. So yeah, by the time another hour in, the last hour, don't touch any of the food unless it's like desserts or something, because no, you're not going to want any kind of food poisoning if you're getting seconds and thirds and all that. All right. Okay, listen. The fear stuff, you can't come in here insulting people if they're not here. You can't come in here insulting people if they are here, or death threats to people. So the first time you get a warning, if it's not that bad. So just like, just a comment like that, like the thing about the fears, I'm going to let those kind of things slide the first time. These are the new rules. For the mods that are here and anybody that's here, I'm going to go over them again on the streams or put it in the descriptions. This, if it's not that bad and it's not cursing, so sucks technically isn't a curse word. If you're literally like yelling at people and like all caps in the chat and screaming, yelling in like a whole paragraph, or spamming the chat, something like, F you somebody, or F you, whatever, or flipping off people. Yeah, that's going to get a remove comment the first time. You're not going to get the warning if it's bad. If it's literally a death threat or very offensive, or calling people the N-word, now you can type in the chat N-word, just that letter N, not, or Nigeria, or like whatever that other thing is that looks like the thing in Africa that's like, people, I didn't even know that the thing was that I'm not going to say the name, but it's one N, I think. Yeah. There's one N. So the one N is a country. 2 N's is really bad, but I'm not going to allow like people just to keep typing the country in here. Yeah, 1 or 2 times is okay, but if you're going to spam that name of the country in here, then we're going to start deleting comments. You're going to keep doing it. You're going to get timed out. You would do it one more time, you get timed out a second time. So then the next time you do it, you're going to get a ban. So the first time is basically a warning. We're all allowed a couple times. The second time or third time, you're going to, and the mods can have it to their discretion as well. If they think it's very inappropriate or it's bad or it's rude to me or rude to other people, they may remove the comments the first time. They may not give you a warning. It's up to them, it's up to their discretion. If it's not too bad, you can get a warning and they may say, so and so, don't do that again. If you do it again, you're going to get timed out. You do it again, you'll either get a timeout or you'll get banned. So it's up to them. If they want to give you the 5 thing that I do, if it's not that bad, you get basically 5 chances. If they want to give you 3, based on what you're doing. If you're like, spamming death threats and threatening to hurt me or threatening I should die or something like that, that's going to be an immediate timeout. You do it one more time and that will be a ban. So the minimum, you're going to get 1 chance if it's really bad. And if it's offensive and it's like a death threat or something, or a threat against me or my family or my address or my phone numbers. I've even said the name of my town tonight a couple times. Most people know where I live. Fears gets freaked out. They know I live in Claremont, but he's got a post office box in Claremont. They know my actual address. Joey showed up at my house. Well, I didn't get the whole thing about Joey showing up at his house. Joey told me later, because I think I was away for a little bit, from some, Pixel and them, or Pixel told me, well, Joey showed the whole thing. I think I watched the Fear stream. I watched parts of it about the Joey thing and, Fear's side of the story. And Joey said he's going to tell me his side of the story sometime. I haven't actually got to hear Joey's whole side of the story, or Pixel said, well, you need to hear Joey's side of the story. It's going to be a little different than Fear's. So yeah. And then Joey's girlfriend, she's pretty cool. I haven't really talked to her. She doesn't really comment that much. But yeah, she seems to be pretty cool. I've never met her. Joey had a thing where he was saying he was really into Asian girls, and so I'm like, oh, is she Asian like the other girls you used to send me pictures of? That you're about to have a date with or something. Everybody's like, no, she's not Asian. Why would Joey be into Asian girls? Maybe that was a whole big like play, and that wasn't even true. But yeah, there was a whole thing with Joey with the Asian girls. Like he would send me these pictures of these pretty little Asian girls. Oh, I'm on a date with this one. I'm on a date with that one. They could be from Google. They may not be true. I don't know. I don't know if Joey, I could know where these places were at. I never did Google image search them to see, oh, this is in Japan. This is in China. Joey's not in Japan or China. So yeah. Okay. I didn't say I'm Team Fears. You can say certain things from time to time, that's your opinion. But you get like 5 chances before you're gone. I've said Fears is a liar. Fears has narcissistic tendencies or narcissism. Fears has some kind of mental health problems. It could be bipolar. It could be just problems with anxiety and depression, or some kind of anxiety disorder or social disorder. I have a social disorder. I have anxiety disorder. One of these days I'm going to actually do a stream, like a short panel stream or a stream. I'll do every single thing I'm diagnosed with, mentally, physically, everything. I still don't, I've only had 2 positive tests with the H, so I don't know if it's still there. My mom thinks when I got healed, it got healed too. So I haven't actually went and taken another blood test because I'm not sexually active in like over 3 years. So they don't even do those. They don't do the STI tests and all that other things. I had to get all that stuff done when I got raped. I had to get like all these tests done. I don't know if they ever told me. I mean, I think I told them about the H. I don't know if they ever told me if I came back positive for that. I don't remember that. But they tested me for like the chlamydia, the gonorrhea, all of that stuff, blood tests and stuff. And then I had to do the HIV test, I think at like 1 month. That, I don't know if I did it right away because sometimes it doesn't show up right away. And then I guess it was at 3 months, and then you had to get it 6 months, and then you had to get it a year. And then after a year, it's just whenever you want to get them done. But they paid for that. So, and I had to go and get the whole rape test done, and then they didn't even charge him and said, well, it's kind of a borderline case, and I don't think we're going to win. And you did some things, and you went to the hotel with him with, you weren't against your will or anything. I said, yeah, but he kind of like pressured me and told me that I couldn't leave. And he had a bag, and I didn't actually know what was in that bag. He could have had a knife. He could have had a gun. He could have had anything in that bag, his backpack. I didn't search the backpack later. I was like, what about the room? Because this was like the next day. I was like, what happened to all the blood in the room? What happened to the sheets? I don't know if they washed them, threw them away. The room had already been cleaned. I don't know if they checked the room. I don't know if they washed that cushion, got rid of the couch. I don't know what happened with that whole situation, but supposedly there wasn't evidence in the room, or they couldn't get evidence in the room, or the room had been cleaned. They threw away the sheets. We don't know that whole situation. They might have threw away the couch or had the couch professionally cleaned or something, and had those cushions cleaned. I don't know. I don't think you can just throw a cushion in the washing machine and that comes out very easily without a bunch of like extra things. Same thing with the sheets. When you have like big blood spots on the sheets, that doesn't come out very easily without a bunch of extra cleaners and stuff. And at a hotel, if I'm the hotel and we see blood like that and we don't call the police, that's kind of crazy. Unless they're thinking, oh, a woman maybe had their period or something. Something happened. But when it's all over the room, it's on the couch, it's on the sheets, one, you kind of maybe want to call the police or something. The maid and stuff. Isn't that their job to kind of maybe call the police, see who had the room, not just clean it, get rid of the evidence? If I was the maid, I'd be calling the police. Something happened in this room. Something happened in this room that maybe it was bad. And it needs to be put into evidence. And if there's everything filed against it, then it's an evidence. If it's not followed, then it's an evidence. So the rape case, maybe they tested it, maybe they didn't. And they didn't tell me this all thing. They had it under my name somehow. His name was in there somewhere, but it's not like I'm the criminal. So why is everything, they can't pull it up with his name? For one, I think on his Instagram and stuff, like his name is like different or backwards. So they did tell me that, like the police officer told me, well, I think his name is like the last name is the first name and the first name is actually the last name. Because they have his ID and everything on file at the hotel because he was the one that did the ID. I never seen his ID. I just saw that his name is on, and it actually was his name. It's just his full name. I'm blocked, so, but I think I still have the screenshot of his name. So I haven't tried to search him or Google search him. It might be a thing to do to see if he has a record. He was over here from Bangladesh. He's not a good person. I don't know if he had a record. They didn't even charge him. They're like, well, it's a borderline case. We're just gonna let it go. They said I could redo the whole thing and talk more about what he said. I did the whole thing. The lady was there that's like does this kind of stuff, asked me all the questions. I gave all of my friends information who was on a call for most of the time and said they heard part of the conversation, and then maybe the line went dead. So I don't know. I know I said no. I know I pushed him off me. I know he wouldn't leave me alone. I literally had to almost like act like I was going to slap him before he wouldn't leave me alone. And I didn't, yeah, I know I said no a few times. At least I didn't say no 7 times like I did with Genevieve. I know I agreed to some things like the kissing, and taking my shirt off, the rest of it I did not agree to. So that's my side of the story. His side of the story may be different. He was here on a work visa, so his work visa might be up. He may still be here. He may be in a different area. He might have got deported with Trump's thing. Hopefully, they got his fucking ass back to Bangladesh, so he's not hurting more women in this area. Yes. Okay, I'm going to in 2 seconds. Unless you want to feed him, and I'll give him his medicine in about a second or two. I'm getting off. Is she here? Hey, she can't hear me. I gotta go because mom's telling me to feed Adam, and she can't hear me with the door shut. Okay, now she's saying she's feeding. I can't text you. I can't do anything. She can't hear me. She can hear me in the next room and say I keep her up half the night. But now she can't hear me in there. I'll give him his pill. Just set out his Apliquil, and I'll give it to him within 5 minutes. Thank you. Or I'll get it when I get in there. But yeah, I gotta go because she's not here yet, but she will be here soon. Mom's up doing her own doing stuff for the day. Let's see. We've gotten a $42.34 New Zealand money from museum did like 2 or 3 donations. So it totaled $42.34 or something. The one donation, Vision says was it was $34 and something, and that was $20. So $42 and something might be closer to $25. So I really appreciate everything that Museum Privilege did and the donations and how nice everybody's been, how respectful everybody's been. Well, even Fears. Fears is being nice. I'm still going to do all the things about Fears and all the truth streams. We're going to bring back all the kind of people that want to be on the thing, like Quentin and Adam, maybe Joey, maybe Pixel. At least get their side of the story in the past when Fears has threatened their lives and the death threats. Yeah, maybe they've made up now, But just we just want the truth to come out. How many people Fears did death threats to, and then once he did the death threats to in the past 9 or 8, 9 years that we know of, how many times did you actually get a death threat? Is it once a month, once a year, once a day? We don't know. So that truth needs to come out. So those are coming up. I don't know when the first one's going to be because of my health and stuff. I really want those to be better and me to be able to have lists of stuff and lists of names and people to contact. I still have junk drawer videos on one of my social medias and some of these other people. I don't know if I have Black Aldrin anymore on anything, but just even if they come in for 5 minutes, just tell their story. If the other people don't want to be on the panel with them because they don't want them in the community anymore, if you boycott me, fine. I just want the truth to come out there. Their side, Fears can tell his side on his streams. Fears can come in and tell a few sides, but I'm not going to have Fears on with all these people screaming and yelling. He starts screaming, yelling, cursing, and saying, Quentin should die and all this other stuff. He's going to get kicked out. That I'm not going to tolerate. And like I said in here, if you guys are death threatening people, you get a timeout, and the next time you get banned. There's certain things I'm going to tolerate, certain things I'm not tolerate. You're not going to say you're going to kill me. You're not going to say things about my mom that are disrespectful. The stuff in here about fibromyalgia not being real, it's your opinion. If you want to send me something, proof in writing that it's not real, that you get somewhere off the internet. But if you get something from like a, right wing, left wing, crazy people, like YouTube, yeah, that's like fake news. If it's proven, like the anti-vaccine stuff, I don't know if the vaccinations did good or the vaccinations did bad for COVID. The very first ones, they had way more side effects. So they were more experimental. And do you know how many people that volunteered to be like the guinea pigs for like before when they started doing the human trials? I'm a little iffy of how those people are, but they got paid to do all that kind of stuff. My cousin's husband, way back in the day, was doing that kind of stuff. I don't know if she's still married to him. I know she's got like grown kids now. She works at home. My one aunt, my dad's older sister, lives with her now, and she's older. She's probably 80 or in her 80s. My stepmom is around 80 or 7. I don't want to say her age, but I'm just saying she's a year or two older than mom. I know that. So she's probably either mom's age, maybe a year older, or maybe 80. So I'm just saying around 80. So I don't want to put people's names and pictures and Facebook and all that. Not going to do that about my family. I might mention their first name, not going to mention their last name. Some people have had my sister on their social media before. Pixel was like, "Your sisters didn't follow me or unfollowed me. I've been friends with her on there for all these years." And I'm like, "I'm sorry, Fears. She's a school teacher now. She's trying to stay away from certain social media. My sister will not come on my streams. She's a school teacher. She has an image. She's a mom. Some of the stuff I've done on the stream, she just won't, my stepsister might, Veronica, she might give her issues about bipolar and things that she deals with. So it's possibility that she might come on. She's only a week older than me. We've reconnected. She's apologized for how she treated me when we were kids. I'm like, I was annoying. I was spoiled. A lot of people didn't like me and say that I was spoiled. A lot of people did weird things. I wasn't used to sharing. I didn't used to have 5 brothers and sisters, in the summertime. I'm used to everything being mine, you know. Yeah, I was weird. Yeah, I was spoiled. Yeah, I was very picky eater. And some of y'all were picky eaters when y'all were younger too, but you outgrew it. I went from throwing up every day when I was 2 and 3 years old to just my mom and the doctor's like, well, we don't want to do allergy tests. She's just a little bitty thing. We don't want to put her through allergy tests. She'll just scream and yell and have a fit. So yeah, we're gonna just monitor her. And if she says she doesn't want to eat something, and later most of these things, she try to force her to eat something or make her even take a bite, she will throw up on you. Yeah, maybe quit doing that. Maybe just try a few things and see what she'll eat and what she won't eat. And just start feeding her chicken nuggets and different things like she likes, like hamburger. So basically, I will eat certain things. I will eat more things than I used to be able to eat. I like chicken nuggets. I don't like any chicken with a bone in it. Maybe in the past I wanted chicken with a bone in it, but I don't like it now. I used to eat ham a little bit when I was younger. I don't really like the taste of ham. I'll eat turkey once in a while, Thanksgiving, Christmas, holidays. I'm not like a huge turkey sandwich kind of person. I will eat like I used to eat deli meat like chicken, like or like a Cajun chicken or like a rotisserie chicken. Yeah, lunch meat chicken once in a while, but I can't do that every day for lunch. There's no way. I eat cereal every day for breakfast. I have 4 or 5 different kinds. Sometimes we get different things free. Mom bought some of those Chex cereals and made all that kind of Chex. Her and my worker made a whole bunch of Christmas candy. It was okay, but I'm like, you know, it's not really that sweet. I don't know what y'all did to this. It's supposed to be the Christmas crack and all these different things it's loved. I'm like, it's like breakfast food and cereal, and then it's got a little bit of powdered sugar. It's not really my favorite. I'd rather have, you know, a Nutter Butter cookie, a Reese's, and I don't have those every day. You know, I have cookies by my chair. I might have 2 cookies, 3 cookies. I have the serving. I don't have like a whole bag of cookies. I'm diabetic. I can't have that. So yes, I allow myself to have a little bit of sugar in the morning with my cereal. I don't have like, yeah, there's some of them more sugar in the cereal than others. I mean, I have like a medium sized bowl and fill it over half full, maybe a little bit more than that. Yesterday, I filled it almost too full. Didn't even eat half of it because I can't hardly eat that fast right now. And then I had to get up and pee or something. Time I came back, it was a soggy mess. I'm like, no, I can't eat this. I tried to take a couple bites. I'm like, I can't pour this down the sink. And mom's like, there's a strainer thing, it'll catch it. I'm like, it's a big mess and it's half the bowl. And she's like, well, then leave it and I'll take care of it later. So she took care of it. She's been waiting on me having foot when I need her. If I can walk to the kitchen and get something I need or, you know, get my food and take my medicine, I will do it. I feed Adam. It's hard sometimes right now to like pick up the poop right now or pick up and change the papers. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. So she's helping me more. Usually she's like, if you're up, can you get me a cup of coffee? Yeah, I'll fix you a cup of coffee. Put it in the microwave 1 minute, then, you know, do what I got to do and bring her a coffee. Now she's like having to bring me stuff, cook me, you know, she usually cooks anyways, like small things, or makes me burgers, or she made some hot dogs in the air fryer yesterday. There's still some in the fridge, so I can have that for lunch. So, but like I said, my worker will be here soon, and I need to go. And I keep saying I'm going to push this button and go, but she fed him, and now I just have to give him pills. So I have to go. You know, you can be Team Fears, you can be Team Carrie. People are going to have their opinion. I think Cameo Man might be a little bit of both. Eric and Aaron are staying out of it. You know, they're friends with both of us. Eric is my cousin. Aaron's my cousin. His sister Colleen is my cousin. I asked him about a couple things about the Cole Best Man thing, or is this true or is this not true? And I asked Colleen if she was busy, can she talk to me about fears? Yeah, she didn't get back to me. She read them. Same thing with Aaron. She read them. She didn't get back to me. Well, first she said, "Okay, what's up?" And then I was like, "I have a question about this Cole Best Man thing. Fears keeps saying he's Cole Best Man, and I've never heard of a Cole Best Man. He didn't give the speech at the wedding. This other guy gave the speech at the wedding. I couldn't remember his name. He kept saying the guy's name was Tom. So yeah, that's fine. Tom gave it, and Tom knew him longer. So Eric made him. So the story now is it was kind of a story, but he's been saying 9 years. He told me this story either when we met or at the wedding. I think it was later when he friended me on Facebook. Yeah, I was the Cole Best Man, or I was like the next one in line, kind of like a second. Maybe he gave me the second best man story too. But now he's saying he was like the next in line, and he also gave him a speech, but he did it privately at Eric and them's mom's house or Aaron and them's house. I don't know if they lived together before they were married. I think they did off and on. They broke up one time and they were broken up for years. And then all of a sudden they reconnected. They were together a couple years and then he proposed. And then we were planning the wedding and everything was wonderful. And in a few days or a couple weeks, it's going to be their 9-year anniversary. And it's like, Fear's like, I think it's 7, 8 years. I don't know exactly how many. I don't know. I think it's coming up soon. I don't know exactly when it is. And I'm like, March 6th, next year's 8 years. Oh, or I mean, 9 years. But I have it on the thing too. I have the date and the pictures and all that on my phone. See, he clears out his phone. He takes a ton of pictures. Then he clears them out and puts them on Facebook. Well, only the people on Facebook can see them. I put a lot of stuff out on Facebook with like videos of Adam and different things or certain pictures I want out there. But I save them all in my iCloud or in my phone. I've got this phone is it's got 4 years, but then it's got my past 2 iPhone stuff in it. So it goes back all the way to like I don't know, 2011 or 2012, 2009. I don't know. It goes way back. So, like I say, if I lose this phone, I should still have the same iCloud and everything and the same Apple ID. And unless someone hacks my Apple ID and it gets it all screwed up or it gets hacked, I don't think I'm going to be able to lose all these photos. Because every new iPhone I get, this is my third one, because I had an iPhone 4S and then an iPhone 6, and then I've had this one forever, and this is an XS. Yeah, it's slow sometimes. Sometimes I have to reset it or shut it off and shut it back on. It's never like messed up completely. My Wi-Fi is pretty fast. I have the 1G. It doesn't download. I mean, it does the 1G and then it doesn't upload 1G or whatever, but it's real fast downloading stuff. Sometimes we lose internet. Sometimes we have issues, but most of the time it's fine. So I have all the apps and I have Hulu Live TV. So sometimes, yeah, there's issues with the sound. There's issues with, the buffer. But we used to have all kinds of issues. I found out later some squirrels had chewed the line or something. So they put in new lines. Then it was better. I think I had the next thing planned down, so it was the internet too. So when I upgraded to the 1G, I don't think I had that issue as bad again. So anyway, you guys have a good day. I will be in and out of the Discord and different things. I will be in and out of chats and streams, but I'm blocked in Fears, so I doubt he will let me come in the chat and defend myself or say anything we've made up. He might unblock me, but he unblocks me and then he reblocks me. He gets mad at me for something stupid or somebody says something or I say something. We're done with that childish stuff. We're done with this stuff from 9 years ago. Yes, there's voicemails. Yes, they will be released again. I have the voicemails. They will be played on one of the True streams. All the videos, but everybody's heard them. Do I have to play every single word of it? Maybe I'll just play like clips or find some clips of it or make some clips or Pixel can make me clips because I don't need to play every single minute of every single Fears voicemail. And the ones about the trolls and the ones about this and the ones about that. Will you the one he wanted me to the one he wanted me to get Sam to fit because the one I was doing a cappella or the whole thing with the crotch thing where he screamed and yelled at me and then Sam did like a reaction to that. All she does is do acapellas and do videos about her dog. What did she do to you, Fears? Why are you screaming and yelling and cursing her out and saying GD and Carrie and I hate you, Carrie, and we're just friends, Carrie, and why are you acting like this, Carrie? Fears you're the problem. Yes, I've had issues like that where I've screamed and yelled and screamed at you. But you always freak out first. We'll be fine and dandy. I bring up something you said. Well, I never said that. I never death threat you. I don't have the text messages, so I can't prove that the death threat. I don't know if you said, I wish you would die and leave me alone. I don't know what the exact words were, but I did get one death threat from Fierce. He denies it to this day. How many death threats has he given people? Who's going to believe? You're going to believe him that says he's never done it? Maybe he doesn't remember because it was so long ago. I don't have the text because he blocked me, deleted my number. He has different numbers. I deleted some of those texts because they were so damaging to me and triggering and just horrible. So yeah, I don't have those. But the things I do have, I've got proof of. Things I do have from like junk drawer and different things, telling me different things over the years. I can go through all these old texts and I don't know why I don't delete all these messages and private messages from like Twitter and Facebook and all these different things. I went and deleted all the pictures of things in my phone that were like dirty photos. So I don't have any of those in my phone anymore. The only thing like questionable is like cute guys or guys that I've dated before, just their face pictures or just a picture of them. They might be a shirtless picture or something, a shirtless picture somebody sent me, or a shirtless picture I screenshotted of like Robert IDK with his shirt off. I had I'm sure I've had the Robert for years. I had the one laptop. I had what's his name, Kevin Caliber thing where he's in like the little underwear. So yeah, I had that as my screenshot, the screensaver or the main thing for like years. I don't have all that stuff now. But yeah, I might have a shirtless picture in my phone. I might see a movie with shirtless guys or sexual. I like Anthony Mackie. I like Zac Efron. I like Baywatch and all those movies where they take their shirts off and they're in little swim trunks or something. But I'm not gonna like watch porno. I don't do that anymore. Maybe I did when boyfriends or in the past when I was young, stupid. But I'm 46. I don't really get anything from porn. I've been on that ChatterBait and different things and watched some of that kind of stuff. I never donated. Somebody tried to message me or ask me if I was on ChatterBait or asked me if this is the Carrie Show or something. Or maybe the guys mentioned that I've talked about ChatterBait before. This was like 8 years ago or 8 years plus ago. I don't go on ChatterBait and watch people. Yeah, I've been on dating apps and I've seen tons of pictures of people. People send me tons of pictures. I've sent people tons of pictures. But yeah, a few years ago, I quit doing all that. And I'm like, if I get an unsolicited dick pic from you, I put this on my profile, I will block you, I will report you. Do you know how many dick pics I still got, even though I had that on my profile? Reported and blocked all of them. No, don't block. I'll tell them first. Yeah, it's on my profile, so I have to report you and block you. I do this to everyone. And you're not the first, so bye. No. Yeah, I get messages like that. But yeah, you get reported and blocked, you get banned from the site. You have to open up a new account with a new email and a new name. Yeah, so, well, that's on you. You're breaking the rules. Oh, there's Katie. Yeah, I said I was gonna mod her. I'm not gonna mod everybody, but there's a few people that I talk to on Discord and stuff. I trust the mods. Some of these mods we're just gonna give you a chance. Everybody's a standard mod. I know Quentin and Adam want to fight over the main mod or the big mod thing. Even if I had a boyfriend, I don't even know if I'd give him the main mod thing. You know, maybe a husband could be like the whatever the thing is at the top. The new I've never seen that before. The top mod thing. It's like standard or the other one. I've never seen that before. So to be honest, yeah. So I'm gonna go because my worker will be here soon, and she gets here sometimes around now, sometimes around 12, sometimes around 12:30. So she'll be here, and I got to give Adam his peel before it gets too late. So love you guys. I've missed you. This is a long stream for you guys to enjoy for a long time. I don't know if it's monetized. I should be able to monetize it. There's nothing in here that's not monetized. I did some acapella singing. I did the Carrie Brick Road song. It's in there somewhere. I reset it again, like words. Yeah, so follow the Carrie Brick Show. Follow the Carrie Brick Show. Follow the Carrie Brick Show to the Carrie. Yeah, to the Carrie Show. And then I wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. I'm not going to say the other line. Maybe for like the anniversary show, special occasions. It might get said once in a while, but I'm not going to say it every show. So there will be clips. There will be. Okay, I will say now, April 26th. We're going to do the big 9-year anniversary special because that's on the actual day that I started YouTube. So we're going to show classic clips, whatever thing I can find. The whole thing with Keemstar and Tommy that got re-uploaded. Of course, the Alex stuff. A birthday stream that you can find, and anything that's got re-uploaded that I can find, or any videos that I can find, any videos of Fears of me, like the shaving thing. If Fears is okay with me showing the shaving thing, or pieces of it, or clips of it, of the guy giving the stuff, and just me shaving his neck area. If he's okay with that stuff, and we're not having a bullying session, and he doesn't, but if he doesn't want me to show it, I don't want to get him to get me a copy strike in the future. He can be on the panel if he wants to, as long as he don't start threatening to kill people and hurt people and talk and start saying, I hate this guy and this guy should die in a fire, and he should die, and I want to kill him and run him over with my car. Yeah, that stuff I'm not going to allow. He can say it once, I'll warn him. If he says it again, then I got to kick him off the show. And to say if he says it in the chat, the same thing. We said like death threats and different things I'm going to take more seriously than other things. You get like about 5 chances on just little stupid stuff, little prank stuff, your mama's this and that. Maybe mamas, you don't want to bring it into it. I'm not going to allow your mama jokes. Yeah, you might want to say stuff like that, or these that that kind of stuff I'm going to allow. And certain curse words like the N word, not going to allow. You can say the N word, you can say the country, you can say just N word, but you can't say it with an A, you can't say it with an R. I'm sorry. Yeah, April 26th. All right. I'll talk to you guys later. We'll be doing streams in between. Like I say, I'm going to take at least 48 hours off and just chill, watch movies, watch TV shows. I don't even know if I can focus on a movie yet. But watch some comedy specials. Maybe watch some comedies that I've seen in the past. I can watch Baywatch. I've seen it before. I pretty much know what happens. So stuff like that I'll watch. And like TV shows and like the news and stuff. But I can't watch like a movie that I haven't seen before. I want to see The Iron Claw, but I haven't seen it before. I have it on my list. So thank you, Pixel, for giving me access to your account and your password. I'm not going to give it to people. You can trust me not to just have like 10 people on your account or something and you get your account banned or something. So, like I said, Baywatch is somewhat of a comedy. The new Baywatch was Zac Efron movie. I don't know. There's like a bunch. Anger Management. I don't know. Like I said, I added like hundreds of things to. I've got comedies on my Netflix, comedies on different things. I like Young Sheldon. Yesterday I watched an episode of that George and Mandy's First Marriage because it was on live. I'm a little behind, so I need to go back and watch about 4 or 5 episodes, but I've seen like about 3 episodes of the first season, and then I seen yesterday's episode. And do you know what happened? Do I know what happened? They had something to do with the her dad and mom and her mom's ex-boyfriend or something, and then he's also like a tire guy or something, and there's like a competitor, and there was some other stuff that happened, and that was about it. I don't know like too much else that happened. That's about all I can tell you in that episode, so I'm not going to do a bunch of spoilers. If you like the show Young Sheldon and the Big Bang, it's kind of funny. I don't know if it's always worth my time. They have the comedy track, so they have the laughing and stuff that they didn't do at Young Sheldon. Some people don't like that, the laughing and the clapping and all that kind of stuff. The live audience. Some people hate the live audience. it doesn't really bother me. Some shows have live audiences. Some, Saturday Night Live has a live audience. So I have all that stuff taped. I want to wait and watch some of that stuff when I'm able to focus on it. I have the music special thing done. I have the first episode that they did the week before, and then I have some other stuff like the making of the show and the behind the scenes, and then that special. It's all on like my Peacock. Plus, I have it taped on my DVR on my. But I think it went over a little bit. So yeah, so there's a couple shows if like that when they're live they go over. I don't know if it goes over on my recordings. If it goes over like 10 minutes, like a football game, they get or rain delay at the race, and it's like 3 hours delayed. I don't think I get that last 3 hours that's delayed if it's like if I don't keep taping other stuff after it. So yeah, so I'll tape a couple things after it. We've had them change channels. Well, we're gonna start on Fox. We're going to start on FS1. We're going to go to Fox, and then we're going to go back to FS1, and then we're going to go back to Fox. I know they've never done that with like 4 channels, but people got so mad about Fox about that stuff. Well, they start the race on FS1 or start the race on Fox, have a rain delay. Well, we're going to show, and we got to end it at this time, so we have to go to this channel. If you record it, you don't get any of it. So the people at work that do the DVR stuff, that kind of stuff is kind of iffy. Fans are like, no, we don't like this. You stay on one channel, you start on one channel. You stay on one channel, you end it. I don't care if it's not over with till 8 or 9 o'clock at night, you know. And you move the other shows back that come on after it that's supposed to come on. And that's what they did. They moved a lot of stuff back. Yeah, so yeah, that was what happened. You'll sign me up for what? You can talk to me later about that, Quentin. Like I say, I got to give Adam his pill. I may have to get him about 3 or 4 more bites of food or something because he ate around 11. And she already's like, well, I need to feed. Are you going to feed him? Are you going to feed him? Well, okay, I'll feed him. She didn't hear me. So, and my worker will be here soon. So I literally have to go so I can do all that. She's here 2.5 hours. So she may not like do my bath like right when she gets here. She got to do a couple other things. I'll have my medicine. I'll have a bowl of cereal. And then, in 30 minutes to an hour, it'll be about time for all that stuff. And she's got to do laundry or my sheets or something. I think she'll wash my sheets anyways if I'm going to be up. Why do things look weird here? I got to go. So, okay. I will keep you posted. Kansas City, Missouri casting for Love is Blind. I've actually never seen Love is Blind. I used to watch some of The Bachelor and stuff. I did watch the first season of The Golden Bachelor. I think I taped some of The Golden Bachelorette, but I never did really watch it. I saw some, you see clips on like ET and all these other things. I've heard about Love is Blind. I know Nick Lachey. I know of Nick Lachey and his wife. And and the first wife of Jessica Simpson. I used to watch their show. And is this is this chicken? Or is this fish? It says chicken of the sea. Is this chicken or fish? Chicken or fish? It tastes like chicken. Or, it doesn't taste like chicken, but it says chicken of the sea. Now, that was probably all an act, but that's basically how it was. She literally played as dumb like Paris Hilton plays. See, Paris Hilton can do like a kind of a child's voice and kind of the dumb blonde thing. And that's kind of an act. Like The Simple Life and all that stuff, a lot of that's an act. If you see her reality show and the stuff she did about, the one about the reality show that she did on YouTube about being abused at that camp and stuff. Yeah, most of that's an act. She's very smart. She's very put together. She's very, business oriented and makes a lot of money and does a lot of business type stuff, influencer type stuff. And has a lot of money and she's an heiress. So yeah, she's got a lot of money. And she finally found the right guy. She was with a lot of bad relationships, like me, abusive relationships, controlling relationships, literally like being hit and stuff and, assaulted or whatever. I don't know if she was ever raped in a relationship, but she was not treated well in some of her relationships. If you see the one guy on the one show, him and her getting like this big blowout, she has all these like things like these are things my ex-boyfriends have destroyed. And every boyfriend I get a new laptop. These are the ones that they're actually like broke my laptop or broke this and broke that and threw it across the room. I'm like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be with guys that throw stuff across the room. Yeah, Fierce threw stuff a couple times. He threw his headphones, he threw his GPS thing and got mad and was like throwing it in the car. I don't like these directions. I don't think you're giving me the right directions. I don't like this GPS. We're in like the ghetto part of town. I don't want to be in this area. Why did you take me to this area? I don't know if he was yelling at me or yelling at the GPS. So I was like, the closest Starbucks is about 5 miles away, Fears. If you follow these directions, you're going to get out of the ghetto. This Starbucks will be in a good place. I don't think so, Carrie. I think we're still going to be in the ghetto. We're going to get shot. I don't want to get out the car. Somebody's going to get out of the car and steal my car. If I get out of the car, I was like, there's nobody even on the streets. You're fine. There's just a little graffiti. Yeah, everybody, every city's gonna have this area. You know, you went to school in Ferguson as a kid. Look at Ferguson now, fear. I mean, technically, yeah. You look at Ferguson now and what they did to it. And didn't he go to like kindergarten through like fifth grade there, or first through fifth grade, or first through something? He went to elementary school. He doesn't remember how bad Ferguson was then. Maybe it was a little better when he was fifth grade than it was like 10 years ago when what's his face got shot by the police at the apartments. Yeah. Ferguson's not really the safest area. I drove around Ferguson plenty of times. Nobody tried to rob me. Nobody tried to kill me. I'll still drive in Ferguson today in the daylight. Maybe nighttime, maybe have somebody with me. Maybe have some mace. Maybe not get out of the car. But I've been to that Little Caesars that they set on fire many times. I've been to that QT. I've been to all those. I've been through those streets where my free clinic was in Ferguson, because the one free clinic that was in a little bit better part of town, they were tearing it down and building a whole new building. So now you have to go to that free clinic. Yeah, it's a little bit further. It's a little more dangerous area, but that's the clinic that's the next closest to you. So we're going to switch everything over to that office, and everyone else will hear too that's in this area. We all get to go to the Ferguson office. Yeah, there's a little dangerous area. You drive around, you're in Ferguson, you drive around a little bit, then you get to the medicine clinic. Yeah, you see a lot of people. I didn't really see homeless people or crazy people or drug deals or anybody get shot or anything like that, or gunshots, but it was daytime. If you drive around a Ferguson at certain ports of it, and maybe nighttime, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, there might be gunshots, there might be people shot, there might be police shooting people. I don't know. But yeah, no, Fierce didn't live anywhere near the Ferguson. I don't think he was in the Ferguson riots or did anything. He was already in Florida, or he was like in Wentzville in the Ritchie part of area in the Fierce Manor. Did he go to Ferguson for the riots or the protests or anything? Hell no, he didn't. But he grew up there. Then he went to O'Fallon. And then he went to Wentzville after he was already out of high school and everything. And they built that big Fears Manor, or they bought the Fears Manor. Who knows how much they sold the Fears Manor for. And I don't know what kind of house that his mom downgraded to, because they were going to downgrade because it was like him and her. And then Fears was already gone. So they're like, we need a smaller house. It's too big for us. You know, our kids are grown. They're out the house. Fierce finally got out of the house. So I didn't think that was ever going to happen until he got married or something, to be honest. He got that, the dude was going to take him to California and get him a job. He refused to go, and, share an apartment with him until he could get on his feet. He refused to do all that. I'm never going to move out of the house. I'll find a job here. No, that's not going to happen. Next thing you know, he's looking for jobs in other states, always online and different things. And she got him, help him get that apartment. And it was a nice apartment. It's got a pool. We had an apartment like that in St. Charles. Had the pool, had the tennis court, had sand volleyball, and a hot tub. I was in that pool. We lived there 2 years. I'm not really a pool person. It's only open from like 10 to 7. With my sleep schedule, my work schedule, I didn't go to the pool that much. Me and mom went to the pool once. We wanted to go to the hot tub. There was always people in the hot tub. I don't play sand volleyball. I thought about playing tennis. But yeah, none of that ever got done. I watched people play. I watched people in the pool. Drove by the pool many times, going back home or going here or going there. You could see people playing sand volleyball. You could see people on the tennis court. Did I ever get a tennis racket and learn how to play tennis? No. Did I ever get a volleyball and go play sand volleyball or join somebody? No. I was just not an active person. That's just not. I'm like, I want to watch football and racing and, anything TV wise or movies. So that wasn't me. I don't think he's scared of black people. He had black friends. So I think he's scared of certain places in black towns that have graffiti and make it look like it's gang area. He's scared of gang persons. Yeah. And the one guy that was with his one ex-girlfriend, Allie or something, gangster homie, yeah, rapper, whatever, homie gangster rapper, whatever that thing is that he's said before, that he was scared and he was going to get in a fight with her. And then he left with her. He finally found where she was. And he had his one friend, I think he had his one black friend go with him because it was in the black part of town. So maybe he's a little scared of certain areas because he's of a sheltered upbringing. If Paris Hilton went and did that kind of stuff, maybe she'd be a little scared in certain areas too because she's had a sheltered upbringing, grew up in all these millions of dollar mansions. I don't know, to be honest. I'm a gamer. Oh, well, a little bit. I don't game much anymore because it causes me pain. I'm going to finally figure out what's causing all this pain. I see the doctor next week. I'm going to talk to my therapist tomorrow with a phone call. It may just be a phone call. She may be able to get on the computer and do face-to-face meeting. If she's physically not able to do that, I don't expect her to have to do that. She's going to at least call me tomorrow, talk me through things. tell me what things work better than other things for her. She just gave me lots of different things to try. I'm going to incorporate 2 or 3 things today. Mom's going to buy these things that we don't have to incorporate in the future. And things to try like the tennis ball and stuff. So I'm going to try a few things, and hopefully the pain starts getting better. The mental part is a little bit better. The sleeping, not so much. Being able to calm down, nah, like I said, today, mentally wise, I'm not angry. I'm not suicidal. I'm not homicidal. I don't hate people. I don't want to hurt anyone. Am I emotional? Yes. Am I upset? No, not really. Am I worried about things? Yes. Am I stressed out? Yes. Can I focus? No. Can I watch a movie that I haven't seen before and focus and tell you what happened 5 minutes later? No. Is as bad as it was in 2010? No, because literally I would go places. It'd take me 15 minutes to find my car once I parked. 15 minutes to find the place that I was trying to go to. I passed it up 3 or 4 times. I'm not as bad as that. I'm not to that point. I do sometimes leave the room or forget what I have in my hand or forget what I'm doing or forget what pill I take. Small things. And it might take me 2 or 3 minutes to figure out what I'm doing. It has taken me a while to figure out how to file this nail or remember that I'm supposed to file my nail because it still has, it's this one. It still messed up, but then I've done a 9-hour stream. So I will eventually get to filing this nail because it's got sharp points that broke off. It's not completely done to the quick or anything. I don't sit here and bite my nails. Yeah, I have the chewing on my skin stuff. I've had that for years. I used to pull my hair out. I finally started wearing short hair because then if I can't see the split ends and pull up my hair, it was like a tick I had. I still have the tick with the fingers. I bite my lips. I chew on my lips. And when I'm in a lot of pain, yeah, you're going to see like teeth marks basically. And my gums are dry. I put a bunch of lip balm on the other day. That's what I needed. Lip balm and lotion. Are 2 things that I got to use a lot of. And sometimes at night I put the lotion on, and then I put the plastic gloves on. Mom has gloves on the list to get. She hasn't been able to find them or be in that area yet. Today she has to get batteries, so I gave her all the screenshots from what's her face and what the things that I think we don't have, and then she was supposed to make a grocery list with all those things that she knows we don't have, and things we're going to try like the magnesium lotion, the tennis ball, Mucinex, but it cannot have anything in it by just um I don't even know now, just the Mucinex. It cannot have D. It cannot have anything else but just straight Mucinex. She says it helps her, it helps her mother to take Mucinex. So, if I can get some Mucinex pills, just take them as prescribed. It's supposed to help with pain. It's supposed to help calm you down. I don't know what else it's supposed to do, but somehow it helps with fibromyalgia. It's been proven, or it helps certain people, and it's suggested. Her and her mom both have MS and fibromyalgia. So when I learned some of these things, that anyone that has a autoimmune disorder, I can text Erin, where these things you're not supposed to do for certain things, and certain things I know she has an autoimmune disorder. I don't know, technically it's a really weird one. She couldn't grip things, and she was having all kinds of issues. They put her on the medicine. She started doing better. There's been people that died with it. They can't hardly find a cure for it, but I think there's treatments and different things, and maybe she did physical therapy, maybe she got better. Like me, I'm starting my physical therapy. He tried to get me to do it 2 months ago, tried to get me to do it last year. I'm like, I don't know if I want to do the physical therapy, and it's too cold. It's wintertime. I don't want to get in the pool right now. The whole pool, I think their hot tub, it says the heater is not, we don't have heat in the hot tub. It's still working, but we have no heat. So if you want to use it at your own risk. It's 4 degrees outside. You guys want to go get in the cold hot tub? Who wants to join me in the 4 degree? Yeah, go take the polar plunge. That's not something I'm going to do with the fibromyalgia. My mom has issues, and when she's cold, just her bones hurt. Like with this cold weather and the wind and these cold temperatures, she's actually not as bad as me, or she's really good with pain. But yeah, she'll move and she'll be like, oh, I need a pill. She'll take a Tylenol. She's on 3 prescriptions. She's on a muscle relaxer she takes at night. She sometimes has my old muscle relaxers on a bad day, and she might take the old ones from like 3 years ago that still have left over when I was on them before. And then I started them again. So I was like, I'm not taking the old ones unless I really have to. So stuff like that. Yeah. You take the old prescriptions, you know, on like with the new ones. They may help like half as much or a quarter as much, but a year expired, they're still going to work good. 2 years expired may work a little bit or hardly. 3 years, almost 3 years expired because they're from like 2022 and we're in 2025. So maybe 2.5 years. You're getting be where maybe you'll get 30%, maybe you'll get 20%, but you're going to get a little bit of relief that you would at a full pill, or maybe you take 2 of them. I don't know. There's things you can do. A Sims 2 stream. I don't have Sims 2 yet. I don't have Sims 1 yet. I will eventually get them. Um, I don't have a lot of extra money to spend on that because I had to spend extra money at the vet, and mom covered the other $80. So if I have extra money, I got to give her back the $80. I'm supposed to pay for all of Adam's vet, shots, food, grooming. She will help with grooming when she has extra money because it's $40. We haven't even been grooming him. We had like a hygiene cut last time, and then we had his nails cut at the vet. It's cold. It's winter time. He goes out some. He doesn't go out every single day, but like when they go with the trash and it's a nice day, but this cold, I don't want him outside. He'll get an ear infection. I've been having him wear his little sweater, but it's not like a soft sweater. So he's been itching. He had it on 2 days, and he's like, I don't know if I like this sweater. It's itching me more. He's always itching. And then he had hot spots. Like he gets this one spot under his armpit that he gets all the time. And he had a little hot spot on his face that is starting to get red. We were put different things on it. I have hot spot spray. It helps some, but he can lick it right off. And so they said you can try powder on the other area, and we'll give you an antibiotic for 10 days. But yeah, the stuff on his face is going to be hard to get rid of with different things and powder and stuff. So yeah, even the spray and stuff, he's going to lick it right off, but it's going to treat him. When I use the spray off and on the bad days, yeah, I'm going to massage this spot right here. And then the tennis ball, and then there's tennis balls, and then they can do everything. Yeah, Adam the dog, Adam that lives here. Adam the human doesn't live here. Adam Gabriel. So maybe I should start saying Adam Gabriel because I know Gabriel is not Adam's middle name or whatever. So yeah, I'm hurting. I have to go take my morning medicine and all of that good stuff, and she'll be here soon. And then I need to eat because I haven't eaten in a while. I know I had a snack earlier, but I don't know what time that was. It might have been like midnight. It might have been 3 or 4 a.m. It's been a while. Yeah, you've told me that before, but I don't know if that's technically true. I'm sure if I Google you, there's a lot of stuff that comes up, and it will not say that your middle name is Gabriel, but that's a joke. That's fine. You guys made like an Adam the dog account. Adam the dog with a picture of Adam, that stuff's cute. That stuff's funny. Fears. They made they made an Allie account, or they made an account of Helen. They made this, they made that, they did something with my dad's picture. I'm like, so what, Fears? Yeah, your dad's dead. I'd be mad if somebody I'm not gonna start killing people or threatening to kill people and go nuclear because someone put a picture of my dad somewhere. Hell, I may put a picture of my dad on stuff or on, the thumbnail or something sometime. This, in memory of my dad. But I don't know if my brother and sister will like that. But yeah, so I don't know if that's a good taste to put, yeah, or put a picture of my sister. She do not want to be in my stream. She will not go on a panel. I might be able to, like I say, get my stepsister David will come on here, but I don't know if he knows how to do the StreamYard thing or be able to do the links. He might be able to click the links, but then he can't remember passwords or accounts or how to get in. It may take him a long time to figure it out. He may need a lot of help to figure it out. But one day he'll be on a stream. But yeah, we got to go. It's almost 12. So have a good day, guys. I've done the song a few times. Peace, love, and happiness. And I'll see you in a few days. And I'll see you in the Discord. Talk to you guys later. Love you. Miss you. Appreciate all the love and support. Shout out to Museum. Shout out to all the OGs that came in. Shout out to the new mods. And I'll see you next time. Bye.